Chapter 1, Sweeping the Door and Getting a New Life. Ian will be here tonight, and he won't be happy to see you here. After working in the kitchen for most of the day and just finishing preparing all the dishes, Ji Xinghe came out and heard what his wife Lin Wanwan said. The yen she mentioned is her white moonlight. Ji Xinghe was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously untied his apron. Okay, I'll leave now. I'll come back whenever you call me. Lin Wanwan said calmly, you don't have to come back. After that, without waiting for Ji Xinghe to respond, she threw a note to Ji Xinghe, let's go get the divorce certificate tomorrow. Ji Xinghe bent down and picked up the note. After confirming that the content was correct, his heart trembled slightly and he immediately clenched it tightly in his hand, as if it was not an ordinary note, but a treasure more important than his life. He suppressed his excitement and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly thought of something. Yang. Ji Xinghe. Lin Wanwan said with a sullen face, I warn you to recognize your own identity. Don't think that just because Yang has called you dad for 5 years, you really consider yourself his father. I advise you to stop using Yang as a gimmick and get out of here right away. Ji Xinghe was just reminding her that Yang seemed to have a cold, so she should keep an eye on him. He and Lin Wanwan got married because of pregnancy, and he married into the Lin family as a son-in-law. They have a 5-year-old son. In the eyes of outsiders, they are a happy family of 3. However, many people, including his father-in-law and mother-in-law, did not know that his marriage with Lin Wanwan was actually just a farce between Lin Wanwan and Bai Yueguang out of anger from the very beginning. He and Lin Wanwan were high school classmates. Lin Wanwan was the school belle, fair, wealthy and beautiful, and always attracted attention wherever she went. And he was just a poor man who needed to study hard and hoped to change his life by getting into a good university. One is a beautiful rich lady who is the center of everyone's attention, and the other is a nerd who stays in a corner doing exercises and studying books every day. There should be no intersection between the two lives. That year, Lin Wanwan found Ji Xinghe in a half-human, half-ghost state, threw out a bank card, and bluntly asked him to be the father of her unborn child. But the prerequisite is to give up the upcoming college entrance examination and be with her immediately. Ji Xinghe agreed without much hesitation. Lin Wanwan has many bootlickers in school, but Ji Xinghe is not one of them. But he couldn't refuse, he needed the money. Life is always full of helplessness, forcing you to compromise. Something happened at home. My father hit someone with his car and needed to pay a large sum of money. If he couldn't pay, he would have to go to jail for 10 years. Lin Wanwan took Ji Xinghe home and said that he was the father of the child in her belly. Lin's parents were furious. Father Lin pulled out his belt and beat Ji Xinghe's back until his skin was torn. Mother Lin cried and shouted about the misfortune of the family, but since Lin Wanwan refused to abort the evil child in her belly, no matter how much Lin's parents wanted to skin Ji Xinghe alive, they had to compromise in the end. Ji Xinghe helped his father overcome the crisis in his life with the 2 million given by Lin Wanwan. Ji Xinghe has always known who the child's biological father is. It is Lin Wanwan's white moonlight. And he was just a tool used by Lin Wanwan and Bai Yueguang to have a quarrel. But what does that matter? They are just a fake couple in name only. Their marriage was a transaction that had nothing to do with feelings from the very beginning. Over the years, Ji Xinghe has completely withdrawn from society, focusing on Lin Wanwan and her son, and has become a loyal househusband. From time to time, he would try his best to please the Lin family's parents and show his filial piety on behalf of Lin Wanwan. This was not the life he wanted, but there was nothing he could do. The IOU for 2 million was in Lin Wanwan's hands, and he couldn't leave unless she let go. He waited anxiously, and finally the day came. After working hard for an entire afternoon, Ji Xinghe was kicked out without even having time to drink a sip of water. Lin Wanwan didn't even give him time to pack his luggage. He was wearing home clothes, a pair of slippers, and had an old-fashioned phone in his pocket that could only make calls and send text messages, as he stepped out of the door. Tear up the IOU immediately. The heavy mountain that had been weighing on him for 6 years was lifted, and Ji Xinghe felt relaxed and reborn. At this moment, you are penniless, and the world is so big, but it seems that there is no place for you to stay. You are now faced with 2 choices. First, go back and beg Lin Wanwan to lend you some money because you have worked so hard for her for the past 6 years. It would be even better if she could be kind enough to give you a job that can support you. Second, resolutely draw a clear line between yourself and Lin Wanwan and the relevant personnel. You no longer want to live a life without dignity and be manipulated and ridiculed by others. You firmly believe that the current difficulties are temporary, and you will definitely be reborn from the ashes. The sudden voice in his mind made Ji Xinghe stunned. But I made a choice subconsciously in my heart. Then it must be option 2, is there any need to say more? He had finally escaped from the fire pit, how could he be so stupid as to jump back in? Lin Wanwan has a bad temper, so he has to be careful and observe her words and expressions every day. Yang Yang is naughty and mischievous, and he, as his nominal father, has no right to discipline him. Every time Yang Yang makes unreasonable demands, he has to meet them unconditionally. Years of repressed life have made him, who is already a man of few words, almost suffer from aphasia. Congratulations on making the right choice, the life selection system has been successfully bound. Ji Xinghe? Even though he had been out of society for 6 years, he understood what the word system meant. The host makes the right choice in life and is rewarded with 100 system coins. The system mall has been opened. The host can use system coins to purchase the required goods. Outside, the spring rain started to fall without a trace. Ji Xinghe was wearing thin clothes and slippers. The rain soaked his feet, and the coldness went straight up to the top of his head along the soles of his feet, but he was unaware of it and just walked in the rain with his head down. Mom, that uncle is so weird, just like an unwanted stray puppy. Shoo, stop talking nonsense and leave. A mother and son hurried past Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe hesitantly put his right hand into his pocket and slowly pulled it out. With the help of the bright street light, he could see clearly what was in his hand and his pupils suddenly shrank. He was penniless, but he took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. Judging from the thickness, it should cost 1,000 yuan. He used one system coin to buy 1,000 yuan in the system mall, and it actually worked. The system never deceives me. Ji Xinghe spent more than 300 yuan to buy himself a set of clothes and 200 yuan to buy a pair of discounted sneakers. Spend the 15th having a bowl of beef noodles, and use the remaining money to find a good and cheap hotel for the night. If he had exchanged all the system coins for real money at the beginning, he could have exchanged them for 100,000. He has low material desires, and this 100,000 is enough for him to spend for a long time. But he didn't do it. Because he discovered that real-world currency was actually the cheapest commodity in the system mall. This shows that, apart from money, everything else is a good thing that money can't buy. For example, the strengthening pills worth 30 system coins, the radiant pills worth 40 system coins, and the opportunity card worth 50 system coins. This is what he is most interested in at the moment. $100,000 will eventually run out of money, so opportunities are crucial for someone like him who has no education and no work experience. There are no endless housework, no need to look at Lin Wanwan's cold eyes, and no need to try hard to appease that lawless little ancestor. Ji Xinghe took a comfortable hot bath, lay on the bed in the hotel, and without any hesitation, directly purchased an opportunity card. Opportunity card purchase is successful and will take effect within 48 hours. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Ji Xinghe suddenly woke up from his sleep. When he looked at the time, his head buzzed. His first reaction was, why didn't the alarm clock ring? He jumped up and hurriedly put on his clothes. He gets up at 4:30 every day, 360 days a year, without any holidays. Lin Wanwan has many demands and Yang Yang is a picky eater. In order to prepare a nutritious and delicious breakfast for them and their son, every day when others are still dreaming, he gets up quietly, washes up simply, puts on an apron, and starts busying himself in the kitchen. Even with all his efforts and fear, he still couldn't satisfy Lin Wanwan and Yang Yang every day. They always found fault with him. Every time this happened, Ji Xinghe would lower his head and apologize, and then silently clean up everything amid the accusations. He had a clear understanding of his identity, he was the debtor and Lin Wanwan was the creditor. He used his meticulous service to offset the debt. Ji Xinghe stopped halfway through putting on his clothes. He was so sleepy that he forgot for a moment that he had regained his freedom and could live with dignity since last night. 9 o'clock in the morning, Civil Affairs Bureau. The process of getting the certificate went smoothly. The moment Ji Xinghe got the divorce certificate, he felt relieved. Only then did he completely cut off all ties with Lin Wanwan. Now, he has to wait for his opportunity. Chapter 2 My Dad. Lin Wanwan suspected that she had seen it wrong. After getting the divorce certificate, Ji Xinghe seemed relieved. I have no attachment to this marriage at all. She was willing to let him stay by her side for 6 years, it was his honor, okay? This made her feel inexplicably unhappy, although she didn't understand why she was unhappy. Finally, the 6-year-long struggle with Bai Yueguang ended. Lin Wanwan drove away the tool used to annoy Bai Yueguang. The tool was very tactful and left obediently. After ending the marriage that existed in name only, she could now happily wait for Bai Yueguang to propose to her, and then she could shamelessly hang out with Bai Yueguang for the rest of her life. Lin Wanwan should have been happy. Bai Yueguang and Yang Yang got along really well last night and was especially gentle to her. However, for some reason, I always feel like something is missing in this seemingly perfect situation. From now on, their real family of 3 could live happily together every day, but now for some reason, even though everything was developing as she expected, she became irritated for no reason. Especially when Ji Xinghe turned and walked away without saying a word, her irritability suddenly reached its peak. "Hey, Ji Xinghe." She took off her sunglasses and looked at Ji Xinghe with a cold face. As a goddess in the eyes of countless boys, Lin Wanwan has a bright appearance and a graceful figure. In addition, she is not very old and pays special attention to maintenance. Some people believe that she is a pure college student. Who would dare to think that she is the mother of a 5-year-old boy? Ji Xinghe looked back at her with a dull expression. This kind of Ji Xinghe made Lin Wanwan feel very unfamiliar. The Ji Xinghe that she was familiar with was always submissive and obedient in front of her. Ji Xinghe's voice was also indifferent. "What's the matter?" Lin Wanwan wanted to vent her frustration and took it out on Ji Xinghe as usual, but when she looked into Ji Xinghe's calm eyes, she got stuck for no reason. She suddenly felt that Ji Xinghe looked very strange at this moment. Lin Wanwan couldn't find a reason to get angry, but she was good at pestering people. Her eyes fell on his cheap clothes, she snorted with contempt, and said with her usual arrogance, "Ji Xinghe, you have been with me for several years, how come your taste is still so bad? I warn you, don't tell others that you are my ex-husband outside, I can't afford to lose this person." These hurtful words had no killing power at all on Ji Xinghe. Because in the 6 years he had been with her, he had heard so many harsh and unpleasant words that he had become immune to them. Ji Xinghe raised the corners of his lips and smiled indifferently. Lin Wanwan stared blankly at Ji Xinghe's receding back. My mind was filled with Ji Xinghe's smile just now. It's obviously cool and not very warm, but it's so damn tempting. As far as I can remember, Ji Xinghe almost never smiled. He looks so good when he smiles. When his figure disappeared from her sight, Lin Wanwan suddenly realized that the damn guy had ignored her existence and just walked away. Ji Xinghe, not knowing what the opportunity was and where it would appear, wandered aimlessly on the street. In fact, he had guessed that even if he just sat there and did nothing, if the system was reliable, opportunities would automatically find him. But he was free anyway, so he might as well go for a walk. He was silently planning to rent a house first. It didn't matter if it was a little smaller or a little older, since he would live alone anyway. He never thought of going back to join his father. His mother left him due to an accident when he was young. Not long after, his father remarried and started a new happy life of a family of 3. There was a new son who was the same age as Ji Xinghe. The new son was brought by his stepmother, and got along well with his father. If an outsider saw them, they would definitely think that they were the father and son with a blood relationship, and Ji Xinghe, who looked like his mother and had an unfamiliar relationship with them, was the outsider. It is not so much that Ji Xinghe was sensible and did not want to disturb his father's peaceful life, but rather that Ji Xinghe did not want to be uncomfortable seeing them all the time. Until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Xinghe still hadn't waited for his chance. Ji Xinghe was not disappointed. They said it would take effect in 48 hours, but it's still a long way from 48 hours. Lin Jinyang's father, why didn't you come to pick up Lin Jinyang from school on time today? Lin Jinyang was crying and wanted to go home. Could you please come and pick up the child as soon as possible? When Ji Xinghe received the call from the kindergarten teacher, he was speechless. Lin Jinyang finishes school at 4:30, and it's already an hour before school is over. In the past, he was responsible for taking the children to and from school. I guess Lin Wanwan forgot this and thought someone else would pick them up, so she ignored it. The kindergarten teacher is also used to the children coming to him when they have problems. Ji Xinghe said, "I'm sorry, I divorced Lin Jinyang's mother." Lin Jinyang's heart-wrenching cry came from the phone. The teacher was almost crying and probably didn't hear clearly what Ji Xinghe said. Unable to explain clearly over the phone, Ji Xinghe called Lin Wanwan instead. The call was connected, but no one answered. Ji Xinghe called Lin Wanwan twice in a row, but no one answered. The kindergarten teacher is urging us again, and from her tone it seems like she is about to cry. Lin Jinyang howls endlessly, like a lawless little devil. Few people can stand it, not to mention that he was the one who was wronged today. Lin Jinyang's howling had nothing to do with him, but Ji Xinghe still decided to go to the kindergarten. The main reason is that he has no intention of causing trouble to irrelevant people, so he takes this opportunity to mention his situation in person and asks the teacher not to call him again regarding Lin Jinyang's matters in the future. Ji Xinghe rushed to the kindergarten, but when Lin Jinyang saw him, she started crying again. I don't want him to pick me up, my real dad said he should pick me up, I want my real dad. The young kindergarten teachers were all confused. Real father? Ever since Lin Jinyang entered the kindergarten, hasn't he, his biological father, always been in charge? She also discussed with other teachers about the fathers of so many children in the kindergarten. She found that Lin Jinyang's father was the most responsible. He did everything himself and was very patient with children. She wanted to find a partner like him in the future. Then she thought of something and stood there awkwardly and at a loss. When she looked at Ji Xinghe, a bit of sympathy inadvertently flashed in her eyes. Ji Xinghe was very generous. Teacher Li, Lin Jinyang's mother and I are divorced. His custody is with his mother, so you don't have to tell me about his affairs in the future. You have seen that he doesn't want to go with me, and his mother doesn't want me to contact Lin Jinyang in the future. Please contact his mother. The kindergarten teacher had to contact Lin Wanwan, but just like when Ji Xinghe called Lin Wanwan, no one answered the call. But this is none of Ji Xinghe's business. As for Lin Jinyang, how can I say it? When Ji Xinghe was still his father, he could say that he was absolutely worthy of the title of father with a clear conscience. However, Lin Jinyang was a spoiled child. He imitated Lin Wanwan's attitude towards Ji Xinghe. He would yell at Ji Xinghe at every turn and showed no respect at all. It doesn't matter, Ji Xinghe doesn't care at all. This is perfect, he can leave without any regrets. There is a shopping supermarket near the kindergarten. Ji Xinghe went in to buy daily necessities. While he was selecting items, he suddenly heard a child crying softly. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pretty little girl about the same age as Lin Jinyang sobbing and crying sadly. Little boy, where are your parents? He was worried and walked over to ask. The little girl looked up at him warily, blinked her big eyes twice, and tears rolled down her pink cheeks, looking aggrieved. She stared at Ji Xinghe for a while, and probably finally decided that Ji Xinghe was not a bad person. She rubbed against him and sobbed, I can't find my aunt. Ji Xinghe squatted down, then do you know your aunt's phone number? The little girl pursed her lips and shook her head. After thinking for a while, she said in a low voice, I know Mom. Ji Xinghe dialed a number, and as soon as the call was connected, a cold voice came from the inside, hello? The little girl shouted into the microphone, Mom, I can't find my aunt, please come and pick me up quickly. Chapter 3 Opportunity? There is a small children's playground in the supermarket. The little girl snuggled in Ji Xinghe's arms, small and soft, with a faint scent of milk that is unique to children, and she was playing with building blocks attentively. Ji Xinghe played with her patiently and waited for her mother to arrive. He didn't have to coax the little devil, nor did he have to put on an apron and busy himself with making dinner. He had plenty of time at this moment. Big brother, look at the castle I built. Children have simple minds. They may be crying loudly in the last second and burst into laughter in the next second. Maybe it was because she knew her mother would be there to pick her up soon, or maybe it was because of the company of the kind older brother. The little girl quickly forgot all her panic and put on a smile. Ji Xinghe did not hesitate to praise him, wow, you are so good. Look at my brother, he is not as good as you. The little girl pointed at the castle and said innocently, this is the castle, I am the princess, my mother is the queen, and we are the masters of this castle. At this point, she looked up and said, brother, do you want to live with us? I can invite you to live with us. As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman came running over in a hurry, muttering, oh, why are you running around like a little girl? It took me so long to find you, and reached out to grab the little girl. Ji Xinghe was quick-witted and quick-handed, protecting the little girl and dodging her. He was sure that the middle-aged woman's recklessness would hurt her. The middle-aged woman stared at Ji Xinghe in surprise, asking, who are you? While waving at the little girl impatiently, come here quickly, I have to go back to cook, don't make trouble here. The little girl seemed frightened and tried hard to get into Ji Xinghe's arms. The middle-aged woman said to Ji Xinghe angrily, who are you? Hurry up and hand her over to me, or I will call the police and report you for kidnapping a child. Ji Xinghe said calmly, you are really interesting. Why didn't you tell me that you lost her? If Lin Jinyang happened to get lost, not only would Lin Wanwan not forgive him, but even he would forgive himself. Mother! The little girl in his arms suddenly ran happily behind Ji Xinghe and threw herself into the arms of a young woman. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman. how beautiful was she? It was no exaggeration to say that she was the kind that people would never forget after just one look at her. Ji Xinghe couldn't help but wonder, is it some big star? The middle-aged woman felt guilty, so she complained first, Miss Nan, this man took Cece away when I wasn't paying attention. Auntie, you are lying, you are not a good child. Nan Cece said loudly, Auntie, you answered a phone call, and walked faster and faster, and finally went to a place with many people. I looked for you for a long time but couldn't find you. You're fired. The girl's mother had a blank expression on her face, leaving no room for compromise. The middle-aged woman knew she was in the wrong, so she stretched out her hand and said, You can let me go, but you haven't paid me this month's salary yet. The girl's mother raised her lips and revealed a mocking and cold sneer, You still have the nerve to ask for salary? You should be thankful that Cece met a kind person, otherwise if anything happened to her, do you think you can still stand here and bargain with me like you are now? The middle-aged woman walked away in shame. The matter does not end here. The girl's mother lowered her head and sent a text message. It was an order to ban all irresponsible middle-aged women in City S. It's time for Ji Xinghe to go back. Where to? He had nowhere to go. That didn't seem right, at least he could stay in a hotel like he did last night. Before that, he can continue to wait patiently for his opportunity. Hello, my name is Nan Xingyu, and I'm this child's mother. The girl's mother stopped in front of Ji Xinghe and looked at him intently. When their eyes met, Ji Xinghe was stunned. He was sure that he didn't know the girl's mother, but the way the girl's mother looked at him carefully made him feel that she seemed to have seen him somewhere. He looked at the hand that Nan Xingyu handed over. Her fingers were slender, her skin was very white, her nails were translucent, and they were neatly trimmed with a healthy luster. She was unlike Lin Wanwan, who had all kinds of manicures done all year round. He didn't feel anything about it before, but now he thinks it looks best in its original form. Out of politeness, Ji Xinghe shook the pristine hand, which was very cold, and then quickly let go. Hello. Ji Xinghe is not a superficial person who judges people by their appearance. Lin Wanwan is also a beauty, but that doesn't stop him from treating her like the plague. At least for him, appearance is far less important than inner qualities. But the young mother in front of him, who was about the same age as him, was so beautiful that she seemed like Nuwa's most proud work. Even the most picky person would find it difficult to find any fault with her facial features. Even without makeup, she can still be breathtakingly beautiful. At first Ji Xinghe suspected that she was some big star, but he soon discovered that although Nan Xingyu had a beauty that was even more outstanding than that of big stars might not have her queen aura that made people want to submit to her for no reason, and her swift and decisive way of handling things. Nan Xingyu looked at Ji Xinghe calmly. Nan Cece sat beside her and happily ate the cake. From time to time, she looked up at Ji Xinghe opposite her, with curved eyebrows and eyes, looking cute and adorable. For most people, calling the parents of a child who has lost his or her parents, or accompanying the child to wait for the parents, is a piece of cake. Ji Xinghe didn't take this matter to heart at all and originally planned to just leave. However, he failed to leave because the little girl's parents insisted on thanking him properly, so he had no choice but to sit in this high-end restaurant with the strange mother and daughter. He appeared calm and composed on the surface, but in fact he was feeling very uncomfortable. He was a loner by nature, and after 6 years of being out of touch with society, he was almost losing his basic social skills. Of course, it doesn't count when he was facing Lin Wanwan and her son. At that time, he had lowered himself to the dust. Calling him a male nanny was flattering him. To put it bluntly, he was a slave with no human rights or dignity. The little girl had cream all over her hands and mouth, and the assistant brought by Nan Xingyu took her to the bathroom to wash it. After Nan Xingyu expressed her thanks sincerely, she began to enjoy dinner in silence. During the dinner, she lowered her head to look at her phone for a few times, then took a sip of juice, her long eyelashes drooped slightly, and suddenly changed the subject. Excuse me, do you have a girlfriend? She asked directly and suddenly. Ji Xinghe was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he didn't even react. It was their first meeting, so why did she ask this question? He subconsciously shook his head. Nan Xingyu's next words made Ji Xinghe doubt whether he had heard it wrongly. So what do you think of me? Seeing Nan Xingyu staring at him with her beautiful dark eyes, waiting for his answer seriously and patiently, Ji Xinghe was puzzled. It's good. Is it just nice? Of course not, judging from her appearance and temperament alone, she is almost perfect. At least the ignorant Ji Xinghe has never seen a woman more dazzling than her. Hearing this, Nan Xingyu's lips curled up, and the indifference and alienation on her body that kept people at a distance was slightly dissipated by this smile. I am 24 years old this year, a single mother, and currently own a listed company with an annual income of more than 9 figures. There is no problem in supporting my family, so please get married with me and start a family. Jixing has suspected that he was having a daydream that some poor losers like to have. A poor loser with no diploma, no education, no job, and no savings, just when he stood at the crossroads of life and was confused about the future, a super beautiful female CEO descended from the sky, with dazzling light and the most gentle smile in the world, stretched out her hand to him, quickly fell in love with him, and took him to the pinnacle of life. Jixing shook his head in self-mockery. After wasting several years, he was too lazy to even have such a beautiful daydream. Etc. Jixing was surprised. Could it be that the incredible experience that he was experiencing at this moment was the opportunity? Chapter 4. Get the certificate with me. Nanxingyu knew that she was rather abrupt and anyone would be frightened and think that she was making an inappropriate joke. But she couldn't control it. It's strange, she is obviously not an impulsive person. When Nanxingyu saw this man for the first time, he had a sense of déjà vu. But she searched her mind carefully and found no memory related to him. However, this did not stop her from trusting him without reason. Nanxingyu's intuition told her that he was a trustworthy person. Nanxingyu happened to trust his intuition very much. Nanxingyu unconsciously clenched her hands on the dining table and said straight to the point, "My daughter lives in a single-parent family. She is very sensible and well-behaved. I can provide her with the best life and give her all my love, but I can't give her emotional deprivation." Considering that he and Nancici got along well, Jixing listened patiently and vaguely understood something. She wanted to find a father for the little girl? It sounds normal at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, it is still very absurd. If she wants to find a father for her daughter, doesn't she have to look among the young talents she knows? With her wealth and outstanding looks, there must be many people who want to be a father to her daughter. Why did she have to make this request to him when they first met? Nanxingyu seemed to see Jixing's doubts and asked him a question. When you were with Cici just now, did you feel that she was easy to communicate with and get along with? Jixing nodded without thinking. Yes, she is so cute, there must be a lot of people who like her. When interacting with her, she has a soft voice, a sweet smile, and always cares about other people's feelings. Compared with the self-centered little devil Lin Jingyang, she is simply an angel. Nanxingyu said frankly, in fact, I had already arrived before my nanny found Cici. Jixing was stunned. But she didn't show up at the first moment. Instead, she stood aside and observed them silently. Why? I'm sorry, Nanxingyu exhaled softly. Before I came here, I imagined Cici's situation in my mind. I thought she was crying. She is very timid, withdrawn and introverted, and easily shy. Apart from me, she doesn't get close to other people. Jixing frowned slightly, and the sweet smile of the little girl emerged in his mind. He felt that the Cici mentioned by Nanxingyu was not the same person as the lost little girl he was kindly protecting. Nanxingyu noticed Jixing's confused expression and smiled slightly. Do you feel that the Cici you met is not like what I said? Jixing nodded. I was also surprised when I saw her snuggling in your arms and smiling happily. Nanxingyu looked at Jixing intently. This young man should be about her age, thin, with sub-healthy pale skin, and a hint of brokenness between his eyebrows that made people want to explore further. The clothes he was wearing should not cost more than 500 yuan, but they did not look shabby. Instead, they gave Nanxingyu the feeling that he had just jumped out of a fire pit and was regrouping to start over. Cici has never been so close to anyone except me. She likes you. Jixing speculated, perhaps, it's because I happened to appear when she was lonely and helpless? Nanxingyu shook his head. No, you may not have discovered it yourself, but you have a certain affinity. Affinity? Jixing laughed and said, maybe. He figured it out. Is this why you wanted to start a family with me? I understand that you love your daughter dearly and want to give her a healthy family. However, marriage is not a joke. Isn't this too irresponsible to yourself, or to me? Even if it was really his chance, Jixing had to take it seriously because it was too unbelievable. Besides, he was not sure it was his chance. Nanxingyu hesitated for a moment. I can tell you with certainty that for me, this is the result of my careful consideration. Jixing smacked his lips. Careful consideration? It has only been an hour since they met. She used an hour to decide her own life event. And she still dares to say it is not a joke? To you, am I not asking for your opinion? Then I want to ask you, apart from the fact that I have a 5-year-old daughter, can you find a partner who is better than me in all aspects? This question stumped Jixing. It seems that I can't find it. Even if she has a 5-year-old daughter, she is someone that a poor loser like him cannot reach, okay? But relationships don't work that way. We don't understand each other, and our values and personalities may not be compatible. Ji Xinghe thought about his ridiculous marriage with Lin Wanwan. To be honest, he no longer had any desire for love. Now he just wanted to live an ordinary life. It was that simple. Nanqingyu leaned her head with a relaxed look, her beautiful eyes no longer cold, showing a ripple that made people's heart flutter. Well, what kind of other half do you have in mind? That means there is no. So why can't you give me a chance? She was not aggressive, but Ji Xinghe felt like he was being forced into a corner. He opened his mouth and whispered, "We are not from the same world, and you may not know that although I don't have a girlfriend, I got divorced today." In fact, even if he didn't say it, Nanqingyu knew it. She had already asked someone to investigate his background as soon as she discovered that Nan Cici could get along well with him. With her ability, she quickly got his basic information. Ji Xinghe, male, 24 years old, dropped out of school before the college entrance examination, married and divorced, left the house with nothing. To be honest, before the message was sent to her phone, Nanqingyu had not expected that with the current trend of marrying late and having children later, Ji Xinghe, who looked still quite young, was actually married and divorced. Ji Xinghe smiled, "I'm a remarried man, do you mind?" With Nanqingyu's conditions, even if he has a daughter, he is still popular. On the other hand, with multiple buffs stacked on top of him, it is clear that he is someone that is spurned by the blind date market. He thought that since he had made it so clear, Nanqingyu would give up. Unexpectedly, Nanqingyu said, "I have a daughter and you are divorced. It's a good thing that neither of us needs to despise the other." Ji Xinghe. He was speechless. He felt that little Nan Cici was very happy. In order to create a healthy family atmosphere for her, her outstanding mother was actually willing to marry a stranger she had only met once. But this was really hasty and so bizarre that it seemed like a fairy tale. Nanqingyu persuaded him, "Don't rush to refuse, you can think about it first. Don't worry, except for the time I spend with Cici, I will not interfere with your freedom and your private life. If you meet your soulmate in the future, I will happily let you go and give you my sincere blessing." Ji Xinghe couldn't help but interrupt her, "According to what you said, you can just hire me as a male nanny to take care of your daughter's daily life. Why do you have to insist on getting a marriage certificate and making it so troublesome?" Hearing this, Nanqingyu smiled bitterly. Even a cold-faced female CEO who is decisive and ruthless will inevitably encounter some unavoidable problems in life. She needs a legal husband to help her block. After you get the marriage certificate, I'll give you 1 million yuan in pocket money every month. When you find your soulmate in the future, I'll give you 50 million yuan in red envelopes all at once. How about that? Ji Xinghe. 1 million pocket money, 50 million red envelopes. Is this Chinese? He can't understand it at all. If Nanqingyu hadn't been sitting opposite him, he really wanted to pinch his thigh to see if he was dreaming. Please wake up quickly. He didn't want to let this unrealistic dream erode his rational brain. Chapter 5, Determined to Win. In fact, before adopting Nan Cici, Nanqingyu was a staunch non-marriageist. When she adopted Nan Cici, she naively thought that as long as she gave enough love, she could bring all the happiness to Nan Cici, who lost her mother at birth and had a miserable life. But she didn't know when it started. Maybe when Nan Cici carefully asked her for the first time why she didn't have a father, she realized that raising a child and letting the child grow up in true happiness was quite difficult. It was from that time that the principle of not getting married began to waver. She silently thought about picking one who was a little more pleasing to the eye, who was loving, patient, and attentive from among the many suitors. However, every time when she picked and chose for a long time and decided to take the next step, it seemed as if a pair of big hands grabbed her ankles tightly and prevented her from taking another step forward. However, strangely enough, when she imagined Ji Xinghe, whom she had just met, as her future partner, she did not object. To be honest, Ji Xinghe's handsome facial features were in line with her aesthetic taste, but good looks alone were not enough. Perhaps what really touched her was his eyes, which were sometimes dazed and absent-minded but still clear. He was different from any other man she had ever met. He retains the clear youthfulness, yet also has the calmness and restraint that is rare at this age. He is like a piece of white paper that has gone through many hardships in the world but still remains pure and flawless. The natural simplicity in him is something that others can never learn. Nanqingyu has never been a careless person, she's just a little crazy sometimes. I don't know if it was because Nan Cici was close to him, or if she felt a sense of déjà vu when she saw him for the first time. In short, Nanqingyu was determined to get Ji Xinghe. Nancy C came back with her little hands and face washed clean and pink and tender. She first ran to her mother's arms and acted coquettishly for a while, then shyly rubbed in front of Ji Xinghe, lay on Ji Xinghe's legs and played with her fingers. Ji Xinghe gently touched her little head. If he were to ask himself honestly, he really liked this little girl. That sweet smile instantly healed all the pain he had accumulated from that little bastard Lin Jinyang, okay? If in the future, he meant if there is a chance in the future, he would also like to have such a beautiful daughter. Nancy C tilted her chubby little face up, her big eyes twinkling. Big brother, can we meet again in the future? Nancy C looked expectant. Ji Xinghe thought for a moment and gave an ambiguous answer. If we are destined to be together, then we can definitely do it. Faced with new opportunities in life, please make a choice. First, the origins of this mother and daughter are unknown. You just ended a ridiculous marriage and don't want to jump into another one that looks even more ridiculous. You are cautious and just want to live a simple life. Second, life needs an adventurous spirit. A beautiful and mysterious wife who is a female CEO, a cute and innocent daughter, and a monthly allowance of 1 million. Why can't you have them? Choose 1, reward 10 system coins. Choose 2, reward 200 system coins. Please start making your choice. Ji Xinghe. The system has opened the book for him. If he still doesn't know how to choose, then this life selection system has been bound in vain. In other words, his guess was correct. This mother and daughter were actually his opportunity. He was a little amused. What kind of opportunity is this? An opportunity to live off someone. But it's not impossible if he can eat with some dignity. When his father was facing imprisonment and he promised Lin Wanwan, he was no longer the ambitious and noble young man he once was. Ji Xinghe raised his eyes and looked at Nanxingyu opposite him. Nanxingyu was quietly waiting for his answer. As Ji Xinghe said okay, Nanxingyu's heart slowly returned to normal. Only then did I realize that the palms of my hands, which were clenched tightly on my legs, were full of sweat. She had never been so nervous even when she was discussing a multi-billion-dollar project with her partners. Fortunately, he agreed. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind using some special means to keep Ji Xinghe. There's nothing she can do about it, her precious daughter loves him so much. By the way, it wasn't just her precious daughter who loved him, but also herself. When Ji Xinghe heard the sound of 200 system coins arriving in his mind, he felt indescribably happy. Then It's better to do it today than today. Ji Xinghe was confused for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood me. I wanted to ask when we, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Nanxingyu picked up the coffee and took a sip. I didn't misunderstand, I was talking about today. Ji Xinghe. If he didn't believe that the system would not cheat him, Nanxingyu's impatience would definitely make him very alert. Nanxingyu saw that he looked embarrassed and raised her eyebrows. Why, can't I do that? No, Ji Xinghe had to remind her tactfully, at this time, the Civil Affairs Bureau has already closed. Nanxingyu suddenly realized that he had acted too hastily. Didn't scare him? I'm sorry, this is my first time getting a marriage certificate, so I don't know much about it. The cold female CEO used the above excuses to cover up her urgency. In a high-end luxury brand store, Lin Wanwan handed over the card in her hand and without blinking, she directly bought a new bag worth 580,000 yuan. Her father is a well-known entrepreneur in S-City. She is an only child and can still live a comfortable life even if she doesn't go to work for a day. As long as she doesn't do anything wrong, the wealth created by her parents will be enough for her son to spend in his lifetime. After being tired from shopping, Lin Wanwan and her 2 best friends sat in the comfortable VIP lounge, drinking coffee and chatting. Zhang Yao, my best friend, said, Congratulations, Wanwan. Your years of waiting have finally paid off. When is your wedding date? I want to give a big gift. Lin Wanwan touched her newly made chestnut curly hair, which was full of charm, and smiled. No matter how big your bag is, it won't be a loss. When you get married in the future, won't I have to return it to you? Another close friend, Li Jiai, thought of something and couldn't help asking, what about Ji Xinghe? Zhang Yao immediately responded, yes, that Ji Xinghe is a big trouble. Lin Wanwan said calmly, what kind of trouble is he? I can just chase him away. Li Jiai's eyes widened, you just drove him away? Yes, Lin Wanwan said confidently, he was originally a chess piece I used to anger a yen. Now that a yen is back, why am I still keeping him? As Lin Wanwan has 2 best friends, they knew from the beginning the secret that is still hidden in the hearts of Lin's parents. Li Jiai shook her head, Wanwan, don't say such heartless words. We have all seen how he has treated you and Yang Yang over the past 6 years. To be honest, sometimes I wish you could see his good side and spend your life with him. It would be great. There are not many good men in the world who are so considerate. Lin Wanwan sneered. Why? Are you attracted to him? Li Jiayi said half-truthfully, yes, I fell in love with him. Didn't you know that a long time ago? If he wasn't your nominal husband at that time, I would have taken action a long time ago. Then you can do it now. I have already obtained the divorce certificate from him today. Zhang Yao smiled in an unfathomable way. Jiayi, why are you still so naive? Do you really think that he is being kind to Wanwan and her son out of sincerity? He just wants to replace Wanwan and stay with her as the Lin family's son-in-law, but he doesn't even think about how Wanwan could possibly be interested in him when he is penniless. He is just daydreaming. Li Jiayi did not argue with her. She had her own judgment and she felt that Ji Xinghe was not that kind of person. Zhang Yao asked Lin Wanwan with great interest, Wanwan, when you chased him away, he must have begged you desperately, right? Actually, if you leave you, he will never be able to live in such a nice house or lead such a good life in his life. Lin Wanwan recalled Ji Xinghe's calm expression when she chased him away. Not to mention begging, it seemed that he didn't even have a trace of reluctance. The image of Ji Xinghe's indifferent face in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau unconsciously emerged in her mind, and her good mood suddenly became irritable for no reason. She said coldly, he has to leave when I tell him to. How can I be soft-hearted just because he begs me? Chapter 6, Waste. Li Jiayi said, since you have no attachment to him, then I will really do it, huh? Her words inexplicably deepened Lin Wanwan's irritability. Lin Wanwan smiled contemptuously. I say, Li Jiayi, why is your taste getting worse and worse? Don't tell me that you really like that guy named Ji? He has no education, no family background, and is a waste. What's so good about him? Li Jiayi spoke up for Ji Xinghe. Wanwan, you didn't see his good points, that's because you only focused on his shortcomings. Let's not talk about his family background, not everyone has the ability to reincarnate well. If you say he has no education, Wanwan, don't you feel guilty? If it weren't for you, how could he have missed the college entrance examination? I remember that his grades were pretty good. Li Jiayi and Lin Wanwan were high school classmates, so they naturally knew Ji Xinghe. Although they were in different circles and had no intersection during school, Ji Xinghe was an excellent student who was often praised by teachers. Even those in the international class had heard of him. Lin Wanwan snorted coldly, and a hint of unnaturalness flashed in her lowered eyes. When she raised her eyes, she had returned to her usual arrogance. Li Jiayi enumerated Ji Xinghe's advantages. He looks good, delicate and not greasy, careful and calm, and he can take care of people. Lin Wanwan was getting impatient. All right, how can he be as good as you say? Li Jiayi asked back, isn't it? If it wasn't for the fact that he could take care of you and your daughter in every detail of life, even if you kept him by your side to piss off your yen, based on my understanding of you, you wouldn't have kept him by your side for so long. Lin Wanwan was speechless. After a long while, he said stubbornly, no, I paid back 2 million for his father. He owes me. If I let him go early, wouldn't it be a big loss? Li Jiayi shook her head, just be content. Let alone 2 million, if I could find a man who has served me so wholeheartedly for 6 years with 5 million, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Zhang Yao spoke for Lin Wanwan. Jiayi, which side are you on? Why do you have to be so lenient and speak in favor of others? In my opinion, Ji Xinghe is a vixen, otherwise how could he make you so obsessed? Li Jiayi. I'm just discussing the matter at hand, is there anything wrong with that? She changed the subject. What time is it now? Wanwan, why don't you go pick up your ancestor? Ji Xinghe won't go to pick him up again, right? Lin Wanwan's lips curled up into a sweet smile. A yen went to pick him up. He said he wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate a good father-son relationship with his son. Zhang Yao said wow exaggeratedly, he is such a gentle and kind man. By the way, I saw your moments. He also prepared breakfast for you and your son? It's really hateful. How can you be so sweet? I'm really afraid that sooner or later I will be so sweet to the point of having high blood sugar. Lin Wanwan cooperated and showed off her smile, but she thought to herself, a yen should not make breakfast anymore. Even if she added multiple layers of white moonlight filters, it couldn't change the fact that she choked down in the morning. It can't be said that it's unpalatable, but her stomach has become picky. Except for Ji Xinghe's cooking, she now feels that any other food she eats is not to her appetite and tastes bland. Lin Wanwan became alert. Ji Xinghe looks honest on the surface, but he actually has ulterior motives. Did he deliberately improve his cooking skills to win her heart and make her inseparable from him? Lin Wanwan secretly made up her mind that she had to change her bad habit of relying on Ji Xinghe. She forgot that at first Ji Xinghe could only cook some home-cooked dishes that were not worthy of being served in a formal banquet. It was she who directly dumped the freshly prepared meals that did not suit Ji Xinghe's taste on him, and used repeated humiliation to force Ji Xinghe to read the recipes and study them carefully, before finally barely satisfying her. Wanwan, I have to remind you to be careful about Ji Xinghe. Even though he just left quietly, I think he is retreating to advance. He will definitely find a chance to harass you in the future and affect your relationship with a yen. Lin Wanwan snorted coldly, he dares. Li Jiayi suddenly asked, Wanwan, can you give me Ji Xinghe's contact information? Lin Wanwan paused as she reached for her bag and pretended to be nonchalant. Why, are you serious? You've definitely been deceived by his illusion. He's not that good. Trust me, don't waste your precious time on him. Li Jiayi half-jokingly asked, what's the matter, are you reluctant to part with it? Lin Wanwan curled her lips, what kind of joke is this? I can't bear to part with him? Is he worthy of it? Having said that, she felt very uncomfortable. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She started to feel upset when Li Jiayi mentioned Ji Xinghe. Until Li Jiayi asked for Ji Xinghe's contact information, she was so upset that she couldn't ignore it. She thought that was because Li Jiayi was her best friend since childhood, and she was afraid that Li Jiayi would be deceived by Ji Xinghe's hypocritical disguise. Well, that must be the case. When she took out her cell phone, she saw 5 missed calls. She accidentally muted her phone and didn't notice. 3 of them were called from the same unfamiliar number, which was the number of the kindergarten teacher. However, Ji Xinghe had always been in charge of Lin Jinyang, and Lin Wanwan had never dealt with the kindergarten, so naturally she didn't have the kindergarten teacher's number saved. She simply ignored it, but when she saw the 2 missed calls below, her depressed mood suddenly changed subtly. It was Ji Xinghe who called her. Why did he call her? After leaving her, he found that he had no way to gain a foothold in the complex society and wanted to ask her to provide him with a job to make a living? It was as if a pleasant breeze was blowing by, and Lin Wanwan suddenly felt less annoyed and her mood became more relaxed. She stared at the 3 words Ji Xinghe for 2 seconds, and the anxiety when Ji Xinghe called her but no one answered emerged in her mind. I told you to be careful of this Ji guy. Look, I was right. Not long after you told him to get lost, he started to find ways to pester you. Zhang Yao came over and saw the 2 missed calls from Ji Xinghe. Let me guess, he will definitely make himself look as miserable as possible to win your sympathy. Wanwan, I have to remind you that you must not sympathize with such a person. Once you sympathize with him, he will definitely cling to you endlessly like a dog's skin plaster. She glanced at Li Jiayi, as if to say, aren't you optimistic about Ji Xinghe? I just want to ask if your face hurts now? Li Jiayi still looked at the problem from an impartial and objective perspective. Maybe it's not what we thought. He might really have something to ask you. Zhang Yao sneered and shook her head pretentiously. Oh, Jiayi. My parents always told me to learn from you, saying that you are smart and wise, but why do I feel that you are not as smart as they say? Can't you see that Ji Xinghe is a male vixen who is particularly patient and has superb means? It is said that heroes are hard to resist beautiful women, and the same is true when the gender is reversed. How did you fall into his trap? TSK, I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. Li Jiayi was not annoyed, but smiled and counterattacked. You said he was a male vixen, but it was just your wishful thinking. Anyway, I don't think he is that kind of person. Of course, I only represent my own opinion. Zhang Yao was furious. To prove that her judgment was correct, she said to Lin Wanwan, Wanwan, give him a call. I want to see what tricks he is playing. As he said this, he rolled his eyes at Li Jiayi, and his face clearly showed just wait and see, you won't cry until you see the coffin. At this time, Lin Wanwan woke up. Those 3 unfamiliar phone numbers must have been called by Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe called her, but when she didn't answer, he changed his phone number and continued to harass her. This guy called me 5 times in a row. What on earth does he want to do? Chapter 7, Soft Rice, eat it as soon as you say it. Lin Wanwan stared at the 3 words Ji Xinghe on the missed call. Is it really like what Zhang Yao said, that Ji Xinghe wanted to act pitiful in front of her to win her sympathy? Ha, Ji Xinghe, don't let me look down on you. Didn't you look very cool when you left the Civil Affairs Bureau today? For some reason, she remembered Ji Xinghe's cool but beautiful smile before he left. At Zhang Yao's urging, Lin Wanwan calmly dialed Ji Xinghe's cell phone number. Soon, the call was connected. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Wanwan took the initiative and said, Ji Xinghe, what's wrong with you? Who asked you to call me? There was silence for a moment, and then Ji Xinghe's calm voice was heard. His voice is very unique, deep yet clear. Lin Wanwan forgot who had joked that Ji Xinghe's voice could make one's ears pregnant, but unfortunately, he spoke too little. He is like a mute all day long, and people would believe him even if he says he is dumb. It's like this. Today, the kindergarten teacher called me and said that Yang was left alone after school and was crying and making a fuss. He refused to leave with me, and I'm not really suitable to take him away with my current status, so I called you to ask you to pick him up as soon as possible. Zhang Yao interrupted in a sarcastic tone, Hey, Ji Xinghe, your excuse is so bad that it makes me doubt your intelligence. You probably don't know yet? Yang was picked up by his biological father today. How could he leave him crying in the kindergarten? He is a Yan's biological son. How could a Yan let him suffer such an injustice? Lin Wanwan frowned. What did I tell you yesterday? I told you not to use Yang as a gimmick. Don't take yourself too seriously. If you do that again, I won't let you off easily. She hung up the phone angrily. It seemed strange. On the surface, Ji Xinghe's little tricks made her very angry, but no one knew that she was actually very happy in her heart. Ever since getting the marriage certificate, she had been feeling a lot of energy in her heart, and now she finally found the right outlet to release it, making her feel extremely refreshed all over. Zhang Yao advised Lin Wanwan not to bother with such people. Li Jiayi said thoughtfully, Do you want to call Zhou Ziyan to confirm? Zhang Yao couldn't believe her ears. Jiayi, what do you mean? You don't believe a Yan, but believe that Ji Xinghe. I think you are really hopeless. Li Jiayi retorted with reason, Don't worry about whether I'm bewitched by Ji Xinghe or not. This is about Yang, and it's something that can be clarified with just a phone call. I think it's better to be cautious. It was not known whether her words convinced Lin Wanwan, or Lin Wanwan wanted her to see Ji Xinghe's true scheming face, but Lin Wanwan called her white moonlight Zhou Ziyan. Baby, why, do you miss me? A mellow and sexy male voice came out from the microphone. Zhang Yao covered her face excitedly with a crazy expression as if to say I hit it. Lin Wanwan half angered and half complained, Be serious, my best friend is next to us. Yang, are you behaving well? There was an eerie silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Zhou Ziyan asked, Did you go to pick up Yang? Lin Wanwan. An ominous premonition came to my mind, didn't I tell you to go pick him up? Build up a father-son relationship with Yang, and you didn't go pick him up? Zhou Ziyan said with a guilty conscience, I'm sorry Wanwan, I was a little busy today and forgot about this. Where is Yang now? Is he still in the kindergarten? Why don't you go pick her up first, and I promise to apologize to him when I get back. Lin Wanwan. He wanted to slap Li Jiayi in the face, but ended up slapping her own face. Looking at Lin Wanwan's back as she hurried towards the kindergarten, Li Jiayi shook her head helplessly. In the past, Lin Wanwan had always been calm and composed. Even after giving birth to a baby, she was as leisurely as a young girl, living a life without having to worry about household chores or the baby. As soon as Xinghe left this season, her life was already in chaos. I hope she won't regret her choice in the future. While Lin Wanwan was rushing to the kindergarten in a hurry, Ji Xinghe was lying comfortably on the sofa next to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, studying the most expensive new mobile phone on the market. Lin Wanwan said that she was afraid that he would lose his ambition due to playing with toys, so for the past 6 years she gave him an old-fashioned phone that could only make calls and send text messages. Nowadays, when mobile payment is popular, she especially likes to give Ji Xinghe cash. She is very strict with spending and requires that every expenditure must be recorded for her to check. She has dozens of notebooks for accounting alone. Ji Xinghe has been away from society for too long. He needs to integrate into it as soon as possible. It's like eating free food. The cell phone was given to him by Nanqingyu, and the presidential suite was booked by Nanqingyu. When Lin Wanwan finally received the call from her son who had cried until his voice was hoarse, Ji Xinghe was browsing the news headlines. Lin Wanwan rushed home while coaxing her son. Facing Zhou Ziyan, who kept apologizing, she sympathetically said that he shouldn't blame himself too much, and it was normal that he was not used to the role of a father all of a sudden. But when she had been shopping for half a day and her son finally stopped for a while, she just wanted to have a good meal and then go to the bathroom to take a nice bubble bath to relieve her fatigue. But she saw that the dining table was empty and the kitchen stove was cold, with no sign of cooking at all. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Zhou Ziyan touched her shoulders caringly, asked her to sit at the dining table, and said gently, "Dinner will be served soon, please wait patiently for a while." Lin Wanwan was full of anticipation. Zhou Ziyan is very confident in his cooking skills. He has been abroad for 6 years and said that he has developed excellent cooking skills in order to cater to his Chinese stomach. The breakfast was probably because he wanted to show off too much and try too hard, so the effect was not good. Lin Wanwan made up for it and couldn't help but wonder what to eat in the evening. He must have deliberately created the illusion that the kitchen was not turned on in order to give her a surprise effect. The doorbell rang and Zhou Ziyan ran to open the door. The table was soon filled with a sumptuous meal. He sat opposite them and said to Lin Wanwan and Lin Jinyang very gently, "Okay, eat." Lin Wanwan stared at the table in surprise, a little bit unable to believe her eyes. Is this what we're going to eat tonight? She never expected that Zhou Ziyan would actually let them eat takeout. Even if it is cooked in a 5-star hotel, it is still takeaway. An indescribable disappointment surged in her heart, and Lin Wanwan suddenly lost her appetite. Lin Jinyang was not picky. Crying consumed too much energy and he was already hungry. Zhou Ziyan put on disposable gloves and peeled shrimps for his wife and children. Lin Jinyang ate one and spit it out in disgust. "It's awful, not as good as the one my dad cooks." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. Unfortunately, the 5-year-old child had no ability to read other people's expressions and kept complaining, "It's too bad. I want to eat the shrimps made by my dad. Mom, I want to eat the shrimps made by my dad." Lin Wanwan quickly glanced at Zhou Ziyan, who didn't seem to care at all. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned to scold Lin Jinyang. "What did I tell you? This Uncle Zhou is your father, your real father. Remember? Lin Jinyang has been spoiled and self-centered since childhood. He has always done whatever he wanted. When has he ever been treated like this?" And he didn't think he had said anything wrong. He stared blankly at his ferocious mother and burst into tears. Zhou Ziyan coaxed him while complaining, "Wanwan, you are really something. He is still a child. Why are you competing with him? He is young now. After a while, he will know who is the real family with him." Lin Wanwan also regretted it now. Back then, she was secretly in love with Zhou Ziyan and got pregnant with Lin Jinyang. Even though Zhou Ziyan was very scared and tried to persuade her to have an abortion because it would affect their future, she refused. Later they broke up. Zhou Ziyan went abroad to study, and Lin Wanwan, under tremendous pressure, gave birth to Lin Jinyang with perseverance. Lin Jinyang is not only the flesh and blood she gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy, but also the inseparable bond between her and Zhou Ziyan in this life. She loves Lin Jinyang to the bone and has never spoken to him loudly before today. She tried her best to coax him, and when she finally coaxed Lin Jinyang, she could finally go take a bath. After she stripped naked and stood in front of the bathtub, she stared at the empty bathtub for a long time before she remembered that for the past 6 years, Ji Xinghe had always filled the bathtub with water for her in advance. When she finally lay down in the bathtub, she just closed her eyes with a sense of relief and prepared to enjoy a moment of peace, when she heard Lin Jinyang's crying outside the bathroom door. Chapter 8. Lin Wanwan is exhausted physically and mentally. On the first night that Zhou Ziyan came back, Lin Wanwan was so excited that she couldn't help herself and impatiently drove Ji Xinghe away. Amid Zhou Ziyan's gentleness and consideration, she fantasized about their happy and beautiful future. On the second night after Zhou Ziyan came back, Lin Wanwan never knew that raising a child could be so tiring. After tossing and turning all night, Lin Jinyang finally fell asleep, but it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Lin Wanwan's beauty sleep was ruined. Zhou Ziyan lay exhaustedly beside Lin Wanwan. They were so passionate yesterday, but today they were like a dead fish, lying on the bed motionless. "Wanwan, let's find 2 babysitters, one to buy groceries and cook, and one to take care of Yang Yang." Lin Wanwan refused without thinking. "No, I don't feel comfortable leaving Yang Yang to outsiders. I don't like the food cooked by others." Zhou Ziyan patiently advised, "Don't be too nervous, it's okay, isn't that what everyone does?" Lin Wanwan still insisted on her opinion, but Yang Yang has never been handed over to outsiders. Zhou Ziyan forced out an ambiguous smile. "Wanwan, have you forgotten that Ji Xinghe is also an outsider? You are confident in handing Yang Yang over to him, so why can't you trust Yang Yang to someone else?" Lin Wanwan subconsciously thought, if they are different, how can they be the same? Ji Xinghe was the one who saw Yang Yang being born. The night after Ji Xinghe was kicked out, Lin Wanwan lay flat on the bed in the darkness, listening to the steady breathing of the man she had been obsessed with for many years, staring blankly at the ceiling. An inexplicable loss turned into an endless night that enveloped her. She didn't quite understand that although her devoted lover was by her side and she could finally sleep sweetly in his arms every night, she no longer had the passion she once had. She was at a loss. What's wrong with her? She was just too tired. Yes, that's right, that's it. Lin Wanwan closed her eyes tiredly. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Ziyan suddenly turned over and held her in his arms. His hands wandered restlessly up and down her body. Lin Wanwan was tired but no longer had the passion she had last night. Just as she was about to push him away, someone knocked on the bedroom door, startling both of them. Lin Jinyan's face was abnormally flushed and his breathing was heavy and rapid. He sobbed, "Mom, I have a headache. Lin Jinyang is sick." Lin Wanwan and Zhou Ziyan rushed him to the children's hospital and didn't return until 2 in the morning. In order to allow Lin Wanwan to have a good rest, Zhou Ziyan considerately took the sick Lin Jinyang away to take care of her. "Wanwan, could you please give me Ji Xinghe's contact information?" At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Li Jia called Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan had just gotten up at this time. She was stunned for a moment, then she remembered that Li Jia had asked her for Ji Xinghe's contact information yesterday, but then the topic was changed and she didn't give it to her. Unexpectedly, Li Jia would not give in. Lin Wanwan sat in front of the dressing table, applying mascara in front of the mirror, and teased Li Jia with a smile. "I really can't tell, you are serious? Is it really like Zhang Yao said, you have been tricked by him?" Li Jia said him half seriously and half fakely, and said with a smile, "Yes, you should give me his contact information as soon as possible, so as not to delay my work." Lin Wanwan snorted, "The more you want it, the less I will give it to you." Li Jia said with a tsk. "Wanwan, why do I feel sour when I hear your words? Are you jealous? You said I'm jealous? Jealous of Ji Xinghe?" Lin Wanwan laughed exaggeratedly. "Li Jia, you're great, your skills in insulting others are getting better and better." "I'm jealous of Ji Xinghe? Who the hell is he? Does he deserve it?" Li Jia said sternly, "Wanwan, people often say that bystanders see more clearly than those involved. Actually, from my personal feeling, you may be in this state now. After 6 years of living together day and night, do you dare to deny that you really have no feelings for Ji Xinghe? To put it bluntly, even if you raise a dog for such a long time, you will still feel reluctant to part with it. Don't you? Here. You just want Ji Xinghe's contact information. Can you please stop disgusting me in this way?" Lin Wanwan interrupted her helplessly, flipped through the address book, and gave a string of mobile phone numbers. "I wish you can marry a handsome man soon as long as you don't despise him because I don't want him." After ending the call, Lin Wanwan sat there motionless for a long time. Only then did she recall that Li Jia was always generous with her compliments when she mentioned Ji Xinghe. She had not taken it seriously before, but the more she thought about it now, the more she felt something was wrong. Could it be that Li Jia is serious about this? The reason why she didn't show her evil intentions towards him before was because he was acting as her husband at that time. Now that they have severed their relationship, she can't wait to take action? Lin Wanwan sneered. This woman has really bad taste. She even likes the men she doesn't want. No wonder Zhang Yao has been secretly confronting her. She continued to put on makeup, and halfway through, she suddenly threw the eyebrow pencil in her hand to the ground. An angry look appeared on her pretty face. "Great job, Ji Xinghe. Didn't expect he could do it?" While pretending to be docile in front of her, he was secretly looking for another partner for himself. The key point is, it seems that he really succeeded. Lin Wanwan was furious, and an eyebrow pencil obviously could not bear all her anger, so the priceless bottles and jars on the dressing table suffered and shattered all over the floor. Lin Wanwan was still not satisfied, so she grabbed her phone and dialed a number. Ji Xinghe had turned off all the alarm clocks and snuggled in the soft and comfortable big bed in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, intending to sleep until he woke up naturally, but was awakened by the urgent ringing of the phone. He dazedly grabbed the phone and asked, "Hello?" When Lin Wanwan heard his sleepy voice, she became even more furious. Is he sleeping soundly? But she didn't sleep well last night. How could he sleep so soundly? When Li Jia called him, he must have been very proud that he could do it under her nose? Lin Wanwan snorted and laughed, and said in her usual bossy manner, "Ji Xinghe, I'll give you 10 minutes to show up in front of me immediately. Go ahead and hang up the phone without saying anything else." Ji Xinghe stared at the phone in surprise for a long time. Based on his understanding of her, this was a sign of impending storm. He put his cell phone next to his pillow, muttered crazy, turned over and continued to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought of something and quickly grabbed his phone again. He added Lin Wanwan's phone number to the blacklist and then closed his eyes with peace of mind. Anyone who wants to serve this bad-tempered young lady can do so. Sorry, he won't serve her. Lin Wanwan sat on the sofa with her arms folded and an angry look on her face. After giving the ultimatum for 10 minutes, she began to count down silently in her mind. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. At the 7th minute, she paced impatiently around the living room. At 8 minutes, she kicked over a chair. At 9 minutes, Lin Wanwan laughed in anger. Well, Ji Xinghe, it's already 9 minutes and you haven't come to me yet? 10 minutes passed and Ji Xinghe still didn't show up. Lin Wanwan couldn't believe that Ji Xinghe dared to challenge her authority. She was furious and called Ji Xinghe again. This time, for the first time, she heard a mechanical voice prompt when she called Ji Xinghe's phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Lin Wanwan's first reaction was that Li Jiayi actually started contacting Ji Xinghe so quickly? How much Li Jiayi needs a man, otherwise why would she rush to pick up a man she doesn't want? When she thought about how Ji Xinghe and Li Jiayi were having a great time, and that maybe soon the couple would become accomplices, Lin Wanwan went crazy and called Ji Xinghe angrily. When she made the 10th call, she finally came to her senses. Ji Xinghe had blocked her. Ji Xinghe had actually blocked her. Even though he blocked Lin Wanwan's phone number, Ji Xinghe still couldn't sleep well. Soon, he was awakened by another ringing of the phone. He naturally thought that the mentally ill Lin Wanwan found out that he had blocked her and used other numbers to curse him. He was annoyed. It was really funny. They were now on their own ways. Why should he indulge her? Chapter 9: Getting a Flash Marriage Certificate. Ji Xinghe answered the phone and said in a bad tone, "Hello?" The other party seemed to be startled by his tone and said weakly, "Hello, Ji Xinghe." It wasn't Lin Wanwan's voice. Ji Xinghe was confused. "Excuse me, who are you?" Li Jiayi smiled and said, "My name is Li Jiayi, we have met before." Ji Xinghe knew who she was, Lin Wanwan's best friend. Lin Wanwan has two best friends, one is Zhang Yao and the other is Li Jiayi. That girl named Zhang Yao, let's not talk about her. He didn't dislike Li Jiayi. They say birds of a feather flock together, but this girl was different from Lin Wanwan and Zhang Yao. She had a very positive outlook. He still remembered that once Lin Wanwan made things difficult for him, and she helped him out. "Ji Xinghe, excuse me, is there anything I can do for you?" If what she said next was related to Lin Wanwan, then sorry, he would hang up the phone immediately and put her on the blacklist. At this moment, he thought that if he wanted to truly break up with Lin Wanwan, he needed to change his mobile phone number. He went to change after getting up. Li Jiayi sounded a little embarrassed. "It's like this, I want to ask you for a favor." "What's the matter?" Ji Xinghe racked his brains but could not imagine that Li Jiayi actually invited him to her house to cook a meal. It turned out that her mother had undergone surgery to remove uterine fibroids before. One time, Lin Wanwan went to visit her and brought some chicken soup with her. Mother Li, who had no appetite after the operation, regained her appetite. She kept thinking about it afterwards and said it was the best chicken soup she had ever tasted and it reminded her of her childhood. But it was said that the soup was cooked by Ji Xinghe. Although Li Ma could not forget it, she was too embarrassed to bring it up again. Tomorrow is Li's mother's birthday. When Li Jiayi wanted to prepare a different birthday gift for her mother, she suddenly thought of the bowl of chicken soup. Fearing that he would refuse, Li Jiayi hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. I will pay you. You are responsible for making a dinner. How about I give you 100,000? Li Jiayi is a rich second generation. In order to let her mother taste the flavor she has been longing for again, 100,000 is nothing to her. Paying 100,000 for a meal, no matter how you look at it, Ji Xinghe is getting the upper hand, but don't forget that he is not short of money now. He is living off the female CEO, and his monthly pocket money is 1 million. To be frank, he probably won't be able to be poor even if he wants to be. After spending 6 years with Lin Wanwan, the only positive development was his improving cooking skills. Ji Xinghe pondered. If it was someone else, Ji Xinghe would definitely refuse outright, but the other person was Li Jiayi, a girl who showed kindness to him and had spoken up for him when Lin Wanwan had made things difficult for him. He doesn't like to owe favors to others. Besides, her request was not excessive. The ex-wife's bestie makes a request to you, how should the host choose? 1. She is Lin Wanwan's best friend. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, find a reason to refuse. 2nd, Lin Wanwan is Lin Wanwan, and Li Jiayi is Li Jiayi. You will not deliberately distance yourself from someone who has no ill will towards you just because you are avoiding Lin Wanwan. Choose 1, and you will be rewarded with 50 system coins. Choose 2, and you will be rewarded with 50 system coins. Ji Xinghe. This time the system was surprisingly evenly divided between the two options. Ji Xinghe, sorry, I need to think about it. Li Jiayi was very grateful that he didn't refuse right away, no problem. Ji Xinghe had just divorced Lin Wanwan, and she was so close to Lin Wanwan. If it wasn't for preparing a special gift for her mother, she would have been embarrassed to disturb Ji Xinghe. Of course, in addition to preparing a special gift for her mother, this kind-hearted girl also wanted to help Ji Xinghe selfishly. From Zhang Yao's persistent gossip yesterday, she learned that Ji Xinghe, who was kicked out of the house, was penniless. When she was surprised at how Ji Xinghe would survive in the future, Lin Wanwan said coldly, "What does it have to do with her? If a man really starves himself to death, it is only his own cowardice and incompetence. 100,000 yuan is just the cost of a meal for Li Jiayi and other rich girls, but it may be of great help to Ji Xinghe." She was actually a little nervous before the call, fearing that Ji Xinghe would think too much because of his strong self-esteem. But after the call, she found that she was the one who thought too much. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded normal, so she felt relieved. Ji Xinghe got up from the large bed, washed, had breakfast, went downstairs at the agreed time, and saw a Maybach parked on the side of the road. Nanxingyu sat in the back seat and motioned for him to get in. Ji Xinghe opened the door and got in the car, sitting next to her. "Are you here early?" Nanxingyu closed the notebook. "No, I just came." "You came down just in time." There was no conversation along the way and we soon arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Familiar Civil Affairs Bureau. Getting a marriage certificate is such a sacred and beautiful thing. But when it comes to Ji Xinghe, it feels a bit like a joke. They got divorced yesterday and are getting married today, just like children playing house. The more Ji Xinghe thought about it, the funnier it became. What's even funnier is that the person who handled their marriage procedures today was actually the same elder sister who handled the divorce procedures for him and Lin Wanwan yesterday. When the eldest sister saw Nanxingyu, her eyes lit up. "Oh, this little girl is so pretty." Everyone loves beauty, and looking at beautiful women is not just a hobby for men, women like it too. The elder sister subconsciously looked at the boy next to Nanxingyu. "Young man, your wife is so beautiful, you are so lucky." Ji Xinghe smiled politely. "Thank you." The eldest sister stared at Ji Xinghe's face in shock. She thought that her eyesight was not blurry. She thought her memory was still okay as she was just 40 years old. So she felt like she had seen this guy yesterday? And she came here to go through divorce procedures. Why could she remember it so clearly? That is because Ji Xinghe and Lin Wanwan are both handsome and beautiful, and when they stand together they are a perfect match. When the two of them came to go through the divorce procedures, the eldest sister was sighing in her heart, thinking, they were such a good couple, how could they not be able to live together? Alas, the young people of today. At this moment, she was also sighing in her heart, oh, the young people nowadays. But regardless of anything else, this guy is very lucky. The girl he met today is more charming and beautiful than yesterday. After getting the marriage certificate, Ji Xinghe stared at the photo on it, wondering, did they get married for the second time in such a confused way? Life is like a play, and a play is like life. Are you done enjoying it? As soon as he finished speaking, Nanxingyu took the marriage certificate from his hand. Ji Xinghe thought to himself, don't you have one too? Nanxingyu stacked the two marriage certificates together and put them in her bag. Let me keep them. There is nothing wrong with Ji Xinghe. The two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau together. I'm going to the company soon. You can go back to the hotel first. I'll pick you up when I get off work. Ji Xinghe stepped his right foot on the last step and was stunned for a moment when he heard the words. Nanxingyu looked over, confused. Ji Xinghe smiled and continued to follow. Carefully, he suppressed the bitterness that came from her spontaneous words, I'll take you home. Ever since his grandfather passed away, there has been no concept of home in Ji Xinghe's world. Even though he later started a family with Lin Wanwan. But that was Lin Wanwan's home, not his home. At best, it was just a cage that trapped him. Nanxingyu walked in front, and the ponytail tied behind her head was coated with a golden luster by the bright sunshine. Ji Xinghe suddenly became full of expectations for his new married life. Miss Nan. Still calling me Miss Nan? Nan Xingyu's tone was light, but there was no intention to be blaming. Ji Xinghe changed his words, Xingyu? The first time he called her name, he felt weird. Nan Xingyu curled the corners of his lips, revealing a faint smile. It's okay if you call me that. What does I'm fine with that mean? What else does she want him to call her? Wife. It was really hard to call out Ji Xinghe. Although they are now a serious couple, there is no need for both parties to emphasize again why they got married in a flash and went from strangers to husband and wife. What did you want to tell me just now? Oh, what I want to say is that I have something to do tomorrow at noon. Will you go home tonight? Yes, if everything goes well, we should be able to go back in the afternoon. Nan Xingyu's eyes curved slightly, then go ahead. Chapter 10 I Have a Father. Before saying goodbye, Nan Xingyu couldn't help but say, Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, Nan Xingyu stood by the car, thought for a moment and then decided, it's okay, I just want to tell you that you don't need to prepare anything, I will ask someone to prepare it, you just need to bring yourself and follow me this afternoon. Ji Xinghe nodded, okay. He thought of something else, who will pick Cici up from school this afternoon? I have nothing to do anyway, why don't I go and pick her up? Isn't the significance of him and Nan Xingyu getting their marriage certificate to accompany Nan Cici as a father and create a healthy family atmosphere for her? Nan Xingyu said, Cici is not in the kindergarten, she is with my grandma. I will pick her up this afternoon and then pick you up. Nan Xingyu asked the driver to take Ji Xinghe to the 5-star hotel where he was staying, and then he went to the company. The street scene outside the window keeps changing. Nan Xingyu propped up his head and stared out the window in a trance. Ji Xinghe's first marriage was very unhappy. This was the fact he and she had determined yesterday. Today she speculated another possibility, his ex-wife was very controlling. Nan Xingyu felt like he was possessed by an evil spirit. The first time I saw Ji Xinghe, I couldn't help but want to explore and study him. She doubted she had seen him before. Unfortunately, I can't remember it. After returning to the hotel, Ji Xinghe contacted Li Jiayi immediately. How many people will be there on the birthday? If there are too many people, Ji Xinghe will be in a difficult position. He was afraid that he couldn't entertain them all by himself. Of course, since he was not short of money, he didn't want the 100,000 yuan. He agreed to it purely to repay a favor. Li Jiayi breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, it's just our family, about 10 of us. Ji Xinghe hesitated. Will Lin Wanwan go? Li Jiayi was stunned for a moment, then realized that he didn't want to see Lin Wanwan. With Lin Wanwan's temper, she would definitely be sarcastic and unhappy when she saw Ji Xinghe, so it was normal for him to have concerns. She explained, my mother doesn't like crowds, so she celebrates her birthday with her family every year and doesn't invite outsiders. Ji Xinghe readily agreed, okay. Li Jiayi thanked him and said, thank you. See you tomorrow. When Zhou Ziyan came back with Lin Jinyang and saw the mess on the floor, his first reaction was that they had entered the wrong door. When Lin Wanwan saw them and glanced at the time, she suddenly realized that she had given Ji Xinghe 10 minutes, but she had actually waited for him for 3 hours. During this period, she broke the bottles and jars worth 6 or 7 figures on the dressing table, smashed the vases, and smashed the expensive imported red wine on the wine cabinet. If she wasn't tired, she would have demolished the house. The reason was simply because Ji Xinghe actually dared to block her. She was almost mad to death, and was eager to find Ji Xinghe to vent her anger, but she soon remembered that she couldn't find Ji Xinghe at all. Zhou Ziyan was surprised and asked, what's wrong? Lin Wanwan regretted not hiring someone to clean up the house in advance, and accidentally let Bai Yueguang see her irritable side. However, the reason did not seem so legitimate. Should she say that she destroyed the house because Ji Xinghe was disobedient? But Ji Xinghe has nothing to do with her anymore, so why should she continue to listen to her? Lin Wanwan understood the truth, but she believed in her heart that Ji Xinghe should be obedient and only listen to her. Lin Wanwan lied casually. Ji Xinghe left fingerprints on these things. I feel dirty when I see them. The reason was a bit far-fetched, but fortunately I managed to get away with it. Zhou Ziyan asked a part-time worker to come and clean up the mess. Lin Wanwan hugged her son in her arms, touched his forehead, and said distressfully, son, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Lin Jinyang was as limp as an eggplant hit by frost. His usual playfulness was gone. Mom, my throat feels like there's a knife in it. It hurts. Lin Wanwan kissed his forehead soothingly. It's okay, take the medicine on time, and you'll get better soon. Ask your dad to make you some millet porridge later. Having said this, Lin Wanwan paused suddenly. Zhou heard it and said cheerfully, "Okay, Yang Yang, Dad will make millet porridge for you later." Lin Wanwan lowered her eyes guiltily. But what she just said was Ji Xinghe. Lin Wanwan once thought that Ji Xinghe was dispensable, but when he really left, she realized that there were traces of him in every aspect of her life. The emotions that Lin Wanwan had suppressed with great difficulty began to rise again. She underestimated Ji Xinghe. He must have been planning this secretly for a long time, deliberately making them get used to him and unable to live without him. Lin Wanwan secretly became angry. "Ji Xinghe, I will never let your conspiracy succeed, and you can never come back. Not only will I not let you come back, I will also stop you from flirting with my bestie if you want to climb up the social ladder." However, has Li Jiayi already contacted Ji Xinghe? Nan Cici, sitting in the child seat, looked at the comic book in her hand intently. The car stopped, she yawned, tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked out the window with a sleepy look on her young face. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she pointed out the window excitedly and shouted to Nanxingyu, "Mom, Mom! I saw my big brother." Ji Xinghe received the call and just walked downstairs. He saw a nanny car slowly stopping in front of him. Nan Cici's little head popped out from behind the lowered car window and she said excitedly, "Big brother, we meet again so soon." Ji Xinghe smiled at her, opened the car door and sat in the back seat. "Little Nan Cici?" The nanny car slid forward smoothly, turned a corner, and merged into the asphalt road with endless traffic. Nan Cici tried to turn her little head back, her little face full of surprise. "Big brother, are you coming to my house as a guest today?" Ji Xinghe nodded seriously. "Yes, then may I ask, little Nan Cici, do you welcome me to your home?" "Welcome, welcome, of course I welcome you." Nan Cici danced with joy and said, "Big brother, you are the first one to visit my home." "Yeah?" Ji Xinghe was quite surprised. As soon as he saw Nanxingyu's cold and lonely look, he seemed to understand. Someone as aloof as Nanxingyu probably doesn't have many friends in life. She looks difficult to approach at first glance. "Big brother, when did you become such good friends with my mom?" "If you and my mom are good friends, then are we also good friends?" Ji Xinghe was about to say of course, but Nanxingyu interrupted and said, "No." Nan Cici's face, which was full of anticipation, suddenly fell. She felt wronged. "Why? Just because you are adults and I am a child, I can't be friends with Big brother?" Nanxingyu reached out and brushed aside the messy hair on her forehead, "Because from now on, you can no longer call him Big brother, you have to call him Dad instead." Ji Xinghe. So straightforward? He also thought that in order to help Nan Cici better adapt to his presence, Nanxingyu would spend some time guiding her. I didn't expect her way of handling it would be so simple and crude. Nan Cici was stunned for a long time. Her little head couldn't understand for a moment, how come her older brother suddenly became her father? She has a father? She's finally going to have a father? He is her favorite big brother, she is so happy. Did it scare her? Ji Xinghe looked at Nan Cici with worry, her face tense, and she ran away as soon as she got home. After Nanxingyu told her to call him Dad, the little girl has remained silent until now. "It's okay." Nanxingyu put down her bag and looked at Ji Xinghe, who was standing at the threshold without coming in. She laughed dumbly. "Come in?" As he said this, he put down a pair of brand new men's slippers. Ji Xinghe thought of what Nanxingyu said, that he only needed to take himself with him, and indeed he had prepared everything in detail. This is a top-notch high-end residential complex located in the most luxurious area of City S. The price per square meter is tens of thousands more expensive than Lin Wanwan's large flat. Just go downstairs and walk for 10 minutes to reach the most prosperous district in City S. It is the center of S City. Different from the French princess style that Lin Wanwan loves, Nanxingyu's home is decorated in warm colors, and every corner is carefully decorated, which is very cozy. Chapter 11. Dad, you must always love Mom. This place is close to the company and the kindergarten that Cici will go to, and Cici and I are the only ones living here. This house is the smallest and the most cozy, so we will live here for the next few years. Of course, if you think this place is too small, we can move to a bigger house. Ji Xinghe felt that Nanxingyu was being too Versailles, but then he thought that he, a poor loser, was too sensitive. She was just stating the facts. As a female CEO with an annual income of over 100 million, isn't it normal for her to have a few more and bigger houses? Ji Xinghe was flattered. Nanxingyu was actually asking for his opinion. "No, I think this place is fine. It looks like it's over 200 square meters, enough for living." And he's not being jealous. He just doesn't like living in a house that is too big, especially when there are few people living there. It feels empty, and even the heart feels empty, which makes people feel insecure. Ji Xinghe looked around subconsciously and suddenly thought of a question that he seemed to have to think about. Which room does he stay in at night? He and Nan Xingyu got their marriage certificate, so even without the wedding process, they were legally married. But even though Nan Xingyu had not had any form of post-marriage behavior restrictions with him, it still couldn't change the fact that they were a fake couple. Nan Xingyu pointed to a door. That's Cece's room. Ji Xinghe guessed it, because Nan Cece went through that door as soon as she came in, and closed the door like a smart kid, and no one knew what she was doing inside at this moment. Nan Xingyu pointed to the door on the left of Nan Cece and said, "That room is yours." At this moment, Nan Cece's door opened. "Mom, I want to go buy some delicious food. Can I ask my big brother, can I ask my dad to take me there?" At the critical moment, Nan Cece changed her words. Seeing Nan Cece leaving holding Ji Xinghe's hand, Nan Xingyu felt mixed emotions. Now that you have a dad, you don't need a mom anymore? It would be a lie to say I'm not jealous. But more of it is happiness. She seemed to have seen that Nan Cece was becoming more and more dependent on Ji Xinghe, and finally developed a bond with him, to the point where Ji Xinghe couldn't bear to leave her anymore. Just let Ji Xinghe go when he finds his true love? That was just an excuse to make him let down his guard. She didn't understand the true source of her obsession with him. She wanted to hold him tightly and never let go. Little Nan Cece's little hand was obediently held in Ji Xinghe's big hand. In order to take care of her short legs, Ji Xinghe slowed down. He lowered his head to look at Nan Cece, who just happened to look up at him. Their eyes met, and Nan Cece's eyes were staring blankly. Ji Xinghe simply squatted down and looked her in the eye. "Cece, don't you want me to be your father?" Nan Cece was stunned for a moment, shaking her head like a rattle, with her pigtails swinging left and right. No. I'm so happy that big brother can be my dad." Ji Xinghe said, "But I don't feel your happiness?" Nan Cece lowered her head for a while, then raised her head and asked Ji Xinghe in a milky voice, "Daddy, do you like my mom?" Ji Xinghe. Like. Nan Cece lowered her head, her hands nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. "Dad, I can promise you that I will be very, very good in the future and will never do anything naughty." The little girl was timid, completely different from the girl who happily called him big brother before. Ji Xinghe asked gently, "What's wrong, Cece?" "Don't be afraid, we will be a family in the future, you can tell me anything." His words encouraged Nan Cece, who raised her head and asked, "Don't you mind my mother bringing me along as a burden?" Now it was Ji Xinghe's turn to be stunned. He stared at Nan Cece in a daze. It's hard to believe that these words came from a little girl who was supposed to be innocent, and indeed was. The child's trying hard to be serious made Ji Xinghe feel inexplicably sad and distressed. "Who told you this about being a burden or not?" "At my great-grandmother's, an aunt told me that I was a burden, and that my mother couldn't find a husband because of me. Even if she did find one, he would love my mother's money instead of her as a person." Cece. Ji Xinghe held her shoulders with a serious look on his face. Nan Cece looked at him blankly, and Ji Xinghe then discovered that there was a crystal-clear tear hanging on her long curly eyelashes. Ji Xinghe didn't know who Nan Cece's biological father was, nor did he know what Nan Xingyu's emotional experience was. He didn't intend to ask, and at the same time he felt that he was not qualified to ask. He looked into her eyes and said word by word, "Cece, you are not a burden, you are a little angel that we all love. I am your father because..." He made up his mind. "This is called a white lie. Of course I love your mother, and Cece thinks that big brother is a person who only loves money?" Although, the pocket money given by Nan Xingyu did make him extremely excited, but if the target was changed to Lin Wanwan and her son, really, it's not that Ji Xinghe is raising his own value. Even if Lin Wanwan gave him 100 million a month, he would not want to live that kind of dark and undignified life anymore. He was afraid that he would live to earn the money but not to spend it. If you die suddenly from depression without paying attention, it would be more trouble than it is worth. Nan Cece's eyes widened in surprise. "Then big brother, oh, no, then daddy, will you love my mom forever?" "You will be with my mom forever and won't let her be alone, okay?" Ji Xinghe silently thought to himself that this was not a lie, it was a white lie, and he nodded, "Of course." "Then let us make a pinky promise and it's a deal." Nan Cece happily stretched out her cute little finger. Ji Xinghe stretched out his little finger, which was much longer than hers, and solemnly hooked it around her soft little finger. It was as if a pure white feather floated into the lake of his heart, causing gentle ripples on the surface of the lake. "We've made a promise to each other that we won't change for 100 years. Are there angels in this world?" Of course. For example, the child he is holding right now is a super cute kid named Nancy. For the sake of her daughter, Nan Qingyu can get married with a strange man who her daughter is willing to be close to. For her mother's sake, the daughter secretly promised her new father that she would be a good boy, fearing that her new father would dislike her and make her mother unhappy. Ji Xinghe's heart seemed to be soaked in a bowl of warm lemon water, sour yet warm. Suddenly he had an impulse, wishing he could stay with such a lovely child forever. This is only the first day. He thought that if the day came when he had to leave, he would definitely be reluctant to leave. In the evening, little Nancy climbed into bed and went to sleep before 10 o'clock. Nan Qingyu said that she usually went to bed very early, at the latest at 9 o'clock, but today she went to bed late because she was too excited about having a father. Ji Xinghe thought about how he had to tell one story after another with his throat hoarse every night to coax little Lin Jingyang to sleep around 11 o'clock, and he became more and more certain that Nancy was a little angel. Nancy fell asleep, and the aunties who were responsible for cleaning and cooking had all gone home after get off work, leaving only Ji Xinghe and Nan Qingyu in the huge living room. Nan Qingyu returned home, changed into loose and comfortable light blue home clothes, and sat on the sofa. She obviously had something to say to Ji Xinghe. Cici will be going to kindergarten for the first day tomorrow. Please take the trouble to pick her up and drop her off. Only then did Ji Xinghe realize that Nancy was frail and sickly and had never attended school for a single day. After recuperation and careful care, she gradually became stronger. In addition, at her own strong request, Nan Qingyu contacted the kindergarten and she will officially enroll tomorrow. Coincidentally, the kindergarten that Nancy was about to attend was the same one as Lin Jinyang's. Yesterday, Nancy was very curious about her kindergarten, so Nan Qingyu asked her aunt to take her to have a look. However, the irresponsible aunt lost Nancy and she met Ji Xinghe by accident. Chapter 12, A Trick of Retreating to Advance. Little Nancy officially entered the kindergarten. For Nan Qingyu and Ji Xinghe, it was more formal than the enrollment of college students. Early in the morning, Nan Qingyu dressed her in a beautiful and comfortable long-sleeved floral dress, braided her hair, put on a sparkling crystal hairpin, and sent her to kindergarten with Ji Xinghe. They went there early on purpose, and the head teacher and the middle grade teacher of Nancy's class came out personally to pick her up. When he saw the teacher, Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. It was not from Lin Jinyang's class. That was good. Lin Jinyang was spoiled and lawless. Ji Xinghe's parents were called to the school at least twice a week. Either the teacher reported that Ji Xinghe was too naughty and difficult to discipline, or he had to humbly apologize to the parents of other children who had been bullied. Day after day, he never straightened up after bending over to face other children's parents. He had no right to discipline Lin Jinyang, and Lin Wanwan didn't have to face the cold eyes and anger of those parents, who didn't care about their son's skin at all. If this brat is Ji Xinghe's biological son, Ji Xinghe can beat him 18 times a day until he changes. If Nancy was really in the same class with Lin Jinyang, Ji Xinghe would definitely suggest that Nan Qingyu switch classes with her. Nancy is a soft and harmless little princess. If she is bullied by Lin Jinyang, he will not forgive her. After forgetting to pick up his son on the first day, Zhou Zian, as if to make up for his mistake, obviously paid more attention to Lin Jinyang. Even though he had to rush to the company, he took the initiative to take on the task of sending Lin Jinyang to kindergarten. But if Lin Wanwan is relied upon to take the child to school, then Lin Jinyang will probably be late every day. Lin Wanwan was used to having nothing to do and had no concept of time. She slept until she woke up naturally every day. Lin Jinyang suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. "Dad, I think I saw Dad." Zhou Zian looked over and saw a man bending down and getting into a Maybach. The silhouette looks a bit like Ji Xinghe. But how could it be Ji Xinghe? That poor, lowly creature. Lin Jinyang kept muttering, "I saw my dad, that's my dad." Zhou Zian's face darkened. "Yang, how many times do I have to tell your mom before you remember that I am your father? Why do you look so haggard today?" At the Lin family, Lin's mother looked at her daughter with a distressed look on her face, and she was furious. "How does Ji Xinghe take care of you every day? It's too much. Call him and ask him to come over immediately. I will have a good talk with him. I haven't slept well for 2 days in a row. How can my qi and blood be good?" Lin Wanwan lowered her head to eat. The taste was not as good as that made by Ji Xinghe, but the cook at home was an elderly person in the family. She had eaten this for many years before she moved out. It was a taste that was engraved in her genes and did not make her picky and difficult to swallow. After giving Li Jiayi Ji Xinghe's contact information, Lin Wanwan felt like she was possessed. She was furious when she thought of Ji Xinghe, who was obediently bowing his head in front of her while looking for a new employer for himself. She dared to guarantee that if Ji Xinghe was right in front of her, she would make Ji Xinghe pay for it. Mother Lin kept complaining about Ji Xinghe. If you hadn't been so determined to be with him, and to give birth to this evil child in your belly, and to give birth to Yang Yang, your father and I would never have accepted him as our son-in-law no matter what. The fact that Lin Wanwan and Ji Xinghe were together shocked many people. Forget about being well-matched, except for his looks, the Lin family's son-in-law is really nothing. Many people think that Lin Wanwan was young and ignorant and was deceived. But Lin Wanwan was obsessed with love and insisted on being with him. Over the years, I've seen him as an honest and dutiful child, gentle and considerate, caring and attentive. Even though he's not well off, your father and I have reluctantly accepted him. But what's wrong with him now? Could it be that he thinks that since the child is grown up and you can't run away, he's starting to slack off? Lin Wanwan was a little annoyed by her mother's nagging. The main reason is that she feels annoyed whenever she thinks of Ji Xinghe. I wish I could cut him into pieces to vent my hatred. Mom, can you please stop talking about him? Lin's mother, who didn't understand what was going on, misinterpreted these words as protection and shook her head. Lin Wanwan was afraid that her mother would continue to nag her and she would not be able to control the anger running through her heart, so she asked Zhang Yao to go shopping with her. Li Jiayi said she had something to do? She wasn't busy being affectionate with the handsome guy, was she? Rather than an analysis, it is more like Zhang Yao is just gossiping and does not miss any opportunity to fabricate or belittle Li Jiayi and Ji Xinghe. Although she and Li Jiayi have always maintained superficial harmony, that is just an illusion. Zhang Yao can't stand Li Jiayi's aloofness, and Li Jiayi can't stand Zhang Yao's pettiness and gossip-mongering. Because their families are partners in business, they have to keep in touch to maintain family relationships. Otherwise, if they meet in real life, they will be too lazy to talk to each other. I really find it hard to understand. Doesn't she usually look very noble and pretentious? Why does she like to pick up other people's second-hand goods so much? Lin Wanwan felt that, strictly speaking, Ji Xinghe was not actually second-hand goods. He stayed with her at the age of 18, and had no chance to meet other women. He was a divorced man in name, but in fact he was still a pure virgin. She suddenly thought, how come Li Jiayi got such a good deal? Wanwan, if you ask me, your anger now is actually playing into Ji Xinghe's hands. Zhang Yao whined thoughtfully. What do you mean? Lin Wanwan was confused. Ji Xinghe is deliberately with Li Jiayi just to attract your attention. But Jiayi is also young and beautiful, and has a good family background. You are stupid. Think about it yourself. Even if Li Jiayi is horny and really likes Ji Xinghe, she is just playing around with him. Can she really get married with him? But what if Jiayi is love-brained and wants to marry no one but Ji Xinghe? Lin Wanwan herself didn't realize that when she raised this possibility, there was a hint of panic in her tone that she herself didn't even notice. Zhang Yao was only concerned with expressing her own views, so naturally she didn't notice her abnormality. Even if Li Jiayi really wants to marry Ji Xinghe, she won't be able to get past his parents. But it's different with you. You and him have been married, and so much time has passed. No matter how reluctant your uncle and aunt were at the beginning, they have to accept this reality now. So only by returning to you can he continue to maintain his wealth and achieve a class leap. How could he not understand such a simple truth? Lin Wanwan felt that Zhang Yao's analysis made sense. At this moment, she didn't realize at all that when Zhou Ziyan hadn't come back before, her mind was full of Zhou Ziyan. Now that Zhou Ziyan is back, her mind is filled with thoughts about Ji Xinghe, the person she despised the most and whom she had personally driven away. She smiled contemptuously. That's right, if I wasn't in a hurry to find a tool, with Ji Xinghe's family conditions, how could he have the chance to meet someone like her from the upper class? When she chased him away, he was decisive because he knew it was useless to pester her. The relief on his face the moment he got the divorce certificate was definitely a deliberate trick he did for her to show her. He blocked her because he was definitely angry that she divorced him for Zhou Ziyan. Ridiculous, is he worthy of being compared with Zhou Ziyan? Lin Wanwan felt a little better, but the inexplicable knot in her heart was still there, bothering her and making her always restless and unable to muster the energy to do anything. Chapter 13, Strange Ji Xinghe. After sending Nan Cici to kindergarten, Nan Xingyu went to the company, and Ji Xinghe took a taxi to Li's house. The Li family prepared all kinds of ingredients, and several aunts helped out. Picking, washing, cutting, and chopping were all done by people, and Ji Xinghe only needed to cook. He had never received such treatment with Lin Wanwan. When he went to have dinner with his father-in-law and mother-in-law with Lin Wanwan from time to time, Ji Xinghe had no chance to sit at the table and enjoy the leisurely dinner time with everyone. The kitchen is his home turf. It is normal for him to prepare more than 10 or 20 dishes by himself. When he finally finished his work, everyone had almost finished eating and were sitting together happily chatting and playing with the children. He sat quietly at the dining table and ate what everyone had left. This is how he has been living for so many years. It can't be said that he is used to it, it can only be said that he has no right to resist. 2 million, for a rich girl like Lin Wanwan, is just a sports car that can be replaced at any time. But for Ji Xinghe, a small-time man with no money and power, it is a heavy mountain that makes him breathless and deprives him of his freedom and self-esteem. Fortunately, that is now a thing of the past. He cooked the meal with ease and even had time to exchange a few words with Li Jiayi, who came into the kitchen to greet him. Li Jiayi's eyes lit up slightly when she saw the radiant Ji Xinghe. It felt like a jewel that was once shining brightly, but was forgotten in a corner and covered with dust. After many years, the dust was wiped off and it shone brightly again. What a spirited young talent! He is completely different from the taciturn and lonely Ji Xinghe in her memory. For a moment, Li Jiayi seemed to see the high-spirited boy in high school through the 6 years of time. Although Ji Xinghe was also poor at that time, there was a light in his eyes that showed his longing for the future. When he dropped out of school and became the father of Lin Wanwan's child, the light in his eyes disappeared. What a sin! Li Jiayi sighed. Maybe this matter is really unfair to Ji Xinghe, but no matter what, it is a matter of mutual consent between them, so how can outsiders interfere? All Li Jiayi could do was to say a few fair words for Ji Xinghe when Lin Wanwan humiliated him in front of them, risking offending Lin Wanwan. Now seeing the long-lost starlight appearing in Ji Xinghe's eyes, Li Jiayi felt truly happy for him. Thank you. My mother is very happy today. Please add me as your friend and I will transfer the reward to you. Li Jiayi lowered her head and turned on her cell phone. Ji Xinghe refused. No, it's my honor to be loved by you, auntie. I don't need your reward. Seeing that he didn't seem to be being polite, Li Jiayi got anxious. How can that be possible? How can I let you work for nothing? Do you think it's too little? How about this? No, I've always wanted to thank you. Li Jiayi understood something and said angrily, I didn't do anything, so it's okay to add me as a friend, right? Ji Xinghe just smiled politely and said nothing. Li Jiayi knew what was going on and knew it was something she had expected. She didn't feel disappointed or embarrassed at all. Although she did have a crush on Ji Xinghe. But she is not one of those rich girls in the circle who likes to play around and seek excitement. She is very rational and doesn't want to think about impossible things. Ji Xinghe has no prejudice against Li Jiayi herself. On the contrary, he was actually very grateful to her. Although Li Jiayi is a girl from a wealthy family, she is gentle and good-tempered, without any arrogance. Ji Xinghe had a good impression of her. But that's all. She was from Lin Wanwan's circle, and he didn't want to have too much interaction with her. Li Jiayi changed the subject naturally. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me, my mother has been thinking about the chicken soup that Wanwan brought over for a long time. At this point, Li Jiayi discovered that although Ji Xinghe looked normal, his eyes were indifferent. She stopped talking in time and realized that it was because she accidentally mentioned Lin Wanwan. Li Jiayi sighed inwardly. Others may not know Lin Wanwan's temper, but she grew up with Lin Wanwan and knows it very well. Spoiled and willful, doing whatever I want. Only in front of Zhou Ziyan can she show her gentle side. Ji Xinghe must have suffered a lot at Lin Wanwan's hands, which left him with a lot of psychological trauma. Since Ji Xinghe refused to accept any reward, Li Jiayi prepared a gift for Ji Xinghe. Fearing that Li Jiayi would have a psychological burden, Ji Xinghe accepted it. Ji Xinghe used the excuse that he had something to do to politely decline Li Jiayi's invitation to stay for dinner. He said goodbye and left, and Li Jiayi saw him off personally. Just then, a call came to Li Jiayi's cell phone. Seeing the caller ID, Li Jiayi looked at Ji Xinghe with a slightly strange expression. Hello, Wanwan? Hearing this, Ji Xinghe walked forward expressionlessly. Spa treatment? Sorry, Wanwan, I have something to do today and can't leave. What are you talking about? Not knowing what Lin Wanwan said inside, Li Jiayi said speechlessly, I really have something to do and can't leave, please stop talking nonsense, okay? After hanging up the phone, Li Jiayi saw Ji Xinghe walk out of the villa gate, turned around and waved at her, and left without looking back. Li Jiayi stopped walking when she saw this. Lin Wanwan's words were still ringing in her ears. She shook her head helplessly. The premonition that Lin Wanwan would regret it in the future became stronger and stronger. Never mind, it has nothing to do with her. After watching Ji Xingha's figure disappear around the corner, Li Jiayi turned around and walked back. Go back and eat. She hasn't eaten enough yet. By the way, Ji Xingha's cooking skills are really good. This damn girl Lin Wanwan eats too well every day? If it were her, she would not be willing to let Ji Xingha go because of his superb cooking skills. Love brain is terrible. What's even more terrible is, if this love brain suddenly realizes one day that it has fallen in love with someone else unknowingly, and the focus of its attention has shifted from its white moonlight to the poor boy whom it despises. I wonder how it will feel. Even though Lin Wanwan openly and secretly criticized Ji Xingha, Li Jiayi discovered through the contact over the past 2 days that Lin Wanwan cared about Ji Xingha without realizing it. Ji Xingha walked leisurely under the bright and warm spring sun and took out his cell phone to make a call. 2 minutes ago, Nanxingyu sent him a text message, saying that she had arranged for a designer to come to his house to tailor spring clothes for him, and asked when he could go back. The call was connected. Ji Xingha opened his mouth. We just parted, and you're already missing each other? Ji Xingha met a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. He was very familiar with these eyes. A Mercedes was parked next to a willow tree that was sprouting new buds. Lin Wanwan was sitting in the driver's seat with the window half lowered, revealing her expressionless face. Ji Xingha looked away expressionlessly and continued walking forward. I'm ready to go back now. Ji Xingha. Lin Wanwan suddenly raised her voice and interrupted Ji Xingha again. Ji Xingha frowned. He was also familiar with her tone at this time. This means that a storm is coming. But things are different now. Once the divorce certificate is received and the contract ends, they have nothing to do with each other anymore, and he is not willing to pay any attention to her at all. Nanxingyu's voice came from the microphone. Are you in trouble over there? Send me the location and I'll send someone to check it out. Nanxingyu on the other end of the phone also heard Lin Wanwan's voice. Ji Xingha was about to say it was okay when he heard a bang from behind. Lin Wanwan slammed the car door and chased out. Ji Xingha was speechless. In fact, he had long felt that this woman was ill, so when could she go to the hospital to have her brain checked out? It's okay, I can handle it. He turned around and looked at Lin Wanwan, who was chasing him angrily. He calmly watched her raise her arm, then raised his hand and grasped her wrist accurately. He never wanted to experience such a humiliating slap in the face again. Lin Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Ji Xingha, do you want to rebel? You actually dare to fight back? Ji Xingha pushed her away and said, Lin Wanwan, I don't really want to argue with a woman. The warning was given in a flat tone, and there was little change in expression, but the deterrent effect it produced was no less than that of harsh words. Lin Wanwan staggered back 2 steps, her heart filled with turmoil. It's not an illusion, Ji Xingha looks so strange. Lin Wanwan suddenly felt like she had just met him for the first day. Chapter 14, Who is he? Lin Wanwan was stunned for only 2 seconds, then she reacted quickly, looked at Ji Xingha and sneered, Ji Xingha, stop it. The more you do this, the more I hate you. Ji Xingha was puzzled and said in a cold tone, whether you like me or not, what does it have to do with me? No, please don't like me. Who needs to be liked by a crazy woman? It's funny. He thinks it's unlucky. Lin Wanwan stared at him closely. The unfamiliar Ji Xingha made her feel inexplicably uneasy. Without realizing it, something was slipping out of her control, and she tried desperately to grab it, afraid that if she let go, she would never be able to catch it again. Her eyes fell on the beautifully wrapped gift box in his hand. Lin Wanwan mocked him, I really underestimated you. It seems that Li Jiayi loves you very much? But I might as well remind you that Li Jiayi is not a high-ranking official, and she just thinks it's new and is just playing with you. Do you really think she likes you? No matter how dumb Ji Xingha was, he now realized that Lin Wanwan had misunderstood the relationship between him and Li Jiayi. He was stunned at first. Isn't Li Jiayi her best friend? How could she describe Li Jiayi as such a casual girl? Then he remembered that she was Lin Wanwan, the one who would make him stand facing the wall all night in thin pajamas and barefoot on the terrace with the windows wide open in the cold winter when the north wind was howling whenever he did something wrong. Even if he caught a bad cold the next day and felt dizzy and about to faint in the next second, he still had to prepare 3 meals a day for them and their child on time, and be scolded by her as a waste in the end. People like her don't deserve to have friends. Ji Xingha didn't care about being slandered, he just felt it was not worth it for Li Jiayi. It's not what you think. Li Jiayi and I have nothing to do with each other. Ji Xinghe frowned. He didn't want the innocent Li Jiayi to be implicated. He had no intention of getting entangled with Lin Wanwan, so he asked a question. Does Zhou Ziyan know that you met with me in private? Don't forget, no matter what, I am your ex-husband who you have lived with for 6 years. Without waiting for Lin Wanwan to answer, Ji Xinghe turned and left. He was reminding Lin Wanwan, don't you care about your Bai Yue Guang's feelings? Then stop pestering your ex-husband like me and making him unhappy. However, to Lin Wanwan's ears, it became he is really jealous of a yen. So funny, what right does he have to be jealous of a yen? He deliberately mixed with Li Jiayi, wasn't it just to provoke me, huh, isn't it childish and ridiculous? Li Jiayi drove out of her house and was arrogantly blocked by a Mercedes-Benz. Li Jiayi glanced at the license plate, raised her eyebrows in surprise, rolled down the window, and looked at the other person with a smile. Wanwan, stop making trouble, I have to go to the store quickly, there are many things waiting for me to deal with. Another day I must accompany you to have fun, how about it? Unlike Lin Wanwan and Zhang Yao, who are rich girls who only know how to enjoy life, Li Jiayi is starting a business and opened a hot pot restaurant. She is very busy. Lin Wanwan said nothing, just looked at her coldly. Li Jiayi finally realized something was wrong. She put away the relaxed smile on her face and frowned slightly. What's wrong, Wanwan? The corners of Lin Wanwan's lips curled up in a mocking arc, and her sarcastic tone seemed to be calling for accusation. What do you think, Miss Li? Li Jiayi was lost in thought, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. How long have you been here? Lin Wanwan's smile deepened. About an hour? Li Jiayi. Ji Xinghe left just an hour ago. Lin Wanwan must have seen it. After figuring this out, Li Jiayi was not panicked. After all, Ji Xinghe was originally Lin Wanwan's tool, and they are now divorced. Even if she and Ji Xinghe have been in contact privately, the man is not married and the woman is not married, so what's wrong with that in a fair and just world? She had asked Lin Wanwan for the contact information in a fair and open manner. She is open and honest and has a clear conscience. Lin Wanwan looked surprised. Jiayi, don't you have anything to tell me? Li Jiayi asked back with a smile. What do you want me to say to you? Lin Wanwan couldn't help but ask, you rejected me because of Ji Xinghe? Li Jiayi shook her head, of course not. Lin Wanwan sneered, I saw it with my own eyes, and you still dare to deny it? Li Jiayi, I treat you as a friend, but what do you think of me? I just thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you to really care about him and even brought him home. So, you've met his parents. Are your uncle and aunt satisfied with my ex-husband? Li Jiayi looked at her silently. Lin Wanwan just thought she was feeling guilty and sneered. Li Jiayi suddenly whispered, Wanwan, I asked Ji Xinghe to come to my house. What does this have to do with you? How come it has nothing to do with me? Wanwan, don't forget that you and Ji Xinghe are divorced. You are a fake couple, and you have Zhou Ziyan by your side now. Li Jiayi's reminder made Lin Wanwan angry and ashamed. What Zhang Yao said is indeed right. Did Ji Xinghe drug you? For him, you are willing to disregard our years of friendship and go against me? Li Jiayi looked at Lin Wanwan and magically thought of high school. There was a time when Lin Wanwan was also so angry. At that time, she and Zhou Ziyan were still in the ambiguous stage where the window paper had not been broken. A girl who had a crush on Zhou Ziyan said a few more words to him in the name of asking about homework, and was accidentally seen by Lin Wanwan. After many years, Li Jiayi saw the same frustration in Lin Wanwan again, but this time, it was for Ji Xinghe. Li Jiayi sighed helplessly, you think too much. My mother's birthday is today, and I invited him to come to my house to cook a meal. But Wanwan, you and Ji Xinghe can go your own way. It seems that it is his freedom to contact whoever he wants and do whatever he wants. Are you sure you are not jealous? Lin Wanwan felt annoyed when she heard Li Jiayi imply that she was not qualified to manage Ji Xinghe. After hearing the latter part, she felt like she had heard a huge joke and was about to refute, but Li Jiayi spoke before she could. Wanwan, I think you should ask yourself, are you still obsessed with Zhou Ziyan, or do you care more about Ji Xinghe in the daily life? Lin Wanwan couldn't stand people comparing Zhou Ziyan to Ji Xinghe, so she frowned and asked, who the hell is he? The he here naturally refers to Ji Xinghe. Li Jiayi shrugged. Because they grew up together, she could only help her to this extent. Since she was still stubborn, there was nothing more she could say. But back on topic. Li Jiayi recalled Ji Xinghe's rejection of Lin Wanwan. Even if Lin Wanwan realized how important Ji Xinghe was to her, unless she changed completely and got rid of her bad temper, Ji Xinghe would not look back. Ji Xinghe returned home. Is he a family man now? Not long after, a famous designer came with several assistants to measure his body shape. He was called Mr. G all the time, and his service attitude was so good that he was flattered. Ji Xinghe felt like he was in a dream, jumping from a poor wretch without any dignity to a superior person in the eyes of the world. A phone call brought him back to reality. His father seldom called him, and even if he did, it was not to keep in touch or to ask about his well-being. It can be said that I never call him unless it's necessary. His father said that he had been suffering from severe back pain recently and that acupuncture had not helped. He asked him to ask Lin Wanwan if she knew any relevant experts and could help arrange some. Ji Xinghe was silent for a moment, and then said bluntly that he and Lin Wanwan had divorced. He had spoken to Lin Wanwan before because of his father's request, and every time he was severely ridiculed by Lin Wanwan. The father got anxious when he heard this. Divorced? What's going on? Ji Xinghe didn't want to tell his father about the bad things he had gone through over the years. What had already happened, even if it was made public, even if he gained the sympathy of everyone in the world, could it reverse history and change his past fate? Since he can't do that, if he can, he would like to bear it silently by himself, digest it slowly, and try to forget it. Chapter 15, Make him kneel and admit his mistake. Ji Xinghe felt that he had made himself very clear. Unexpectedly, his father called Lin Wanwan to verify the matter without his knowledge. Furious, Lin Wanwan made a decision. Wasn't everything Ji Xinghe did just to attract her attention and get back with her? She looked at the house that she had once again made a mess of. It was not impossible. Anyway, their family of 3 needs someone to serve them. As for Zhou Zian, she can convince him. Just as she slowly let out a breath of air because she had finally found a way to punish Ji Xinghe, her cell phone rang. The caller ID made Lin Wanwan raise her well-groomed eyebrows slightly. She snorted contemptuously, and only answered the call calmly when the other party was about to lose patience. Ms. Lin, Xinghe said that you divorced him. Is this true? The person who spoke had a flattering tone, and was cautiously seeking confirmation. Oh, he realized that he had gone too far and really annoyed her, and was afraid that she would really ignore him in the future, so he sought external help? It's funny, doesn't he know that his flattering and incompetent father is nothing to her? Lin Wanwan had made up her mind that even if she was kind enough to let Ji Xinghe come back, he would have to kneel in front of her and swear to be her dog for the rest of his life. Tell him to be disobedient. Lin Wanwan said in a noble and cold manner, yes. These few words seemed to be a death sentence for the man on the other end of the phone, Ji Xinghe's father. After a long while, Ji's father's voice, filled with shame, was heard again. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. It must be that the brat Xinghe didn't do well enough. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please be magnanimous and give him another chance, okay? Lin Wanwan lazily curled up on the sofa, admiring her newly done manicure, and said coldly, Do you think I'm playing house with your son? I'm sorry, Miss Lin. Please don't be angry. I have already scolded him. Being the son-in-law of your Lin family is a blessing he earned in his previous life. He doesn't even know how to cherish it. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Wanwan snorted coldly and said nothing. How about this? I'll make Xinghe kneel down in front of you and admit his fault. He'll keep kneeling until you forgive him. Of all the words that Ji's father said, the last one made Lin Wanwan feel most comfortable. She began to imagine the scene of Ji Xinghe kneeling before her in a humble and pitiful manner, crying and begging for her forgiveness. What did I tell you before? Take good care of them. They are a wealthy family. You will have a good life in the future. Don't tell me that there is a rift in the relationship. We have been together for 6 years. What else can there be? It must be that you didn't do well enough and they disliked you. Go and apologize to me now. Kneel down and apologize. No matter what you do, you must get Miss Lin's forgiveness. Ji Xinghe listened silently to his father's angry orders on the phone. He stood tensely in front of the French window, his empty eyes revealing a hint of sadness. He felt that he was very naive before. The moment Lin Wanwan kicked him out, he was penniless and had difficulty finding a foothold in society, and the first person he thought of was his father. He only has his father as a relative, so when he is in trouble, he will naturally think of him first. He would first borrow some money from his father, and would pay it back as soon as he had money. He was an adult, and would try his best to support himself no matter what, and would not become the kind of person who depended on his parents for support, which he despised. Judging from the current situation, if he really goes to ask his father for help, not only will he not get any comfort from him, he may also be taken to Lin Wanwan by him to kneel down and apologize. But what was he wrong about? Xingha. Xingha? Did you hear me? Being able to marry Miss Lin is the blessing you earned in your previous life, but you still don't know how to live a good life. I think you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Don't think I'm being rude, I'm doing this for your own good. Miss Lin is an only child. If you coax her well, won't all the property in their family be yours in the future? You will have everything you want in the future. What kind of good life can't you live? Hurry up and apologize to me. Hearing this, Ji Xingha lowered his head and smiled softly at himself. Dad, I didn't do anything wrong, why should I ask for her forgiveness? You didn't do anything wrong, so why doesn't she want you anymore? It must be you who did something wrong. Stop talking nonsense, I'm telling you, if you can't get Miss Lin's forgiveness, we will sever our father-son relationship. Ji Xingha's frustration and grievances continued to ferment in his heart due to his father's repeated accusations. When he heard the warning of severing ties, with a bang, the swelling emotions finally couldn't hold and exploded, making him tremble with fear, his hands and feet cold, and his whole body shaking. When the dust settled, he curled his lips and calmly interrupted his father. Dad, why did I get married with her back then? Others don't know, have you forgotten it too? Then you have turned a disaster into a blessing, and become their son-in-law, right? Don't be ungrateful. For a family as rich as theirs, what kind of son-in-law can they not find? After a long time, Ji Wanwan said this. Ji Xingha trembled and said, a blessing in disguise? Do you think I have been enjoying myself all these years? And don't forget how much I paid for this. I missed the college entrance examination and now I am a good-for-nothing who can't even find a decent job. Ji Wanwan raised his voice, even if you take the college entrance examination, what will happen? Can you get into university with your grades? If you can't get into university, you will still be a good-for-nothing waste. Ji Xingha's nails dug deep into the flesh of his palm. He couldn't believe his ears. Is this what Ji Wanwan, his father, should say to him? Admittedly, he admitted that his father had not fulfilled many of his obligations to him over the years, and he even suspected many times that his father had forgotten that he had a son like him. But he never forgot that he had his father as his only relative in this world. His father has his own life and his own life. He never dared to expect much fatherly love from his father, but he sincerely hoped that his father would be well. So when his father looked helpless and cried in pain in front of him, saying that he would probably go to jail if he couldn't pay the compensation and his life would be ruined, his heart was wrenched and he cried secretly all night. Lin Wanwan found him, and he resolutely dropped out of school amid the shock and regret of his teachers and classmates. In order to fulfill his father's life, he sacrificed his own life without hesitation. But in the end, what did the father, whom he saved with his own life, say to him? They said he was a good-for-nothing who couldn't get into college even if he took the college entrance exam. Ji Xingha chose to drop out of school voluntarily. On the night of the college entrance examination, when he silently shed tears mourning his youth, he had no resentment in his heart. When Lin Wanwan, who was in a bad mood, splashed hot water on his face, he felt no resentment. When Lin Wanwan half-truthfully instigated Lin Jingyang to call him a waste for fun, he felt no resentment. This was his own choice. As a man, he was willing to take responsibility for his own life. But at this moment, listening to Ji Wanwan's contemptuous comments about him, he suddenly felt unworthy of himself. This is the father that he sacrificed his own life to save? He regretted it. Ji Xingha was so angry that he calmed down instead. I haven't even taken the college entrance examination, how do you know I can't get into college? Ji Wanwan, do you know how I study normally? How many points can I get in the exam? Let me ask you, what do you know? Also, how dare you rely on your status as an elder to criticize me? If I hadn't given you that 2 million, how could you be who you are now? Chapter 16, Severing the Father-Son Relationship. Ji Wanwan was dumbfounded. He probably didn't expect that his son, who was usually gentle and easy to talk to, would suddenly bring up old grudges with him. After being stunned, he became angry and said, "You little bastard, do you want to rebel?" Ji Xingha sneered. Rebel? Trigger life choice. Please make a choice. First, filial piety comes first in everything. There are no parents who are not right. After you calm down, you decide to apologize to your father, and then follow his instructions to seek Lin Wanwan's forgiveness. Second, not all parents love their children unconditionally. Blood relationship does not equal pure family affection. You are extremely disappointed with your father who is selfish and disregards your feelings, and you are determined to sever ties with him. Ji Xing has stared at the two clouds floating leisurely in the blue sky outside the window and smiled silently. Only a fool would choose the first one. Although he longed for family affection and had always wanted his father's attention, he now understood that some things cannot be forced. After seeing the essence of things, he no longer cared about this so-called family affection. Let's break up, I don't care. From now on, I will sever all ties with you. Anyone who regrets will be a grandson. How dare you call me a good-for-nothing? If you have what it takes, return the 2 million I gave you. Ji Xingha's behavior of calling himself the father in front of him made Ji Wanwan furious. You disobedient and unfilial thing, from now on, I don't have you as my son. Not a word about the 2 million. Ji Xingha leaned against a telephone pole and relaxed. The breakup with his father did not deal him too much of a blow. Instead, it gave him a sense of faith that everything was settled. What if we break off the relationship? In fact, it was nothing like that and didn't make him feel that bad. To put it bluntly, although he has a father, is there any difference between having one and not having one from childhood to adulthood? We rarely met in the past, and every time, didn't my father praise his adopted son brought by his second marriage as a flower? Ji Xingha always thought that he was not good enough, so he studied hard, hoping that his father would see his excellence and praise him. Oh. He was too wishful and too stupid. Fortunately, it's not too late to wake up now. As for Lin Wanwan, after she finished talking to Ji Yuanmin, she started waiting. Not long after, someone came and rang the doorbell. Lin Wanwan suddenly jumped up from the sofa, thought for a moment, and slowly sat back down. Guessing that the person outside was about to collapse, she slowly got up and opened the door. As he drove, he taunted her, "Aren't you very capable? Then why did you come back?" When she saw who was outside the door, she was stunned. Not Ji Xingha. Why did you take so long to open the door? Did you go to sleep? Hey, what's going on in your room? It's such a mess. Where's Ji Xingha? Why didn't you clean it up? Ji Xingha? Ji Xingha. It's Lin's mother. When she saw her mother, Lin Wanwan didn't have time to hide the disappointment on her face. However, Lin's mother was only shocked by Lin Wanwan's messy scene and was busy looking for Ji Xingha to settle the score, so she didn't notice Lin Wanwan's abnormality. As to why Ji Xingha was not there, Lin Wanwan made up an excuse to fool people. Lin's mother felt terrible about everything and asked the nanny to come and clean up. He couldn't help but scold Ji Xingha, who was protected by his daughter. Seeing the high-end men's clothing thrown on the sofa, Lin's mother was furious. No wonder I feel that Ji Xingha has been a bit arrogant these days. It's because you spoiled him too much. He is a person who cooks and picks up the children at home. Why did you buy him such nice clothes? You dress him up to look like a decent person. What if he is out there and flirts with other men? Some girls nowadays are not well behaved at a young age and always want to take shortcuts. Ji Xingha is young and looks okay, but if he fools around outside, you will cry, so you better be careful. Lin Wanwan felt guilty. Those weren't Ji Xingha's clothes. Ji Xingha had almost no clothes. The day after she drove him away, Lin Wanwan asked someone to pack them up. After living here for 6 years, all of Ji Xingha's clothes were packed into one suitcase, and they were all packed up and thrown away. This high-end luxury item was bought by her for Zhou Ziyan. The truth had been hidden from her parents for 6 years. Now that Zhou Ziyan was back, Lin Wanwan couldn't figure out how to confront her parents for a while. Just because her parents looked down on Ji Xingha in the past doesn't mean they will look down on Zhou Ziyan, even though Zhou Ziyan's family background is far superior to Ji Xingha's. If the parents knew that Zhou Ziyan was Yang Yang's biological father, would they inflict the same belt punishment on Zhou Ziyan as they did on Ji Xingha? She would be heartbroken to death. Although 6 years ago Ji Xingha was beaten with a belt by his father and his skin was torn and flesh was bruised, he stayed in the hospital for half a month. But how can it be the same? Ji Xingha has thick skin and tough flesh. What's wrong with being whipped? He just needs to lie down and he will be fine. Zhou Ziyan is so noble that she might find it hard to accept even if her parents scolded her. Lin Wanwan looked at her angry mother and quickly made up an excuse, finally managing to get the matter over with. But this is not a long-term solution after all. She wanted to bring Zhou Ziyan home openly and announce to the whole world that he was her husband. Lin Wanwan held the water cup and tentatively followed her mother's words, deliberately speaking in a half-truthful tone. "Mom, you were so right. Why was I so blind to fall in love with him in the first place? He is totally useless except for his barely good-looking appearance. How about I find you and Dad another son-in-law, one who is 1,000 times or 10,000 times better than him? She has been favored since she was young. Even though she was rebellious and made Lin's mother and husband almost vomit blood and die, and they didn't pay much attention to her for 3 or 4 years, in the end, Lin Wanwan was still their favorite. After her relationship with her parents improved, Lin Wanwan began to act coquettishly and cutely in front of her parents like she did when she was a child. Mother Lin touched her face distressfully. "You are thinner than before. Change, you must change. That boy surnamed G is not worthy of you at all. Your father and I never liked him from the beginning. There are so many outstanding young talents in the world, but you are stupid. You are fooled by his sweet words and you will not marry anyone else but him." Lin Wanwan was delighted. "Then I will divorce him right now and find you a better son-in-law." Mother Lin smiled and said, "Okay, your father and I will wait." Lin Wanwan was very happy. She thought that she would tell Zhou Ziyan the good news as soon as her mother left, and then bring Zhou Ziyan to her parents in the evening. However, Lin's mother suddenly sighed and changed the subject. "Ji Xinghe, this child, apart from his family background and education, there is actually not much else to complain about." Lin Wanwan. "Your father and I really didn't like him at first, especially your father. If your grandfather and I hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid your father would have beaten him to death. Over the years, he has been very devoted to you and your son, and he has also fulfilled the duties of a young generation to me and your father." Lin Wanwan couldn't hold it anymore. The well-planned plan was suddenly messed up. Chapter 17, Mark of Shame. Lin Wanwan really wanted to find a new son-in-law for her parents, but her mother thought she was joking. Lin Wanwan was suddenly at a loss for what to do. Although she was the apple of her parents' eyes, her rebellious behavior 6 years ago made her parents very sad, and they almost broke off relations with her. Now, less than 2 years have passed since the relationship was reconciled, and she dared not act recklessly like before, so she can only take long-term measures. Even this, she could blame Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe was too insidious, too cunning, and too despicable. In order to stay by his side, she tried every possible means and deliberately tried to please his parents. His schemes and tricks worked, and her mother finally approved of him. But she never thought that if Ji Xinghe hadn't compromised in front of her parents, how could their relationship have eased so quickly? Ji Xinghe was unlucky and met an irresponsible and selfish father. He wants to do the same role to perfection. He quickly got into the role of Nan Cici's father, and he was very worried about Nan Cici's first day of kindergarten. Most children will not be used to the kindergarten on the first day and will cry and look for their parents. Lin Jinyang is even worse. "I cried for 3 months straight." The main reason was that whenever he cried, Lin Wanwan would soften her heart and not let him go to kindergarten. She doted on Lin Jinyang infinitely, which resulted in Lin Jinyang taking 3 months to adapt to kindergarten life. During this period, Ji Xinghe suffered from the boss. Because he was responsible for taking Lin Jinyang to kindergarten every time, Lin Jinyang naturally regarded him as the culprit. He hated him particularly during that period. Ji Xinghe had a scar on his palm, which was caused by Lin Jinyang's bite. The little bastard used all his strength to bite Ji Xinghe's hand on the spot, causing bleeding to continue. Count on Lin Wanwan to discipline Lin Jinyang? That's impossible. That day, Lin Jinyang bit his hand and made it bleed. Lin Wanwan, who heard the news, asked her son to rinse his mouth with concern, then opened his mouth and checked whether his front teeth were loose. After doing all this, she impatiently said waste to Ji Xinghe and pulled Lin Jinyang out to play. Ji Xinghe didn't go to the hospital for bandaging. He has no money. And he can't go out without Lin Wanwan's permission. He put his hand under the faucet, rinsed off the blood with cold water, and took out a band-aid from the medicine box and put it on. Fortunately, he had thick skin and the wound scabbed over in 2 days. Ji Xinghe shook his head to drive the unpleasant memories out of his mind. It's over. That kind of life that is too painful to look back on is over. The little angel Nan Cici would only heal him with her sweet smile and would never pinch him, kick him, bite him, or scold him. On the first day of kindergarten, facing a strange environment and strangers, even little angels will feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Will she be scared? Will she be nervous? When you want to go to the toilet, do you dare to tell the teacher? Is there any little devil like Lin Jinyang who likes to play tricks on people and bullies her? Are there any children who take the initiative to make friends with her? Will she miss home? Are the meals in kindergarten to her liking? Alas, as an old father, he has so much to worry about. His eyes fell on the scar on his palm again. It's really ugly. He still has many ugly scars on his body. There were stripes all over his back, which were caused by Lin Wanwan's father when she took him home. Also on left ankle. It was one time when Lin Wanwan was talking on the phone with Zhou Zian, who was far away abroad. When she learned that he had said he would come back but later changed his mind, she took it out on him and threw a water cup at him. The cup fell to the ground and broke into pieces, and the flying glass fragments cut her. It can be said that all the scars on his body are related to those 6 years. It was like a seal of shame that followed him throughout his life. As soon as he saw it, he would uncontrollably think of the humiliating past. He was also afraid that Nan Cici would see him and ask him what was going on. He didn't want to lie to the little angel. Removing these scars is easy. It's even easier here with Ji Xinghe. You don't even have to go to the hospital. He now has nearly 499 system coins. In his last life choice, he severed ties with his father, and the system gave him 200 system coins. Ji Xinghe browses the system mall. There are obviously more products. The most expensive one is 499. Ji Xinghe discovered that the system displayed products based on his system currency. In addition, he also discovered that system products could not be purchased simply because he had money. For example, the opportunity card he just bought, the product image is now gray, with a line of text underneath, which turns out to be a time countdown upon closer inspection. He realized that the opportunity card could only be purchased once a year. It doesn't really matter. Opportunities only come once a year, which is a very high frequency. He found the scar removal cream he wanted. Worth 40 system coins. Purchase. After using it successfully, he looked down and found that the scar on his palm was gone. The one on the ankle is gone too. Even though he already knew the result, he still couldn't help but turn his back to the dressing mirror, cross his hands, grab the hem of his clothes and lift them up. He turned around and saw his back with taut and smooth skin in the mirror. Those marks of shame are gone. Even those memories seem like a lifetime ago. He really rose from the ashes. Ji Xinghe bought some more pills to strengthen his body. Without a strong body, how can I protect Princess Cici and Queen Qingyu? He still looked the same in the mirror, his skin was still as white as if it lacked sunlight, but it was no longer dull and lifeless. The scar removal cream not only removed the scars, but also improved his overall skin tone. His body shape did not change into that of a muscular fitness hunk. He still had his original thin body shape, but his skin and muscles were particularly tight, as if he had a lot of strength. When he lifted his shirt, he could see 8 abdominal muscles that were not exaggerated. Ji Xinghe was very satisfied with his changes. A cell phone rang in the living room. Ji Xinghe walked over and picked up the phone on the sofa. Ji Xinghe's note for Nan Qingyu was still Miss Nan, he forgot to change it. Nan Qingyu rarely absented himself from a meeting, and called Ji Xinghe immediately after it ended. They just left. Nan Xiao Qingyu, there's no need to be so troublesome. I can't wear so many clothes. There is a large dressing room in Ji Xinghe's bedroom. Open the wardrobe and you will see dozens of high-end luxury items. He is not particular about what he wears, 2 sets are enough for him to change. Nan Qingyu, Ji Xinghe, remember your identity. You are my husband now. When you go out, you represent my face. Ji Xinghe. Lin Wanwan also said something similar. Lin Wanwan said, Ji Xinghe, remember your identity. Don't think that you are a member of this family just because you got married to me. You will always be a dirty rat in the gutter. I keep you by my side and give you the opportunity to take care of us mother and son. You should be grateful. Ji Xinghe laughed softly. The unique voice followed the electric current and gently tickled Nan Qingyu's eardrum. Nan Qingyu felt his ears were a little itchy and wanted to scratch them, but he held back. What are you laughing at? Nothing, just thinking of something funny that happened in the past. By the way, thank you, I understand. Nan Qingyu still wanted to say something to him. Or maybe she simply wanted to get Ji Xinghe to talk more, she liked listening to his voice. It's a pity that she is not a talkative person, and Ji Xinghe is also. The topic went much smoother when it turned to Nan Cici. Cici is about to finish school. Ji Xinghe thought she was reminding him, well, I will pick her up on time. I don't know if she can adapt on the first day. Indeed, but she is very well behaved. I think the teachers and classmates will like her. Chapter 18 New Discovery. In the huge office, Nan Qingyu stared at the phone call that had ended. He didn't even notice when the assistant came in, Boss Nan, these are the documents that need to be signed. Nan Qingyu came back to his senses, nodded coldly, and the assistant turned and left. The moment the door was closed considerately, the young female assistant couldn't help but quickly glance at the extremely cold figure. Even though they are both women, she thinks their boss is stunningly handsome, okay? It's just too cold, just like the holy snow lotus blooming on the top of the snow-capped mountains. It's hard to imagine how outstanding a man must be to be worthy of her. She thought about it carefully and came to a conclusion: it seems not. If the assistant knew that her big boss was not only married but that it was the big boss who initiated the marriage, I guess he would just think he was mentally ill. Nanqing Yu opened the document and the pen he had raised remained in mid-air. She didn't ask, so Ji Xinghe didn't tell him. Maybe he really has the ability to handle it and has already dealt with the trouble, but she wants to help Ji Xinghe and get involved. She doesn't like to meddle in other people's business, but for some reason she cares about every aspect of Ji Xinghe, who is still a stranger to her strictly speaking. But Ji Xinghe didn't give her a chance. After signing, Nanqing Yu pushed the document aside and picked up his phone again. Researched Ji Xinghe's personal information. When they first met, she had no reason to want to get close to him and get to know him. This emotion came out of nowhere. Although Nanqing Yu didn't hate it, he didn't like being confused. It couldn't be that Ji Xinghe's aesthetic taste was in line with hers, and she fell in love with him at first sight. Nanqing Yu thought that such a superficial thing would not happen to someone like her who was serious by nature. She couldn't find the reason in herself, so she looked for it in Ji Xinghe. I hope to find some clues from Ji Xinghe's past. The reason why Ji Xinghe was chosen as the breakthrough point was because Nanqing Yu's memory had been missing for a year. She had no memory of being 12 years old, not a single bit, for a whole year. She once asked, and everyone told her in unison, that she was sick that year, with a very serious illness that almost cost her life. She stayed in the old house for a whole year, and it was normal that she didn't remember anything because she was in a daze. Is that so? In that case, even if I haven't forgotten, they will be just boring memories filled with the smell of disinfectant, which is quite boring to think about. But for some reason, although Nanqing Yu believed it on the surface, he still had some doubts in his heart sometimes. Why did everyone's expressions always look a little unnatural when she asked about that year? Ji Xinghe was originally from Z City, a small fifth-tier city not far from S City. When I was young, I was a left-behind child as my parents had been working in S City. When I was 7 years old, my mother passed away unexpectedly. In the same year, his father remarried and bought a house in S City with the savings he had accumulated and the compensation from Ji Xinghe's mother. Ji Xinghe has been attending primary school in City Z. In junior high school, his grandfather brought him to S City. Ji Xinghe transferred to S City to study in junior high school, and then was admitted to the best high school in S City with excellent grades. Nanqing Yu went through Ji Xinghe's personal information several times from beginning to end, and hardly saw any trace of his father's involvement in his life. The father seemed to have forgotten that he had a son named Ji Xinghe. In the second semester of his senior year, Ji Xinghe's grandfather passed away, and Ji Xinghe became a complete loner. I survived by relying on the meager savings left by my grandfather and the poverty assistance from the school. Before the college entrance examination, he, who was highly expected by his teachers, suddenly dropped out of school. Nanqing Yu knew that Ji Xinghe dropped out of school because of premature love. But she discovered a problem this time. According to her investigation, Ji Xinghe was in an ordinary key class, while his ex-wife Lin Wanwan was in the international class. The regular classes and international classes of number 1 middle school are not in the same teaching building, so they should not have any intersection under normal circumstances. How could a poor student like Ji Xinghe, who is hardworking and positive, fall in love with a girl from a rich family? And I have a son. Although that was all past events before Ji Xinghe met her, and the fact that Ji Xinghe was with her now didn't mean that they were just an ordinary couple, she didn't seem to have any reason to be jealous, but she still cared about it. She made a phone call. Please help me investigate another person, Lin Wanwan, the ex-wife of Ji Xinghe whom I asked you to investigate last time. The more detailed the better. This was not the only discovery she made. According to the information, Ji Xinghe lived in his hometown until he was 13 years old. She is the same age as Ji Xinghe, and her lost memory occurred when she was 12 years old. Is there any connection between them? It sounds ridiculous that Nanqing Yu forcefully linked herself and Ji Xinghe together based on a vague coincidence. However, strange associations grew wildly in her heart like weed seeds that received sufficient water and sunlight. Maybe even she herself thought she believed it, but in fact, she only discovered today that she had already doubted herself when she was 12 years old. Z City. I can take some time to visit Ji Xinghe's hometown someday to relax. In order to help children transition faster and better, they will be dismissed from school early when they first enter the kindergarten. Although Nan Cici is in the middle class, it is her first day in kindergarten and she also enjoys the treatment of early dismissal. Ji Xinghe came to wait for her at the kindergarten gate. Nan Cici walked out holding the teacher's hand. Ji Xinghe saw that her hair was tied into a beautiful fishbone braid, and the shiny hairpin was stuck in the same position. Kindergarten children take a nap at noon, and their hair will be messy after sleeping. It will not affect boys, but girls need the teacher to comb their hair again. She stretched her neck to look towards the gate. When she saw Ji Xinghe, her originally serious and tense face suddenly brightened up and she ran over happily. "Dad." Ji Xinghe pulled her in front of him. The little girl snuggled up to him tightly, looking up at him with admiration. No matter who saw it, it was a look of deep affection between father and daughter. Who would have thought that they were a father and daughter who had only been together for 2 days? This kindergarten is the best kindergarten in S City. The tuition alone is nearly 1 million yuan a year. The children here are from wealthy families. Nan Xingyu and Lin Wanwan are both well off, so they naturally want to give Nan Cici the best of everything. It is not surprising that she becomes a classmate of Lin Jinyang. It is inevitable that we will meet each other when I pick up Nan Cici in the future. It happens, and Ji Xinghe thought he would mind, but now he doesn't care. Can you make flies extinct just because you hate them? If not, just ignore it. Ji Xinghe naturally wanted to ask Nan Cici about her feelings about entering the park. There are so many children in the kindergarten. The teachers were very nice to me. No one bullies my father, don't worry. The rice was delicious. I ate 3 big bowls. Ji Xinghe burst out laughing. In the eyes of adults, 3 bowls of rice are 3 full bowls. In the eyes of a child, 3 bowls are measured by number of times. Even if you only serve 1 grain of rice at a time, it is still a bowl of rice. In fact, when sending Nan Cici to kindergarten in the morning, Nan Cici's teacher added Nan Xingyu and Ji Xinghe as WeChat friends respectively. They took special care of Nan Cici. At the end of the day, Ji Xinghe received many private messages from teachers on his mobile phone, all of which were about Nan Cici's updates in the kindergarten, like a real-time broadcast. I believe Nan Xingyu also received an identical one. Even so, it would be more reassuring than hearing Nan Cici say it herself. This is probably the pity for parents in the world. Although Ji Xinghe has an irresponsible father, 99% of parents should still love their children, including Ji Xinghe himself, the stepfather. Chapter 19, The Temptation of Going Home. Even with Ji Xinghe taking care of Nan Cici, Nan Xingyu is still eager to return home. After finishing the work at hand, I hurried home. In addition to baby Cici, going home brings another layer of temptation to her. Ji Xinghe. But why is that? Nan Xingyu was puzzled. Ji Xinghe was watching cartoons with Nan Cici. An animated film with good reputation. Kindergarten children also have homework, but the amount of homework is so small that it can be ignored. The father and daughter were sitting on the sofa, both barefoot, with a sharp contrast between their big feet and small feet. Nan Cici snuggled in his arms, Ji Xinghe naturally put his arm on her shoulders, and they both stared at the TV screen intently, watching it attentively. Such a heartwarming scene made Nan Xingyu stop unconsciously, fearing that his presence would disturb their peace. As he watched, Ji Xinghe seemed to sense something and turned his head to look over here. Nan Cici discovered Nan Xingyu at the same time and called out "Mom" in a crisp voice. Nan Xingyu came over and asked, "Did you get scared?" These words were said to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe? Nan Xingyu looked serious and didn't seem to be joking. Maybe his gaze accidentally stayed on her for a second longer? Ji Xinghe was still upset. I hope Nan Xingyu doesn't think of him as the kind of person who can't take his eyes off beautiful women. Of course, don't think of him as Lin Dayu who turns pale when frightened by the slightest noise. Ji Xinghe subconsciously maintained his image in front of her, but he obviously didn't care what others thought of him. "No, I didn't notice when you came in, and I didn't react for a while." Nan Xingyu glanced at him, and after a few seconds couldn't help but look at him again. Ji Xinghe felt puzzled at first, but soon remembered what he had done in the afternoon. As expected, Nan Xingyu said, "You look much better, not like before." Like malnutrition. Ji Xinghe definitely couldn't tell the truth. No matter how close you are to someone, you can't tell them about the golden finger, for fear of being considered a psychopath. Maybe it's because I had a good rest these 2 days. Nan Xingyu had no doubts. Go eat hot pot in the evening. I heard it's newly opened, and people who have been there say it's pretty good. This is the first reason. The second reason is that the hot pot restaurant is right in Fuchuan Square in the city center. You don't need to drive. You can just stroll home after dinner and take a walk at the same time. Kill two birds with one stone. Nancy carried a small cartoon bear bag on her back and skipped downstairs holding her father's hand in one hand and her mother's hand in the other. After the spring rain, the weather warmed up noticeably. The wind that blew over, bringing pleasant comfort and a faint fragrance, came from Nanxingyu. Even if they are legally recognized as a couple, it cannot change the fact that they are unfamiliar with each other. If Nancy hadn't been there, the two of them would have been somewhat awkward when they were alone, having been forced together by a marriage certificate alone. The opening event of the new hot pot restaurant was awesome and business was good. Fortunately they came early, otherwise there would be no seats left. This girl from the Li family is quite smart. Her store is doing very well. Among the girls who grew up together, I think she has the most potential. Boss Lin, don't be modest. It's you who can't bear to see your daughter suffer. Otherwise, she would have been able to build a decent career. Boss Lin, do you see an acquaintance? Lin Wanwan, who had booked a private seat in the hot pot restaurant in advance and was surrounded by a group of people, was attracted by the back of a young man. He retracted his gaze and smiled, I saw it wrong. Lin Wanwan was very distressed. Her mother asked her to take the child and Ji Xinghe home today. Lin Wanwan knew that her mother would inevitably lecture Ji Xinghe in person. But Ji Xinghe had been driven away by her. Lin Wanwan regretted it. When she asked Ji Xinghe to leave to make room for Zhou Ziyan, she should have given him some money and asked him to cooperate with her to continue hiding the truth, instead of having to rack his brains to deal with his mother like he is now. She went there alone at night and didn't even dare to bring her child. She was afraid that her naive son would say to his grandmother, I have a new father now, and then everything would be exposed. She could only delay it for another week at most. After a week, she would have to reveal her true colors. She was nervous at the thought of a showdown. My parents would definitely be angry, but she is their only child, so their anger would only be temporary. She got pregnant before marriage, and they were such face-conscious people that they said they would cut off ties with her, but in the end, didn't they accept her again? I was having dinner with my mother when my father Lin Wanwan walked in. Mother Lin, didn't you say you were going to bring people to support the Li family's girls' store today? Why are you back so soon? I got a call and came back to get some documents, Lin Wanwan blurted out when he saw Lin Wanwan. Why are you here? Who is Ji Xinghe eating hot pot with? Lin Wanwan is now particularly sensitive to the three words Ji Xinghe. Dad, have you seen Ji Xinghe? Lin Wanwan said, yes, in the hot pot restaurant. If he wasn't with you, then who could he be with? Mother Lin asked, could you have seen it wrong? Lin Wanwan shook his head, I am not old and my eyesight is not blurry. How can I be wrong about my own son-in-law? Mother Lin looked at Lin Wanwan with complicated eyes. Wanwan, what's going on? When Lin Wanwan came alone, she said that Yang Yang wanted to go to the game city, so Ji Xinghe took him there. At that time, Lin's mother complained to her not to spoil her child so much, so as to prevent the child from becoming lawless when he grew up. Thinking about how she found her house in a mess today when she went to deliver Bird's Nest to her, as if someone had robbed it, and how Lin Wanwan was obviously not feeling well, Lin's mother looked serious. Wanwan, what's going on? Tell me the truth, did Ji Xinghe do anything to let you down? Li Jiayi was so busy that she was confused. There were too many customers and not enough staff, so she, the boss, took over personally. In the midst of her busy work, she suddenly stopped. She seemed to see an acquaintance by accident? Not sure, take another look. Li Jiayi opened her eyes wide in surprise. It's really Ji Xinghe. However, when she took a second look, she couldn't help but wonder, was it really Ji Xinghe? Why does it feel like something is different? He is full of vigor and in great condition, not like he has been devastated before. Li Jiayi was unsure again and couldn't help but take a third look when the phone in her pocket vibrated. Outside the hot pot restaurant, Lin Wanwan, with murderous intent, said straight to the point, where's Ji Xinghe? Ask him to come out and see me. Li Jiayi. She was too lazy to remind this self-centered young lady that Ji Xinghe was no longer the little follower she used to order around. She advised kindly, Wanwan, I'm very busy right now. Let's talk about it later, okay? Lin Wanwan sneered, if I had known that you loved him so much, I would have given him to you a long time ago. Maybe you are already tired of him now, but you wouldn't be so tired of him that you don't want me to see him. What's the matter? Are you afraid that I will kidnap him? Don't forget that he is the man I don't want. Chapter 20 Husband, Eat More. Lin Wanwan's words were almost the same as breaking up the relationship. Li Jiayi's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling extremely humiliated. Wanwan, you. Are you going to let him out or not? If you don't let him out, I'll go in and find him myself. Lin Wanwan rushed in impatiently. Li Jiayi tried to stop her but failed. It's a big headache. There is no doubt that Ji Xinghe was in the store. Who tipped him off? During the renovation of the hot pot restaurant, Lin Wanwan and Zhang Yao were brought here. Lin Wanwan was familiar with the layout here, so she went directly to Li Jiayi's office. Li Jiayi. I breathed a sigh of relief. It's a pity that I didn't add Ji Xinghe as a friend last time, otherwise I could have notified him and slipped away quietly. But she soon realized why Ji Xinghe was hiding? He doesn't owe Lin Wanwan anything. By the way, Ji Xinghe didn't come here alone. She only saw Ji Xinghe at that time and did not see who was sitting opposite Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe doesn't seem to have many friends. Lin Wanwan, who didn't find Ji Xinghe, looked terribly angry. Where did you hide Ji Xinghe? Li Jiayi laughed out of anger and closed the office door contentedly. Ji Xinghe is a person, not an object. Why would I hide him? But you, Wanwan, why don't you stay at home with your yen and come to me to make trouble? Just because she wants to consider the overall situation doesn't mean she is a softie. If Lin Wanwan wants to break up, then let her do it. The shrimp paste in the clear soup was cooked, and Ji Xinghe took it out and put it in Nan Cici's bowl. Nan Xingyu looked at him and said nothing. Nan Cici said softly, Dad, don't just focus on feeding me, you. Hearing this, Ji Xinghe thought that what she was going to say next was to eat some for herself. Just when he was about to be moved by her being 100 million times more considerate than that little bastard Lin Jinyang, Nan Cici finished her words slowly, get some for Mom too. Ji Xinghe. It's too early to be touched. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. I love you. She has a sweet mouth. Based on this sentence alone, let alone taking care of the mother and daughter, he would have no regrets even if he was beaten into a kidney. Ji Xinghe extended the colander towards the soup pot. The foundation of a good family atmosphere is the love between parents. In front of little Nan Cici, he had to pretend to be polite. Nan Xingyu spoke, don't. Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. Nan Xingyu's eyes showed a hint of teasing. It's too bland, I want to eat the spicy hot pot. Ji Xinghe. He looked at her in surprise. Nan Xingyu, you think I can't eat spicy food? Ji Xinghe nodded honestly. Nan Xingyu, actually, I love spicy food. Ji Xinghe's taste also prefers spicy. But Lin Wanwan doesn't eat spicy food because she is afraid of getting acne due to getting a sore throat. Ji Xinghe, a slave without human rights, was naturally forced to be dry for 6 years. On the night when he regained his freedom, Ji Xinghe ordered a bowl of beef noodles and asked the boss to add a lot of chili peppers. He ate it until he was sweating all over and enjoyed it very much. There is a layer of red oil floating in the spicy hot pot, which makes people's appetite increase just by looking at it. Ji Xinghe helped her get some beef slices, tofu, shrimp balls, etc. As soon as he put the colander down, Nan Xingyu reached out and took it. The sleeve of her milky white sweater rose slightly as she moved, revealing a piece of her white and tender wrist, which was as soft as tofu, as if water would come out if it was gently pinched. Ji Xinghe's eyes unconsciously glanced at the wrist for a second longer, then he looked away as if nothing had happened. He naturally thought that he didn't get her favorite food, but Nan Xingyu put the food she got on the empty plate in front of him and smiled at him. Hubby, eat more. Ji Xinghe shuddered. The word husband was spoken by her in a cool and clear voice, which was indescribably seductive. But it was clearly said in a serious tone. Seeing that he didn't respond, Nan Cici said like a little adult, Dad, we are a family, you don't have to be polite to me and Mom. Ji Xinghe smiled at her and buried his head in the food on his plate. Nan Xingyu looked at the red tips of his ears, picked up the cup and drank Coke to cover up the suspicious upturned corners of his lips. After dinner, it was still early, so Nan Xingyu suggested strolling around the mall to help digest the food. Ji Xinghe had no objection. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Ji Xinghe went next door to buy a bottle of milk for Nan Cici, and also bought a glass of juice for Nan Xingyu. His way was suddenly blocked by someone. Ji Xinghe looked up and met Lin Wanwan's icy eyes. Why is this woman haunting me? Don't you need to accompany by Yu Guan? Don't you need to accompany your son? Don't you need to accompany your parents? Lin Wanwan was filled with rage. The father saw Ji Xinghe at Li Jiayi's hot pot restaurant. The mother, who noticed something was wrong, kept asking her. She could only say that she didn't know what was going on, and left with a sentence, "I'll go and take a look," before rushing over. Lin Wanwan was very angry. Ji Xinghe is so proud. He and Li Jiayi are inseparable. She didn't know where Li Jiayi hid him. She didn't catch him and was ridiculed by Li Jiayi in a sarcastic manner. When had she ever suffered such a big loss? She was almost mad to death. In short, she announced that from today on, she and Li Jiayi would break off all ties. But she had to find Ji Xinghe, so she ran to the nearby store and waited. Then she thought about letting Ji Xinghe deal with the doubts from his parents. She knew that Ji Xinghe was a little hard to control after the divorce, and he made her unhappy in every way. At worst, you can just give him some benefits. Didn't he want to come back? If you give him any benefits, he will definitely take the initiative. When their eyes met, Lin Wanwan was secretly shocked. Is this Ji Xinghe? He still had the same features as in her memory, but after just one day's absence, she felt as if he had been reborn, as if everything from his soul to his body had become unfamiliar. When he looked at her, there was still a smile on the corner of his lips, his eyebrows were gentle, and his expression was gentle and comfortable. Lin Wanwan was dazed. He seemed to be doing fine without her. The moment Ji Xinghe saw her clearly, the smile on his lips froze. Even the tenderness in his eyes disappeared without a trace. It was as if she was such an unlucky thing. Meeting Lin Wanwan on such a good night was a very unlucky thing for Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe frowned and walked around her to move forward. Lin Wanwan subconsciously wanted to grab him, but Ji Xinghe was prepared and dodged. Lin Wanwan was instantly furious. Ji Xinghe, stop making trouble and come back with me. At this time, a timid voice asked in a low voice, Dad, who is this aunt? Lin Wanwan looked down and saw a little girl in a floral dress hugging Ji Xinghe's thighs, a pair of big dark eyes looking at her timidly. The little lowly is very pretty and cute, but I call her auntie. When going out, the 3-year-old child always calls her sister, okay? Lin Wanwan said to her angrily, You got the wrong person, he is not your father. Chapter 21 Stay away from my husband. Nan Cici pursed her lips and wanted to cry, but she held it back. This aunt is so fierce. She is not as pretty as her mother, nor as gentle as her mother. Like a tigress. She timidly hid behind Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe put his arm around her shoulders, and Nan Cici was no longer afraid. Dad will protect her. Ji Xinghe was angry. Lin Wanwan, are you sick? Just as Lin Wanwan was about to say something, a woman with a slender figure, extraordinary temperament and beautiful face came over and took Ji Xinghe's arm in front of her. She looked at her coldly and said in a mocking voice, Madam, please stay away from my husband, otherwise I will be rude. Lin Wanwan stared in amazement as the family of 3 gradually walked away from her sight. She recognized the wrong person? Did you mistakenly take someone who looks very much like Ji Xinghe as Ji Xinghe? No, he was Ji Xinghe, he called out her name accurately. Lin Wanwan was so distraught that she felt she was losing her mind. What is going on? It's only been 1 day. When did Ji Xinghe have a wife and children? Could it be that she traveled to a parallel world? Lin Wanwan was confused and at a loss, and finally thought of Li Jiayi. Li Jiayi was speechless when she received her call again. Didn't they agree to never contact each other again? How long has it been? She picked up the phone helplessly and heard Lin Wanwan asking him incoherently whether he knew that Ji Xinghe had a wife and children. Li Jiayi was shocked. I suspect that Lin Wanwan has mental problems. Ji Xinghe just divorced her, where did his wife and children come from? She put aside their grudges for the moment and asked with concern, Wanwan, are you okay? Dad, who is that fierce aunt? Nan Cici looked back and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Aunt Xiong hadn't caught up with her. Ji Xinghe touched her head, don't be afraid. He was a little stiff at this moment. I almost walk with my hands and feet together. The scent of Nanxingyu filled the air. His entire left half of the body is numb. If this continues, he will suffer from hemiplegia. Nanxingyu was still holding his left arm at this moment. This action brought her upper body very close to him. Through the not-so-thick spring clothes, he could clearly feel the softness of her body. The 2 people walking together intimately looked like a normal loving couple or lovers. Nanxingyu glanced over quietly. His eyes moved from Ji Xinghe's collar, neck, Adam's apple, and finally to his ear which was so close to him. Under the streetlight, the man's earlobes were so red that they seemed to bleed. She pursed her lips, trying to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Isn't he a divorced man with a 5-year-old son? Why does he seem like an innocent boy who has never had any close contact with the opposite sex? She reluctantly let go of his arms, and as soon as her soft body left, Ji Xinghe suddenly felt like he was alive again and breathed a sigh of relief. If she didn't let go, Ji Xinghe felt that he might suffocate to death in the next second. Although the girl looked weak on the surface, her aura was strong and aggressive. When she approached him, Ji Xinghe felt the air around him was so thin that he almost couldn't breathe. As soon as she left, the airflow returned to normal. She is. Nan Xingyu pretended to hesitate. Yeah, that's right. Ji Xinghe apologized. Sorry, I scared you. Nan Xingyu smiled. I wasn't brought up to be scared. Then he lowered his head and looked at Nan Cici, who was walking on the other side of him. Cici, don't be afraid, it's not good for Auntie here. Point to your head. Nan Cici sighed sympathetically and asked innocently, why doesn't she go see a doctor? Nan Xingyu seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Ji Xinghe. I'm sorry, do you mind me saying this? But I think her mental state does seem to be a bit problematic. Ji Xinghe shook his head. Why should I mind? She is just a psycho. Thinking of the cute little angel in front of him, Ji Xinghe swallowed the dirty words. Nan Xingyu said faintly, you must be having a hard time. Ji Xinghe didn't react for a while. At this time, a pleasant fragrance came over him. Nan Xingyu quietly approached him and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, it must be very hard to live with her. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer so much. Nan Cici tilted her head back and looked at her parents, who were whispering together, feeling very happy. Mom and Dad have a great relationship. Now she felt relieved. Little Nan Cici walked a lot today. I walked to the back and couldn't walk anymore. Ji Xinghe simply picked her up. Unexpectedly, Nan Cici didn't appreciate it. I'm not tired at all. Mom is tired. Dad, why don't you hug Mom? Mom needs a hug. Ji Xinghe. Even though he was just a kid, he still felt embarrassed. Nan Cici, Mom, are you tired? Ji Xinghe thought Nan Xingyu would say she wasn't tired, but she actually just said him. Ji Xinghe. Nan Xingyu glanced at him with a half smile, and the teasing in her eyes disappeared in an instant, but Mom can still hold on a little longer. Mom is heavy, and Dad will have a hard time. Lin Wanwan returned home in a daze. Zhou Ziyan had already brought Lin Jinyang back. He looked a little tired as he had no experience in taking care of children. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Jinyang was his biological son, he almost couldn't help but take action today. This little ancestor is really good at making trouble. Lin Wanwan came back, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wanwan, Yang Yang. Wanwan, what are you thinking about so intently? Huh? Oh, it's okay. Of course, Lin Wanwan couldn't tell Zhou Ziyan that she was obsessed with Ji Xinghe. Lin Wanwan didn't get the answer she wanted from Li Jiayi. On the phone, Li Jiayi once again solemnly told her that she had nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. She called Ji Xinghe home that day and indeed asked him to cook a meal for her mother. As for the rest, they were just Lin Wanwan's own imagination and had nothing to do with her. As for Lin Wanwan's statement that Ji Xinghe had a beautiful wife and a daughter who looked about the same age as Yan Yang, Li Jiayi was surprised and tactfully reminded her that she had recognized the wrong person. There was no way Lin Wanwan had recognized the wrong person. How could she possibly admit her mistake to the man she had been with day and night for 6 years? Although, Ji Xinghe tonight is indeed very different from before. After taking a few tasteless bites of the dinner that Zhou Ziyan had cooked himself, Lin Wanwan finally coaxed the noisy Lin Jinyang into bed. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her mind full of the image of that beautiful woman holding Ji Xinghe's arm. She said, "This is my husband." Chapter 22. Don't give her a chance. Wanwan, I've been back for 3 days. When can I go see my uncle and aunt? Lin Wanwan blurted out subconsciously, wait a minute, wait a little longer. Why are you still waiting? The smile on Zhou Ziyan's face slowly faded. Wanwan, don't you want to spend your life with me? Lin Wanwan looked at him helplessly. The deep affection in Zhou Ziyan's eyes slowly condensed, as if it turned into reality. Wanwan, let's get married. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite little brocade box from his pocket. Even without opening it, Lin Wanwan knew what was inside. She was panicking and didn't understand what was wrong with her. This was clearly a scene she had imagined countless times in her mind, but when it actually happened, she inexplicably wanted to escape. She murmured and declined. It's not the right time yet. Ayen, you listen to me, my parents don't know I'm divorced yet. Wait a little longer, I'll tell them soon, okay? Zhou Ziyan's eyes froze with deep affection, and his expression was hurt. Why wait? Anyway, we will be together sooner or later. Wanwan, don't you want to be with me anymore? Lin Wanwan panicked. How could she not want to be with Zhou Ziyan? From the first moment she saw him, her whole heart belonged to him completely. She dreamed of marrying him, but it was not appropriate now. She convinced Zhou Ziyan and herself in this way. You don't know, Ayen, but when I brought Ji Xinghe to my parents 6 years ago, they were very angry. Especially my dad, who almost beat Ji Xinghe to death. If they knew that you were Yang Yang's biological father, I think they would definitely not let you go. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhou Ziyan's expression softened. No one knew better than him how much Lin Wanwan cared about him. That year, after a ridiculous night, he was afraid that the truth would be exposed and ruin his future, so he just left. Although Lin Wanwan resented and hated him, she still hoped for his return. As for Ji Xinghe, he was just a tool used by the temperamental Lin Wanwan to provoke him. He never took it to heart. Wanwan, you have to face what you have to face. I can't hide behind you forever. Zhou Ziyan gently held Lin Wanwan in his arms. It's okay, I did something wrong back then, I love you, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Lin Wanwan nodded randomly. She heard all the sweet words, but Ji Xinghe's face appeared in her mind. The corners of the lips are raised and the eyebrows are gentle in a smile. After the story was told, Nan Cici fell asleep. Ji Xinghe walked out of Nan Cici's room and faced Nan Xingyu. Nan Xingyu had just taken a shower, her long, half-wet hair was draped over her shoulders, her face was clean and fair, and her skin was tender and clear. She was too slim, and the loose white long-sleeved and long-pants pajamas looked empty on her. The moment he saw her, a thought popped into Ji Xinghe's mind. Fortunately, she didn't like wearing sexy suspender-lace pajamas like Lin Wanwan, otherwise it would be embarrassing to live under the same roof with her. But he had lived under the same roof with Lin Wanwan, who loved to wear sexy lace pajamas, for 6 years, and he had never felt embarrassed. That might be because, although Lin Wanwan was a beautiful woman with curvy figure, Ji Xinghe's deep-seated resistance to her made him never regard Lin Wanwan as a normal woman. Nan Xingyu asked softly, "Are you asleep?" Ji Xinghe said, Nan Xingyu, then you should go to bed early too. Ji Xinghe nodded and opened his bedroom door. Nan Xingyu quietly pushed open Nan Cici's door, sat beside the bed, and looked at the girl who was sleeping sweetly with gentle eyes. Nan Cici didn't know what she dreamed about, but it must have been a good dream, with a sweet smile on her face. It seems that the daughter is very satisfied with the father she found for her. And she herself is very satisfied with the husband she found for herself. It would be better if he could be less polite and keep his distance from me. Zhang Yao woke up from the hotel bed with a splitting headache. I touched my surroundings, they were empty and cold. He lifted the quilt from his body and the corners of his mouth twitched. She met a very handsome guy last night, but why is she still wearing the same sexy dress she wore when she was having fun last night? What about the extremely handsome guy? He remembered that they drank and chatted and had a great time. She couldn't remember what they talked about. In short, we talked a lot. Later, she fell on the handsome guy while drunk. The handsome guy took her to the hotel, and she didn't remember anything that happened after that. But according to the normal development of the plot, after getting drunk, she will definitely have a passionate love affair with the handsome guy, making love with him for 300 rounds. Zhang Yao shook her head, looking at the room which was messy but without any trace of ambiguity, and was relieved. Where's her hottie? What about her affair? In the president's office. Nan Xingyu looked at the handsome assistant standing in front of the desk with guilt. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Nua, this is your compensation. Nan Xingyu's special assistant, Kong Rao, twitched his lips, looked at the president who said sorry but obviously didn't mean it, and then looked at the sports car keys on the table. The look of despair on his face disappeared instantly, and he flattered, "It is my honor to go through fire and water for you, President Nan. Not to mention that I almost lost my virginity, I would not hesitate even if you cut me into pieces." Oh my god, that woman last night was so scary, it was like she had never seen a man before. If he hadn't been smart, he would have really lost his virginity. How could he have it easy? Nan Xingyu laughed and waved his hand. All right, I know you've been wronged. After Kong Rao flattered the emperor, he took the sports car keys and left happily. How could he not devote himself to such a generous boss? Nan Xingyu asked Kong Rao to investigate Lin Wanwan, and the investigation has yielded results. This result surprised Nanqing Yu very much. At the same time, it made her feel very satisfied. Oh, it turns out that the child is not Ji Xingha's. But it was Lin Wanwan and a guy named Zhou Ziyan. In order to stimulate the guy who ran abroad to evade responsibility, Lin Wanwan found Ji Xingha who had an accident at home and made him take the blame and become the cheap father of her unborn child. Nanqing Yu's eyes lit up. That is to say, although Ji Xingha has been with Lin Wanwan for 6 years, in fact, he is still. Nanqing Yu's cheeks felt slightly hot. No wonder he is so innocent. Nanqing Yu sighed softly. It's a pity that I met him too late. Otherwise, it's just 2 million, she can give it to him. She would never let him suffer so much. Lin Wanwan. Nanqing Yu's eyes darkened. This woman relied on the 2 million yuan she gave Ji Xingha and has not treated Ji Xingha as a human being for 6 years. She has humiliated and ordered him around unscrupulously. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a slave. Don't give her a chance. Otherwise, she would definitely take revenge for Ji Xingha. Chapter 23 We are divorced. In the past 2 days, Ji Xingha's phone has received many unfamiliar calls. He didn't answer any of the calls. He went to the business hall to change his mobile phone number, and the world became quiet. At the Lin family, the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, so she condescended to call Ji Xingha in person, but found out that the number was invalid. She kept asking Lin Wanwan, and Lin Wanwan made up her mind, we're divorced. What? Lin's mother was shocked. Divorced? Why? Why could that be? Of course, it was because her white moonlight was back, so Ji Xingha, the redundant one, naturally had to leave to make room for her white moonlight. Lin Wanwan didn't explain. She covered her head with a pillow and collapsed. Mom, can you please stop asking? You don't like him anyway. I divorced him, isn't that what you and my dad want? I can find you a better son-in-law, isn't that enough? Seeing that she was very emotional, Lin's mother thought that she was traumatized by the divorce and did not dare to force her anymore. She took it for granted that it was all Ji Xingha's fault. Didn't I tell you that you shouldn't date a phoenix man like this? Forget it, it's too late for me to say anything now. Don't worry, since Ji Xingha is so ungrateful, your father and I won't let him go. Lin Wanwan felt panicky. She was afraid that her loving parents would really cause trouble for Ji Xingha. Zhou Ziyan's affairs will be exposed. As excited as she was when Zhou Ziyan came back, she regretted it now. Lin Wanwan hesitated. Mom, don't go look for him, let's part ways in peace. What do you mean by parting ways amicably? I think you, silly girl, have been deceived. You are still defending him. What can I say about you? Mother Lin was furious and complained, we give you 500,000 yuan in pocket money every month, but you spend it all every month, with no surplus. Did you spend it all on him? Lin Wanwan. In fact, all of it was spent on Zhou Ziyan. Every time he comes here, he wears the same 2 sets of clothes and is always humble. I thought he was a decent guy. Well, this brat has deceived your father and me. He is really amazing. We can't let this go. Mom. I was wondering why you were so reluctant when I asked you to call him over. He must have used your money to cheat the girl. No, I can't let you do it this time, your father and I will take care of this matter. Lin Wanwan, who was at her wit's end, turned to Zhang Yao for advice. Her goal was to find Ji Xingha and make him admit that he was at fault for the failure of his marriage, no matter what method he used. She thought of Ji Xingha's father before she went to find Zhang Yao. But the useless old man stammered and told her that Ji Xingha had broken off relations with him. Lin Wanwan suddenly realized that after the divorce, Ji Xingha was like turning on the invisibility skill, and it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven for her to see him. Zhang Yao said, what's so difficult about this? Why don't you just tell your parents that you're with Zhou Ziyan? Zhou Ziyan is so outstanding, your parents will definitely be very satisfied with him. Oh, by the way, Wanwan, let me tell you, I met an extremely handsome guy last night. His figure and temperament are amazing. Lin Wanwan automatically ignored her next words and said dejectedly, Yao Yao, it's not as simple as you think. My parents probably don't think highly of Zhou Ziyan. How is this possible? Zhang Yao said, compared to Ji Xingha, Zhou Ziyan is just like the clouds in the sky. If uncle and aunt don't even like him, who else can they like? Lin Wanwan was silent. Zhou Ziyan is an illegitimate child, and his mother is a mistress. It is said that when his mother forced the emperor to abdicate, she forced Zhou's original wife to jump off the building. finally succeeded. This incident was a big news at the time and was finally suppressed by the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Ziyan's father. The younger generations didn't know about it, but the older generations were very clear about it. The Zhou family rose to prominence by borrowing the power of the original wife's family. As soon as the original wife's family lost power, the Zhou family allowed the mistress to take over and even forced the original wife to death. Their ungrateful and ruthless behavior was frightening and made many people despise them. They deliberately kept their distance from the Zhou family, and the Lin family was one of them. At the beginning, Lin Wanwan was attracted by the elegant and refined Zhou Ziyan, and her heart was fluttering. When she returned home and mentioned Zhou Ziyan a few more times, her parents immediately turned cold and asked her to keep a distance from him. Lin Wanwan did not listen to her parents and secretly dated Zhou Ziyan. Finally, at a party, after drinking 2 more glasses, Zhou Ziyan helped him into the hotel. Lin Wanwan turned the topic to Ji Xinghe. "Ha, you said Ji Xinghe has a wife and a daughter who was about the same age as Yang Yang?" Zhang Ya was cheered up. "Wanwan, isn't Li Jia very concerned about Ji Xinghe?" "How could it be? Isn't Xinghe's wife fat, old, and ugly?" He must have known that Li Jia couldn't be serious about him, so he relied on his good looks to find a rich woman for himself to be her stepfather? Oh my god, he is really capable. The pair of cold and indifferent eyes that declared sovereignty appeared in front of Lin Wanwan. The owner of those eyes is neither old nor ugly. On the contrary, it is very, very beautiful. She was so beautiful that even she, who considered herself a great beauty, felt ashamed of herself. That woman. How could Lin Wanwan willingly let others gain prestige and destroy her own spirit? She said stiffly, "She's not ugly, she's very young." I see. That must be an actor that Ji Xinghe hired to deliberately perform for you. The purpose of doing this is to stimulate you. If you really take it to heart, it means you have fallen into his trap. Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up slightly. Is that so? Otherwise, how could his father see him eating with another woman in a hot pot restaurant? He was sure that his father would tell her if he saw it. This guy has a face of a good and honest person, but in fact he is not honest at all. But, is it really like that? Ji Xinghe's indifferent eyes appeared in Lin Wanwan's mind. There was something in those eyes that she had always ignored disgust. It was as if a pair of invisible hands tightly grasped her neck, and she suddenly felt a little breathless. "Wanwan, come to the company." The phone call came unexpectedly, and my father's slightly serious voice came from the receiver. It seems that her request to her mother not to tell anyone was ineffective, and her father still knew that there were problems in her marriage. In the spacious and bright office, Lin Weixiang frowned and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Suddenly he stopped and stared sharply at the young man who was sitting calmly beside him. "Ji Xinghe, do you dare to take responsibility for what you said today?" Ji Xinghe smiled calmly. "Since you, Mr. Lin, don't believe me, what's the point of me swearing a poisonous oath? Everything will come out naturally when your daughter comes." Lin Weixiang's temples were throbbing. Crazy, crazy, this world is crazy. Chapter 24. Yang Yang is not my son. Ji Xinghe originally thought that once he stepped out of the Lin family's doorstep, he would be able to naturally draw a line between himself and Lin Wanwan and the Lin family behind him. However, the development of facts was somewhat unexpected, which made him unbearable. After thinking it over, he reported to Nang Xingyu and took the initiative to come up. He didn't want to look for Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was mentally ill and it would be difficult to explain things to her. It would be better to go directly to her parents. He did not go to the Lin family, knowing that Lin's mother would usually invite rich ladies in the circle to drink tea and play mahjong. Decisively came to the Lin family company. When Lin Weixiang saw Ji Xinghe, he also wanted to call him to account. He knew nothing and thought Ji Xinghe came to admit his mistake. After hearing the assistant's report, he left him outside for more than an hour before asking someone to call him in with a stern face. Lin Weixiang acted like a father-in-law, sat in the boss chair, stared at Ji Xinghe with deep eyes, and looked like he was waiting for Ji Xinghe to make excuses. But when Ji Xinghe opened his mouth, he revealed a big secret: Lin Wanwan and I are divorced. Lin Weixiang was well informed and quickly responded, "Because of that woman yesterday?" Ji Xinghe was confused. "What? Stop pretending to be stupid in front of me." Lin Weixiang said in a deep tone, with the ruthlessness of a superior, "I saw him at the hot pot restaurant yesterday. Don't tell me I saw the wrong person. There are cameras in the hot pot restaurant. I can check them at any time." Ji Xinghe then realized that meeting Lin Wanwan outside the hot pot restaurant was not a coincidence. But he and Lin Wanwan were divorced. Why didn't they know? Of course, this is not the point. The point is that since they are already divorced, and Lin Wanwan rushed him back, he can be with whoever he wants. He really can't understand Lin Wanwan's various actions. He thought she really needed to see a doctor as her condition had been getting worse in the past 2 days. Ji Xingha didn't want to take the blame. Lin Wanwan proposed the divorce. Lin Weixiang pressed on, that must be your fault. Otherwise, why would she file for divorce when we were living so well together? You haven't told me who was eating hot pot with you yesterday? Your divorce was because of that woman, right? Lin Weixiang seemed to see through everything. Even though the blame was put on him, Ji Xingha was not angry. Lin Wanwan is his daughter, so it is normal for him to trust her emotionally. What else more? Lin Wanwan was determined to be with him at the beginning, even if it meant breaking off relations with her parents. Ji Xingha continued to make a big fuss, saying in a calm tone, Mr. Lin, Yang Yang is not my son. What did you say? You're talking nonsense. Lin Weixiang was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He was shocked and angry. If it's not your son, whose son could it be? Ji Xingha anticipated his reaction and said calmly, Mr. Lin, if you don't believe what I said, I can cooperate with you to do a paternity test. Only then did Lin Weixiang realize that he had changed. The son-in-law, who used to be timid in front of them, now met his gaze with neither arrogance nor servility. His eyes were filled with a confidence that he was not familiar with. Calling Mr. Lin cold and distant made him feel like he almost didn't know him anymore. Lin Weixiang was stunned for a moment, then became angry and said, Don't slander Wanwan's innocence. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will not forgive you. I'm not talking nonsense, Ji Xingha said calmly. Yang Yang's father is Zhou Ziyan, and he was in the international class with Lin Wanwan. Ji Xingha explained everything in detail. Lin Weixiang was shocked and confused. Emotionally, he was unwilling to believe the ridiculous things his daughter had done. She secretly dated other boys, and even when they abandoned her, she still kept thinking about them. In order to force them to come back, she found an innocent person who had nothing to do with her to pretend to be the father of her child. Lin Weixiang, who had experienced many ups and downs, was also overturned by Ji Xingha's words. No, this is absolutely impossible. But Ji Xingha was still saying, Mr. Lin, Yang Yang's biological father has returned. I believe he will visit you too soon. As for me and your daughter, it was actually a deal worth 2 million. Now the deal is over, so please communicate with Lin Wanwan and ask her to stop disturbing my life. Lin Weixiang's head was buzzing. He sat down shakily, holding onto the desk, and smiled through gritted teeth. What did you just say was Yang Yang's biological father's name? Ji Xingha readily followed suit, Zhou Ziyan. Lin Weixiang had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhou what? Zhou Ziyan. When Lin Wanwan rushed to the company, Lin Weixiang had already calmed down on the surface. Dad, Wanwan, when will you bring Zhou Ziyan over for your mother and me to see? Lin Wanwan paused and stood there frozen. Lin Weixiang, who had been hoping for a lucky break, felt his heart sinking. Unexpectedly, what Ji Xingha said was actually true. Lin Weixiang looked at his obviously flustered daughter and laughed in anger. No matter what, he is Yang Yang's father. He came back from abroad, but he didn't come to visit me and your mother. He doesn't know the rules. Lin Wanwan's voice trembled. Dad, why are you? How did I find out the truth so quickly? Obviously she didn't have time to say. There were no windows in the office, but the thick blackout curtains on the right side of the floor-to-ceiling windows shook slightly, and then a tall and slender man walked out from inside. The man said to Lin Weixiang, Mr. Lin, what you hear is not as good as what you see. Now you should believe what I say. Lin Weixiang pursed his lips and said nothing. The man looked at Lin Wanwan, whose face was gloomy, and said calmly, Ms. Lin, you have now achieved what you wished for. Please live a good life with Mr. Zhou. Then he left without looking back. Lin Wanwan's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. She turned around suddenly and subconsciously wanted to chase after him. Ji Xingha. Stop right there. The angry shout made Lin Wanwan tremble all over, and she looked at the gloomy Lin Weixiang in horror. Zhou Ziyan, the Zhou Ziyan from the Zhou family? Lin Wanwan's hands and feet were cold, and her body couldn't stop shaking. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to 6 years ago when she brought Ji Xingha back for a showdown. Her father, who doted on her at that time, was also so violent. She was the apple of her father's eye, and when she was bullied, he wanted to kill the person who bullied her. But this time, it was because she was disobedient and insisted on getting involved with the son of a mistress with a bad reputation. The two are different. Also, 6 years ago, Ji Xinghe was with her, but today, she was alone facing the strong wind and huge waves. Bang! A slap landed hard on her face. Ridiculous, it's absolutely ridiculous. Lin Weixiang's forehead was bulging with veins, and he pointed at her nose in anger. Why did I give birth to such a confused idiot like you? Chapter 25. I'm serious. Ji Xinghe didn't know what Lin Wanwan was thinking. She actually hid such a big thing from his parents. But he didn't care what she thought. Now that the truth was revealed, he felt refreshed. As soon as I walked out of the Lin family's company, I saw a familiar luxury car parked on the side of the road. Take another look at the license plate. Oh, it's the one that Nan Xingyu often rides in. Does Nan Xingyu have business dealings with the Lin family? Just as I thought of this, I saw the car window slowly roll down. Nan Xingyu, who had a neat ponytail and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looked over and said, "Get in the car." Ji Xinghe got into the car obediently. What a coincidence. Unfortunately. Aren't you just passing by here? Of course not. Nan Xingyu gave him a faint smile. I'm here to pick you up. A beautiful person looks even more beautiful when he smiles. Ji Xinghe was in a trance for a moment. He looked away without leaving a trace, and said flatteredly, I am an adult now, I can just take a taxi back home, you are so busy. I'm not too busy at the moment. Is everything going well? Yeah, it went well. That's good. I feel relieved that no one bullies you. Ji Xinghe was surprised. Judging from her expression, she was actually serious. It's funny she wouldn't raise him as her own child, would she? He is not Nan Cici. Besides not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Ji Xinghe couldn't help but feel a little moved. After Grandpa passed away, no one cared about him so much anymore. Thanks. But this caused Nan Xingyu's dissatisfaction. Why are you so polite to me? Ji Xinghe. We are husband and wife, a family, there is no need to thank each other. Nan Xingyu said very naturally. Ji Xinghe continued to be flattered. You know, from the time they met to now, from the time they first met to the time they got their marriage certificate, it's only been 3 days. Nan Xingyu might be afraid that something bad might happen to him, leaving little Nan Cici without a father. But he was a grown man, he just wanted to meet his ex-father-in-law, not go through fire and water, so there was no need for her to be so nervous. Nan Xingyu sent Ji Xinghe home and then went to the company. Ji Xinghe stood downstairs, smiling and waving as he watched her leave. Only when the car disappeared from sight did Ji Xinghe realize something was wrong. Why is he like the little wife who was waiting obediently at home for the overbearing president to come home? Drive carefully or I'll dig out your eyes. Nan Xingyu's eyes were fixed on the notebook, but that did not stop her from intimidating her subordinates. Kong Rao, the driver and assistant. He touched his nose fearfully. Boss Nan is becoming more and more authoritarian and overbearing. Can't he even enjoy the scenery? Nan Xingyu sneered. Are you just looking at the scenery? I think you wish you could take your eyes off and put them on other people's bodies. Kong Rao complained. Is it as exaggerated as you say? He couldn't help but ask, who is he? Didn't I tell you, my husband is Cici's father? No, stop teasing me. Kong Rao smiled. When did you two meet your husband? How come I don't know? Kong Rao has been Nan Xingyu's assistant for less than 2 years, but their relationship is not a simple boss-employee relationship. Kong Rao's father is the driver of Nan Xingyu's grandmother, and he grew up in Nan's grandmother's home. He has good character and strong ability, and is someone Nan Xingyu can trust. Kong Rao is a few years older than Nan Xingyu and has always treated Nan Xingyu as his younger sister. How could he remain calm when his younger sister suddenly brought a brother-in-law home? 3 days ago. What 3 days ago? Didn't you ask me when I met him? I met him 3 days ago. And then, he became your husband? At this point, Kong Rao was sure that she was joking. The president of Nanda University, who is quiet and aloof in front of others, actually has a sense of humor in private. Nan Xingyu smiled and said, yes, he is my real husband. How do you make it look real? We got the certificate. Kong Rao parked the car on the side of the road and turned to look over. Nan Xingyu looked at him and said, if you drive, you have to pay for the ticket yourself. You are not allowed to ask the company to reimburse you. Kong Rao turned a deaf ear to him. He was not afraid of getting 8 or 10 tickets. He just wanted to find out one thing, did you really get married with him? Nan Xingyu sighed and raised his head. Ms. Nan, who has always been dedicated to her work, actually sneaked out of the company to pick up her husband, but it did not affect the work progress at all. She held her chin. Yes. What about Grandma? I'll tell her in a couple of days. Kong Rao also sighed. I know Grandma is too concerned and has been a bit too tight lately, but you can't just find someone you've only known for 3 days and get a marriage certificate to make her happy. What about Cece? The most important thing is Cece. What kind of person is this? Do you have the patience to treat Cece? Can you leave cleanly in the future? Then Kong Rao realized that he had been talking a lot of nonsense. Given Nan Qingyu's wealth and appearance, how many men can look away? Whenever there is a chance, I will definitely try my best to show myself. How could I possibly show my shortcomings? Nan Qingyu retorted, how can the person I like be wrong? Kong Rao thought about it and it seemed that. And besides, I'm serious. Live with him seriously, brother. Nan Qingyu's expression became serious. I want to live with him forever. I used to be like a spinning top, busy as soon as I opened my eyes. After a new marriage, he suddenly turned over a new leaf and went from being a slave who could not stop working to being picked up by his wife who had to come out of the company in a luxury car whenever he went out. He was still a little uncomfortable with it. But having said that, Nan Qingyu's driver was so strange. He kept looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. It was like a scanner, as if I wanted to take his internal organs apart and take a look. It's almost time. Ji Xingha goes to pick up Nan Cece. The car that picked up Nan Cece was a nanny car. It was spacious and comfortable, and the starry sky ceiling was very beautiful. Ji Xingha doesn't have a driver's license, and even if he did, he wouldn't need to drive because there is a driver. After waiting at the door for a while, someone stood next to him. The man tilted his head to look at him and smiled in an ambiguous way. Long time no see. Ji Xingha looked at him expressionlessly and said him perfunctorily, obviously not wanting to talk. But the man smiled as if he didn't notice anything. Thank you for taking care of my wife and children for me over the past few years. Ji Xingha smiled, you're welcome. Anyway, I have been your wife's husband for 6 years, and your son has called me dad for 4 or 5 years. Zhou Ziyan's gentle and elegant smile suddenly sank. Although they were in an international class and a regular class respectively, it did not prevent them from knowing each other. And it also caused a big grudge. They dislike each other. Ji Xingha knew in his heart that it was because Zhou Ziyan couldn't stand him that Lin Wanwan had specifically approached him. Oh, by the way, Ji Xingha thought of something and said sincerely, please keep an eye on your wife. I'm divorced from her. It would be best if we never have any contact in this life. Please don't let her come to me again. Zhou Ziyan sneered, as if he had seen through everything. We'll never see each other again, so why are you here? Chapter 26 New and Old Dad. When they were young, Ji Xingha and Zhou Ziyan had different values. An unexpected meeting turned them into enemies. Later, for the sake of 2 million, Ji Xingha had to bow down to Lin Wanwan. Every time Zhou Ziyan returned to China, Lin Wanwan would chase him away like a dog. Even if he sat in the park with the north wind howling on a cold night, he still enjoyed a rare tranquility. But there were a few times when Lin Wanwan was kind enough to keep him. The three of them were happily chatting and laughing around the dining table. He was silently going in and out of the kitchen and dining room, ensuring their happiness. Different from Lin Wanwan's bossy and arrogant manner, Zhou Ziyan was polite and courteous to him, and would invite him to sit down with him from time to time. Ji Xingha was not blind, he could see the undisguised sarcasm and contempt in Zhou Ziyan's eyes. When they met face to face again, it was obvious that Zhou Ziyan still regarded him as that loser who could be laughed at will. However, Ji Xingha was no longer the Ji Xingha he used to be. He raised the corners of his mouth and looked directly into Zhou Ziyan's eyes. Young Master Zhou, instead of caring about what I'm doing here, you might as well take care of your wife. Does young Master Zhou know that she has been coming to see me again and again? If you knew, you would still let her harass me. But I can only sigh that young Master Zhou is very magnanimous. Not only can he calmly let his woman get married with another man, but he can also let his son call someone else dad for a few years. Seeing Zhou Ziyan's expression change, Ji Xingha added calmly, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. Zhou Ziyan was too lazy to pretend, and snorted and laughed. Ji Xingha, what are you dreaming about? Wanwan is pestering you? I'll be thankful if you don't pester her. Life away from the Lin family is not easy, right? His eyes fell on Ji Xingha's custom-made clothes and he gritted his teeth. What's wrong with Wanwan? She actually bought him such expensive clothes. Does he think he deserves them? He was in surprisingly good condition. It seemed that Wanwan had given him a lot of compensation. Zhou Ziyan was in a bad mood. Even if the mud is covered with a layer of gold, it is still mud. You have no education, nor any relevant work experience. You have no strengths other than serving others. What Wanwan gives you will eventually run out. I value friendship the most. I can offer you a job that is absolutely suitable for your major. How about it? Isn't he just a servant? It just so happens that he knows a fat woman who is greasy and playful. Ji Xinghe, this pretty boy, will definitely satisfy that fat woman. As they were talking, the teacher led the children out. Lin Jinyang left early today because of something at home, and the one who brought him out was Teacher Li, whom Ji Xinghe was familiar with. Teacher Li had a kind and gentle smile on her face, but when she saw that both Lin Jinyang's new and old fathers were there, and there was a faint smell of gunpowder smoke at the scene, she had never experienced such a scene, so her smile froze for a moment. Not to mention her, even the heartless little devil Lin Jinyang was stunned. He looked at Zhou Ziyan, then at Ji Xinghe, his little face full of confusion. Zhou Ziyan glanced at Ji Xinghe calmly, then smiled and waved to Lin Jinyang, "Yang Yang, come to Dad." Lin Jinyang glanced at Ji Xinghe and walked towards Zhou Ziyan hesitantly. Zhou Ziyan looked at Ji Xinghe with pride and warned him in a pleasant tone, "Please don't set your sights on my son. My good temper doesn't mean I am willing to tolerate it forever." Ji Xinghe said calmly, "Zhou Ziyan, being too sentimental is a disease and needs treatment." Zhou Ziyan believed that he was just being stubborn. Lin Jinyang glanced at Ji Xinghe secretly. Then he took another sneak peek. Ji Xinghe noticed his gaze and looked over sideways. Lin Jinyang whispered, "Dad." Zhou Ziyan naturally thought that the person who called him dad was referring to him, and he touched Lin Jinyang's head lovingly. "Can I take you to Grandma's house later?" Lin Jinyang still looked at Ji Xinghe. "Dad, when will you come home?" His biological father was also very good to him, but he missed his old father. The kindness on Zhou Ziyan's face disappeared. Although Lin Jinyang, this little bastard, caused Ji Xinghe a lot of trouble, but without bad parents, there would be no bad children. Ji Xinghe would not bear a grudge against a 5-year-old child. The call of dad reminded Ji Xinghe of when he was just born. He was wrinkled like a little monkey. When this boy first learned to speak, he said, "Dad." "Yang Yang, from now on, call me uncle instead of dad, okay?" "Dad." A clear and cheerful voice came over. Ji Xinghe saw Nan Cici running towards him, her skirt fluttering like a blooming flower. Teacher Li, who was about to leave, was stunned. She thought she could see clearly at the beginning. It was Lin Jinyang's father. Oh no, it was the old father. He missed Lin Jinyang and came to see him for comfort, but she accidentally ran into the new father. However, with the appearance of this little girl, she couldn't understand it again. How did he become the father of other children? Zhou Ziyan looked in astonishment at the little girl throwing herself into Ji Xinghe's arms, and the father and daughter had a warm interaction. Ji Xinghe really didn't come to see Lin Jinyang? When did he have a daughter who went to the same kindergarten as Lin Jinyang? Lin Jinyang was dazed, as if he didn't understand how his father became another kid's father. "Dad, have you been waiting here for a long time?" Nan Cici said considerately, like a little adult, "Then don't come so early next time, I can wait for Dad." Ji Xinghe said, "It's okay, I just got here." The father and daughter walked hand in hand towards the parking lot. Zhou Ziyan watched Ji Xinghe holding the little girl's hand and getting into a Maybach nanny car parked on the side of the road. Ignore their existence the entire time. Lin Jinyang suddenly broke free from his hand and chased after him. "Dad, Dad." "That's his father, he can't be someone else's father." Ji Xinghe had just carried Nan Cici into the car when he turned around and saw Lin Jinyang. "Yang Yang, didn't I tell you that I'm not your father anymore? Go find your real father." He wasn't being sarcastic. Why would he be sarcastic to a child? He just wanted Lin Jinyang to understand that since he already had a biological father, he should not be greedy for his old father anymore. Lin Jinyang started crying. After spending these 2 days together, he feels that he still likes his old dad. The old dad is the best. He makes delicious food for him, plays games with him, and tells him bedtime stories. He doesn't get angry with him when he cries, but comforts him gently. He wants his old dad. "Lin Jinyang, come here." Zhou Ziyan's face was so bloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He took a step forward, grabbed Lin Jinyang's collar and pulled him over roughly. His sense of superiority in front of Ji Xinghe was completely crushed by this little bastard. Lin Jinyang was frightened and burst into tears. He struggled to reach out to Ji Xinghe. "Dad. Dad." Chapter 27, an indispensable part. Zhou Ziyan held the crying Lin Jinyang under his armpit, glared at Ji Xinghe with an extremely sinister look and strode towards his car. Ji Xinghe turned around and saw Nan Cici's face turned pale with fear. He hugged her in his arms and patted her on the back. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Nan Cici whispered, Dad, I'm not afraid. I have Dad to protect me. That kid's dad is so fierce. He's so pitiful. Ji Xinghe laughed. Otherwise, why do they say she is a little angel, but she still worries about the little devil? He seemed to still hear Lin Jinyang's crying, but Ji Xinghe calmly got into the car. That brat is used to being lawless. It's time to take proper care of him. But if he became the target of Zhou Ziyan's venting of anger that was Zhou Ziyan's own son, would Zhou Ziyan be willing to let him go? Whether he is willing to give it up or not has nothing to do with him. Compared to my son who can blow the roof off when he makes so much noise, it really feels good to have a little cotton padded jacket. Dad, this is my favorite toy. Can I give it to you? Dad, drink some water. Dad, you've worked hard. Please sit down quickly and I'll give you a shoulder massage. Dad, let me massage your legs again. As soon as Nan Xingyu came back, she found her well-behaved and sensible daughter circling around Ji Xinghe, massaging his shoulders and legs, and was so attentive. She was a little confused. Cici is an obedient and sensible child. She will come over to massage your legs when you are tired. When you are in a bad mood, she will hug you and say, Mom, I love you. I will always be with you. She will also pour you a glass of water and urge you to take medicine when you are not feeling well. But his current attentiveness was clearly abnormal. She soon found out why. After dinner, while Ji Xinghe went downstairs to pick up a package, Nan Cici nervously said to Nan Xingyu, Mom, there's a kid trying to steal my daddy today. Nan Xingyu? She soon remembered that Ji Xinghe had a son who was not related by blood, and the information showed that he went to the same kindergarten as Nan Cici. If she had known this earlier, she would have changed Nan Cici's kindergarten. Nan Cici cried, that kid is so greedy. He already has a dad, why does he want to snatch my dad from me? Even if Dad used to be his dad, he's not his dad anymore. Mom, he's so greedy, he's not a good kid. Nan Xingyu smiled and hugged her into his arms. You said he is not a good boy, so Daddy definitely doesn't like him and won't let him take him away. Nan Cici sobbed, but the kid's current father is not as good as my father. He must want his father to go back and continue to be his father. Nan Xingyu touched her daughter's face distressfully. Don't be afraid, there is still Mommy. Mommy will let Daddy stay with Cici forever. She felt guilty. Cici is actually a very sensitive child who lacks a sense of security. The fact that she is still worried about gains and losses shows that I am not a good enough mother. Ji Xinghe is no longer important to them. He is their family, an indispensable part. After Nan Cici fell asleep, Ji Xinghe thought about it and felt that it was necessary to talk to Nan Xingyu. He noticed Cici's uneasiness. Nan Xingyu sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind her, the prosperity of S-City came into view. She was holding a glass of water, and her delicate skin looked moist and translucent under the light. The first button of the light brown plaid home jacket was not buttoned, and the collarbone was faintly visible at the neckline. At this moment, she is not the high-ranking female president who was in charge of all affairs, but she is definitely not the girl next door who can be approached casually. Her innate queen style makes her destined to be different. Even if she says nothing, does nothing, and just sits there quietly, she seems to be high up in the clouds. She took small sips of water, and her deep eyes looked at Ji Xinghe intentionally or unintentionally. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. Ji Xinghe can quickly get into the role of Nan Cici's father, but he finds it difficult to get into the role of Nan Xingyu's husband. Ji Xinghe was organizing his words, and Nan Xingyu suddenly sighed, Alas, I am so jealous of you. Ji Xinghe was at a loss. Look, you've only known Cici for a short time, and yet she's already inseparable from you. Nan Xingyu's words sounded resentful, but both her expression and tone seemed more like relief. There's something I wanted to tell you. Xingyu, Ji Xinghe still prefers to call her Miss Nan, which is more convenient than the friendly Xingyu. However, he won't be able to call her Miss Nan anymore, as she is so formal. My ex-wife's son goes to the same kindergarten as Cici. I saw him today. He was talking about my ex-wife's son, not my son with my ex-wife. There is a big difference between the two. Nan Xingyu, who knew the truth, could naturally hear the mystery in it. She nodded, I heard from Cici. Ji Xinghe apologized, I'm sorry, she seemed very uneasy, and my comforting didn't have much effect. Yes, Cici is afraid that you will abandon her. Nanqingyu sighed again. The best decision I have ever made in my life is to let you be her father. Cici has smiled more often in the past 2 days. A healthy family atmosphere is really important for the healthy growth of a child. Ji Xinghe totally agreed with this. He grew up in a family lacking family affection. Although he was loved by his grandfather, he still grew up to be a loner. Nanqingyu said worriedly, on the one hand, I am happy that Cici is becoming more and more cheerful, but on the other hand, I am also worried. Ji Xinghe listened attentively. There is a feeling that subordinates are humbly listening to the leader's wise advice. Nanqingyu felt a little depressed. Why did he have to be so distant with her? But to be honest, Ji Xinghe managed the distance just right when they were together. The problem was with her. She cared about him as if she was possessed. Don't worry, I'm not going to go back on my word or anything, I'm just a little worried that you'll leave too early. However, to be honest, after being Cici's father for 2 days, the well-behaved and sensible little angel Cici, and the respect given by Nanqingyu, all made Ji Xinghe feel like he had escaped from hell and jumped into heaven. He had just started to live a good life, but in fact he would occasionally feel anxious and worried. He was afraid that Nanqingyu would find her true love first, and by then he would have to leave no matter how reluctant he was. Ji Xinghe spoke his true feelings. First of all, I am very happy that Cici likes me and depends on me. If I have the chance, I really want to accompany Cici to grow up. Nanqingyu concealed his surprise. Cici is only 5 years old this year, and it will take more than 10 years for her to grow up. Ji Xinghe has a special kind of personal charm, which makes people believe that every word he says is true. Don't say it too soon. What if you meet your soulmate? In front of the scheming female president, Ji Xinghe is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. He smiled, and his smile carried with it a hint of disillusionment with the world that he himself was not aware of. Chapter 28, The Resentful Female CEO. Thanks to Lin Wanwan, Ji Xinghe, who was only 24 years old and in the prime of his life, had no desire for a sweet love, let alone the idea of getting married and having children. A pure mind and few desires are like a monk with pure 6 senses. He decided to live his life alone. At least that's what he thinks now. But he paradoxically yearns for the warmth of home. Nanqingyu saw through his heart from his eyes that were disillusioned with the world. That's very good. He wasn't interested in other women, so she, who was close to him, had a better chance of getting the moon first. It's just the beginning, there is still a long way to go. Nanqingyu secretly made up her mind to make herself successfully enter his heart. Regardless of the reason why she was inexplicably fascinated by him, she would figure it out one day anyway. She should just follow her feelings. She wanted to be willful for once. Ji Xinghe wanted to be a monk who lived a pure and simple life, but he was still at an age full of vigor and vitality, and his 6 senses could not be pure. In the deep night, in the quiet space, there was a faint alluring fragrance. Facing a beautiful and soft beauty, as a gentleman, Ji Xinghe did not and dared not have any inappropriate thoughts, but he always felt uncomfortable in his heart. For the first time, he hoped that Princess Cici would not go to bed too early. With her to help him, he would feel much more relaxed. Having the marriage certificate cannot change his identity as an employee. The boss specifically calls you over to talk, and no matter how uncomfortable he is, he has to bite the bullet and carry on. But he was not good at finding topics to talk about, and after talking about Cici's situation, he didn't know what to say. Nanqingyu was holding the cup of water, not knowing what he was thinking. He just sat opposite her, unable to leave. It's getting late, let's go to bed. Nanqingyu finished drinking the water in the cup and stood up first. Ji Xinghe was pardoned. When Nanqingyu passed by him, he suddenly stopped as he thought of something. Ji Xinghe was not paying attention and almost bumped into her. My eyes accidentally fell on her neckline, and I saw her fair and smooth skin and delicate collarbone. Further down, the view was blocked by the pajama's fabric, and the heels with almost perfect curves rose and fell slightly. Ji Xinghe quickly looked away even though he didn't see anything, he still felt deeply guilty. By the way, I take Cici to Grandma's house every Saturday. You can go with us tomorrow. Nanqingyu was completely unaware of his abnormality. Ji Xinghe said, okay. Nanqingyu turned around and faced him, her eyebrows slightly curved, and said in a playful tone, then tomorrow, please cooperate with me, Mr. Ji. No problem. Then I feel relieved. Good night and have a sweet dream. Nanqingyu pushed open the door of his room and went in. In less than 2 seconds, he walked out again. He stared at Ji Xinghe with a gloomy gaze, and Ji Xinghe saw some resentment in his eyes. Ji Xinghe, whose hand was already on the door handle. Anything else? Yes, Nan Xingyu said unhappily, I've said good night to you. As a courtesy, shouldn't you also say good night to me? Ji Xinghe was embarrassed. Sorry, I forgot. Lord Nan Xingyu was very generous. It's okay, I forgive you. Ji Xinghe. The president is quite easy to talk to. Nan Xingyu stared at him intently. Ji Xinghe was confused for a moment, but soon realized something. Good night, have a good dream tonight. Nan Xingyu muttered, that's better, and went into the house. Ji Xinghe walked into his room, closed the door, stood there in a daze for a long time, and suddenly smiled. The cold female president is sometimes quite cute in private. He went into the bathroom to wash up, changed into soft and clean pajamas, and lay on the comfortable and soft big bed and closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes silently. Going to Grandma's house doesn't that mean meeting the parents? Will her parents and all her aunts and uncles also be able to see it? Let me explain this on 2 sides. Zhou Ziyan received a call from Lin Wanwan, asking him to pick up his son as soon as possible and go directly to the Lin family's old house. Originally, he was unhappy about Lin Wanwan's excuses, but after receiving this call, he smiled. He said, how could Wanwan be willing to let herself be in an unjust position? According to his plan, he took his son out and went to the Lin family. He used his personal charm to conquer his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, and naturally got married with Lin Wanwan, becoming the son-in-law of the Lin family. Lin Wanwan is the only daughter in the Lin family. So, everything in the Lin family belonged to him from now on? Zhou Ziyan's happy mood reached its peak when he saw Ji Xinghe. He took it for granted that Ji Xinghe was not living well after being driven away, and wanted to play the emotional card to get Lin Wanwan to give him some alms. He never expected that after the peak of joyful emotions, there would be a roller coaster-like decline. First of all, Ji Xinghe's neither humble nor arrogant attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. Why was he pretending in front of Ji Xinghe, a poor guy who had no food to eat? Then his own son actually called him dad. Zhou Ziyan was so angry that he could not contain himself. No one is heartless. After all, Ji Xinghe has been with Yang Yang for 5 years. Although he is unhappy that Yang Yang has feelings for him, he can understand it. Avoid letting Yang Yang see him in the future. He is just a child and he will forget about it after a long time. However, what he couldn't tolerate was that Ji Xinghe actually came to pick up the child, and he came in a luxury car. He wears custom-made clothes and drives a luxury car. Not only is he not down and out, he looks very proud and successful. At this time, Yang Yang, the naughty child, chased after him and cried like a dogskin plaster. Zhou Ziyan was so angry that he carried Yang Yang into the car roughly and started beating him up. The once lawless little devil became the target of his anger. Cry, cry, cry. If you cry again, I'll sew your mouth shut with a needle. Yang Yang was frightened by his gloomy face, and she sobbed but didn't dare to cry anymore. Zhou Ziyan felt that now was a perfect opportunity to alienate Yang Yang and make him quickly forget Ji Xinghe. Are you stupid? He said he wasn't your father. Now you see, he has a child and doesn't want you anymore. Yang Yang pouted and wanted to cry. Zhou Ziyan's eyes turned fierce, and Yang Yan's little body shuddered violently, and she dared not cry anymore. If you don't behave yourself, your mother won't want you. I don't want you either, I'll throw you on the street to beg for food. Under his intimidation, Yang Yang's eyes were filled with fear, his chubby little face turned red, and he didn't dare to cry at all. Zhou Ziyan promised to buy him a new game console and take him out to play fun things, and finally he coaxed Lin Jingyang into submission. When he arrived at the Lin family, he did not see Lin Wanwan. Lin's parents' expressions weren't ugly, but they weren't good-looking either. The nanny took Lin Jingyang away, leaving only him and Lin's parents in the living room. Chapter 29, Zhou Ziyan's Miscalculation. You are Yang Yang's biological father? Lin Weixiang said slowly. Zhou Ziyan sat upright, with a guilty look on his face. I'm sorry, Uncle Lin, I was ignorant back then. Lin Weixiang interrupted him with a cold face. I don't think you are sensible now. Zhou Ziyan, I'm sorry, Uncle, I should have come to visit you and Aunt a long time ago. It was Wanwan who suggested the timing. Lin Weixiang interrupted him again. Could it be that Wanwan was the one who made you run away and was irresponsible? Lin's mother sat aside without saying a word, looking Zhou Ziyan up and down with her eyes, with no expression on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. Zhou Ziyan was speechless. After a long time, he stood up and knelt down in front of Lin Weixiang and his wife. The sound of my knees hitting the marble floor was painful to hear. Zhou Ziyan felt a piercing pain in his knee, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Uncle and aunt, I was young and frivolous back then. I was a bastard and a worthless person. But I am sure that I will only love Wanwan in this life. Please help me, uncle and aunt. Lin Weixiang was unmoved. Then do you know how I treated Ji Xinghe when Wanwan brought him here 6 years ago and said he was the father of the child? Zhou Ziyan had a bad feeling. He soon regained his composure. Why should he compare himself with Ji Xinghe? Ji Xinghe is nothing but a powerless nobody. Even if he was really beaten to death, the most we could do would be to pay some money and then the matter would be over. He is different. Behind him is the entire Zhou family. No matter how angry Lin Weixiang was, he had to give him some face. Lin Weixiang said, if you can go through what he went through, then I can consider it. Zhou Ziyan guessed that Lin Weixiang was just bluffing to test his sincerity, so he said firmly, okay. I did something wrong, I am willing to be punished, as long as you don't break up Wanwan and I will do anything. Lin Weixiang smiled, okay, just your words will do. He stood up and slowly took the crocodile belt that he had prepared long ago. Zhou Ziyan stood straight with a look on his handsome face that was firmer than steel, and he looked fearless and heroic, ready to sacrifice himself. Lin Weixiang raised his hand high, and with a snap sound, a belt, with a sharp sound of wind, fell firmly on Zhou Ziyan's back. Zhou Ziyan was caught off guard and cried out in pain, then fell to the ground under the whip. Lin Weixiang immediately raised his hand holding the belt without any hesitation. Although Zhou Ziyan's mother was a mistress, he had been spoiled since childhood and had never suffered such hardship. He was stunned at the moment. Seeing that Lin Weixiang wanted to fight him, he got up and grabbed Lin Weixiang's hand, with vicious light in his eyes. Lin's mother was frightened. She covered her chest in shock, her face pale. Lin Weixiang seemed to have expected this and smiled at him amiably. Didn't you say that you could accept any punishment for Wanwan? I just whipped you with a belt and you can't take it? Zhou Ziyan was startled and quickly let go. I'm sorry, uncle, I wasn't ready at the moment. If you were angry, just vent it on me, I will not say a word this time. Lin Weixiang was about to throw away the belt, and said coldly, forget it, let's put this matter behind us, you can go now. Zhou Ziyan was delighted. Then uncle, you. I heard that Ji Xinghe was beaten so badly that he had to stay in the hospital for half a month. In comparison, he was only whipped, so it was still a mercy to him. Zhou Ziyan's anger towards Lin Weixiang for daring to take real action was much relieved. It's not impossible for you to marry Wanwan. Lin Weixiang sat down again, and was even able to calmly pick up the teacup and take a sip calmly, as if his previous rage was just a mysterious test. Zhou Ziyan endured the burning pain on his back and looked at him expectantly. But you have to answer me first, do you want to marry Wanwan because you like her as a person or because of our Lin family's background? Zhou Ziyan seemed to be humiliated. Of course it's because I love Wanwan. Uncle and aunt, if I could, I would really like to peel my heart out and show it to you. Lin Weixiang smiled calmly, there's no need to say such things. After all, we can't really let you show us your heart. I promise to marry Wanwan, but I have a condition. Zhou Ziyan listened attentively and said, Uncle, just go ahead and say it. Before you and Wanwan get the marriage certificate, I need the two of you to get a notarized marriage certificate. After Wanwan marries into your Zhou family, she will be a member of your Zhou family. The Lin family's business and all related properties will have nothing to do with you. If you are willing to do it, you can go get the marriage certificate with Wanwan tomorrow. Zhou Ziyan was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he had initially expected. Mother Lin saw his reaction, her eyes became increasingly dim, and she stood up and left without saying a word. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back and get some rest early. Lin Weixiang said this in a very cold tone, then stood up and left. Zhou Ziyan returned to Lin Wanwan's large flat in confusion. Lin Wanwan sat on the sofa hugging a pillow in a daze. She heard the door open and looked up, seeing Zhou Ziyan walking in with a gloomy expression. She hesitated. Ian, have you convinced my parents? Zhou Ziyan frowned and stared at Lin Wanwan for a while, then suddenly asked out of nowhere, are you your parents' biological daughter? Lin Wanwan choked up and said, Ian, why do you say that? Zhou Ziyan irritably tore off his tie and sat beside Lin Wanwan in a daze for a while. Suddenly he figured something out and the depression in his heart was swept away. He laughed at himself for losing his temper, put his arm around Lin Wanwan's shoulders and pulled her into his arms, saying, I know, Wanwan. Your parents must be testing me. Lin Wanwan looked dazed and asked, Ian, do you love me? Zhou Ziyan replied, is there any need to ask? Of course I love you. If I don't love you, who else can I love? But why did you abandon me back then? Wanwan, I've explained to you so many times that this was arranged too suddenly by my family, and there's nothing I can do about it. Lin Wanwan was like a madman. Ian, do you love me or not? Josian was a little annoyed, but he still held his temper. Love, earth-shattering love, love that will last forever. You're just trying to fool me. Josian said aggrievely, Wanwan, your father whipped me with a belt today, and my back is still bloody. I was afraid that you would worry, but you were too lonely at home, so I rushed back without even having time to go to the hospital for bandages and medicine. If you say again that I don't love you, I will be very sad. Lin Wanwan looked up at him. Under the bright light, the 5 finger marks on her fair face were shocking. She said in a cold tone, if you really love me, why didn't you notice that half of my face is swollen? Chapter 30. Enjoy the pleasure. On the 4th day after Josian came back, Lin Wanwan had a big fight with him. Josian slammed the door and left. Lin Wanwan fell on the sofa, covering her face and crying. It took her 6 years to finally meet the man she wanted to be with forever, but after only a few days together, she suddenly realized that this was not the life she wanted, no. Compared to herself, her white moonlight cares more about whether she can inherit the family business. Lin Wanwan was at a loss. At this moment, she couldn't even say what kind of life she wanted. But for no reason, she recalled the scene in her mind of Ji Xinghe wearing an apron and walking around in the kitchen, while she played with her son in the living room without any worries. While Lin Wanwan couldn't sleep all night, Ji Xinghe had a sweet dream until dawn. He got up energetically, saw that it was still early, and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He doesn't need to be responsible for 3 meals a day. But since he had nothing to do anyway, he opened the large double-door refrigerator, took out the ingredients, and started tinkering in the kitchen. Ji Xinghe used to be busy in the kitchen every day, and after not cooking for a few days, he suspected that his cooking skills would become rusty. This is his only skill, he can't lose it. In the future, he could consider opening a small private restaurant so that he wouldn't have to entertain too many guests. Making money was not the ultimate goal. He shouldn't be short of money in the future anyway. The main thing was to give himself something to do so that he wouldn't be too idle. When you are happy, you open the door to welcome guests. When you are tired, you carry your luggage and go traveling around. How can life not be lived? It would be nice to think that you can live your life in such a leisurely and contented way. Ji Xinghe has long lost the drive he had in his youth. He just wants to do whatever he wants and make his life more comfortable. For breakfast, he planned to make noodles with shrimp, vegetables, and eggs. He rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the sink, washing the green vegetables carefully. The same thing, done for different people, brings 2 completely different experiences. Preparing 3 meals a day for Lin Wanwan is an essential daily task. He is a robot with instructions entered in advance and follows the instructions step by step. Now I am back to my old job, cooking again, and it has magically become a pleasant experience. After washing the vegetables, he took out some flour and kneaded the dough. As he was still alive, he suddenly felt something and turned to look towards the kitchen door. Nan Xingyu leaned against the doorframe and looked over absent-mindedly. She had obviously just woken up. Her long hair, which had not been combed in time, was slightly messy and draped over her shoulders. Her pretty face was so white that it was almost translucent. Her head was lightly resting against the doorframe, her eyes fixed on him. But when Ji Xinghe looked over, he found that her eyes were a little empty. It was more like she was lost in some distant memory than looking at him. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? After getting up, he deliberately moved lightly and tried not to make any noise, but he still woke her up? Nan Xingyu came back to his senses and shook his head. No, I just got up. What are you doing? Ji Xinghe's hands were covered in flour. He suddenly realized that he did not ask Nan Xingyu and Nan Cici whether they wanted to eat noodles. He was too presumptuous. I want to cook some noodles in the morning. Do you and Cici like noodles? Nan Xingyu smiled. I like it. After Ji Xinghe confirmed that she didn't look or sound complacent, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I should be able to get well soon. He continued kneading the dough. Lin Wanwan is difficult to serve. She doesn't eat instant noodles or the wet noodles sold outside. She must eat the noodles that Ji Xinghe kneads and rolls by hand. Nan Xingyu still stood there, showing no intention of leaving. It feels like when a primary school student is doing his homework and suddenly the strict teacher sits down to supervise. The student gets so nervous that he can't even solve the problem of how much 1 + 1 equals. But Nan Xingyu was not a strict teacher. She looked at the dough bowl and said in a troubled tone, we have ready-made noodles at home. You don't have to go through so much trouble. Ji Xinghe smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter, just roll it out to make it more chewy. Nan Xingyu stopped talking. But I still don't plan to leave. In order to make the atmosphere less awkward, Ji Xinghe made small talk. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Nan Xingyu shook his head. As long as it's not bad, I'll eat it. Ji Xinghe burst out laughing. It sounds like she is not picky about food and is easy to serve, but who knows what her standard is for being not unpalatable. After a few days of getting to know her, Ji Xinghe was certain that although she looked cold and difficult to approach on the surface, when they really got to know her, she was not that aloof. Nan Xingyu hesitated to speak. In the end, nothing was said. She wanted to reiterate that with me, you don't have to do anything else except accompany Cici. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them silently. She wanted to taste the noodles that Ji Xinghe made for them. Little angel Cici also got up. She was wearing a cute lace nightgown, holding the little brown bear that slept with her at night, and ran into the kitchen with a look of surprise on her face. Dad, you can cook too? You are so awesome. The emotional value is maximized. Who can not like such a cute little angel? Ji Xinghe smiled and said, yes, tell Dad what you want to eat in the future, and Dad will make it for you. Hearing this, Nan Cici shook her head. No. Ji Xinghe was bragging. Actually, it couldn't be called bragging. His cooking skills were indeed very good despite Lin Wanwan's repeated provocations. Otherwise, Li Jiayi's mother would not be able to forget it. Dad is a good cook, don't worry. Nan Cici still shook her head. No, that's not it. Why? That would be very hard for Dad, and I don't want Dad to suffer. Ji Xinghe was stunned, and his heart felt warm. Did he fall into a lucky nest by accident? They finished washing and the noodles were ready. Wow, it's delicious, Dad. The noodles you cooked are the best I've ever eaten in my life. It's so delicious, I could eat 10 bowls. Dad, is there any more in the pot? I want more. Little girl Nan Cici was particularly supportive, and the whole breakfast passed with her constant exclamations. Nan Xingyu didn't express any opinion. He just quietly finished his noodles and even drank the soup, which was the greatest affirmation of Ji Xinghe. After getting in the car, Ji Xinghe, who had been inflated to the clouds all morning, couldn't help feeling a little nervous when he thought about the purpose of the trip. It's time to meet the parents. Even though they were not a real couple, he was still worried that he would not be able to leave a good impression on Nan Xingyu's parents. Forget it, when the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers, and when the water comes, we will block it with earth. I accidentally made eye contact with the driver in the rearview mirror. The driver smiled at him, and in return, Ji Xinghe smiled back at him. The driver opened his mouth and was about to say something when a cold voice rang out, drive. Kong Rao. Please, don't be so protective, right? He just wanted to say hello to him in a friendly way and that's not allowed? Alas, I forgot my brother after I got a husband. Chapter 31 Meeting the Parents. Shouldn't it be possible? It really shouldn't. Kong Rao was worried. He could tell that Nan Xingyu had not lied to him, and that she had indeed gotten married just a few days after they had known each other. But Kong Rao knew Nan Xingyu, and she was not a single person. After adopting baby Cici, she might be shaken. In order for Cici to have a complete family, she might marry herself off. But Kong Rao knew that before getting the marriage certificate, Nan Xingyu would make it clear to the other party that there would be no further development except living under the same roof. But yesterday, Nan Xingyu told him seriously that she planned to spend her whole life with this guy. What does that mean? He was the one who investigated this guy's personal information, and to describe it in one word, it was appalling. He has a bad family background, no education, is divorced, and is cuckolded by his ex-wife. The only thing that's good looking about him is his face. Kong Rao scratched his head but couldn't figure out what it was about him that the fastidious Nan Xingyu liked. You can't just be attracted by his face. But there are many men in the world who are more handsome than him. Besides, Kong Rao knows that Nan Xingyu is not a superficial woman who only looks at appearance. Good morning, uncle. Have you had breakfast? If you haven't, I have some bread and milk. Nan Cici greeted the driver crisply. Kong Rao's injured heart was repaired in a second, and he smiled and said, Uncle has eaten, thank you baby. His baby Cici is still warm. The old lady of the Nan family lives in a manor villa in the south of the city, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Every Saturday the old lady would wait eagerly outside the door. Later, there was a heavy rain. Nan Xingyu saw from afar that the old lady was waiting outside the yard with an umbrella. In a rage, he threatened to never come to see you again. Only then did the old lady reluctantly stop waiting outside the gate every Saturday. But today, the old lady returned to her old ways and was waiting outside the door again. Nan Xingyu glanced at Kong Rao with a sinister look. Kong Rao looked up at the sky. What a nice weather today. I swear to God, Nan Xingyu had explained in advance that he really did not leak the secret. It was just that when he came back yesterday, he heard that the old lady was going to arrange for Nan Xingyu to meet another young talent, and he said there's no need to waste that effort, and the clever old lady heard the hidden meaning and guessed what was going on. Naturally, there will be some excited questioning. On one side was a respected elder, and on the other was his big boss. Kong Rao almost knelt down in front of the old lady before he kept his mouth shut and retreated unscathed. The old lady had silver hair and was very well dressed. She looked calm and elegant, noble and wealthy. Ji Xinghe couldn't help but think of the queen of a certain western country. The moment Ji Xinghe got off the car, her eyes were fixed on him. Then she looked at Nan Cece with a smile and waved to her. Nan Cece ran over. Grandma. Old lady Nan bent down and responded kindly, Hey, my little darling. Nan Xingyu held Ji Xinghe's hand very naturally. This was the second time she took the initiative to make such an intimate gesture towards Ji Xinghe. Compared to the first time when he almost suffered from hemiplegia, Ji Xinghe was able to overcome it after being fully prepared mentally. When Nan Xingyu's soft body was close to him, he could remain calm and pretend to be composed. However, he did not expect that Nan Xingyu's slender 5 fingers would flexibly slip into his 5 fingers and directly interlock their fingers. Put your palms together and fully feel each other's body temperature. Ji Xinghe. He felt like he was going to become paralyzed again. Nan Xingyu said softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Don't be nervous, my grandma is easy to get along with, she won't make things difficult for you. Ji Xinghe nodded calmly. I kept telling myself in my heart that it was just acting. When acting, you have to do it completely. Otherwise, how can others believe it? The two walked towards Old Lady Nan. Old Lady Nan's gaze slowly moved from Ji Xinghe's face to the two people's clasped hands. A hint of surprise appeared on her face, and then her smile deepened. When she looked at Ji Xinghe again, the kindness in her eyes was almost overflowing. This shows that Nan Xingyu did not lie to him. She looked like an old lady who was very easy to get along with. Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had successfully passed the test of appearance with his wife, but what about the other aspects? The others are simply unwatchable. Ji Xinghe was vaguely worried. Suddenly I felt that I was too immersed in the play. He was just a bargaining chip for Nan Xingyu to avoid trouble, and they had already obtained their marriage certificate. So what if the old lady was not satisfied with him? Without waiting for Nan Xingyu to speak, Ji Xinghe took the initiative to introduce himself. Grandma, please forgive my rudeness on this first meeting. My name is Ji Xinghe. Although Mrs. Nan looked calm on the surface, she was actually extremely excited and quickly invited them in. Nan Xingyu glanced at him and said, Let's go. She saw Ji Xinghe's ears turned red again. It feels like it has been pinched, kneaded, and ravaged by someone. He is so shy. Ji Xinghe smiled calmly, but he was actually not calm at all. As expected, the hand became numb, and even the arm seemed to have lost sensation. He was able to remain calm and pretend to cooperate with her in acting affectionate, all because of his sense of responsibility. The palms of the clasped hands were sticky, and I didn't know whose sweat it was. Nan Xingyu had no intention of letting go, so Ji Xinghe naturally couldn't let her go unilaterally. Old Mrs. Nan walked in front holding Nan Cece's little hand, teasing her as they walked. The interaction between the two generations of grandparents and grandchildren was particularly loving. Ji Xinghe and Nan Xingyu followed behind hand in hand. What a heartwarming scene! Everyone came to the hall and took their seats. Nan Xingyu finally let go of Ji Xinghe's hand. While no one was paying attention, Ji Xinghe secretly put his hand on his leg and rubbed it twice to wipe off the sweat on his palm. Inadvertently, he met Nan Xingyu's gaze. Her eyes were very beautiful, clear, and bright, with a hint of a smile. He froze for a moment, feeling as if he had been caught doing something bad, but he didn't seem to have done anything. At this moment he became the focus of the scene. The old lady chatted with him with a kind look, and then naturally started to check the household registration. When did you meet Nan Xingyu? How many people are there in your family? Is he a native of S City? Which university did you graduate from? What are his interests and hobbies, etc.? This is a link that cannot be avoided at all. Kong Rao felt as relaxed coming here as returning home. He picked up a sweet orange, peeled it, and then thoughtfully put the first petal into the mouth of little Nancy. I was curious and wondered how he would answer. Ji Xinghe knew that his personal conditions were not good enough and his resume was far from brilliant. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was terrible. But he would not make up false information to deceive the old lady, so he had to answer everything truthfully. Chapter 32, Granddaughter's Madness. Ji Xinghe was about to answer the old lady's questions one by one, but Nan Qingyu spoke up first. "Grandma, why are you asking so many questions? Don't you trust your granddaughter's taste in choosing men?" Old Lady Nan. She smiled and joked. "Grandma was just chatting with Xinghe. How can I eat him, you little heartless guy? You haven't even started talking about marriage yet, and you're already turning your elbows outward." Nan Qingyu said, "Grandma, I was just about to tell you that Xinghe and I have already obtained the marriage certificate." Old Mrs. Nan has lived to a ripe old age and has experienced many ups and downs. She has long since developed a strong and calm heart. When she accidentally learned from Kong Rao's slip of the tongue that something was wrong with her granddaughter, whose emotions were as empty as a sheet of paper, she wanted to go over and find out what was going on. But she knew her granddaughter too well, and immediately thought of a possibility, and her fiery heart felt like someone had poured a basin of tap water on it, and it suddenly turned cold and silent. Back then, Nan Qingyu insisted on adopting Nancy despite everyone's opposition. Some people said that Nancy's existence would make many outstanding men stay away from her. After all, most capable and competent men would not want to be someone else's stepfather. At that time, Nan Qingyu responded bluntly, saying that he also looked down on those ordinary people. Facts have proved that no matter whether it is a man or a woman, as long as they are good enough, certain shortcomings can be completely ignored. Not to mention that Nan Qingyu is a talented woman. Even if it is just her outstanding appearance, even though everyone knows that she has a burden, she still has many suitors. Among these suitors, there are children of wealthy families who are as good as the Nan family, geniuses who have achieved remarkable success at a young age, and top idols who are thriving in the entertainment industry. However, it still did not prevent Nan Qingyu from being 24 years old and having no feelings at all. Logically speaking, she is not too old, and in today's society where people marry and have children later, there is no need for Mrs. Nan to worry too much about her marriage. But she met so many outstanding men, but none of them made her heart beat. How could Mrs. Nan not worry? Once, Mrs. Nan, after hearing someone's guess, asked Nan Qingyu hesitantly whether she didn't like men. Nan Qingyu answered her with a twitching mouth, "Don't worry, at the moment, there is no woman she likes." Old Mrs. Nan finally figured it out. There was nothing wrong with Nan Qingyu's sexual orientation. She was just too independent and cold, and none of the men she met happened to be the one she liked. Fate is something that cannot be forced. But the old lady was anxious. What if my granddaughter never meets her destiny in her lifetime? Won't she be lonely all her life? Old Mrs. Nan is not pedantic. She is a lovely old lady who is willing to accept new things. She even knows what a rotten girl and a gay are. She believes that as long as it does not affect others, it is other people's freedom to choose how to live their lives and it should be respected. This standard would work for anyone else, but not for her granddaughter. The old lady, who is traditional at heart, still hopes that Nan Qingyu can get married, have children, and live the life that a normal person would live. Later, the granddaughter was not as persistent as before, and was willing to go on the blind dates she arranged, but the old lady still couldn't be happy. The granddaughter just wanted to find a father for her adopted child, not a husband for herself. These are two completely different things. Old Mrs. Nan guessed that her granddaughter had found a suitable father for the child, and her enthusiasm faded a lot. However, when she saw that her granddaughter, who had never been interested in men, was holding hands with a strange boy for the first time, the old lady's hope was rekindled. If her granddaughter didn't really like him, how could she be willing to be so close to him? Old Mrs. Nan was very happy. She saw that the young man was tall and had long legs. He was sunny and handsome. He was well organized in dealing with people. She thought her granddaughter had good taste. She was satisfied with this young man. Maybe she can really see her granddaughter find happiness during her lifetime. She was happy for a short while before she heard her granddaughter tell her that they had obtained a marriage certificate. Old Mrs. Nan, who should have been happier, suddenly became alert. Thinking of my granddaughter who is usually well behaved but occasionally gets crazy, my heart skips a beat. Without even getting to know each other first, they just went straight to the marriage certificate. Wasn't it just because they thought she was worrying too much and were annoyed that she had to go on blind dates every few days, so they just pulled someone over to act as a shield? But marriage is a big deal, so how can we treat it as a joke? Even if it is a fake marriage, once the certificate is obtained, it will be a second marriage. Can the nature of first marriage and second marriage be the same? Old Madame Nan was annoyed at her granddaughter's mischief. In front of an outsider, this outsider was naturally Ji Xinghe. She couldn't get angry, so she said half angrily, "Child, why didn't you tell us about such a big thing in advance?" Nan Xingyu said lazily, "I am the one who was going to get married, not you. Anyway, I will get married whether you say it or not. Besides, haven't I told you?" Old Mrs. Nan was speechless for a long time because of her treasonous words. Is it the same to say it in advance or say it later? This clever little girl is just changing the concept. Ji Xinghe looked at Nan Xingyu with a little surprise, and happened to meet Nan Xingyu's dark eyes. Nan Xingyu's eyes were slightly curved, as if saying, "I didn't scare you, did I?" Ji Xinghe raised the corners of his lips and smiled. Nan Xingyu's family was a wealthy family, and Ji Xinghe thought that they must have a lot of rules. Anyway, Lin Wanwan's family had a lot of rules, and it seemed that he was the only one bound by all the rules. Looking at the interaction between Nan Xingyu and her grandmother, Ji Xinghe realized that he was overthinking. Nan Xingyu felt very relaxed about the casual way he got along with his grandmother. Old Madame Nan shook her head and said to Nan Cici with a smile, "Good Cici, Grandma will give you a task, okay? This is the first time for Uncle to come. You take Uncle out for a walk. The peach blossoms in the backyard are blooming, so beautiful." Nan Cici looked around in confusion. Only my father and uncle were present. Where was my uncle? Until Old Lady Nan pointed at Ji Xinghe with a smile, Nan Cici immediately corrected her, "Grandma, he is my father, not my uncle." Old Lady Nan. Ji Xinghe understood that Old Lady Nan had something to say to Nan Xingyu alone. As for the content, he knew it was related to him even though he didn't want to hear it. He and Nan Xingyu got married after knowing each other for only one day. It would be strange if her family didn't ask about the whole matter. Maybe you would even think that you were deceived by him. Just like when Lin Wanwan took him back that year. What Ji Xinghe could be sure of was that Nan Xingyu would definitely not allow himself to be beaten with a belt or scolded. It seems that old Mrs. Nan is not the kind of unreasonable old lady. By the way, why aren't Nan Xingyu's parents here? He greeted Old Lady Nan politely, then with Nan Cici's help, he stood up and walked out. Kong Rao threw the orange peel into the trash can, picked up another orange, and walked out. Chapter 33. Do you know witchcraft? Hello, I haven't formally introduced myself to you yet. My name is Kong Rao, and I'm President Nan's driver and assistant. Kong Rao rubbed Nan Cici's little head, looked at Ji Xinghe with a smile, and continued calmly, "My father is Grandma Nan's driver. I have lived here since I was a child and grew up with President Nan." Ji Xinghe heard it. Oh, they are childhood sweethearts. No wonder Nan Cici called him uncle so warmly. From Kong Rao's friendly smile, Ji Xinghe vaguely saw a warning: "You'd better not have the intention of bullying my sister, otherwise I won't forgive you." He smiled, not taking it as a threat. Hello. If he had a younger sister, and she suddenly brought a stranger of unknown origin, his reaction would probably be 10,000 times more intense than Kong Rao's. From this, it can be seen that both Kong Rao and Old Lady Nan were quite calm when Nan Xingyu asked, "I'm already married and have a marriage certificate." This is obviously related to Nan Xingyu's usual principle of being decisive. They all seem to have gotten used to it. From this we can see that Nan Xingyu is usually a very independent and decisive person. It was a rare opportunity to be alone, and Kong Rao had a lot of things to ask Ji Xinghe, such as how did you two meet, and what was so special about you that made Xingyu look at you differently. Kong Rao only dared to think about these questions in his mind and did not dare to actually ask them. He admitted that he was quite timid. The timid here refers to being in front of Nan Xingyu. Nan Xingyu had warned her that her husband liked quietness and asked him not to bother him. Even if he was tortured to death by his own curiosity, he did not dare to ask any more questions. Alas, he was really jealous of Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe is the first person who can be protected by Nan Xingyu to this extent. He could recite Ji Xinghe's resume by heart. He was an excellent student and had the hope of being admitted to a good university. In order to pay off his father's debts, he was willing to marry into the Lin family. He worked hard as a house husband for 6 years. He was not valued by anyone and had no status in the family. When his ex-wife Bai Yueguan came back, she even kicked him out of the house overnight. Then, he met Nan Xingyu. I got the certificate the next day. And it is said that it was Nan Xingyu who took the initiative to mention the matter of getting the marriage certificate. Kong Rao admitted that when he learned about Ji Xinghe's experience, he felt a sense of sympathy between men for Ji Xinghe. Anyway, if it were him, he would not be able to hold on. Ji Xinghe appears to be cowardly and incompetent, but in fact he is patient and tenacious. Kong Rao admires him very much. If Nan Xingyu admired his perseverance, that was not right. She got married to Ji Xinghe first, and then started to investigate him in detail. Kong Rao has been thinking about it over and over these days, and his brain cells have died one after another, but he just can't find the answer. I'm almost bald. It's not that he wants to cause trouble. This is really unbelievable. If Nan Xingyu simply wanted to find a father for CC, he could still understand it. After all, Nan Xingyu had revealed this idea to him before. But Nan Xingyu told him yesterday that she was serious and wanted to spend her whole life with him. If someone else had said this, Kong Rao might not have taken it seriously. People are fickle, they may be like this today and like that tomorrow. It is sometimes really difficult to be faithful to one person. Moreover, according to the information he had, it was impossible for Nan Xingyu and Ji Xinghe, who had only known each other for a few days, to have any vows of eternal love or everlasting affection. Why do I suddenly have to have him? But if these words came out of Nan Xingyu's mouth, people would have to take them seriously. He knew Nan Xingyu too well. She never speaks casually without thinking. Is she possessed by evil spirits to spend her whole life with a man she has only known for 3 days? Finally, he made a bold and terrifying guess. Could it be that Ji Xinghe knew some kind of evil magic? Nan Cici also gets along very well with him, which is not difficult to understand. He has a 5-year-old son and naturally has some experience in taking care of children. He can please baby Cici, who has been lacking in longing for fatherly love since childhood. But apart from being possessed by evil spirits, he really didn't know how to explain Nan Xingyu's devotion to Ji Xinghe. Weird, this is too weird. Explaining it as being possessed by evil spirits, it seems that all doubts are solved. Kong Rao couldn't hold back. Brother, there's no one else here, can you honestly tell me if you know something that others don't? Dad, look. There are so many peach blossoms. Wow, they are so beautiful. Nan Cici looked at the pink scene in front of her and said excitedly. Ji Xinghe turned around and looked at Kong Rao, confused. Huh? Kong Rao laughed dryly. Nothing. Ji Xinghe was dragged by the excited little girl and ran towards the sea of flowers. The wind blowing over carries a faint scent of flowers. In fact, he heard it. He heard what Kong Rao asked him. It was so abstract that he didn't know how to answer it, so he just pretended not to hear it. He twitched his lips helplessly. Kong Ran asked him if he knew something that others didn't, and he immediately guessed that what he really wanted to ask was if he knew some evil magic that could bewitch people? Otherwise, how could Nan Xingyu get married to him so quickly? Nan Xingyu is the cloud in the sky, and he is the mud on the ground. Ji Xinghe is too self-aware. He does not have any evil magic to bewitch people. At most, he is lucky and is bound to the life selection system. Gave him a chance. Nan Xingyu is his opportunity. I have to say that Nan Xingyu's effect was achieved. If it can't be made to look real, how can it protect her from unnecessary troubles in life? The old lady and Nan Xingyu, a grandparent and grandson, were the only ones left in the hall. Xingyu, tell me the truth, do you not want to go on a blind date, but want Cici to have a father, so you deliberately find someone to act in front of me? Old Mrs. Nan looked at Nan Xingyu with a serious face. As for the clasping of fingers that had excited her at the beginning, it was just something her granddaughter did intentionally to make the fake look real. This little girl, once she starts to go against the norm, it becomes a headache for everyone. Just like when she insisted on adopting Nan Cici despite everyone's opposition, even though everyone proposed several plans for her own good, such as finding a wealthy family with a kind and loving couple for Nan Cici, or simply raising her with old Madame Nan, all of them were rejected by Nan Xingyu. She was determined to raise Nan Cici herself as a mother. Even though she was just a child in the eyes of others at that time. Nan Xingyu took a sweet orange and played with it in his hand, and said frankly, I did have this idea before. Old Mrs. Nan keenly caught the before in her words. Are you serious? Grandma, when I meet the right person, can't I be serious? Old Lady Nan. She couldn't even win an argument with this little girl. Yes, how long have you known each other? I haven't seen him before, so it must not be long. Only time can reveal a person's true character. How can you be so impatient? Is he? Old Mrs. Nan wanted to ask if he had deceived her with his sweet words, but then she changed her mind and thought, isn't this the same as suspecting that her granddaughter is in love? And with her experienced eyes, she felt that the child was not that kind of person. It wasn't long, Nan Xingyu said softly, but Grandma, you should understand that time can't fully explain everything. Old Madame Nan had a complicated expression on her face. She hesitated for a long time and finally sighed. Xingyu, if you think Grandma controls you too much, I will just let things take their own course and won't worry about arranging blind dates for you anymore. Nan Xingyu said, Grandma, I told you this has nothing to do with you. Old Madame Nan seemed to be thinking, so it's related to Cece? Xingyu, Grandma knows that you will never look back on what you have decided, but Grandma still wants to say that marriage is not a joke. You feel sorry for Cece, but you also have to think more about yourself. Nan Xingyu emphasized, although I really want Cece to live in a healthy family atmosphere like a normal child, but Grandma, you must know that only a man who satisfies me can be Cece's father. Old Lady Nan asked curiously, then can you tell me what is so special about that young man? Nan Xingyu naturally couldn't answer her grandmother's question since she herself didn't understand it. You can't say that it was because she felt a sense of familiarity with Ji Xinghe that made her plunge headfirst into it, wholeheartedly accepting Ji Xinghe, without any complaints or regrets? What is the difference between that and being cursed by someone? Now that she has said it, maybe her grandmother will arrange an exorcism ceremony for her in the afternoon. Nan Xingyu never thought about the idea of using black magic, isn't that nonsense? She knew very well that it was her own inner impulse that drove her to make the decision. Nan Xingyu seemed to be thinking about something. She had been too busy in the past 2 days. Besides, she had just tricked Ji Xinghe into her arms and wanted to continue cultivating their relationship. So she had to postpone the trip to City Z for the time being. For some reason, when the City Z was mentioned, she felt an inexplicable resistance in her heart. However, according to her recollection and the information she got from others indirectly, she had never been to City Z. Compared to other people's answers, Nan Xingyu believed in himself more. But she just lost a year's memory. Chapter 34 The Sneaky Woman. Old Mrs. Nan was certain that the young man who was favored by her granddaughter must have some extraordinary qualities that were unknown to others. However, she never expected that after Nan Xingyu told her all his personal conditions, Old Lady Nan almost suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. What did you say? He dropped out of high school and was divorced once? The old lady's pupils trembled. This young man looked quite nice, but I didn't expect his personal conditions to be so bad. Not to mention being a good match for her beautiful granddaughter who was worth tens of billions. Even in today's society, it was a blessing from God that he was not single. The old lady still likes the young man very much. She won't look down on anyone casually. But she still hopes that those who stand next to her outstanding granddaughter in the future will be equally outstanding. Even if she is not as good as her granddaughter who is known as a genius, she should at least be almost as good. Ji Xinghe's conditions are totally different from those of her granddaughter. This is too mismatched. Nan Xingyu's expression faded. Grandma, if you think he is not capable, then it's not impossible for me to raise Cece alone for the rest of my life. This is not a threat, but a statement of fact. Of course, Nan Xingyu was just talking in front of the old lady on purpose. It was impossible to ask her to give up Ji Xinghe. A voice quietly sounded in her heart. It would never be possible in this lifetime. Old Mrs. Nan was shocked and confused. Is it really not a case of being possessed? For a man who had nothing good except his face, she even started to threaten herself. She knew her granddaughter's temper. If you say it, you can definitely do it. She didn't want to say that her granddaughter was in love, but she couldn't figure out why. There are thousands of outstanding men in this world, why did it have to be Ji Xinghe? Nan Xingyu sat down close to the old lady, leaning against her, as if she had returned to her childhood. Grandma, I'm not a child anymore. Old Lady Nan touched her face lovingly and snorted unhappily. Yes, my darling grandson has grown up and has been someone else's mother for 5 years. Nan Xingyu said softly, so Grandma, please believe me, okay? Trust my eye for choosing a man. Old Mrs. Nan didn't speak for a long time. Which elder doesn't want his or her children to be well? She just felt that her angel-like granddaughter deserved the best man in the world. It's not that Ji Xinghe is a bad person, but it's also a fact that he is not in good conditions, right? I didn't even go to college. She didn't have as many scruples as Kong Rao, and asked directly, Xingyu, are you possessed? You have so many good conditions, why do you have to find a divorced man? Grandma. Nan Xingyu said helplessly with a hint of coquettishness, don't forget that your granddaughter has a daughter. Old Lady Nan asked, what's wrong with having a girl? Are you also a virgin? Nan Xingyu said nothing. Beneath the seemingly weak appearance, she is stubborn and will not listen to anyone. Old Mrs. Nan said, "Forget it, forget it. Grandma has said too much. You think I am nagging? Grandma doesn't have too many requirements. As long as you are happy, it's okay if his conditions are a little worse. Anyway, our family is rich and powerful, and we don't expect him to earn money to support the family. As long as you can live a good life, that's enough." At this point, Old Lady Nan couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Was that just a little bit worse? It was simply impossible to find anyone with worse conditions than him. But if he treats you badly, Old Lady Nan snorted twice, then don't blame me for being rude to him. No matter how much you protect him, it will be useless. Nan Xingyu's eyebrows curved. Don't worry, Grandma, this day will never come. If she didn't believe in Ji Xingha's character, would she let him live in her and Nan Cici's small home and live with them day and night? Although she didn't know where her trust came from. In Taoyuan, when the wind blew, a few petals fell down scatteredly. It is so beautiful that it seems like a paradise. Ji Xingha took out his cell phone. Nan Cici was picking up flower petals on the ground with great interest. When she saw Ji Xingha's camera pointed at her, she quickly posed. Ji Xingha took a lot of photos of her, some of which she took accidentally and some of which she posed for later. Kong Rao tossed the orange in his hand and said with a smile, "You and Cici get along quite well." Ji Xingha created a new album for Nan Cici, specifically to store her photos. Cici is very well behaved and sensible. Kong Rao nodded in agreement, indeed. When Nan Xingyu brought her back, she was very small and always looked timid when looking at people. She would cry when anyone approached her except Nan Xingyu. For her, Nan Xingyu dropped out of school and took care of her day and night. This is how the cute and soft baby Cici was born. But since Ji Xingha came, Kong Rao found that baby Cici was becoming more and more lively. Kong Rao received a call, signaled to Ji Xingha, and walked away while answering the phone. "Dad, can you show it to me?" Nan Cici ran over to look at the photo. As soon as he ran to Ji Xingha, he saw something and his expression suddenly shrank. He subconsciously hid behind Ji Xingha. Ji Xingha became alert and turned his head to look to the left. A middle-aged woman appeared in his sight. The woman put her hands in her pockets with a slightly panicked look and looked away as if nothing had happened. Apart from relatives and friends, the only people who can enter Old Lady Nan's manor are the nanny who works here. From the way she was dressed, Ji Xingha guessed that she might be the latter. His eyes fell on her pocket. If he guessed correctly, what she put in her pocket should be a cell phone. A bold and absurd speculation emerged in my mind. This woman was just secretly filming them. Ji Xingha was unbelievable. He is not a star and she is not a paparazzi, so why would she take pictures of him? Ji Xingha asked in a low voice, "Cici, do you know her?" Nan Cici hugged his legs, looking timid. "Yes, it was this aunt who said that I was a burden to my mother." Ji Xingha was stunned. When he turned his head and looked at the middle-aged woman again, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It turned out to be this woman. Ji Xingha said, "Cici, wait for daddy here, okay?" Nan Cici nodded obediently. Ji Xingha strode towards the middle-aged woman who was about to turn around and leave. "Hello," he called the woman in a bad mood. A woman who can say such sarcastic words to a well-behaved and cute little girl is definitely not a good person. What's more, Ji Xingha found her sneaky behavior suspicious. The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, then turned around and smiled respectfully on her dull and harsh face. "Excuse me, Mr. Ji, what do you need?" Ji Xingha remembered that when he and Nan Xingyu came in together, it was this woman who served them tea and water. He shook his phone and smiled helplessly. "I want to make a call, but my phone is out of battery." "Can you lend me your phone?" This is a common request. Unlike meeting a stranger on the street, Ji Xingha is a distinguished guest here. The distinguished guest just wants to borrow a mobile phone, and under normal circumstances, his request will be granted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a trace of discomfort appeared on the middle-aged woman's face. She laughed dryly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ji, my phone is out of service." Ji Xingha said oh and muttered, "What a coincidence." The middle-aged woman breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Xingha looked at her with a smile. Although she was smiling, there was no trace of smile in her eyes. "Is the phone turned off, or have you not had time to deal with the secretly taken photos, so it is inconvenient for me to see them?" The middle-aged woman was shocked and subconsciously retorted, "I don't understand what you are saying." Ji Xingha was originally uncertain, but now her reaction made Ji Xingha certain that his guess was correct. She had just secretly taken a photo of them. After Kong Rao finished the call, he walked over holding Nan Cici's hand and asked, "What happened?" Brother Kong Rao was older than Ji Xinghe, so Ji Xinghe had to call him brother. For some unknown reason, she secretly took a photo of Cici and me. Kong Rao was confused. Sister Shui, you. Shui Wenxiu had recovered from the panic she felt when she was exposed at the beginning, and said aggrievedly, "No, I didn't take any secret photos. Mr. G is new here, so it's okay if he doesn't know me, but Rao, you know me." She became more and more excited as she spoke. "The peach blossoms are blooming here, and I thought they were beautiful, so I took 2 pictures. Even if I included Mr. G and Miss Cici in the picture, it was an accidental act. If Mr. G insists that I took the picture secretly, then I will have no way to defend myself." Kong Rao looked at Ji Xinghe in embarrassment. Is there any misunderstanding here? It is normal to take pictures of beautiful scenery as a souvenir. Under normal circumstances, Ji Xinghe would feel that he was making a fuss. However, when he learned what the woman had said to Nan Cici, and how she did not hide her complete panic when facing him, all of this told Ji Xinghe that there was something wrong with her. In short, he felt very uneasy until he figured out why she took the photos of them secretly. Ji Xinghe didn't waste any time and directly called Nan Xingyu. Nan Xingyu came very quickly. "The old lady is here too." At this time, Shui Wenxiu had already started crying. She lowered her head and wiped her tears, looking extremely aggrieved. Those who don't know would think that Ji Xinghe is a villain who has succeeded in his career. He thinks that as the son-in-law of the Nan family, he can take advantage of his power and step on others at will. The old lady was confused. "What's going on?" Sister Shui sobbed and repeated to them what she had just said to Kong Rao. She also said that she had never been wronged like this before and she wanted to resign. No matter how you look at this matter, Ji Xinghe is just relying on his status to make trouble unreasonably. The old lady was in deep thought and did not express her opinion immediately, so Kong Rao maintained a neutral attitude. Nan Xingyu said, "Can you please take out your phone for us to see? If it is my husband who wronged you, I will apologize to you on behalf of my husband and give you 10 years' salary as compensation. What do you think?" Ji Xinghe looked at Nan Xingyu in surprise. She didn't even ask herself before making up her mind. Perhaps the compensation of 10 years' salary is not worth mentioning in her eyes with her annual income of 9 figures, but it has nothing to do with money. Anyone can hear her trust in him. Shui Wenxiu hesitated. "My phone is out of battery." Ji Xinghe bluntly exposed her lie. "You just talked to me because your phone was out of payment, and now it's out of battery? No matter how coincidental, it can't be that everything happened at the same time." The old lady stared at Shui Wenxiu. She is usually kind and pleasant, and is a very easygoing old lady, but that doesn't mean she is stupid. Shui Wenxiu's unnatural look was enough to show that she had something to hide. Just as the old lady was about to say something, Nan Xingyu glanced at Shui Wenxiu indifferently. "I'll give you a chance to tell the truth. 3, 2, 1. Sorry, there's no more." Shui Wenxiu. Ji Xinghe suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth. She said 3, 2, 1 in 0.001 seconds and had no intention of giving Shui Wenxiu any chance. In the cool and comfortable spring, Shui Wenxiu's forehead began to sweat. Chapter 35. Ji Xinghe said he loved her. "Mr. Gu, today is Saturday. Has Miss Nan gone home yet?" Shui Wenxiu, "Yes." Mr. Gu sent out a red envelope. Shui Wenxiu, "But Miss Nan brought a man back today." Mr. Gu panicked and sent a 60-second voice message. Shui Wenxiu replied, "Okay, I'll take a photo and send it to you." Mr. Gu sent another red envelope. "Thank you for your hard work." Mr. Gu in Shui Wenxiu's phone is a suitor of Nan Xingyu. Mr. Gu was madly obsessed with Nan Xingyu. He was tossing and turning because he couldn't get the love he wanted. He even bribed people around old lady Nan to pass on relevant information about Nan Xingyu to him. Knowing that Miss Nan, who was always aloof and unapproachable, had brought a man back home for the first time, Mr. Gu panicked and asked Shui Wenxiu to secretly take a photo of Ji Xinghe. He wanted to find out who dared to snatch a woman from him. Old Mrs. Nan is kind-hearted. She usually doesn't care if her subordinates break things or do something wrong. But someone was betraying the family and leaking the family's privacy to outsiders. Old Mrs. Nan couldn't stand it anymore. She got angry immediately and told Shui Wenxiu to pack up and leave. Shui Wenxiu cried bitterly and begged for mercy. "Madam, miss. I was bewitched. I shouldn't have betrayed my family for a little favor. Please forgive me this time because it's my first offense. I swear I won't dare to do it again. Once unfaithful, never use him again." When it comes to matters of principle, Mrs. Nan is never vague. Seeing that there was no room for maneuver, Shui Wenxiu left the scene sadly. Old Lady Nan was furious, put that guy named Gu on the blacklist and never let him set foot here again. The butler lowered his eyes. Yes. Today is your first day here and something like this happened. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. As soon as Old Lady Nan started to speak, she was interrupted by Nanxingyu. Grandma, he is not a stranger, why are you being so polite to him? Old Lady Nan. She looked at Ji Xinghe with still loving eyes. It was as if when facing her granddaughter alone, she was not the one who was extremely unhappy with the son-in-law her granddaughter found for her. Xinghe, this time it's all thanks to you, otherwise keeping such a treacherous person around would be a disaster sooner or later. Old Mrs. Nan felt uncomfortable when she thought about other people's eyes and ears around her. Even if the other party has no ill intentions and is just being clever in order to achieve a certain goal. However, who can be sure that they have no ill intentions? After this incident, Old Lady Nan began to re-examine Ji Xinghe. Maybe I should let go of my prejudice. Excellence should not be reflected solely by academic qualifications, family background, etc. You see, this young man that Xingyu likes is not only good looking, but also has strong insight. Isn't this an advantage that others don't have? Everyone present looked at Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe lowered his head to look at Nan Cici, who followed him closely, unwilling to take credit. Actually, it was Cici who gave me vigilance. Nan Cici noticed the nervousness and timidity displayed by Xue Wenxiu, which made him subconsciously pay attention. Nanxingyu was extremely annoyed. This happened the first time I brought Ji Xinghe back. Will it leave a bad influence on him? What if he feels that entering a wealthy family is like entering a deep sea? Or let him mistakenly think that his personal emotional life is in chaos. Nanxingyu seemed to see that on the road to guiding her into Ji Xinghe's heart, there were two more obstacles that could not be ignored. President Nan, who was calm and composed, wanted to clarify the matter immediately out of anger and humiliation, but this was obviously not a good time to do so. Nanxingyu wished he could cut Xue Wenxiu into pieces. Xue Wenxiu begged that it was getting late and could she leave tomorrow? Old Mrs. Nan remained unmoved. Under the supervision of the housekeeper, she went to her residence to pack her things angrily. When she left, she seemed to glance over here unintentionally. Ji Xinghe saw it by accident and his heart started beating for no reason. Unrest surged like a tidal wave. I always feel like something is going to happen. The wind brought him the faint fragrance that he had become familiar with in the past few days. Nanxingyu walked to his side and looked at him inquiringly. What are you thinking about? Ji Xinghe shook his head. Nothing. In the end, it was just his vague intuition, lacking any evidence to support it. What if he was just overthinking it? Nanxingyu's mood dropped a little because of his nonchalant words that it was nothing. There was obviously something going on, but he just didn't want to tell her. Nanxingyu tucked the loose hair behind her ears and said, Ji Xinghe, it's a good thing there are only two of us right now, otherwise if you were so reserved, they would have figured it out. Ji Xinghe was stunned. Sorry, Nanxingyu, real couples don't apologize to each other all the time. Ji Xinghe. He suddenly felt that Nanxingyu was a bit harsh. After all, they were not real husband and wife. Even if they are a real couple, how long have they known each other? Nanxingyu was very self-aware. Don't get me wrong, I just want to remind you that when we are with my grandma, we should be more careful about our actions. If we are too respectful to each other. She suddenly leaned closer to Ji Xinghe and said, my grandma has a very sharp eye. If we are not careful, she will find out the truth, and then all our efforts will be in vain. Her breath sprayed on Ji Xinghe's face. Ji Xinghe paused and felt that the air around him had become a lot thinner. He subconsciously wanted to take a step back to create some distance, but someone passed by, so he held back. Okay, I'll try to pay attention. He is a little nervous. If I really get discovered. He has been addicted to the fake family of three. If this is a dream, he hopes to live it forever and does not want to wake up so early. I don't even know what that guy named Gu looks like. The topic suddenly changed and Ji Xinghe's brain couldn't keep up. It's that Mr. Gu. I have nothing to do with him. Don't think too much about it. Finally finding an opportunity to clarify, Nanxingyu hurriedly explained. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt as if I had washed off a spot of mud that someone had accidentally thrown at me, and the depressed feeling in my heart finally dissipated a little. Ji Xinghe looked around. Nan Cici was sitting on the swing in the flower hall, while old lady Nan was sitting beside her reading a story to her. Kong Rao had disappeared. Except for old lady Nan, who looked up at them from time to time, Ji Xinghe was sure that no one noticed them. Ji Xinghe wanted to say, you don't need to explain this to me. On second thought, would a real husband not care if his wife is being remembered by others? Considering the 1 million a month, he really needs to learn from Nan Qingyu and get into the role, so as to avoid being seen through accidentally. He followed her words and pretended to be relieved. Really? Then I feel relieved. Nan Qingyu blinked her eyes. So, husband, have you forgiven me? Her husband's shouting became more and more fluent. On the contrary, Ji Xinghe was taking advantage of her and acting ungrateful. He was not used to her calling him husband, and it seemed that he was in a dilemma whether to respond or not. If I agree, I will be considered as taking advantage of her, but if I don't agree, I will be considered as unprofessional. In the final analysis, it's because he has the wrong mindset and has too many messy thoughts. Look at Nan Qingyu, she is generous and open-minded, she is not as shy as him, so she can call him husband without any psychological burden. But how could he know that Nan Qingyu had ulterior motives towards him from the moment she saw him? Ji Xinghe, it's not you who did anything wrong. Nan Qingyu, hubby, why are you so considerate? I love you more and more. After saying that, she smiled at Ji Xinghe. This smile made the pink sea of peach blossoms behind her pale in comparison. Ji Xinghe's heart suddenly stopped and his mind was in a mess. Nan Qingyu waited patiently for the follow-up. Ji Xinghe kept saying I for a long time, but no one could figure out what he meant. Nan Qingyu moved closer unwillingly. Under the bright sunlight, her skin was almost transparent and as smooth as a baby's. She was so expectant that Ji Xinghe felt that if he continued to hesitate like this, he would be like an unforgivable scumbag. He made up his mind. I love you too. It was like a sharp blade tempered with a deadly hallucinogen, piercing Nan Qingyu's heart in an instant. Nan Qingyu stared at Ji Xinghe blankly. The blood in her body suddenly froze, her mind went blank, and the entire colorful world became a huge backdrop. At this moment, there was only Ji Xinghe in her eyes. Ji Xinghe was a little embarrassed at first, and Nan Qingyu's surprised reaction made him feel at a loss. Could it be that he was too immersed in the role and didn't know how to control himself? The word love is so sacred and noble, how can we say it casually? But Nan Qingyu could say it, why couldn't he? Nan Qingyu quickly recovered. It seemed as if her absent-mindedness was just Ji Xinghe's illusion. Nan Qingyu, no more? Ji Xinghe? Remember to add the word wife next time, otherwise who will know who you really love? Ji Xinghe. After Nan Qingyu gave his instructions in a serious tone, he turned his head and looked at the scenery as if nothing had happened. A layer of blush crept up on his face. Even though she knew that Ji Xinghe said those words under her temptation and coercion and that they were not from his heart, Nan Qingyu didn't care. Anyway, Ji Xinghe said he loved her. Old Mrs. Nan looked at the handsome men and beautiful women who were huddled together and whispering. This person is full of contradictions. When her granddaughter kept to herself, she worried that she would be alone for the rest of her life. When her granddaughter found her ideal husband as she wished, she felt very uncomfortable for a while. All in all, it happened too suddenly and she didn't have any time to prepare herself mentally. No one would be used to it. She touched Nan Cici's little face lovingly. This is a poor child, but she is also very lucky to have met her granddaughter Nan Qingyu. Cici, do you like daddy? Nan Cici held a bottle and sipped it. Hearing this, she nodded vigorously. Of course I like it. My dad is so nice. Old Lady Nan smiled and said with a double meaning, as long as you like it, it's good. The only thing Grandma could do was to send her blessing silently. Chapter 36 Meeting Gift. After lunch, Old Lady Nan used the same old trick to send Nan Qingyu and Nan Cici away, leaving Ji Xinghe alone. Nan Qingyu looked at Ji Xinghe and said to her helplessly, Grandma. Old Lady Nan, you kid, I just want to talk to Xinghe, can you really eat him? Xinghe, don't you think so? Ji Xinghe said to the worried Nan Qingyu, I'm fine. As soon as Nan Qingyu left, Ji Xinghe, who had been insisting that everything was fine, sat opposite him nervously, like a primary school student who had not finished his homework and was left behind by the head teacher to make up for it. His back was as straight as a wooden board. Old Madame Nan noticed his nervousness and said with a smile, Relax, I really don't eat people. The old lady's humor made Ji Xinghe laugh, but he felt a little embarrassed at the same time. It wasn't like he had to go through fire and water. With a kind-looking old lady and the protective Nan Qingyu, what was he afraid of? Isn't it just that my personal conditions aren't that good-looking? Was it strictly his fault? Old Madame Nan said, I heard everything about your situation from Qingyu. Ji Xinghe's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He smiled ashamedly, I am not worthy of Qingyu. Old Madam Nan was displeased. Don't belittle yourself. What's the difference between worthy and unworthy? As long as Qingyu likes you, then you deserve it. Ji Xinghe felt a warm current in his heart. Thank you, Grandma. We are a family from now on. There is no need to use such polite words as thank you frequently among family members. Old Madam Nan said in a friendly manner, but the tone suddenly changed, and she stared at Ji Xinghe with a serious look in her eyes. But Grandma, let me be frank with you. Qingyu is a good child. I'm going to say something you don't like to hear. My granddaughter is a rare talent. It's your blessing that she likes you. You must promise me today that you will never let her down in your life. If you dare to do anything to let her down, I will not forgive you. Ji Xinghe's expression froze, and he subconsciously stretched out his hand and swore to the sky, Grandma, I promise that I will always treat her well. If I ever let her down, let me. All right, that's enough. When Mrs. Nan saw that he was overreacting, she quickly stopped him. Most older people are a bit superstitious and cannot stand hearing words that are too vicious or too unlucky. She sighed and said with a hint of complaint, Qingyu is a good child in every way, but she is too opinionated. She didn't tell us in advance and brought you here suddenly, leaving me unprepared. While complaining, she pushed a small notebook in front of Ji Xinghe. Xinghe, this is our first meeting, and it was too hasty. Grandma didn't have time to prepare a meeting gift. Here, this is a token of my appreciation. If you don't mind, please accept it. That is a real estate title. It is a villa located in the south of the city. Ji Xinghe was stunned for a moment. No, Grandma, this is too expensive. Old Lady Nan was unhappy. How can these mere possessions be valuable? No matter how valuable they are not as valuable as a sincere heart. If you don't want to accept them, then you are disrespecting the gift that Grandma gave you in such a hurry? Ji Xinghe said ashamedly, but I didn't even prepare a gift for Grandma. Old Madam Nan smiled so much that her wrinkles blossomed. As long as you take good care of Qingyu and Cici for me, that will be the best gift for me. It will last a lifetime. Isn't it much more precious than the villa I gave you? Ji Xinghe was speechless. Maybe this is how people are. The more something they have, the less they take it seriously. They have money, so naturally they don't care about the material things that money can buy. Instead, they can see through the world and realize that true love is the most precious thing in this world. Old Madam Nan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Xinghe, tell me honestly, is your marriage with Qingyu just a deal? Ji Xinghe's head buzzed and a layer of cold sweat suddenly ran down his spine. Nan Qingyu's reminder came to my ears. My grandma has very sharp eyes. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. No matter how turbulent his heart was, he remained calm and composed. Grandma, please believe that we will not treat marriage as a joke. After saying this, he secretly said with shame, this is called a white lie. Old Mrs. Nan stared at him for a long time, then laughed heartily. Grandma was just teasing you. Look how scared you are, kid. Ji Xinghe. In the afternoon, let Uncle Chow take you to transfer the property. Old Mrs. Nan made the final decision. Uncle Chow is the housekeeper of the Nanjai. Now that things have come to this, if Ji Xinghe refuses again, it will no longer be a question of being ungrateful. He had no choice but to obey. At worst, I can just return this villa to Nan Qingyu later. He never thought about things that didn't belong to him, let alone the fact that Nan Qingyu gave him 1 million a month. The housekeeper Uncle Chow came over. He was over 50 years old, with gray hair, a thin and elegant appearance, and was wearing a well-tailored black suit. When you walk outside, people will believe you if you say you are a university professor from any school. Old Madam Nan said, you came just in time. I'll take Xinghe to transfer the property this afternoon. Butler Chow said, okay madam, Shui Wenxiu has packed her personal belongings. She wants to see you again before she leaves. Old Madam Nan's face darkened. Just leave if you want to. Why do you want to see me? However, considering that Shui Wenxiu had stayed in Nanjai for several years, she was allowed in. Shui Wenxiu walked in with a face full of shame, and when her eyes swept over Ji Xinghe, the familiar uneasiness surged into Ji Xinghe's heart again. At this moment, you realize that the Nan family may be in danger. What choice will you make? First, it's none of your business. Just ignore it. Anyway, you and Nan Qingyu are a fake couple. Sooner or later, you will withdraw and leave. The Nan family's affairs have nothing to do with you. Second, once married, they are bound by 100 days of grace. Even if they are fake, they are still married. Nan Qingyu treats you well, and old lady Nan has accepted you. Although you are not a member of this family, that is not a reason for you to stay out of it. Choose 1, and you will be rewarded with 100 system coins. Choose 2, reward 200 system coins. Ji Xinghe. He is used to the system giving him an opening. But then again, even if the system didn't give him an opportunity to take the test, he knew exactly what to choose. Even if he is not given any reward, he still has to take care of what he should do. But, at this moment he only realized that the Nan family would be in danger, and it was undoubtedly related to Xue Wenxiu, but without any evidence, how could he identify Xue Wenxiu and eliminate the danger? You can't just rush up to her, grab her collar, and loudly ask her what she's up to, telling her not to resist, and to be lenient to her if she confesses and severe to her if she resists? This isn't a mental illness. He dared to identify Xue Wenxiu before because Xue Wenxiu's suspicious behavior and panic-stricken expression made him guess that she was almost certain, catching her off guard. Xue Wenxiu must have made sufficient preparations by now. A hasty attack would only alert the enemy and would be of no help. Ji Xinghe thought of something and quickly searched for it in the system mall. When he saw a certain item, he was overjoyed. Voice of the Heart skill. After using this skill, you can lock onto a target and listen to the target's voice for 1 hour. The price of the Voice of Heart skill was as high as 200 system coins, and Ji Xinghe bought it without blinking an eye. The system coins were given to him by the system because he followed his inner choice, and they could also prevent the Nan family from suffering losses. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss and it was well worth the money. The target Xue Wenxiu was successfully selected. As the system's electronic sound fell, Ji Xinghe suddenly heard an extremely resentful voice. I have worked for the Nan family for so long, even if I have no credit, I have worked hard, right? No one is perfect, everyone makes mistakes, but they didn't even give me a chance to mend my ways. They just fired me without showing any mercy. Ji Xinghe picked up the coffee in front of him calmly. Xue Wenxiu is very resentful. She was a traitor and not only did she not regret her actions, but she also resented the Nan family for expelling her. If you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. She really wanted to stir up trouble. Ji Xinghe couldn't figure it out. Is this woman crazy? The Nan family is wealthy and powerful. Once the truth is revealed, wouldn't it be the end of her life without a burial place? This behavior of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting herself by 800 will not do her any good. Ji Xinghe believed that she was not a brainless person. He was a little anxious. After hearing this, he was sure that Xue Wenxiu was going to do something, but he didn't know what she was going to do. He had to be patient and continue listening. Madam, thank you for your care over the years. I'm leaving now. Xue Wenxiu said goodbye reluctantly. Old Mrs. Nan nodded slightly and stopped nagging her about those things, wanting her to leave in a dignified manner. Mr. Gu promised that he would arrange a leisurely job for me with less work and more pay after the plan is completed. God bless the plan to succeed. My sister hasn't found a job since she was fired by Nanxingyu. Maybe she has been given special care. Before I leave, I have to come and see the old man. I want her to see that I have worked hard even though I have no merits. Don't ban me. Otherwise, Mr. Gu won't be able to protect me. Mr. Gu. Nanxingyu's pursuer. There's something about him in this. And her sister. Ji Xinghe immediately thought of the aunt who was fired by Nanxingyu. Looking closely, Xue Wenxiu is indeed somewhat similar to that woman. The fate of these sisters is surprisingly similar. Ji Xinghe was too tired to complain. Finding things becoming more and more complicated, he unconsciously held his breath, fearing that he would miss a word. Actually, it is completely unnecessary. Xue Wenxiu's inner voice is different from real people's speech, which will be disturbed by external noise. It will go straight into the eardrum clearly. Seeing Xue Wenxiu turn around and leave respectfully, Ji Xinghe remained calm on the surface, but was a little anxious in his heart. What exactly is your plan? Tell us now. Xue Wenxiu's eyes swept over him again as if inadvertently. With a smile on his face, he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Ji, I didn't mean to target you. Anyway, I did something wrong, I hope you can forgive me. Her attitude was so sincere and her words were so true that if Ji Xinghe had not heard the vicious curses she was saying to him in her heart, he would have believed it. Ji Xinghe put on the same fake smile on his face, showing his magnanimity. Let the past be the past. TSK, he really thought that he could keep his position as the son-in-law of the Nan family. This is so funny. Even if he can pass the test of the old lady, he can't pass the test of the gentleman. Ji Xinghe seemed to be thinking about something. Sir, you must be referring to Nan Qingyu's father. It doesn't matter whether he accepts it or not. When the old lady got frightened and fell into the lake, Mr. Gu rescued her. Even Miss Nan had to accept his favor. Ji Xinghe? Get scared and fall into the lake, is this their plan? I heard that there was originally a fish pond in the house. After Nan Cici came, they were afraid that Nan Cici would fall into it while playing, so they filled up the fish pond and converted it into a small children's playground. So this lake should be outside the house. As for this bastard, as soon as he arrived, old lady Nan had an accident. If it wasn't him who killed her, who else could have killed her? Mr. has always been very sensitive about this, so he will definitely not accept him. Xue Wenqiu finally left. Ji Xinghe was thinking silently. The lake she was talking about must be outside the house. What puzzled Ji Xinghe was why Xue Wenqiu was so sure that the old lady was going to the lake. Could it be that the old lady likes to take a walk over there? It's not impossible. It seemed easy to keep the old lady away from danger. All he had to do was stop him from going to the lake. The premise is that there is a reasonable reason. According to Xue Wenqiu's thoughts, it was that evil guy named Gu who was still determined to create an opportunity to get close to Nan Qingyu. Although it wouldn't really harm Mrs. Nan, if the situation changes and rescue isn't provided in time, who can guarantee that the old lady wouldn't really get hurt? Ji Xinghe quietly searched on his mobile phone and found that there was indeed a lake less than 500 meters away from here. Cici, come on, Grandma will take you to feed the fish. Old Mrs. Nan greeted Nan Cici cheerfully. Ji Xinghe pretended to be surprised. Feed the fish? Nan Qingyu didn't notice his abnormality. Last time, Cici and Grandma agreed to go to the lake to feed the fish. There are many koi and wild fish there. The doubts that had been lingering in Ji Xinghe's mind were finally resolved. I see. Xue Wenqiu provided this information to the evil-minded Mr. Gu. In order to eliminate the negative impact of his collusion with Xue Wenqiu and even to make Nan Qingyu look up to him, Mr. Gu deliberately planned a conspiracy. Today is a nice day, a good day for traveling. Looking at Nan Cici's eyes shining with excitement, Ji Xinghe had no reason to stop them from feeding the fish. He pretended to be interested. I haven't fed fish for a long time. As expected, Nan Cici sweetly invited him. Then Dad, come with us. Chapter 37, A Fickle Woman. Blue sky, white clouds, and clear water. There is a large lawn by the lake, where some people are flying kites and walking their dogs. The weeping willows by the lakeside sprouted tender green new buds, and the unknown ornamental trees were covered with pink and white flowers. The air was filled with the unique fragrance of grass, trees, and flowers. Nan Cici held her great-grandmother's hand and skipped onto the quaint and elegant single-plank bridge. Ji Xinghe followed Nan Qingyu slowly, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll, but in fact, every nerve in his body was tense, listening carefully and looking in all directions. Although it is spring and flowers are blooming, the water temperature is still very cold. Even if the strong Ji Xinghe accidentally fell into the water, he would get sick, let alone the elderly Mrs. Nan. That Mr. Gu is a despicable person who will do anything to achieve his goal. There were quite a few people gathered in groups of 3 or 4 by the lake. Ji Xinghe glanced around calmly. In order to ensure that Mr. Gu could rush up and save Mrs. Nan's life in the first place, he must be near them at this moment. Ji Xinghe saw someone fishing 2 or 3 meters away. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and wearing a fisherman's hat, staring at the fishing rod intently. On the other side, there was a young couple chatting and laughing. I don't know if they were a couple. He had never seen this Mr. Gu, and Nan Qingyu didn't remember what this suitor looked like. Ji Xinghe couldn't lock on to his target, so he simply kept an eye on his surroundings and didn't give him the chance to succeed. I just don't know how he is going to make old lady Nan fall into the water in front of everyone. They have to distance themselves from the matter and not let people suspect them, but they also have to accomplish their goal. A pet dog that runs wild and refuses to obey discipline, a kite that suddenly loses control and falls from the sky with a broken string. Nan Qingyu saw that he was always looking around, and couldn't help asking him, "Are you bored?" Ji Xinghe shook his head. "I think the scenery here is beautiful." Nan Qingyu hesitated to speak. Forget it, if he doesn't want to talk, asking him won't yield any results. She always felt that he was worried. If she wants him to open his heart to her, there is still a long way to go and a lot of work to do. You can't rush it. Ji Xinghe caught a glimpse of the fisherman in the fisherman's hat standing up and walking towards him leisurely. He is Ji Xinghe's main suspect. Ji Xinghe's heart was filled with alarm. Is the plan going to be implemented soon? There were no pet dogs or kites nearby, and old lady Nan's side was within his sight. Apart from being too close to the lake, there were no dangerous factors such as banana peels or watermelon peels that could make people slip. At this time, a thin girl came towards this side, shaking her head. Anyone or anything that approaches here will be listed by Ji Xinghe as a suspicious element with ulterior motives. Why couldn't the person who caused old lady Nan to fall into the water be a human being with strange and extreme behavior? Anyway, as long as Mr. Gu can finally achieve his goal of saving old lady Nan, that's enough. There is another person behind the girl. Just as Ji Xinghe was about to take a look, a buzzing sound suddenly came from above his head, coming from far away and getting closer. Ji Xinghe suddenly realized. Suddenly, the drone fell towards old lady Nan without warning. If she let it go, old lady Nan would be hit by the drone that suddenly landed and fall into the lake. At this time, Mr. Gu rushed over at lightning speed. As long as he successfully rescued old lady Nan from the water, he would be the great benefactor of the Nan family. Seeing that the out-of-control drone was about to hit Mrs. Nan, the frightened Mrs. Nan was about to fall into the lake. Nan Xingyu's face suddenly changed. As Nan Cici subconsciously stretched out her hand to grab them and called out Grandma, Ji Xinghe rushed over and pulled Grandma Nan and Nan Cici back with one hand each. With a splash, the drone fell into the lake, splashing water everywhere. Ji Xinghe acted swiftly and successfully resolved the crisis without any major incidents. At the same time, he got to see Mr. Gu himself as he wished. If he guessed correctly, he should be the young man who followed the girl later. When the strange phenomenon occurred, the young man rushed over here at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, but he was still one step behind Ji Xinghe, who was already closer. When Ji Xinghe turned his head to look at me, he didn't even have time to retract the regret and anger on his face that the plan had gone wrong. Grandma! Woo-woo, Grandma, are you okay? The incident happened suddenly and Nan Cici was almost scared to death, but she still remembered to care about her great-grandmother. Old Madame Nan was still in shock and comforted her. Don't cry, dear Cici, Grandma is fine. Although Nan Xingyu's reaction was not as fast as Ji Xinghe, who was mentally prepared, it was not much slower than him. She pulled Nan Cici into her arms and checked on her grandmother with concern. Are you okay? Old lady Nan was still in shock. She looked at the still turbulent lake with fear and said, Fortunately, there is Xinghe. Otherwise, at my age, I would have to take a bath in broad daylight and my old age would be in jeopardy. Nan Xingyu was relieved to see that she was still in the mood to joke, which meant that she was indeed fine. Grandma Nan, are you okay? Old lady Nan looked at the respectful and humble young man in front of her, and her face turned cold. It's okay. They came to feed the fish, but a sudden misfortune almost caused old lady Nan to feed the fish. Nan Cici was frightened, and they no longer had the mood to feed the fish. Nan Cici was unhappy when Nan Xingyu held her in his arms at first. She was not heavy, only about 30 kilograms, but it was still difficult to carry her across a distance of 500 meters. Ji Xinghe stretched out his hand. Let me do it. Nan Cici usually sticks to Nan Xingyu, especially when she is in a bad mood. Sometimes she even doesn't want old Madame Nan. Nan Cici lay listlessly on Nan Xingyu's shoulder. When she saw him extending his hand, she opened her arms and leaned her upper body towards him. When she fell into Ji Xinghe's arms, she immediately hugged Ji Xinghe's neck, put her chin on his shoulder obediently, and closed her eyes peacefully. This scene left old lady Nan dumbfounded. Thinking silently, it seems that Ji Xinghe is the only one. That Mr. Gugu saw this scene and rubbed his teeth secretly. He had tried his best to please this little girl before. Who doesn't he know that in order to win Nanxing USI, one must first gain the favor of her daughter? But the little girl didn't know what was going on. She dodged before he came close. Don't give him a chance at all. The information Guyu heard from Shuewenxia was that this little girl was shy and timid, and she ignored everyone except a few fixed people, which made him feel relieved. I heard that one of Nanxing Yu's important criteria for choosing a spouse is that he or she can be liked by her daughter. Since no one likes this little girl, that means no one has a chance. To put it another way, there is a long way to go and he has plenty of opportunities. However, Nanxing Yu suddenly brought a man home. Originally, he still had a lucky hope that Nan Cici would keep her distance from all men who had ulterior motives towards her mother, but she accepted this man who appeared out of nowhere. Guyu's heart was even more panicked than when he knew Nanxing Yu brought a man home. He strode after her. Grandma Nan. Old Mrs. Nan paused and turned to look over. Guyu looked embarrassed, his eyes flickered, and he didn't dare to look at Nanxing Yu. I actually came here specially to apologize. No need to apologize, said Nanxing Yu, who had no expression on her face, but her stunning beauty could not be concealed. Just don't show up in front of us in the future. Guyu's face turned pale. This was a direct death sentence for him. After returning to Nanjai, Ji Xinghe seemed to be hesitant to speak. He had to find a way to remind Nanqingyu and the others to be wary of Guyu. Nanqingyu said, "Husband, do you think that the fact that Grandma was almost hit by a drone has something to do with Guyu? Talking to smart people is easy." Ji Xinghe nodded. "I think this is too much of a coincidence. Maybe I'm overthinking it? But I think we should be on guard against others. It's better to be careful." He realized belatedly that Nanqingyu had just called him husband very naturally. Old Lady Nan slapped the armrest of the chair in anger and said, "This is indeed strange. I used to think he was a positive, ambitious young man. I just found out that Wenxiu was working with him, and I was almost driven into the lake to feed the fish by the drone. It's okay for an old lady like me to go down to feed the fish, but what if Cici accidentally slips down?" Nanqingyu felt unhappy when he saw her getting angry, and a chill enveloped his body. "I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." Family, to be more precise, the family she cares about, is her bottom line. She dare not think about how serious the consequences would be if Ji Xinghe was not here today. If anything ever happened between Grandma and Cici, she would kill someone. "Forget it, you are so busy every day, you don't need to worry about such a small matter." Old Lady Nan glanced at her and Ji Xinghe. "You three just need to live a good life. Xinghe, do you want to say something? There are no outsiders here, just say whatever you want to say." Ji Xinghe told Wenxiu everything that she had said about Nan Cici being a burden. "I can't imagine how much fear the little Nan Cici had to bear in those unknown days and nights." Ji Xinghe had wanted to tell Nanqingyu about this for a long time, but had never found the opportunity. The chill in Nanqingyu's body turned into murderous intent. She actually dared to say such things to Cici behind my back. I will not forgive her. It's not appropriate for a girl to engage in violence. Old Madame Nan called housekeeper Chow over and said coldly, "Go and find Wenxiu for me." In the afternoon, Nanqingyu turned down Old Lady Nan's invitation and took her husband and daughter home. When Kong Rao learned what happened by the lake, he was shocked and said, "This is too much, President Nan, are you not going to take action?" Nanqingyu glanced at Ji Xinghe from the corner of her eye. Grandma took over. She thought of her grandmother's advice to her before she left. "Xingyu, try to be gentle in your behavior in the future, and don't scare Xinghe. Don't bully Xinghe anymore. He looks like a pure and kind-hearted kid, but he can't stand you bullying him." Look, they say women are fickle, and this is absolutely true for her grandmother. My attitude towards Ji Xinghe can change 18 times in one day. In the end, they all began to blatantly favor Ji Xinghe. Nanqingyu was happy to see this happen. Chapter 38, The Lonely Lin Wanwan. "Thank you for today, honey." Nanqingyu became more and more fluent in calling him husband, and Ji Xinghe was not used to it at first, but gradually he got used to it. He looked at her thoughtfully. "Don't you realize that you have a big shortcoming?" "What shortcomings?" Nanqingyu suddenly became nervous. If there were any shortcomings, she would correct them. "You have double standards. Who told me that couples don't need to apologize or thank each other over and over again? Then why did you say thank you to me? Isn't this double standard?" Nanqingyu lowered his head. Now it was Ji Xinghe's turn to be nervous. He couldn't help but reflect on whether he was too inflated and too arrogant. He is so arrogant and reckless because of his merits. What is the difference between him and Guyu, who is deliberately doing evil? No matter what, Nanqingyu is his boss. It is inappropriate for him to directly say that his boss is hypocritical, even if he is joking. Ji Xinghe regretted it and was about to apologize when he saw Nanqingyu raise his head. Her beautiful almond eyes were filled with a clear and moist light, and she nodded seriously. "Honey, you are right, I do seem to have a bit of double standards. I won't do it next time." Ji Xinghe. "Mr. President, please correct your mistakes." After the joke, Nanqingyu thought of something and his emotions fluctuated a little. He hesitated and said, "Ji Xinghe, if there is something similar again, could you please tell me earlier?" She was referring to the incident where Nan Cici was said to be a burden. "If Cici doesn't want me to know and begs you to keep it a secret for her, I can pretend not to know. Don't worry, I will never betray you and affect her trust in you." Ji Xinghe, however, felt that as the boss, Nanqingyu could justifiably ask him to report everything about Nan Cici truthfully and in detail. Nan Cici is her daughter, she has the right. Well, the president is still democratic. Even if it involves her precious daughter, she will discuss it with others. I'm so lucky to have a good boss. Well, can I ask you a question? Ji Xinghe thought about it and couldn't help but speak out. Nanqingyu raised her eyes. Do you have a lot of suitors? The unexpected question made Nanxingyu blink her eyes. He minded that she had suitors. Was he jealous? Why do you ask? It's mainly because what happened today has made me a little worried. Are there any other suitors of yours who are as crazy as that Gu? Are you afraid that your personal safety will be threatened? Then I will assign you 2 bodyguards. It turns out that I'm not jealous. Nanxingyu felt a little disappointed. That's not the case. Ji Xinghe is just worried that someone will do something so extreme again and affect his enjoyment of his current life. Nanxingyu sent a message to Kong Rao, arrange 2 reliable people for my husband. Bodyguards must be arranged. Wanwan, don't put women before friendship. Are you really not free today? But Zhou Ziyan is in the company during the day, so he doesn't need your company. Zhang Yao's resentful voice came from the microphone. When Lin Wanwan heard Zhou Ziyan's name, her expression became gloomy. In the dressing mirror, half of her face was smooth again. Even though she has given birth to a child, she is only 24 years old and has natural beauty. She is willing to spend money on maintenance, so her skin is firm, shiny, and full of collagen. But at this moment, she looked gloomy as if covered with a layer of dust, and the whole house, too, exuded a despairing dead air. After a big fight that day, Zhou Ziyan slammed the door and left, never to return. Yang Yang was left with his parents. She stayed at home alone, curled up on the sofa and cried all night. My father said, I won't stop you from marrying that Zhou girl, but you can forget about the family property. You will have to pay the price for your willfulness. The mother shed tears. Wanwan, you are your parents' only child. How can your parents harm you? We finally accepted Ji Xinghe, but we refused to accept Zhou Ziyan. Can't you find the reason yourself? Yang Yang said, Woo, I don't want to kiss my dad anymore, he hits me so hard. Zhou Ziyan's eyes were red. Wanwan, I'm doing this for your own good, can't you see? Are you your parents' daughter? How can they be so excessive? Even if you get married, it can't change the fact that you are their biological daughter. How can they be so impatient to draw a line between you and them? Lin Wanwan suppressed the urge to scream wildly and held her head tightly. Zhang Yao's voice continued to be heard from the microphone. Wanwan, don't always stay at home and be a good wife and mother. Hey, I was scolded by my mother again today. What about Li Jia? What about me? In their eyes, I can't compare to that Li Jia in every way. It's so annoying. I couldn't help but say to my mother, she is good, she shouldn't think about other people's husbands? It's so funny. By the way, did Ji Xinghe come back to find you? Bang! Lin Wanwan threw her phone, but the world did not become quiet because of it. She heard her own uneasy heartbeat. There was a constant buzzing sound in the brain. Lin Wanwan slid down from the chair and collapsed on the cold floor. She was left alone, something that had never happened before. Even 6 years ago when she thought it was the worst. At that time, Ji Xinghe was with her. Who is Ji Xinghe with now? That beautiful woman? Will he wash clothes and cook for her, and meet all her requests with a humble attitude? Someone opened the door and came in. After seeing the situation inside the house, he was silent for a long time. Then he sighed, with a look of helpless pampering. A pair of hands reached under her armpits and tried to pull her up. Lin Wanwan gave up on herself and calmed down, resisting silently. Zhou Ziyan simply squatted down and picked her up. The power disparity between the man and the woman was so huge that Lin Wanwan gave up resisting and looked at him with empty eyes. You haven't answered my question yet. Zhou Ziyan was slightly annoyed. Why is it never ending? Yes, didn't he notice that his cheek was swollen, or he saw it but didn't he take it to heart because he was only thinking about Lin's father's motives? Didn't he apologize later? Why do you keep insisting? If she doesn't get a satisfactory answer from him, will she die or something? What good would it do her to make things so awkward? Zhou Ziyan coaxed her patiently, no matter how many mistakes you make, they are all my fault. Why don't you give me a whip? I have prepared the whip for you. As long as you can calm down, I will do anything. This reminded Lin Wanwan of her mother's words. You, Mr. Zhou, said to your father with a heroic and selfless expression that as long as uncle and auntie can calm down and help me in Wanwan, you can punish me in any way you want. But your father just whipped him and he immediately changed his face. That face is so gloomy, and even those who don't know believe that your father is his father's murderer. Wanwan, Mom wanted to give him a chance, but he is really not a good man. Mom can't watch you fall into the fire pit, but if you insist on jumping into the fire pit, then Mom can only help you and stand by your father silently. Finally, the mother sighed deeply. Your father and I used to look down on Ji Xinghe, but compared to this hypocritical Zhou Ziyan, he is so much better. Under normal circumstances, if someone praised Ji Xinghe and criticized Zhou Ziyan in front of her, Lin Wanwan would definitely be angry, even if that person was her mother. That's right, she loved Zhou Ziyan to the point of being completely inhumane and disregarding his relatives. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chased after Zhou Ziyan despite her parents' warnings. Zhou Ziyan gently picked up Lin Wanwan, strode into the bedroom, and carefully placed her on the bed. Lin Wanwan cooperated throughout the process. Zhou Ziyan thought he had coaxed her. Zhou Ziyan never took the matter of appeasing Lin Wanwan seriously. He had never coaxed Lin Wanwan before. Every time they had an unpleasant argument in the past, wasn't he at Lin Wanwan who chased him to apologize? To make an unpleasant analogy, if Ji Xinghe used to be Lin Wanwan's dog, then Lin Wanwan is his dog, the kind that can't be driven away. If he hadn't been afraid of the Lin family's parents, who were difficult to fool, he would have planned to use the same trick again and let Lin Wanwan calm down on her own. When she was almost calm, she would come over and reconcile with him. Lin Wanwan looked at him with a blank expression. Zhou Ziyan squatted beside her in a humbly posture, like a loyal knight guarding his beloved princess. He grabbed Lin Wanwan's hand and pressed it on his cheek. "Wanwan, please don't be angry with me, okay?" Lin Wanwan lowered her eyes and said nothing. Zhou Ziyan stood up and sat beside her, then leaned over to hug her. Lin Wanwan leaned on him according to his strength. Zhou Ziyan tilted his head and kissed her forehead. "Shall we go pick up Yan Yan today?" Lin Wanwan asked him sleepwalkingly. "Ayan, will you marry me?" Zhou Ziyan said, "Why did I return to China?" "Of course, to marry you." Lin Wanwan said, "Then let's go get the marriage certificate tomorrow?" Zhou Ziyan said lovingly, "Okay, whatever you say." Her parents must have already taken care of it. I guess that day was just a bluff. His mother was right, he didn't need to worry about Lin's parents at all. As long as he can deal with Lin Wanwan will help him deal with his parents. It's that simple. Just like back then, his mother dealt with his father, and later his mother took him and became the head of the Zhou family in a swagger. Catch the leader first. Lin Wanwan is the only child of the Lin family, how could they ignore her? It's just to scare him. Before getting the marriage certificate, do as my dad asked and get a notarization of the premarital property. Lin Wanwan raised her head and looked at him expressionlessly. "You don't want to?" Zhou Ziyan recovered and said in a gentle voice, "Okay, whatever you say, I want to marry you anyway, not your family's property." Lin Wanwan was silent for a long time and said, "We are not going to my parents' house today. They don't want to see us." Zhou Ziyan, "Okay." The next day, when Lin Wanwan took Zhou Ziyan to the notary office instead of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he suppressed his anger and said, "Wanwan, can you stop making trouble? On a good day, let's get the marriage certificate first." Lin Wanwan looked at him. She traced his facial features over and over again in her mind. Even if she died, she would never forget his appearance. But at this moment, she felt that he was so strange. She shook off Zhou Ziyan's hand and said, "Didn't we agree yesterday to get a notarization before getting the marriage certificate?" Zhou Ziyan said, "Wanwan, I think you should think about it carefully. Did your parents have a second child without your knowledge, and it's a younger brother? Otherwise, why would they be so wary of you? Is it necessary?" Zhou Ziyan's father and his ex-wife have 3 daughters. Now, after their mother was forced to death, the 3 daughters have gone far away and have cut off all ties with their father. The reason why Zhou Ziyan's mother was able to force the emperor to abdicate successfully was not only because she was young and beautiful, but also because she was a mother with a high status due to her son. Therefore, it seems normal that Zhou Ziyan would have the idea of favoring boys over girls. Lin Wanwan was furious. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Ziyan was also angry. "Isn't what I said the truth?" Lin Wanwan wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. "I see you don't want to marry me at all, you are just coming for my family's property." 6 years ago, she would have definitely been deceived by Zhou Ziyan's sweet words. But she has been an adult for several years now, and has gained some wisdom and experience. How could she not notice this abnormality? It's true that she is love-brained, but she is not stupid. Zhou Ziyan was furious. "Lin Wanwan, why are you so ungrateful?" "I'm just thinking about you." Lin Wanwan retorted, "Think about me, did I ask you to think about me?" The two of them disagreed and started arguing again. Master Ji. "Uncle Chow, just call me Xinghe." "Xinghe, after the house transfer is completed, my wife asked me to ask if you have time to go to Jinyuan for lunch at noon?" The manor villa where old Mrs. Nan lives is called Jinyuan. Ji Xinghe said, "Okay. Last Saturday, old lady Nan gave Ji Xinghe a villa. They had originally agreed that Uncle Chow would take him to handle the transfer formalities that afternoon, but he was so happy that he forgot it was Saturday. I don't know if it was because she was impatient or because she was afraid that people would misunderstand her as insincere, but on Monday, before people went to work, she quickly asked Butler Chow to bring Ji Xinghe to handle the transfer. Uncle Chow opened the car door and got out at the same time as Ji Xinghe, who was sitting in the passenger seat. I can see that the old lady likes you very much. Ji Xinghe smiled, it's my honor. Government agencies such as the Real Estate Registration Center and the Notary Office are all in one compound. Lin Wanwan, you really don't know what's good for you. I'm telling you that my patience is limited. If you continue to be so willful, don't blame me for never looking back. As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed over. Lin Wanwan rushed to the parking lot and was stunned when she saw Ji Xinghe, who had just got out of the car. Chapter 39 Master Ji Xinghe. The frozen atmosphere was broken as Zhou Ziyan chased after them. Zhou Ziyan sneered when he saw Ji Xinghe. Tisk, what's going on? No one answered him. Lin Wanwan's red eyes deepened a little when she saw Ji Xinghe. She feels aggrieved. When their eyes met briefly, Ji Xinghe looked away indifferently, and she felt even more aggrieved. Zhou Ziyan hates being ignored, whether it is by Lin Wanwan or Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, please face the reality. You have already divorced her. Please don't bother her anymore. Ji Xinghe glanced at him indifferently, and with his contemptuous eyes, he clearly conveyed two words to him, idiot. Zhou Ziyan grabbed Lin Wanwan's hand and said, Wanwan, ignore this garbage. Let's go. Lin Wanwan pushed him away fiercely and glared at him with an expression that was completely unfamiliar to him. Stay away from me. Ji Xinghe, who was about to leave, slowly stopped. They should be inseparable, and it's normal for them to force others to eat dog food from time to time. Even if there was a quarrel, it must have happened when they were walking on the street. Zhou Ziyan accidentally glanced at other girls more than once, and Lin Wanwan, who had princess syndrome, possessiveness, and mental illness, became jealous and refused to give in. Right now, Lin Wanwan seemed to be wishing to break up with Zhou Ziyan and never have anything to do with him again. Was he seeing things? It has nothing to do with him anyway. Let's go, Uncle Chow. Okay, sir. This way. Ji Xinghe felt two gazes behind him and smiled slightly. Butler Chow did it on purpose. The word young master made the two quarreling people stop fighting temporarily. Zhou Ziyan suspected that he had heard it wrongly. Master? Lin Wanwan pursed her lips tightly, said nothing, and stared at Ji Xinghe's tall and handsome back. She couldn't believe it and felt upset. Why didn't she realize how good Ji Xinghe was before? Before my mother left that day, she said earnestly, there is no parent who doesn't want their children to be happy. Wanwan, if you have thought it through, remarry Ji Xinghe. You are my only child, who else should we give our property to? Live a good life with him. He has passed the test of your father and me. He is better than anyone your father and I know. We are relieved to leave you in his hands. Ji Xinghe's figure disappeared from sight, and Lin Wanwan's heart felt as if someone had scooped out a spoonful of it, feeling extremely empty. Zhou Ziyan sneered, why, you still have feelings for your ex-husband? Why didn't I notice your feelings for your ex-husband before? Lin Wanwan lowered her eyes silently. Zhou Ziyan, Lin Wanwan, I'm going to ask you one last time, do you still want to receive the certificate today? Lin Wanwan raised her head, looked at him calmly, and said word by word, no. Maybe what you can't get is good? Lin Wanwan could no longer find the love she once had for Zhou Ziyan that was so strong that it could not be dissolved. Looking at the eyes and eyebrows that once made him infatuated, he even felt a little disgusted. Okay. If you have the guts, don't come looking for me again. Zhou Ziyan opened the car door with a sneer. I accidentally saw the car parked next to me. It was a cool Bentley. If I was not mistaken, it should be the car that Ji Xinghe was riding in. Outside the kindergarten that day, Ji Xinghe's car was a Maybach nanny car. The clothes he wore were still custom made, worth 6 figures. Change different luxury cars when going in and out. The voice of young master sounded strangely in my mind. Could it be that Ji Xinghe's true identity is a rich young master? No, if he was really a rich young master, why would he be so poor when he was in school? He would never have grumbled in front of Lin Wanwan for 6 years just for 2 million. Or maybe Zhou Ziyan has a big imagination. Ji Xinghe was a child of a wealthy family who was left behind. He was found right after he divorced Lin Wanwan? Otherwise it's really hard to explain. Zhou Ziyan was upset. Why is this guy so lucky? In a state of rage and frustration, he suddenly had an idea. There is another possibility. Ji Xinghe is being kept by a rich woman, that's right. Moreover, the rich woman who supported him was old, ugly, and greasy, and her teeth were exposed when she smiled. Zhou Ziyan's heart, twisted with jealousy, finally felt a little better. He said to Lin Wanwan in a sarcastic tone, "Wanwan, your ex-husband is lucky. He has a gigolo because of his face." Lin Wanwan opened her mouth. "Have you thought it through? But I'm not interested now. Let's talk about getting the certificate another day." He was about to get in the car with an arrogant look on his face when Lin Wanwan finally spoke up, "The car is mine." Zhou Ziyan. He slammed the car door with a sneer, threw the keys at Lin Wanwan's feet, and walked away without looking back. Lin Wanwan squatted down and picked up the key. Zhou Ziyan was really angry this time. He is so proud that he may never come to comfort her again. But what does that matter? I don't know why, she doesn't care about it at all. "Xinghe, do you know them?" As soon as he was out of the sight of Lin Wanwan and the others, Butler Chow immediately changed his words. Ji Xinghe said frankly, "One is my ex-wife, and the other is my ex-wife's." He was a very serious person and was not sure whether Lin Wanwan and Zhou Ziyan had obtained their marriage certificate. They should have done so. Wasn't he Lin Wanwan's lifelong dream to marry Zhou Ziyan? He completed the sentence, "husband." Butler Chow is knowledgeable and is not surprised by anything. The transfer procedure went very smoothly. Butler Chow strode to the front of the car and personally opened the door for Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe nodded to him in thanks, then bent down and went in. Lin Wanwan was sitting in the driver's seat. There was an anti-peep film on the car, so no one could see her from the outside, including Ji Xinghe. She stared blankly at Ji Xinghe, who was smiling warmly and had an air of dignity that was unfamiliar to her. He got into the Bentley with great dignity, and then the man who drove for him sat in the driver's seat. Soon, the taillights of the Bentley lit up, and it drove away from the compound neatly and finally disappeared from her sight. She was also confused. Why did the poor loser who had been humble and submissive in front of her for 6 years suddenly become what others called a young master? She didn't want to make the dirty speculation like Zhou Ziyan did, that Ji Xinghe was being kept by a rich woman. Ji Xinghe is not a poor boy who has to pay off his father's debts. He is actually the young master of a wealthy family. But how to explain that he worked like a slave for her for 6 years for 2 million? A certain possibility made Lin Wanwan clench her hands suddenly. Because he loves her. Ji Xinghe liked her, so he accepted her conditions and took good care of her and their son. With a humble and pious heart, he silently hoped that she would see his goodness in countless days and nights, forgetting that Bai Yueguan was devoted to being with him. Lin Wanwan was so excited that she was sweating all over. It was as if she had already determined that her speculation was the truth. As for the beautiful daughter who provocatively told her to stay away from her husband that day, it should be as Zhang Yao said, that he found an actor to deliberately anger her. Unspeakable regret and remorse filled my heart. Lin Wanwan leaned weakly on the back of the chair and closed her eyes. The careful look on Ji Xinghe's face as he took care of her appeared before her eyes. "Wanwan, the meal is ready. Do you want to get up and eat now?" "Wanwan, the clothes have been ironed for you." "Wanwan, I have already delivered the gifts to my uncle and aunt." "Wanwan, Yang Yang doesn't seem to be feeling well. I'll take him to the hospital right now." Frame by frame, scene by scene, ordinary pictures that she never paid attention to before and even felt a little upset about, now feel so warm when she thinks of them that she can't help but immerse herself in them, unable to extricate herself. "Wanwan, last night was an accident. I was drunk, and alcohol was to blame for everything. Wanwan, forget me, forget everything between us, and pretend nothing ever happened. Wanwan, I love you. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night. Let's get married when we get back, okay? Wanwan, are you stupid? Your parents don't even see you as their daughter. Haven't you realized it yet? Lin Wanwan, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue to be so willful, I'm sorry, I'm leaving now. Don't regret it." Zhou Ziyan suddenly appeared in Lin Wanwan's mind, causing the corners of her lips, which were raised while she was immersed in warm memories, to suddenly freeze. She shook her head vigorously. Zhou Ziyan's face seemed to be stuck in her mind with 502 super glue and could not be shaken off. Lin Wanwan suddenly realized that Zhou Ziyan had been driving this car since he came back. The car perfume was bought according to his preferences, the seat was adjusted according to his height, the car refrigerator was full of his favorite drinks, his tie and suit jacket were casually thrown on the back seat, and even the downloaded car music was his favorite. This car was full of his scent. In the past, in order to feel his presence, Lin Wanwan filled her bedroom with his photos and would hug the clothes he had worn before going to bed at night. At that time, she would never have thought that in the near future, she would be extremely disgusted with his aura and presence. Lin Wanwan felt that the air in the car was so foul that she could hardly breathe. Without any hesitation, she immediately rolled down the window and threw out the car perfume, his tie, and his coat. Suddenly remembering that he had been driving the car these days and sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Wanwan immediately had the urge to remove the seat cushion. Just as she was about to do so, someone knocked on the window. The security guard picked up the things she had just thrown out and said to her seriously, "Miss, please don't litter." Lin Wanwan. "Xinghe, you're here. Come and sit down. Your aunt's son made some snacks. They're still hot. Come and have some." Today was the second time Ji Xinghe met Old Lady Nan. Old Lady Nan looked kind and warm, as if Ji Xinghe and Nan Xingyu were children who grew up in her care. Ji Xinghe sat down obediently and tasted the freshly made dessert. It was not too sweet but soft and delicious. Old Lady Nan looked at him kindly. "Is it delicious?" Ji Xinghe nodded. "It's delicious. I'll ask Aunt's son to make some more this afternoon and bring it back for Qingyu and Cici to try." Old Lady Nan was thinking of something. Qingyu is a picky eater and doesn't like sweets very much. Fortunately, Cici doesn't follow her and likes to eat them. Ji Xinghe thought, is Nan Qingyu a picky eater? It's totally impossible to tell. If he remembered correctly, she seemed to have told him that she wasn't picky about food. Chapter 40 Personal Charm. The reason why Old Lady Nan asked him to come over this time was not only to cultivate a relationship with her grandson-in-law who had come out of nowhere, but more for Nan Xingyu. However, before talking about Nan Xingyu, she briefly told Ji Xinghe the outcome of yesterday's incident. When housekeeper Chow brought Shuewenqiu back, Shuewenqiu initially thought that the old lady had fallen into the water and was not used to being taken care of by others, so he wanted to hire her back and even put on airs and hinted at a raise in her salary. When she saw the old lady was safe and sound, she suddenly realized that Mr. Gu's plan had failed. The old lady has been kind and gentle for so many years, but she still has the same wrist as she did back then. Under her pressure, Shuewenqiu, who had initially refused to admit it, could no longer hold on and finally confessed the entire process of her collusion with Gu Yu. In the end, she shamelessly pushed all the blame onto Nan Xingyu. She said that she was originally loyal to the Nan family and had no second thoughts. If Nan Xingyu had not been so ruthless and expelled her sister, how could she have accepted Mr. Gu's small favors, and how could so many things happen afterwards? After listening to her nonsense, Old Lady Nan produced evidence that Shuewenqiu had colluded with Gu Yu before Nan Xingyu expelled her sister. Only then did Shuewenqiu shut up. It would have been fine if Old Lady Nan didn't take action, but once she did, she had no intention of letting Shuewenqiu go without any pain. Just based on what this woman said secretly to Cici behind their backs, Old Lady Nan had no intention of letting her go. Of course, Mrs. Nan is a law-abiding citizen and will not use her power to bully the weak. She found evidence that Shuewenqiu had taken advantage of his position to gain advantage. To put it nicely, it's taking advantage. To put it bluntly, it's petty theft. The total amount was not small, enough to send her to work on a sewing machine for a few years. As for Gu Yu, Old Lady Nan would naturally not show mercy to him just because he was a kid from a wealthy family. To put it in a more serious way, what is the difference between his behavior and premeditated murder? She organized the evidence and had someone deliver it directly to the Gu family, and threatened that if the Gu family could not give her a satisfactory result, then she would handle the matter in her own way. The Nan family holds a pivotal position not only in S City, but also in the entire China. As long as the Nan family is willing, it will only take a thought to make the Gu family decline. No one wants to take the initiative to make enemies with the Nan family, especially when they are obviously wrong. The head of the Gu family was terrified and ashamed, so he personally brought Gu Yu here to ask for forgiveness, and sent him out of the country overnight. As for the question of when he can come back, it depends on the Nan family. This matter ends here and has come to an end. Ji Xinghe knew that the Nan family was powerful, but what Old Lady Nan said, it made him realize that he still greatly underestimated the strength of the Nan family. It seems like he accidentally got hold of a powerful person? Old Lady Nan asked seriously, "Xinghe, did Xingyu not tell you about other family members besides me?" Ji Xinghe nodded, indeed. Not only Nan Xingyu, but Nan Cici also didn't mention grandpa, grandma, and others. Old Lady Nan was silent for a long time, then said, Xingyu's mother has been living abroad for many years and rarely comes back. Ji Xinghe seemed to be thinking about something. If one lives abroad for a long time, doesn't that mean that the couple will also be separated for a long time? This shows that there seems to be a problem in the relationship between Nan Xingyu's parents, and they are divorced. Her father is busy with work, so it's hard for him and his daughter to see each other. I raised her. This child was influenced by her parents and once said that she wanted to be single for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Ji Xinghe thought, maybe it's not just the influence of her parents? It may also be due to my own emotions. By the way, who is Nan Cc's father? No one had told him about this. Perhaps it was some unspeakable secret, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Naturally, he would not ask too many questions. He just needs to be himself. He has no right and no position to do so. Old Mrs. Nan sighed and seemed to be back to the time when she was worried about her granddaughter's future. I am so worried that I can't sleep for nights. Xinghe, don't think grandma is old-fashioned. No matter how capable or rich a person is, it is not as important as a happy family. Ji Xinghe thought about his plan to live alone for the rest of his life. After all, it's a lifetime, and he thought there was nothing wrong with living alone, happily and freely. But after listening to what Old Lady Nan said, my mood was affected. I suddenly felt that life of eating alone, going out alone, facing an empty house alone, and sleeping alone was boring. Thank goodness for you, Xinghe. You gave Grandma hope. From now on, Xingyu won't be alone anymore. Old Mrs. Nan held Ji Xinghe's hand with relief. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that Ji Xinghe was the grandson-in-law of her dreams. When a person's strengths are magnified, they can cover up all his weaknesses. You are a good child. I feel relieved to leave Xingyu in your hands. Facing Old Lady Nan's eager gaze, Ji Xinghe couldn't help feeling guilty, but he remained calm and said obediently, Grandma, I won't let you down. Anyway, he could guarantee that during the period of his marriage with Nan Xingyu, he would abide by his duties as a husband and take good care of them both. Suddenly I remembered Shui Wenxiu's thoughts. It seemed that Nan Xingyu's father was quite strict. He hesitated, Grandma, I haven't met my father-in-law and mother-in-law yet. Will they treat me? Old Madame Nan waved her hand and reassured him, don't worry about them. They usually don't care about Xingyu, so why would they be so picky about the man Xingyu finds? Don't worry, Xinghe, with Grandma here, no one dares to tell you what to do. It was not known whether Ji Xinghe and Old Lady Nan were grandparents and grandchildren in their previous life. The two of them became more and more compatible and did not even know when Nan Xingyu came in. Nan Xingyu coughed lightly, Grandma, you didn't say anything bad about me while I was away, did you? Ji Xinghe turned his head and saw that she was wearing a light-colored suit when she came from the company. The weather was warmer today, so she took off her suit jacket and put it on her arm, revealing a white shirt. The whole person is capable, dashing, elegant and attractive. Ji Xinghe imagined her commanding the country and killing everyone in the conference room. She must be very cool. When their eyes met, Nan Xingyu's eyes curved slightly, and he felt deeply gratified that he could have such a pleasant chat with Old Lady Nan. Old Lady Nan said with a sigh, How dare I say bad things about you in front of your husband? Your husband will definitely be on your side. How can he be on my side, an old woman who gossips about others? The lunch was sumptuous, and Nan Xingyu sat next to Ji Xinghe naturally. Old Mrs. Nan smiled and used the serving chopsticks to pick up food for Ji Xinghe. Soon, a small hill formed in Ji Xinghe's bowl. Nan Xingyu was eating happily. Seeing this, he simply put down his chopsticks, held up his chin and looked at them quietly. Finally, his gaze fixed on Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe? Nan Xingyu looked him up and down, his eyes full of scrutiny. Tell the truth. Ji Xinghe was confused. What did she want him to confess? Do you know some kind of bewitching technique? Ji Xinghe. He had heard the same words from Kong Rao. When Old Lady Nan talked to him alone, although she didn't ask directly, he could vaguely hear a similar meaning. Now even Nan Xingyu asked him the same question. He couldn't help but start to doubt, is it the system that is secretly fanning the flames that makes him so popular now? Old Madame Nan said half angrily, You cunning and weird little girl, if I ignored Xinghe, you would definitely feel bad and make trouble with me. How come I really like Xinghe, but you are not happy? Nan Xingyu's eyebrows were curved, and when she interacted with her grandmother, she unconsciously revealed a bit of a cute and innocent girl's demeanor, who said I was unhappy. I'm very happy that my husband can get along so well with Grandma. If someone bullies my husband in the future, I don't have to do anything, Grandma will settle it. If I were to tell you, you're obviously jealous of me being nice to Xinghe. Really, you're jealous of your own husband, aren't you childish? Amid the heartwarming daily bickering between the grandparents and grandchildren, Xinghe couldn't help laughing, but couldn't help secretly communicating with the system. Excuse me, is my recognition by the old lady related to my binding you? This system can only help the host make life choices and give corresponding rewards, but it cannot increase the host's personal charm. Xinghe let out a long breath. It's not the system, it's that he himself has the ability to be liked by Cici, chosen by Nanqingyu as her husband, and accepted by old lady Nan. Even if he is as humble as an ant, he can still emit a light that attracts attention. After dinner, Nanqingyu was going to work. Old lady Nan didn't have enough fun chatting with Xinghe, so she wanted to keep him and let Uncle Chao send him off in the afternoon, but Nanqingyu had already called Xinghe, let's go. So old lady Nan gave up. The newlyweds were enjoying their wedding day, and it was outrageous for an old woman like her to be doing nothing to compete with her granddaughter for her husband. Xinghe was about to get in the car when she thought of something and pulled Nanqingyu aside. Xingyu, when are you and Xinghe going to hold your wedding? Traditional old ladies always feel that a marriage without a wedding is missing something. Nanqingyu paused and said, too noisy. Old Madame Nan shook her head helplessly, it's just that Xinghe has been wronged. Xinghe quickly expressed his opinion, I don't feel wronged, I don't feel wronged. His marriage with Nanqingyu was a fake one, so why bother with all that fancy stuff? Naturally, the simpler the better. On the way, Xinghe made small talk, do you usually eat at grandma's house at noon? Nanqingyu shook his head, rarely. My grandma's house is a bit far from the company. It takes more than an hour to go back and forth. If there is a traffic jam, it will take even longer, which is very time-consuming. Xinghe wanted to ask, why did you come today? Think about it, it is her freedom and he has no right to interfere. Of course he didn't know that she came because he was there. As usual, Nanqingyu sent him home first. If the car could drive upstairs, Xinghe had no doubt that Nanqingyu would definitely take him directly to his doorstep. In fact, she could have just dropped him off at the gate of the community, but Nanqingyu was unwilling to do so and insisted on taking him to the downstairs of the building where he lived. Chapter 41 Destined. The car window was half lowered, and Nanqingyu waved to him, goodbye, husband. You can get some sleep when you go back. Just make sure you don't delay picking up Cici. Xinghe felt like he had become Nan Cici, a kindergarten kid who needed to be told by adults to climb into bed and take a nap after lunch. He responded, okay, I understand. The car started and carried Nanqingyu out of the community. As Kong Rao was waiting for the traffic light, he thought about it more and more amusingly and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Nanqingyu asked coldly, what are you laughing at? Kong Rao said, I remember your husband is 24 years old this year? Nanqingyu had a feeling that he had no good intentions, so she narrowed her eyes and asked, and then? Kong Rao said fearlessly, but why do I feel that he is only 4 years old this year? Nanqingyu began to gather a chilling murderous intent, you dare to say he is childish? No, Kong Rao clarified, your husband is a steady person who is not surprised by honor or disgrace. He also has extremely sharp insight. In fact, I have a good impression of him. Nanqingyu said proudly, you have good taste. Kong Rao risked being slapped to death by her and boldly advised, but, your attitude towards him seems like you are treating a child like Cici baby. Nanqingyu was furious, what nonsense are you talking about? Kong Rao said, isn't it true? You also told him to go home and get some sleep. He is an adult, and he will go to sleep if he is sleepy. Do you need to tell him specifically? Nanqingyu sneered, you say the grapes are sour because you can't eat them? This shows that our relationship is good. If you have time to be sour, you might as well think of a way to get out of being single, show your filial piety, and give birth to a child for Uncle Kong and Aunt Kong to play with. Kong Rao. The red light turned green, and Kong Rao stepped on the accelerator and followed the car in front of him to slowly pass the four-way intersection. Xingyu, can you tell me the truth, what is it about Xinghe that attracts you? Nanqingyu's eyes fell on the constantly moving street corner outside the window. She and Kong Rao grew up together, and although they were not related by blood, they were actually no different from real siblings. The two are 3 years apart in age, which makes it easier for them to communicate. Nanqingyu often prefers to tell Kong Rao things that she would not tell old Madame Nan. Nanqingyu hesitated and said, to be honest, I don't know either. I just have a feeling that he is the right person for me. Now Kong Rao was really jealous. You thought, Xinghe is really lucky. Where is the girl who fell in love with me at first sight and thought I was her destined one? I miss you, baby. But forget it, you should show up later. I haven't enjoyed being single enough yet, hee hee. Ji Xinghe walked into the room, leaned against the sofa, and sat cross-legged in the living room with nothing to do. The living room and all bedrooms and study rooms are covered with a thick beige carpet. He scrolled through his phone for a while, but became more and more bored. He also wanted to listen to Nanxing Yu and climb into bed for a nap, but he slept well at night and was full of energy during the day, so he couldn't fall asleep at all. What a waste of youth. It turns out that eating free food can also be troublesome. Idle, too idle. When he was with Lin Wanwan, he started working as soon as he opened his eyes. But when he came to Nanxing Yu, he turned over and became a serf who sang and jumped from hell to heaven. Ji Xinghe was bored and had nothing to do. He didn't need to clean the house, and if Nanxing Yu found out, she would definitely scold him. Last time, he got up early and made breakfast for them on a whim, which received unanimous praise from Nanxing Yu and Nancy. However, that night she told him in a serious manner to get a good night's sleep, and that someone would prepare breakfast and he didn't need to interfere. It can be seen that Nanxing Yu did not dislike his noodles because they were not to her liking. It was simply because when they made a verbal agreement, she said that he only needed to accompany Cici and help her deal with troubles, and he did not need to worry about anything else. Nanxing Yu strictly followed the agreement, fearing that he would be tired, even if he did it voluntarily. Ji Xinghe's eyes hurt from watching so many videos, and he even thought about finding a job to kill time. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, he rejected it immediately. It was not possible. Even if he went out to find a part-time job, he was still restricted. He shoulders the responsibility of taking good care of little Nancy. Who knows if teacher Nancy will suddenly call him and ask him to go to the kindergarten or something. After all, he has a few years of experience in taking care of children. Although children of Nancy and Lin Jinyang's age have improved their resistance, they often catch colds and fevers when living in a group. Ji Xinghe turned on the TV and watched the news for a while. He planned to watch all the movies that he had wanted to watch but didn't have the chance to watch before. When the movie started, he felt that there was nothing interesting, so he turned off the TV and picked up his phone again. After scrolling aimlessly for a long time, I accidentally clicked on a novel app. When he saw Become a Writer in My, he clicked the button as if guided by something, and then downloaded a writer's assistant according to the step-by-step instructions. He then became a glorious novelist in a confused but determined manner. When he saw Good Afternoon, today is the first day that Tomato Novel will accompany you, the bored Ji Xinghe suddenly wasn't bored anymore. He seemed to have finally found a game that interested him. He closed his eyes, and the framework of a vague, yet passionate, story full of love, hate and vengeance quietly emerged in his mind. Ji Xinghe did not hesitate and immediately created a new work. Then he used the outline function in the app to write down the story framework in his mind. When Nancy's alarm rang, he had almost finished writing. Ji Xinghe stretched himself lazily with a fulfilled heart, changed his clothes, and went out to pick up the little angel Cici from school. By the way, little angel Cici has a strong ability to adapt. She didn't cry at all during the whole school day. It's great. But Nancy was embarrassed to say that she was actually crying because she missed her parents, but she didn't want to be seen and laughed at by other children, so she wiped away her tears secretly. Nanxing Yu was heartbroken and held her in his arms and kissed her for a long time before he recovered. Because Nancy adapted well, the kindergarten ended her transition period ahead of schedule, and she will go home from school normally with other children starting today. Ji Xinghe arrived early. At first, there were only a few people at the kindergarten gate, but later on, more and more people came. Galaxy? Ji Xinghe heard someone calling his name and turned around. The person said happily, "It's really you." The person who was speaking was an aunt who worked for the Lin family. Her surname was Wen, and Ji Xinghe called her Aunt Wen. After divorcing Lin Wanwan, Ji Xinghe intended to draw a clear line with those people before, but he was not afraid to see them. He has a clear conscience and is naturally fearless. Aunt Wen is enthusiastic and talkative. When Ji Xinghe was still the son-in-law of the Lin family, she was quite nice to him. Ji Xinghe greeted her politely, "Aunt Wen." Aunt Wen came closer and said, "Yo," in an exaggerated tone, "Xinghe, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are more handsome than before." Ji Xinghe smiled and said nothing. Aunt Wen's eyes flickered. "Are you here to pick up Yang too?" Ji Xinghe was about to shake his head when Aunt Wen leaned close to him and whispered, "Xinghe, you know the eldest lady's character. She is used to being willful. She was wrong this time, but life is just like this." Yang Yang can't live without you. When are you going to come back? Ji Xinghe was slightly stunned, realizing that she had misunderstood something, and shook his head and said, I never said I wanted to go back. Anwen said with an expression that said, I know you are still angry. Which man wouldn't mind such a thing? Ji Xinghe felt that she didn't understand at all. Chapter 42 I remarried. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou have met the young master of the Zhou family. He looks okay but not as good as you, really. Anwen told Ji Xinghe everything about how Zhou Ziyan came to their house and how he was beaten with a belt by Lin's father. Ji Xinghe, who didn't know that Zhou Ziyan's mother was a mistress, was very surprised that the Lin family's parents didn't even look upon Zhou Ziyan's behavior. If Lin Wanwan marries Zhou Zi, she will have to voluntarily give up all her property. Ji Xinghe didn't understand the situation, and Anwen didn't know the inside story either. In short, they just looked down on Zhou Ziyan. Could it be that it was because Zhou Ziyan was not like him and he just obediently took the beating for a long time? Xinghe, I heard from Mr. and Mrs. themselves that the guy surnamed Zhou is far inferior to you. They still think you are more suitable to be their son-in-law. Anwen is not the kind of person who would reveal anything without telling anyone. She subconsciously believes that Ji Xinghe will come back sooner or later and will still be one of their own, so she couldn't help but tell him the unknown secrets of the Lin family. If I had known you were coming to pick up Yang Yang today, I wouldn't have come. I would have let you two develop a good relationship. You don't know that Yang Yang has been crying every day these past 2 days and said he missed you. I don't know how happy he will be to see you later. How about this, I think the baby will be born soon. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Hey Anwen, Ji Xinghe smiled helplessly, I'm not here to pick up Yang Yang. Anwen was stunned, why don't you come to pick up Yang Yang, you're not going back today. Ji Xinghe said, Lin Wanwan and I are divorced. I have nothing to do with her or the Lin family now, and I will never go back. Ah, this. Anwen thought he was in a bad mood, and tried to persuade him earnestly, Xinghe, I know that this kind of thing would make anyone feel bad. I understand that you are upset. However, I think it is not a bad thing after what happened. I think the husband and the wife are beginning to think of your kindness now, and the eldest lady will also cherish you. Only a few people knew that Ji Xinghe was a tool. Even Lin Wanwan's parents were kept in the dark. How could Anwen know? Ji Xinghe said seriously, Anwen, to tell you the truth, I have remarried. I came here today to pick up my daughter from school. Anwen was stunned, Nan Cici came out. This time she came out hand in hand with a little girl who was about her height. She introduced happily, Dad, this is my good friend, her name is Lu Yuhan. Little Lu Yuhan timidly greeted Ji Xinghe, hello, uncle. Anwen was stunned by this scene. Ji Xinghe said hello to Lu Yuhan and the parents who came to pick her up, then took Nan Cici away. Along the way, Nan Cici excitedly told him what happened in the kindergarten that day, focusing on describing how she became friends with little Lu Yuhan. Ji Xinghe raised his lips, our Cici is awesome. She has friends now. You will have more and more friends in the future. At the kindergarten gate, Anwen picked up Lin Jingyang and returned to the Lin family with full of doubts. On the day Zhou Ziyan came to visit, Lin's mother found that Lin Jingyang was not in good condition. She pulled down his pants and found that his buttocks were red with clear slap marks on them. She was immediately furious and thought that he was beaten by the bad teacher in the kindergarten. After further questioning, we found out that the instigator was Zhou Ziyan. Mother Lin knew that her grandson was spoiled. He was always jumping around, disrespectful and didn't know the rules. Sometimes she was annoyed by the noise and would advise Lin Wanwan to take care of the child, warning her that loving mothers often spoil their children. However, no matter what, Lin Jingyang is her grandson who was related to her by blood. Lin Wanwan can discipline him, as his grandparents, they can discipline him, even Ji Xinghe can discipline him, but outsiders cannot. The Lin family has done a paternity test and it turns out that Zhou Ziyan is indeed Lin Jingyang's biological father. Even though the father-son relationship between Zhou Ziyan and Lin Jingyang was confirmed, he was still an outsider in Lin's mother's eyes. When Lin's mother learned that Zhou Ziyan had beaten Lin Jingyang, she was even angrier than when she thought it was the teacher who beat him. Zhou Ziyan has never fulfilled his fatherly duties to Lin Jingyang, how dare he hit him? This man is so terrible, not only hypocritical and heartless, but also violent. 100 times worse than Ji Xinghe, oh no, 10,000 times worse. Lin's mother was almost mad with anger. She was afraid that Lin Jingyang would fall into his hands again, so she kept him here. Even Lin Wanwan couldn't take him away. Lin Wanwan dotes on her son, but Lin's mother dare not forget that she is also hopelessly love-brained. Mother Lin held her grandson's hand tenderly. The child was very naughty and hated by cats and dogs. But recently, perhaps due to the impact of family changes, he was not as naughty as before. Especially after being beaten, he was obviously listless and did not have the spirit that he should have at this age. Our Yang Yang has lost weight. Grandma made delicious food for you. Let's go and eat something. Antwan hesitated to speak. Mother Lin carried Lin Jinyang to the dining chair and let him eat his special meal. She came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Antwan told Ji Xinghe about her meeting with him. Ji Xinghe himself said that he had severed all ties with the Lin family and had nothing to do with them anymore, but to Antwan, Ji Xinghe was always one of her own and would come back one day. After all, everyone has seen how considerate and gentle he is to Lin Wanwan and her son, and how filial he is to Lin Weixiong and his wife. How can we just break off the bond of 6 years? The eldest lady made the wrong decision in a moment of confusion, but she will figure it out one day. By the time she figures it out, Ji Xinghe will have calmed down and it will be time for him to come back. She has always believed this, and Lin Weixiong and his wife also believe this. But today Ji Xinghe told Antwan in person that he was already married for the second time. When she heard the news, Lin's mother was stunned for a long time. Her first reaction was the same as hers, which was disbelief. How is this possible? Lin's mother said, for the past 6 years, he has been focusing on Wanwan and her son every day. How could he have the time to meet other women? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that her husband had seen Ji Xinghe eating hot pot with other women in a hot pot restaurant. Could it be that when her daughter was taking advantage of him, he had already started preparing a way out for himself? Mother Lin's chest heaved violently. I don't know whether he was angry or scared. Are you angry at Ji Xinghe for being a traitor, or are you afraid that Ji Xinghe will never come back? Her daughter has a good personal image and temperament, and having a son and being divorced is not a big deal in today's society. Besides, with their family's wealth, would her daughter have trouble finding a husband? But Lin's mother knew very well that it would be difficult to find another person like Ji Xinghe. Mother Lin was worried, and when her grandson asked her gloomily when her father would come home, her anxiety began to spread. What should I do if Ji Xinghe really doesn't come back? Chapter 43 Family Portrait. Ji Xinghe got married to someone else? When Lin Weixiong got home from get off work and heard the news, he was also stunned. Is it a mistake? Mother Lin sighed. He told Antwan himself. Antwan said that she saw Ji Xinghe at the entrance of the kindergarten. Ji Xinghe was picking up a girl and the girl called him dad. And I just heard from Yang Yang today that Ji Xinghe went to pick up the little girl a few days ago and told Yang Yang to call him uncle instead of dad in the future. Lin Weixiong was silent for a long time, thinking about Ji Xinghe's attitude when he later looked for Ji Xinghe. That attitude was so resolute that he felt that there was no possibility for Ji Xinghe and Wanwan to be together again. He finally said, he and Wanwan are divorced. Even if he really remarries, it is none of our business. Mother Lin was anxious. How can that be possible? If he really remarries, what will happen to Wanwan and Yang Yang? Lin Weixiong sat down on the sofa tiredly. Ji Xinghe has been with Wanwan for 6 years and she has never seen his good side. Maybe they are really not suitable for each other. Fangya, Lin's mother, was worried. That's different. Wanwan didn't see his good points before because she didn't have a comparison, just like I used to find faults with him. But compared with Zhou Ziyan, I now feel that Ji Xinghe is the only one in the world who is worthy of trust. Husband, please think of another way. Lin Weixiong said, should we be the ones to think of this solution? This is a matter between Wanwan and him. What's the point of us only being so enthusiastic? Fangya was speechless. Really? They took the initiative to think about letting Ji Xinghe come back, but what did Wanwan think? Even if I cut off ties with them, do I have to be with the son of the mistress? Fangya's heart sank. As a mother, she didn't want to go this far with her daughter. But as a mother, she has the obligation to let her daughter see the true nature of the scumbag and find her own true happiness. If her daughter persists in her wrongdoing, she will have no choice but to be cruel. In the kitchen, the absolutely trustworthy cook transferred from old lady Nan was preparing dinner. Ji Xinghe accompanied Nan Cici to paint in the living room. The pen strokes across the paper, making a healing rustling sound. Nan Cici likes painting, and she paints with a paintbrush whenever she has nothing to do. Her mother is busy with work, so her great-grandmother used to accompany her, but now her father does. Although the people who accompany her are different now, she is still very happy. Oh no, I'm happier than before. Because she received more care. Nan Cici first drew a girl with pigtails, this is me. Draw another beautiful woman with long flowing hair, this is my mother. In the end, he drew a tall and handsome man. Ji Xinghe was not praising him with a fatherly filter. Nan Cici was quite talented in drawing. Although the characters he drew were still childish, every line was very lively. Nan Cici pointed at the handsome man Cao Ji Xinghe and said, "Dad, do you know who he is?" Ji Xinghe pretended to think for a long time, is it me? But the painting is so handsome, can it be me? Nan Cici, Dad, you are awesome, you got it right. Ji Xinghe exaggeratedly said, how come you drew Dad so handsome? Dad can't recognize me. Nan Cici shook her head, no way, Dad, you are 1,000 times and 10,000 times more handsome than what I drew. Ji Xinghe felt so happy, as if he had filled his mouth with honey. It's a great experience to have a little cotton jacket. Before dinner was ready, President Nan came back from get off work. Unless he is extremely busy, Nan Xingyu generally does not work overtime. She had to rush back to be with her daughter. Now she has one more thing to worry about. She wants to come back to be with her husband and daughter, so working overtime is even more impossible. She went into the house, changed into comfortable home clothes, and came over contentedly, with a special faint fragrance on her body. What are you drawing? Nan Cici hurriedly presented her treasure. Mom, look. Nan Xingyu studied it for a long time and concluded, is it a family portrait? Family portrait? Ji Xinghe had to admit that he was deeply shocked by Nan Xingyu's words. He likes this word because he longs for family and affection. Nan Cici blinked her eyes and asked in confusion, what is a family portrait? Nan Xingyu put his arm around her shoulders and placed his other arm on Ji Xinghe's shoulder very naturally. Ji Xinghe's body stiffened slightly, and then he thought that it was just an arm on his shoulder, and they were holding hands before, so what was the big deal? Then he became calm and composed. Nan Xingyu said in the most gentle voice, the photos and pictures of you and your parents together are called family portraits. Nan Cici said in a childish voice, so after we have a family photo, will we always be together? Nan Xingyu said him with certainty, Cici is right, from now on our family of 3 will be together forever. In a trance, Ji Xinghe felt that Nan Xingyu's words were not just to make Nan Cici happy, but were serious. It's him, you're overthinking it. Ji Xinghe let out a breath silently. Don't forget who you are. He warned himself silently. Don't let the warmth of the moment go to your head. No matter how beautiful it is, it does not belong to you after all. However, he should be grateful to Nan Xingyu. At least he had experienced it and felt it firsthand. He should be content with this life. This family portrait painted by Nan Cici was plastic sealed and framed by Nan Xingyu and placed in a prominent position in the living room. Every time Ji Xinghe saw it, he felt warm in his heart. It's like I've really become a part of this family. Before going to bed, Nan Cici started her daily homework. She hugged Nan Xingyu and kissed her on the face. Good night, Mom. Nan Cici was a good kid. After hugging and kissing Nan Xingyu, she opened her arms and hugged Ji Xinghe, who had been waiting on the side. She pouted and kissed him on the cheek. Good night, Daddy. Ji Xinghe said softly, good night, baby. Nan Cici went to bed with the little brown bear hugging her, full of love from her parents, and fell asleep quickly. Before Nan Xingyu entered the bedroom, good night, husband. Ji Xinghe smiled, good night. Nan Xingyu stood there unmoved. Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe struggled for 2 seconds. Good night, wife. As soon as he said this, he suddenly felt that it was not as difficult as he had imagined. Just a name. Nan Xingyu smiled and went in contentedly. Ji Xinghe burst out laughing. After a long time of contact, he sometimes had an illusion that the aloof CEO was sometimes a little childish. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. He put his phone on the bedside table. When he was dragged into a bizarre dream by the nightmare, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Little angel Cici is asleep. Is Nan Xingyu asleep? Chapter 44 Lin Wanwan's loss. Goodbye, Dad. Outside the kindergarten, Nan Cici, carrying a pink little school bag, waved goodbye to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe watched her small figure disappear from his sight, then turned and left. What you hear is not as good as what you see. Fanya saw with her own eyes that Ji Xinghe got into the Maybach and drove away. The last bit of hope in her heart was gone. Ji Xinghe really has a beautiful daughter. Today, Fanya deliberately took on the task of sending her grandson off and came over to find out what was going on. Apart from an accidental encounter at the kindergarten gate, she had no way of contacting her ex-son-in-law, who used to be available at her beck and call. She sent Lin Jingyang to kindergarten early and hid aside, waiting for something to happen. As expected, they reached Ji Xinghe. Fanya called Lin Wanwan last night and learned that Lin Wanwan and Zhou Zian had broken up. She tentatively asked Lin Wanwan if she wanted to return to her previous life. Lin Wanwan's silence was the best answer. Fanya was overjoyed. She had thought it through. As long as her daughter didn't mind, he would definitely come back obediently. She was not bragging. Ji Xinghe himself would never be able to achieve such good conditions as their family in his lifetime. Maybe Wanwan has a bad temper, but they only have this one daughter. Won't everything in the family be left to her in the future? If Ji Xinghe behaves himself and takes care of his daughter, won't he be able to enjoy wealth and glory in this life? Ji Xinghe has no education and no ability, and it is questionable whether he can gain a foothold in the society in the future. It is his honor that Wanwan is willing to come back and remarry him, and he should be grateful. Fanya felt that as long as her daughter passed the test, there would be absolutely no problem with Ji Xinghe. Even if he was getting married for the second time, Fanya didn't think it would be a problem. In a word, her family is wealthy and her daughter is a fairy. As long as they wave their hand, Ji Xinghe will definitely come running back. The reason why Fanya feels so good about herself is that she doesn't understand Ji Xinghe at all. Even a dog that is wagging its tail for mercy will not squat down and let someone put a leash around its neck. To Ji Xinghe, the Lin family is no different from hell. He finally managed to crawl out and can live with dignity now. There is no way he can turn back. Fanya, who felt good about herself, immediately realized her own fantasy after seeing Ji Xinghe. His mental state, his clothes, his means of transportation, all proved that he was living a good life now, much better than when he was in the Lin family. Fanya didn't even have the courage to talk to Ji Xinghe. She returned home worriedly. When she saw Lin Wanwan coming to apologize, she felt even more worried Yang Yang was really going to be without a father now. Wanwan, there are a lot of bad people in this world. It's not a big deal if you meet them. Just stay away from them after you've seen through them. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but two-legged men are everywhere. You will definitely meet the person destined for you in the future. Lin Wanwan's heart sank. She knew why her mother sent Yang Yang to kindergarten today. She was looking forward to her mother coming back and telling her that Ji Xinghe had changed his mind, and that they should live a good life in the future and stop making trouble. However, after her mother came back after going to see Ji Xinghe, she didn't mention Ji Xinghe at all, which made her realize that something was wrong. Could it be that Ji Xinghe is unwilling to forgive her? Lin Wanwan bit her lower lip tightly. I want to ask, but I am too embarrassed to ask because of my face. She never took Ji Xinghe seriously before. It was she who kicked Ji Xinghe out the door like throwing away garbage. Now, if she were to ask him about his situation eagerly, Lin Wanwan would feel that she was lowering her own value. Even though Ji Xinghe's current status has visibly risen, he is no longer the Ji Xinghe of the past. Children don't know how to hide their thoughts. When Ji Xinghe picked up Nan Cici in the afternoon, he found that she was worried. When he asked her, she said that she was not unhappy in kindergarten. After returning home, Nan Cici put down her school bag and ran to Nan Xingyu's room. After a while, she ran to Ji Xinghe's room. Then he returned to his room in a depressed mood. Ji Xinghe put away the clothes on the balcony and went to see her. He found her lying on her desk motionless. His heart tightened. Is she not feeling well? He walked over. Cici, are you feeling unwell? Nan Cici's shoulders twitched. Ji Xinghe felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He said he was very happy, so why would he cry secretly here if he was happy? Cici, tell Daddy, what happened? Nan Cici slowly raised her head, hugged his neck and burst into tears. Ji Xinghe was very nervous. Don't scare Dad, okay? Tell Dad quickly if someone bullied you. Tell Dad, and Dad will definitely seek justice for you. Nan Cici sobbed, No one bullied me. As they were talking, Nan Xingyu came back from get off work. She saw Nan Cici with red eyes who didn't even have time to change her clothes, so she hurried over and asked Ji Xinghe with her eyes. Ji Xinghe shook his head blankly. He didn't know what was going on. Nan Cici's apple-like face was covered with crystal-clear tears, and she cried, Dad, Mom, did you have a fight? Ji Xinghe and Nan Xingyu looked at each other. Nan Xingyu wiped away the tears from Nan Cici's face with pity, and asked in surprise, Mom and Dad have a good relationship, why do you think we had a fight? Nan Cici's eyelashes fluttered twice, and the tears hanging on them fell down and landed on her pink cheeks. She hiccuped and said, "Mom, you lied to me. You had a fight with Dad. You didn't want me to know, so you lied to me on purpose." "Nan Xingyu?" She said patiently, "Mom has never lied to you. Why do you think your dad and I had a fight?" Nan Cici clenched her fists and said, "Why do you have to sleep in two separate rooms if you're not arguing? The parents of other children all sleep in the same bed." Nan Xingyu. Ji Xinghe. Nan Cici was still crying. "Lu Yuhan told me today that her parents only sleep in two separate rooms when they are angry and quarreling, so you must have quarreled secretly behind my back." Nan Xingyu, no, Cici. Nan Cici cried and threw herself into Nan Xingyu's arms, and her little hands tightly held Ji Xinghe's middle finger and index finger. His hands were too big, and Nan Cici's hands were too small. Usually, Ji Xinghe's big hand held her small hand, and if Nan Cici wanted to hold Ji Xinghe's hand, she could only hold 2 fingers at most. "Mom and Dad, will you get divorced after all the quarrels?" A 5-year-old child actually understands a lot of things. Ji Xinghe, no, we. Wow. Mom and Dad, please don't get divorced. Don't leave me. Chapter 45. Dad, you sleep with Mom. No matter how they explained, little Nan Cici stubbornly equated sleeping in separate rooms with being angry and quarreling. It is said that Lu Yuhan's parents had a big fight yesterday over some unknown reason and said they wanted to divorce. Lu Yuhan cried in the kindergarten today. As a good friend, Nan Cici comforted her for a long time, secretly thanking her luck that her parents never quarreled. Unexpectedly, when Nan Cici heard that Lu Yuhan's parents slept in separate rooms after their argument, her heart skipped a beat. She remembered that her parents slept in separate rooms. Did they have a secret quarrel without her knowing? Nan Cici was worried and ran to her mother's room as soon as she came back. There was only one pillow on her mother's bed. I ran to Dad's room and found that there was only one pillow on his bed. Nan Cici was stunned. A bolt from the blue. My parents have a very good relationship. They love me and love each other. The self-comfort that they will always be by my side was shattered to ashes. 5-year-old Nan Cici seemed to have seen the day when her parents would divorce. Her mother would not abandon her, but would her father be kicked out by her mother and never be able to go home again, just like Lu Yuhan's father? No, I want Mom and Dad to be together forever. The more Nan Cici thought about it, the sadder she became, and she started crying. "Mom and Dad, please stop fighting, okay?" Nan Cici sobbed and put Ji Xinghe and Nan Xingyu's hands together. Ji Xinghe's heart was almost melted by Nan Cici's tears. "Okay, I promise Cici that we will never quarrel again." Nan Cici looked at Nan Xingyu. "What about Mom?" Nan Xingyu said gently, "Mom can promise you that I will never quarrel with Dad." Nan Cici said, "I want you to be together forever and ever, no divorce allowed." Ji Xinghe agreed straightforwardly, "Okay." This was a white lie, but he still felt guilty when he made the firm promise. Nan Xingyu said the word okay without any psychological burden. Because she was absolutely sure that she would never let go of Ji Xinghe in this life. But she didn't dare let Ji Xinghe know. Even she herself didn't know why she wanted to catch him, so how could she convince Ji Xinghe that she was serious? Nan Cici burst into laughter and ran away. She ran into Ji Xinghe's bedroom, and when she came out, she was holding Ji Xinghe's pillow in her arms. She ran to Nan Xingyu's room again, put Ji Xinghe's pillow next to Nan Xingyu's pillow, and said happily, "Then Dad, you can sleep with Mom tonight." Ji Xinghe. His head was buzzing. Looking at Nan Cici's angelic face, Ji Xinghe pulled the corners of his mouth and revealed a doting smile. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Xinghe was stunned. What did he say? He actually agreed to let Nan Cici and Nan Xingyu sleep in the same bed. Would Nan Xingyu think that he wanted to take advantage of her? But under Nan Cici's eager eyes, he certainly couldn't say the 3 words no. He secretly glanced at Nan Xingyu and found that she looked normal, thinking that he was overthinking. Nan Cici went to bed on time. Ji Xinghe returned to his room and looked at the big bed without a pillow. He thought of the pillow that Nan Cici had placed on Nan Xingyu's bed, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Between the 2 options of going to Nan Xingyu's bedroom to retrieve his pillow and just sleeping there for the night, he decisively chose to just sit there. He had just finished taking a shower when there was a knock on the door. Normally, the time after Nan Cici went to bed was considered their private time. He and Nan Xingyu tacitly agreed not to disturb each other. Ji Xinghe paused as he was wiping his hair with a white towel, and quickly walked over to open the door. He thought it would be Nan Xingyu standing outside the door, but his eyes kept moving downwards, and finally he saw a little radish head. Nan Cece, who should have been sleeping sweetly in her princess bed, hugged her little brown bear and pouted as if she was about to cry. Dad, you are lying. Haven't you reconciled with Mom yet? Ji Xinghe. Lying is shameful, but at this point, in order to take care of Nan Cece's young and fragile heart, who longs for a healthy family, he has to lie again and again. Your mother and I take a shower at the same time, and there are not enough bathrooms, so I come here to take a shower. The innocent little girl believed it and said, oh, now that you're done washing, go back to Mom's room. Ji Xinghe. He suddenly had an idea. Okay, I'll go back now, it's getting late, Cece, let Daddy take you back to bed. Wouldn't it be enough to just send her back and wait until she falls asleep before going back to your own bedroom? Anyway, he gets up earlier than her every day, so wouldn't it be enough for her not to see which bedroom he comes out of? Nan Cece widened her eyes in vigilance. No, I want to see you sleeping in Mom's bed with my own eyes. Ji Xinghe almost knelt down to her. Nan Cece was worried sick about her parents getting back together. With a stern face, she dragged Ji Xinghe to Nan Xingyu's door and banged on it with her little fists. The door opened and the fragrance followed. Nan Xingyu, who had just taken a shower, put on pajamas. Her half-wet long hair was scattered messily on her shoulders, and her fair face was pink from the heat. Nan Cece said crisply, Mom, I brought Dad back to you. Please sign for it quickly. Ji Xinghe stood there in a dilemma. Nan Xingyu's room was like a restricted area to him. He had lived there for a week and had never stepped into it. Nan Xingyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and said softly, Why don't you come in quickly? These words were said to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe met her urging gaze, understood something, and stepped in. Nan Cece left with satisfaction after helping her parents reconcile and saving her happy little family. I closed the bedroom door before I left. Ji Xinghe. Nan Xingyu's bedroom is the master bedroom. On the 2-meter-long bed, the white sheets are smooth and without a wrinkle. Ji Xinghe saw his pillow covered with a blue and white plaid pillowcase placed next to Nan Xingyu's white pillow. It was very eye-catching and out of place on the all-white bed. The atmosphere became ambiguous unconsciously. Ji Xinghe laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, I'll be out in a while. Maybe this is her territory, Nan Xingyu feels much more comfortable here than him. She said to Ji Xinghe, I'll go see Cece, and opened the door to go out. When she came back, Ji Xinghe asked hurriedly, Is Cece asleep? He can go back after he has slept. Nan Xingyu didn't answer his question, but closed the door behind him. Ji Xinghe? Nan Xingyu stared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. He said very seriously, I have a question for you, please answer it seriously. Good. Do you think I'll eat you? Chapter 46 Sleep here tonight. A closed space, a seductive fragrance, young men and women in thin pajamas, and a very ambiguous question asked by the beautiful president of Nanjing University. But one of them asked in a serious manner, and the other had no evil thoughts, so the atmosphere that should have been ambiguous was not created by them. Ji Xinghe was confused? Nan Xingyu crossed her arms calmly, her fine pajamas outlining the curve of her chest as she moved. Please start answering my questions, Mr. Ji. Ji Xinghe finally realized that he was a little uncomfortable, and he looked away. Well, I'm not a dish, of course you won't eat me. Nan Xingyu thought, no, you are a dish that suits my taste. I actually want to eat you in one bite. But what she wanted was Ji Xinghe's answer just now. She smiled with a hint of joking, then what are you afraid of? Ji Xinghe? I can't eat you, where are you going in such a hurry? Go back to bed, of course. Ji Xinghe complained in his heart, I can't really sleep here? If he really dares to have such thoughts, he can pack up and leave tonight, without waiting until tomorrow. Just when he thought of this, Ji Xinghe heard Nan Xingyu say, sleep here tonight. Ji Xinghe. I blurted out subconsciously, this is inappropriate. Nan Xingyu was about to leave, but stopped when he heard this, why is it inappropriate? Ji Xinghe, aren't we just a fake couple? You don't have to sleep in the same bed. Nan Xingyu scanned him up and down with the sharp eyes that only a superior would have, and suddenly chuckled, Ji Xinghe, are you afraid that a man and a woman alone in the same room, you will not be able to control yourself? She said it so bluntly that Ji Xinghe, who had prepared an euphemism, was at a loss and stammered, I'm not. Do you want to say that you are a gentleman? Nan Xingyu said for him. Ji Xinghe nodded. Although he seems to be a bit of a charlatan, he is indeed a gentleman, please. Nan Xingyu nodded, okay, I believe you, go to sleep. Ji Xinghe was about to leave as if he had been granted amnesty, but he heard Nan Xingyu say again, I usually go to bed around 10:30 and no later than 12 o'clock every day. How about you? Going to bed too late is not good for your health, but if you can't change it for a while, it doesn't matter. I can wear an eye mask, and you just need to be careful not to make any noise. Ji Xinghe. No, he doesn't seem to be on the same page with Nan Xingyu. Does Nan Xingyu mean that he wants him to sleep here at night? This, how can this be possible? Nan Xingyu saw him standing there motionless and asked in confusion, what happened again? Ji Xinghe met her clear eyes without any distractions, and for a moment he wondered if he was making too much of a fuss. Can't a man and a woman simply sleep in the same bed? Is it because he has a dirty mind that he thinks this is inappropriate? No. Ji Xinghe was shocked by his own doubt. How could he doubt his own values? It was definitely not normal for a man and a woman who were neither lovers nor husband and wife to sleep in the same bed. Even if the bed is big and wide enough, it is still a bed after all. It is said that sons avoid their mothers when they grow up and daughters avoid their fathers when they grow up. What's more, he and Nan Xingyu are just a fake couple. Nan Xingyu looked at him with a half smile, and a teasing look appeared in his eyes. Why, you said you are a gentleman, but you are afraid that you can't control yourself. Doesn't this mean that he is a hypocrite who does not practice what he preaches? Ji Xinghe got excited and rejected it. No. Actually, I don't care. I'm just afraid that it will affect your reputation. Nan Xingyu couldn't help but laugh. Ji Xinghe, I've already announced to the public that I've obtained a marriage certificate with you. Do I still need to care about my so-called reputation? Ji Xinghe was speechless. Doesn't that make sense? Even if they part ways in the future, Nan Xingyu would not go around clarifying that she and he are innocent. They live together under the same roof day and night, and they always create the image of a loving couple when they go out or in front of Nan Cece. Even if Nan Xingyu really goes to clarify, someone has to believe it. Ji Xinghe was still hesitating. Nan Xingyu issued an ultimatum. Ji Xinghe, please be more professional. Do you still want to see Cece cry because she is worried about not having a father? After saying this, Ji Xinghe felt guilty. To be honest, when he saw Cece crying today, his heart almost broke. Yes, what is the meaning of his existence in this family? Isn't it to let little Nan Cece feel the warmth of a healthy family? If I let her mistakenly believe that her parents are not in love, and make her live in fear that her parents will divorce all day long, wouldn't that be counterproductive? He thought, since Nan Xingyu was willing to make sacrifices for Nan Cece, then what should he be afraid of? A buzzing sound was heard, and Nan Xingyu was sitting at the table blowing her hair. Ji Xinghe finally convinced himself and accepted the reality that he had to sleep here tonight. But he still felt very uncomfortable, and said hesitantly, then I'll go to sleep? Nan Xingyu didn't even turn his head. Well, go ahead, you can sleep whenever you want in the future, you don't have to report to me. Ji Xinghe staggered. After? If he understood correctly, did that mean he would have to sleep here from now on? Nan Xingyu turned off the hairdryer and still didn't look back. Tomorrow I will clean up your bedroom and make it into a library. I'll put some books for Cece to read. Do you have any objections? Ji Xinghe. This is her territory and she is the boss here, so naturally what she says is the truth. What right does he have to object? I have no opinion, but I can't say it. No. That's good. Nan Xingyu curled the corners of her mouth. The innocent and harmless little white rabbit was deceived by her so quickly. Don't doubt it, Ji Xinghe is of course that innocent and harmless little white rabbit. Although Nan Cece was not her child, when she saw Nan Cece for the first time, she couldn't help but have a strong urge to adopt her. She and Nan Cece were destined to be mother and daughter in this life, but it was worth it for her to love her. She was very surprised by her daughter's assist. Nan Xingyu heard Ji Xinghe's footsteps slowly moving towards the bed. My cheeks are slightly hot. She has been Nan Cece's mother for several years, but after all, she is just an ordinary girl who has never held hands with the opposite sex and has no emotional connection. Suddenly she has to sleep in the same bed with a man. In fact, she is not much better than Ji Xinghe. My palms are full of sweat. But in order to create the image of a calm and composed CEO in front of Ji Xinghe, she turned her back to Ji Xinghe and didn't even dare to turn her head back. Afraid that Ji Xinghe would see her blushing face, Ji Xinghe gritted his teeth and walked to the bed. He would sleep on this side of the 2-meter-long bed, while Nan Xingyu would sleep on the other side. There shouldn't be any problem. He remembered that he lived in a rental house with his grandfather. The bed was only 1.5 meters long and there was no crowd at all when two of them slept on it. Chapter 47. Do you sleep well? Nanxingyu's half-dried hair fell down in a fluffy manner. She looked at Ji Xinghe's back in frustration as he walked towards the door. Having said that, she has done such a great job of self-sacrifice. If Ji Xinghe still hesitates, then she really has to doubt whether she, as a woman, has no personal charm in Ji Xinghe's eyes? She couldn't help but recall it. When they first met, there didn't seem to be any surprise in Ji Xinghe's eyes when he saw her. Unlike other girls, Nanxingyu doesn't pay much attention to her appearance. But growing up, she knew she was pretty good looking from other people's reactions when they looked at her. Appearance is the least noteworthy feature of her. She is low-key and introverted and does not like to show off. However, things do not go as she wishes. Her outstanding appearance always makes her bear too much attention that she does not want to bear. She hates the behavior of the opposite sex staring at her as if they wanted to dig their eyes out. This made her feel very uncomfortable. However, when someone, naturally Ji Xinghe, ignored her beauty, she couldn't help but have wild thoughts. Maybe it's true as Ji Xinghe said, she is quite hypocritical. Of course, when it comes down to it, the real reason is that she cares more about Ji Xinghe. That's why I care so much about Ji Xinghe's opinion of me. Seeing that Ji Xinghe's hand was already on the door handle, Nanxingyu couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do now?" There was a hint of resentment in her voice that she herself was not aware of. Ji Xinghe scratched his head. There is only one quilt on the bed. I'll go get mine. Otherwise, if two people share one quilt, even if nothing happens, something bad will happen. Nanxingyu said coldly, "Oh, then go ahead." As soon as Ji Xinghe left, Nanxingyu covered her face in shame and anger. Fortunately, she just held back, otherwise Ji Xinghe would have almost seen through her lack of reserve. Ji Xinghe returned to the nest where he had lived for a few days and had become accustomed to it, and said goodbye to it silently. He picked up the quilt that he had folded into a tofu block in the morning and walked towards Nanxingyu's room with heavy steps. "Dad!" The sudden shout startled Ji Xinghe. Nancy stood in front of her room door and asked in panic, "Didn't you reconcile with Mom? Why do you still sleep in your own room?" Ji Xinghe. No one knows a girl better than her mother. No wonder Nanxingyu insisted on letting him sleep in her bedroom, because she guessed that this little guy would check on her. Actually, not really. Nanxingyu simply didn't want to waste this great opportunity provided by her precious daughter. Ji Xinghe said, "Mom, there aren't enough quilts. I'll bring some over." Nancy breathed a sigh of relief like a little adult. "I thought you and Mom were deliberately lying to me that you had reconciled, but Dad, can't you and Mom share the same quilt? Little Soft Candy and I share the same quilt every day. The little jellybean is her abebe little brown bear. Every night she has to hold her little jellybean in her arms to fall asleep." Ji Xinghe laughed dumbly. "You and Little Soft Candy are both children, and Dad and Mom are adults. It's too crowded to cover yourself with one quilt." Inside the house, Nanxingyu heard this and silently replied in his heart, "A quilt 2 meters wide for 2 people to cover is not crowded at all." But it was indeed her oversight. In fact, if it were her, she would not have the courage to share a quilt with Ji Xinghe. Everything should be done step by step. Currently, sleeping in the same bed with Ji Xinghe was the limit of the intimacy she could accept. Ji Xinghe went back and threw his quilt onto the big white bed, then turned around and said, "Cici, it's getting late. If you don't go to bed, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Nancy said "oh" obediently, climbed onto the bed, and carefully held the little brown bear in her arms. Ji Xinghe gently covered her with the quilt. "Go to sleep, baby." Nancy closed her eyes. 3 seconds later, his eyes opened again. "Dad, please don't get angry and quarrel with Mom, okay?" Ji Xinghe decided to explain, "Cici, I didn't quarrel with your mother." Nancy's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Then why do you and your mother sleep in separate rooms? The parents of other children sleep in the same bed." "Well, that's because Dad." Ji Xinghe suddenly had an idea. "That's because Dad snores when he sleeps. The sound is very loud. It will affect Mom's rest. That's why he sleeps in a separate room from his mother instead of getting angry and arguing with her." Ji Xinghe had even thought of an excuse for when Nancy asked him why he didn't tell her at the beginning. He said he was embarrassed and afraid of being laughed at. The sweet little dad will definitely say, "No, Dad, it's not you who want to snore, it's something you can't control, I want to laugh at you." Therefore, it is natural to rationalize the issue of Mom and Dad sleeping in separate rooms, so he won't have to be separated from his little nest today or in the future. Ji Xinghe felt that he was truly a genius. If Nanxingyu knew this, she would definitely be grateful to him. He is a man, and men are generally thick-skinned. I mean generally, they are relatively thick-skinned when it comes to issues between men and women. He couldn't accept it, so Nanqingyu, who seemed calm on the surface, certainly couldn't accept it either, right? However, at this moment, a cold and desolate voice interrupted him. Cece, it's too late, Daddy has to go to bed too. Ji Xinghe. No, he hasn't finished talking yet. What a great opportunity. If you lose it, you may never get it back. Good night, Dad. Good night, Mom. The biological clock came into play. Nan Cece yawned and closed her eyes sleepily. Nanqingyu leaned over and kissed her on the forehead, glancing at Ji Xinghe, who was unwilling to give up. Aren't you going to sleep? If possible, Ji Xinghe really wanted to sit until dawn. Nanqingyu was so graceful and generous that he seemed shy. He gritted his teeth secretly. Sleep. Ji Xinghe returned to the room filled with Nanqingyu's scent. He walked to the side of his pillow and lay down, pulling a corner of the quilt to cover himself. His body was as hard as a corpse. Eyes closed, all attention shifted to listening. He heard Nanqingyu walk to the other side of the bed, and then his vision went dark. Then the mattress beside him sank slightly. After a brief rustling sound, it was quiet. Ji Xinghe heard the sound of his own pulse and his uneasy heartbeat. The sound is too loud. He quietly placed his hand over his heart, as if this would not disturb Nanqingyu. He pretended that he was asleep and sleeping soundly. Until Ji Xinghe, do you sleep well? In the darkness, Nanqingyu suddenly asked. If she didn't speak, Ji Xinghe would think she was asleep. Chapter 48. I wish I could meet you earlier. In the darkness, Nanqingyu's voice was very close to him, as if he could touch her with just his hand. This is indeed the case. The bed is 2 meters wide, with 2 people lying on one side, and the distance between them is at most 1 meter, so they can touch each other with just a stretch of their hands. Ji Xinghe answered honestly, not bad. Then he couldn't help but think, is Nanqingyu a good sleeper? He slept next to her, occupying about half a meter of the 2-meter bed. She was slender, so the remaining 1.5 meters should be enough for her to stretch her arms and kick her legs. Ji Xinghe thought so and subconsciously moved closer to the bed. The left side of his body was almost hanging in the air before he stopped. After a moment of silence, Nanqingyu's voice sounded again. Actually, I sleep very well too. Ji Xinghe said oh, thinking that there seemed no need for her to tell him this. After a while, Nanqingyu sighed. Come a little closer to the bed. What if you fall in the middle of the night? Ji Xinghe. She discovered. Ji Xinghe laughed awkwardly. It's okay, I've always liked sleeping on the side of the bed since I was a kid. Nanqingyu. But I'm afraid you might accidentally fall down in the middle of the night and scare me. Nanqingyu quickly added, I am grumpy when I wake up. Ji Xinghe silently moved towards the bed. Nanqingyu felt the vibrations brought by the mattress and realized that he was closer to her, and her heart trembled as well. Ji Xinghe moved and stopped obediently. When you slept with your ex-wife, did you also sleep on the side of the bed? Nanqingyu asked knowingly. No, we sleep in separate rooms. After answering, Ji Xinghe inexplicably felt that it was a bit funny. He actually started chatting with Nanqingyu in such a weird and ambiguous atmosphere. They usually act as a loving couple, but rarely communicate with each other in private. Aren't you a couple? Why do you sleep in separate beds? Nanqingyu knew everything, but she wanted to hear Ji Xinghe's voice. Ji Xinghe was silent for a moment. Nanqingyu said sympathetically, forget it, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Ji Xinghe laughed at himself, it's nothing actually. We were not a real couple from the beginning. I needed some money back then, and the baby in her belly needed a father, so... If possible, Ji Xinghe would like to use an eraser to erase this experience. On second thought, even if it was wiped off, it would only be like covering up one's own mistakes. When he said it in front of Nanqingyu, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. No matter how difficult the past was, it is over. He completely let go of the past. He simply told Nanqingyu everything. This is not to gain sympathy or anything, just simply stating the facts. He felt for no reason that if Nanqingyu wanted to know, he had an obligation to tell her. After a long while, Nanqingyu's voice was filled with indescribable emotions. I'm sorry. Knowing about his past was one thing, but hearing him talk about it in a nonchalant tone was another. Ji Xinghe thought she was apologizing for exposing his scars, and was about to say calmly, it's nothing, I've let it go, when he heard her say sadly, if only I had met you earlier. Ji Xinghe was stunned. My calm heart suddenly palpitated. Nanqing Yu, if I could have met you earlier, you could have been Cece's father. Cece is a good kid, and I am also a reasonable person. I won't make things difficult for you. Ji Xinghe couldn't help but fantasize that if he had met Nanqing Yu and her daughter 6 years ago, then 6 years later, when he recalled the past, it would not be painful, but sweet, warm and beautiful. He said bitterly, it's a pity that there are no ifs in life. Nanqing Yu sighed, yes. There is no if in life. Fortunately, it is not too late for them to meet now. The conversation came to an abrupt end. In the darkness, there was a distance of 1 meter between the two of them. Just like the Barbie dolls that Cece usually placed on the toy bed when she played house, they were all lying flat on the bed in a very orderly and rigid manner. After a while, Nanqing Yu felt sore and stiff all over. Time seemed to be stuck, and all her attention was on Ji Xinghe, who was 1 meter away, and she lost her judgment of time. She didn't know what time it was. She felt like she had been lying in bed for a long time, but paradoxically, she felt like it was just a blink of an eye. In the silence, she heard Ji Xinghe's even and long breathing. Is he asleep? He can't be so careless, can he? While she was wondering whether Ji Xinghe was asleep, Ji Xinghe was also wondering whether Nanqing Yu was asleep. He never knew that sleeping could be such a painful thing. Although Nanqing Yu's bed was very soft, he didn't dare to move, and he felt that there was no part of his body that was not sore. He couldn't help but collapse when he thought that he would have to fall asleep in this state in the future. According to his original plan, after little Cece fell asleep, he would return to his own nest, close the door, lie comfortably on the bed, and start typing. He has almost finished conceiving the idea for his novel and plans to write the beginning tonight. But when he thought of Cece's tears, compared to her heartbreak and fear, Ji Xinghe suddenly felt that the torment he was enduring at the moment was nothing. Cece was so well behaved that he was willing to sacrifice his sleep to satisfy her fantasy of home. Thinking of this, Ji Xinghe's tormented heart suddenly calmed down. Just then, the person on the other side of the bed moved. Ji Xinghe's nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up in an instant. Nanqing Yu usually likes to sleep on his side. It is difficult for him to fall asleep lying flat, not to mention that there is another person next to him. After lying on my side, the blood in my body began to circulate again, and my stiff body instantly melted away, feeling extremely comfortable. She closed her eyes and miraculously fell asleep quickly. This sleep was more sound than she had expected. But Ji Xinghe was not so lucky. He was half asleep all night long, and when he got up the next morning, he felt groggy and half awake. I've never felt the night was so long. Nanqing Yu got up earlier than him. When Ji Xinghe walked out of the bedroom, she answered the phone in a low voice in the living room. Hearing the noise, Nanqing Yu turned around. Morning, she hung up the phone. Did you sleep well last night? Ji Xinghe said one thing but meant another, very good. Nanqing Yu didn't see through his lies because of the dark circles in his eyes. It would be abnormal if you say something is very good without any care. Nanqing Yu was puzzled, but she slept very well. She didn't realize at all that there was a new man around her. But she is also not the heartless person who can fall asleep as soon as her head touches the pillow. Maybe the person lying on the same bed with her was Ji Xinghe. She trusted him and knew that he would not take the opportunity to do anything to her, so she slept without distraction. Her intuition made her believe in Ji Xinghe's character. Her instincts proved to be trustworthy. Chapter 49. Love your husband. Ji Xinghe's clothes are in his room. He changed his clothes and came out, just in time to see Cece, who had just gotten out of bed. Cece's face froze. Dad, you. Ji Xinghe quickly explained, Dad slept in Mom's room last night, and Dad's clothes are all in this room. Cece suddenly realized, oh. Then she asked in confusion, Dad, can't you just take the clothes to Mom's bedroom? Ji Xinghe laughed dryly, Dad is stupid, he didn't think of this. Fortunately, he doesn't have to drive, otherwise he would have been driving while tired. After sending Cece to kindergarten, Nanqing Yu had already gone to work when I came back. Ji Xinghe immediately went into the room that he had been forced to ignore. When he lay there yawning and preparing to catch up on his sleep, he received a call from Nanqing Yu. Ji Xinghe, in order to make Cece feel at ease, I will have someone come to your house today to renovate your room. A bolt from the blue. Ji Xinghe remembered that Nanqing Yu had indeed said this yesterday, but after a night, his mind was as fuzzy as a pot of paste and he had forgotten everything. As expected of a CEO in charge of 5 companies, Nanqing Yu's style of doing things is indeed vigorous and decisive. Ji Xinghe felt bitter, but he didn't dare to say, okay. As expected, someone came to his house that day and took away his lovely bed. In the afternoon, Nan Cici came back from school and told him a good news: Lu Yuhan is no longer a single baby, her parents have reconciled. Ji Xinghe. He holds deep resentment. Lu Yuhan's parents are really something. They quarreled for no reason and made him lose his room. In fact, strictly speaking, Ji Xinghe is a bit ungrateful. During her marriage with Lin Wanwan, her best friend named Zhang Yao always urged Lin Wanwan to be on guard against him. She said that they lived under the same roof and spent every day together, so he shouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts about her or do anything inappropriate to her. So funny. As for that psychopath Lin Wanwan, even if all the women in the world died, he would not want her. Whether in the past or now, Ji Xinghe always keeps his responsibilities and mission in mind. He would never do anything that would make him ashamed. He didn't dare to have any inappropriate thoughts. There was a huge difference between him and Nan Xingyu, and he didn't dare to overstep his boundaries. Before dinner, Nan Xingyu called and said that he was busy today and had to work overtime, and asked them to go to bed early. After the aunt at home helped Nan Cici take a bath, she left. Maybe because she slept late last night, Nan Cici went to bed at around 8 o'clock today. Ji Xinghe was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes. He subconsciously walked towards his original room. When he saw the room that was completely unrecognizable and would require several days of renovation, the corners of his mouth twitched and he quietly retreated. All his clothes were also moved to the cloakroom in Nan Xingyu's room. In addition to the interactions that would occur between a real couple, he and Nan Xingyu had made too many sacrifices for the happiness of little Nan Cici. How could Ji Xinghe know that he was the only one sacrificed? Nan Xingyu would slowly lure him to this point step by step, and little Nan Cici just brought this process forward. Ji Xinghe was a little overwhelmed, but fortunately Nan Xingyu was working overtime today, so he could wash up and get into bed in advance. When Nan Xingyu came back, he would have fallen asleep, so they could avoid the embarrassment of both of them lying in bed at the same time. Ji Xinghe brushed his teeth and washed up hurriedly. Suddenly I thought, my wife is working hard outside, and as a husband who is living off her at home, wouldn't it be too cold-blooded if I didn't show any concern for her? Since they have come to the point of sleeping in the same bed, Ji Xinghe naturally has to play the role of husband to perfection. After taking a shower, Ji Xinghe sat on the edge of the bed and called Nan Xingyu. The moment the call was connected, he had a conflicted thought. Nan Xingyu was very busy. Would answering the call disturb her normal work? While I was daydreaming, the phone was connected. Hello, husband? When Nan Xingyu's voice came from the microphone, Ji Xinghe immediately judged that there must be someone around Nan Xingyu. Otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately called him husband. Ji Xinghe quickly expressed his concern. Auntie left. How long will it take for you to come back? Do you want me to prepare a midnight snack for you? Nan Xingyu said, no need, I have already eaten at the company. Is Cici asleep? Asleep? Well, then you should go to bed early too. Okay, don't work too hard. I know I love you, husband. When the 4 words I love you, my husband crawled out of the microphone along the signal, Ji Xinghe felt relaxed all over. It seemed as if he and Nan Xingyu were a pair of newlyweds who were in love with each other, and it felt like a long time since they last saw each other. After hanging up the phone, Ji Xinghe couldn't help scratching his itchy ears and fell on the bed to sleep. Nan Xingyu had her back to the huge floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the bustling entire city. The office, where she was the only one in it, was as quiet as a chicken. Not only Ji Xinghe, she herself was also shocked by "Love your husband." My cheeks were particularly hot at this time. She just said it so naturally. Was she too into the role? No, she was just rehearsing in advance. Sooner or later, she would be able to talk to Ji Xinghe face to face every day. And she also asked him to say "I love you," my wife, to her every day. Humph, after she said she loves her husband, shouldn't Ji Xinghe say she loves her wife as a courtesy in return? Not. Nan Xingyu felt resentful for a long time. She actually doesn't have any work on hand that requires her to work overtime. She could have gone home from get-off work as normal. However, Nan Cici needed some time to adapt when she first went to kindergarten, so she also had to give Ji Xinghe a trial period. Almost everyone in the company had left, but Kong Rao had an appointment. His parents had arranged a blind date for him. He was not tired of being single and did not want to go. He was planning to use overtime as an excuse. Nan Xingyu said ruthlessly to Kong's mother on the other end of the phone, "Auntie, no overtime tonight." Kong Rao left with great resentment. Before leaving, she asked curiously, "Mr. President, it's only been a few days, and you've become indifferent to your little husband?" Nanqingyu smiled slightly. I suddenly remembered that my grandma knows more people. How about I ask her to arrange something for you? Kong Rao's face turned pale and he left quickly. Nanqingyu stayed in the company alone until 11 o'clock before driving back home in person. When he came downstairs, Nanqingyu looked up and saw that the light in his own window was bright. Nanqingyu curled the corners of her mouth slightly. Ji Xinghe left the light on for her. It's still a little chilly in the spring night when flowers are blooming. The bright light from the window turned into a warm current that surged into Nanqingyu's heart. My steps towards the elevator became unconsciously more urgent. It was already 11:30, and her baby Cici had fallen asleep long ago, so what about Ji Xinghe? It was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. He even had dark circles under his eyes. He should be asleep now, right? Chapter 50, Flirtatious Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe originally wanted to hold on. At least I can hold on until Nanqingyu gets home from get off work. He sat on the sofa with his head propped up for a while, but felt uncomfortable sitting, so he decided to lie down. I lay down on the soft sofa, and my eyelids, which were already struggling, seemed to be covered with a layer of 520. Once it was stuck, I couldn't open them. He fell asleep in a daze. Nanqingyu walked into the room and took a look at the bedroom. The bedroom door was closed tightly, so Ji Xinghe must have fallen asleep. She went to look at Nan Cici, who was sleeping soundly, gave her a goodnight kiss and then walked out. It's getting late, so the next thing to do is brush your teeth, wash up, and go to bed. I don't know what kind of requirements Ji Xinghe has for sleeping, but she is a light sleeper and cannot tolerate any noise or light while sleeping, otherwise she will wake up immediately and find it difficult to fall asleep again. Nanqingyu thought about it and turned off the lights in the living room. He was afraid that the moment she opened the door, the light would come into the bedroom and wake him up. Nanqingyu used his cell phone to light the way and stepped over the threshold quietly. Even though Ji Xinghe's original house was converted into a library, the bathroom was still retained inside. Nanqingyu was afraid of disturbing Ji Xinghe, so she wanted to go to his original room to wash up, but suddenly she remembered that she hadn't taken her clothes with her, so she had to go anyway. She put her hand on the door handle and turned it gently. The floor was carpeted, and she stepped lightly, so no sound was made. It was extremely quiet inside. It was so quiet that she could only hear her own deliberately slowed breathing. Nanqingyu picked up the clean pajamas and was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly became curious and thought, is Ji Xinghe really as good at sleeping as he said? Forget it, don't look at it, don't scare him, you'll have a chance to know later anyway. After taking a shower, she walked to the sofa in the dark living room, accurately following her sense, and slowly sat down. He habitually reached for the pillow, but instead of finding it, he touched an unknown object. It felt hard to the touch, and Nanqingyu was suspicious. Was it Cici's toy or something of Ji Xinghe's? However, Cici doesn't have the habit of putting things around randomly, and according to her observation, Ji Xinghe likes to be clean and won't lose things. Not sure what it is. Feel it again and try. In the darkness, Nanqingyu expanded the area, felt around, and found that there was still temperature. When she finally realized what she had been touching for so long, she froze. The blood in her body rushed to her head, as if it had turned into a ball of fire that was burning her. When she was filled with shame and anger, the first thing she thought of was to leave the crime scene as soon as possible so that she could pretend to be innocent and know nothing. At this moment, her rebellious hand was grabbed by someone. It was a hand with a warm palm. Nanqingyu once held this hand. She was secretly waiting for the next opportunity to hold it, but before the opportunity came, she had already held it. Oh no, it was held in reverse, she should be secretly happy. The premise is that if she didn't take advantage of the situation and flirt with the sleeping handsome man on the sofa without any restraint. President Nan, who was usually calm and composed, became anxious. What she should have done at this moment was to pull her hand away, and then explain to Ji Xinghe, who was accidentally woken up by her, that she did not mean it, and at the same time criticize him for sleeping on the sofa instead of the bed. After Ji Xinghe grabbed her hand, he did not let go immediately. He turned over, facing her sideways, rubbed his head against her waist, and then remained motionless. Nanqingyu didn't dare to move. Through the thin fabric of her pajamas, she could even clearly feel the heat from Ji Xinghe's breath spraying on her skin. Nanqingyu didn't even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of waking him from his sleep. Time passed minute by minute, and Ji Xinghe slept soundly and sweetly, with no signs of waking up. Nanqingyu sat stiffly on the sofa for an unknown amount of time. In the silence, feeling Ji Xinghe's warmth and listening to his long breathing actually became an indescribable enjoyment. She slowly relaxed. Ji Xinghe's grip on her hand loosened unconsciously. She could have pulled her hands out of Ji Xinghe's palms long ago, but she didn't do that, even though her hands and feet began to go numb from being still for so long. I wish the night was longer. During the day, Ji Xinghe would always deliberately keep a distance from her. From Ji Xinghe's perspective, he controlled the distance just right, but from Nan Qingyu's perspective, he treated himself too much like an outsider. After an unknown amount of time, Nan Qingyu's eyelids began to feel heavy and his head was confused. At this moment, the person in his sleep suddenly moved his legs, which immediately dispelled Nan Qingyu's sleepiness. She stood up quickly. Ji Xinghe wiped his face, and after 2 seconds of confusion, he finally regained consciousness. He said in a hoarse voice, "Boss Nan?" Nan Qingyu was not happy with the subconscious call. "Yes, it's me." Not only does he treat himself as an outsider, he also always treats her as an outsider, huh? President Nan, what a formal title. What does he think of her as, the boss? Asshole. Nan Qingyu's tone was cold, with a hint of accusation. "Why are you sleeping on the sofa? You'll cry again if CC sees you." Ji Xinghe apologized. "I'm sorry, I wanted to wait for you to get home from get off work, but I accidentally fell asleep." To be honest, sleeping on the sofa is actually very comfortable. If possible, he would be willing to sleep on the sofa all the time. It turned out to be to wait for her. Nan Qingyu's heart softened all of a sudden, and her tone became much gentler. "Get up and go to bed." Ji Xinghe said, "Oh." Although he woke up, his consciousness was still hazy. It's the time when he will do whatever others ask him to do. Now Nan Qingyu had no complaints at all. Just call him President Nan, give him some time. Ji Xinghe walked into the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep again. Nan Qingyu was also very sleepy, and fell asleep with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and security. On the second day of sleeping together, Ji Xinghe got up on time in high spirits, while Nan Qingyu, for the first time in his life, stayed in bed and refused to get up. Don't blame her, blame myself for sleeping too late last night. Nan Qingyu glanced at the time before going to bed. It was already 2:30 in the morning. He had only slept for 4 or 5 hours. It would be strange if he could wake up. Ji Xinghe got up quietly. Nan Qingyu was wrapped in a thin silk quilt, facing him sideways, with her long eyelashes drooping, casting a shadow. Ji Xinghe thought about it. He remembered that he seemed to have been waiting for her to come back in the living room, and then he accidentally fell asleep. He vaguely remembered that it was Nan Qingyu who called him up from the sofa, but he couldn't remember what happened after that. Nan Qingyu's long hair was scattered messily on the white pillow, and her sleeping face was peaceful, making her look like a sleeping beauty pleasing to the eye. It would be nice if I could see a picture of Sleeping Beauty every day when I open my eyes. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Ji Xinghe was shocked. What is he thinking about? Chapter 51 Being Cared About. Ji Xinghe got up quietly and washed up in his original room. Suddenly I realized that the location of toiletries was different from what I remembered. When the workers were responsible for renovating and tidying up the room during the day, Ji Xinghe was there the whole time, not because he had any petty intentions, but because the owner was not there, so he naturally took on the responsibility of supervision. The workers were very sensible and never went into the bathroom. Of course it's not Nan Cc either. There was only one possibility left. Nan Qingyu came back and was afraid of waking him up, so she was washing up here. He soon remembered that he accidentally fell asleep on the sofa in the living room last night. Nan Qingyu should have been able to see him. Didn't he leave the light on for her? Of course he didn't know that Nan Qingyu judged others by herself and never expected that Ji Xinghe would fall asleep on the sofa in such a bright environment. The living room was so big that she didn't pay any extra attention to the sofa. By chance, she didn't notice Ji Xinghe sleeping soundly on the sofa. Ji Xinghe couldn't help but recall. Before this, when was the first time you felt someone was taking care of you with great care? Ji Xinghe can hardly remember. It should be when his grandfather was still alive. His mother passed away early, and his grandfather was the only one who treated him the best in the world, but unfortunately he also left him. Cece, Mom got off work too late last night and is still sleeping now. Let's be quiet and don't disturb Mom, okay? Nan Cece nodded sensibly. Well, Mom has worked very hard. I hope she can go home early today. I want to give her a back massage. So good. Then Ji Xinghe looked at Nan Cece's hair, which was all messy because of her sleeping, and felt troubled. He has no problem doing laundry, cooking, doing housework, and picking up and dropping off children from school, but he has never braided children's hair. Nan Cece looked up in confusion and looked at him with a pair of bright eyes. What's wrong, Dad? Ji Xinghe came back to his senses. Oh, nothing. Nothing is difficult in the world if you set your mind to it. Isn't it just pigtails? Isn't that much easier than trying to comfort the crying Lin Jingyang? Ji Xinghe recalled. He remembered that when he was in his hometown, there was a girl who was about his age living next door. Before combing her hair every day, perhaps because her hands were not enough, she liked to bite the rubber band with her mouth. When combing her hair, she would first comb her long hair thoroughly and smoothly, then use both hands to gather it at the back of her head, and it would not take long for her to tie a ponytail. It doesn't seem difficult, but in actual operation, it is not as simple as Ji Xinghe imagined. Ji Xinghe clumsily combed Nanci's hair. Nanci's hair is very soft and cool, and feels very soft to the touch, like fine silk. She has naturally curly hair that is yellowish in color, and if she doesn't tie it up properly it will look messy. It is completely different from Nanxingyu's black, shiny and smooth straight hair. Ji Xinghe thought, this is not like what he got from his mother. But speaking of which, Ji Xinghe's eyes unconsciously fell on the mirror in front of him. Nanci was fiddling with the collar of the clothes on little Candy. The little girl has a round and tender face, with cute baby fat, big round eyes, a small and cute nose, and a little mouth that can always say a lot of heartwarming things. However, Ji Xinghe discovered a problem. Nanci was very beautiful and cute, but she didn't look like Nanxingyu. Maybe it's like Dad. Ji Xinghe thought so. He never dared or never even thought that Nanci was not Nanxingyu's biological daughter. Although, from an outsider's perspective, Nanxingyu does not look like a young mother. She looks more like Nanci's older sister. But if you don't tell me, who can tell that the young and beautiful Nanxingyu is the president of 5 companies? There are probably many people of the same age who haven't found a suitable job and have to rely on their parents at home. Besides, doesn't Lin Wanwan, who is the same age, have a 5-year-old son? In this bizarre world, nothing seems impossible. Ji Xinghe took great pains to finally braid a simple ponytail for Nanci. Thinking of how he picked Nanci up from school every day and she came out with all kinds of beautiful braids, Ji Xinghe really felt that the teachers in the kindergarten were amazing. Dad, you are so awesome. Not only can you cook, but you can also braid my hair. You are so great. Ji Xinghe felt that the braid he had tied for Nanci was a little awful, but little Nanci thought it was great. She looked left and right in the mirror, overjoyed. Ji Xinghe laughed. He suspected that if he just randomly used the comb to scratch her scalp a few times, she would smile and praise him. Dad, you combed my hair so well. When it comes to emotional value, little angel Cici has never let him down. While eating, Nanci frequently looked towards the bedroom. Dad, Mom didn't have breakfast, won't she be hungry when she goes to bed? Ji Xinghe said, she shouldn't be too hungry when she's asleep. Let's leave some food for her so she can eat whenever she wakes up. Nanci, oh. After eating, Ji Xinghe sent her to school. Etc. It's raining today, so Ji Xinghe brought a super cute umbrella to Nanci. Ji Xinghe is in the habit of checking the weather forecast as soon as he opens his eyes every day. This is a habit he developed when he was taking care of Lin Jingyang. Depending on the temperature and weather conditions, add appropriate clothes to Lin Jingyang. But the weather forecast is sometimes inaccurate. Last summer, there was a sudden heavy rain, catching Ji Xinghe off guard when he was picking up Lin Jingyang from school. They had already arrived downstairs at that time. Ji Xinghe held Lin Jingyang tightly in his arms and rushed into the corridor. Lin Jingyang was only slightly wet, but Ji Xinghe was soaked from head to toe. Lin Wanwan came back from shopping, looked at him with disdain, and urged him to cook quickly. It was the time when the flu broke out. That night, Lin Jingyang had a fever. Lin Wanwan angrily scolded Ji Xinghe for not taking good care of him, which led to him getting sick after being caught in the rain. Ji Xinghe discovered that even if he occasionally accidentally recalled the past that he couldn't bear to look back on, he could actually pull himself out of it calmly and look at his past suffering as a bystander. He was undoubtedly stupid before. It was wrong and ridiculous to want the luxury of family affection from the heartless Ji Yuanmin. But he couldn't blame himself for being stupid. His mistake was that he lacked experience, had unrealistic naivety and fantasies, and placed worthless hopes on unworthy people. How can one see through the false appearance and see the essence without experiencing complete disappointment? Ji Xinghe doesn't care about the bullshit father-son relationship anymore. But then again, Ji Xinghe was in deep thought. He had exchanged 6 years of his youth for the 2 million, so why should it be given away to the heartless Ji Yuanmin? Chapter 52 Seeds of Doubt. Ji Xing has sent Nancy C to the kindergarten gate. Nancy C did not wave goodbye to him as usual. Instead, she tilted her little face up and stared at him seriously. Ji Xing had touched his face in confusion. What happened? Are there words on his face? Nancy C's face showed a worried look. Dad, are you feeling unwell? No, Dad is very healthy and in great shape. In order to prove what he said, Ji Xing has showed off his muscles in front of Nancy C. Did you see that? Dad is very strong. Except for the fact that he can't fly into the sky or into the ground, he is not much worse than Superman. Nancy C said seriously, can Superman make delicious shrimp and egg noodles? Can Superman braid my hair? In my eyes, Dad, you are 100 times better than Superman. Her little mouth chattered as if it was covered with honey, making Ji Xingha very happy. After Nancy C followed the teacher into the kindergarten, the gentle smile on Ji Xingha's face was instantly replaced by a look of confusion and worry. While washing up this morning, he thought about his miserable 6 years, and also remembered Ji Yuanmin crying in front of him. Ji Yuanmin cried like a child at that time, feeling frightened and helpless, without any of his former dignity. It made Ji Xingha extremely heartbroken. Who wouldn't he collapse after spending 10 years in prison? However, 6 years later, perhaps because of his different state of mind, Ji Xingha felt a sinking feeling in his heart for no reason when he recalled the incident that had implicated him. Ji Yuanmin was drunk driving and injured someone. The other party's family demanded that Ji Yuanmin pay a one-time compensation of 2 million yuan, otherwise Ji Yuanmin would go to jail for 10 years. But Ji Xingha vaguely remembered, he forgot how he learned it from, that the maximum sentence for traffic accident crime was no more than 3 years, so where did the 10 years come from? Once the seeds of doubt take root in the heart, they will grow rapidly and finally be full of burrs that make Ji Xingha restless and anxious. In order to prevent himself from making a mistake, he quickly washed away the foam in his mouth and searched on his phone. The result was that his eyes went dark. He was not wrong, the maximum penalty for traffic accident is indeed 3 years. How come it took 10 years to Ji Yuanmin? What? The laws and regulations are made by the victims so they can let him serve as many years as they want? Then there is only one possibility left. Ji Xingha closed his eyes. Although he didn't dare to think about it, the answer emerged in a firm attitude that did not allow him to refuse. He was deceived. But it was Ji Yuanmin who got into trouble first, and then Lin Wanwan came to him. Ji Yuanmin didn't have the ability to predict the future, unless... Ji Xingha took a deep breath, but still couldn't calm his heartbeat, which was in panic due to the shocking speculation. Unless Ji Yuanmin and Lin Wanwan had colluded in advance. Ji Yuanmin usually ignored him and never held a parent-teacher meeting for him. If he didn't tell him, he wouldn't even know which school he attended. Logically, he shouldn't have known Lin Wanwan, who was in the international class and whom he was not even familiar with. But Lin Wanwan has a lot of money and connections. If she wants, it shouldn't be difficult to find Ji Yuanmin's contact information. It was only later that Ji Xingha learned from the drunk Lin Wanwan why Lin Wanwan chose him among so many people to be the tool to stimulate Bai Yueguang. That night, when Lin Wanwan saw other girls appearing in Zhou Zian's circle of friends, she lost her guard, went out drunk late at night, smashed everything in the house, and then arrogantly ordered Ji Xingha to restore the room to a spotless state. Ji Xingha was cleaning the room in silence, while Lin Wanwan curled up on the sofa, crying and laughing at times, all filled with resentment towards Zhou Zian for not being able to love her. After an unknown amount of time, she looked at the busy Ji Xingha with contempt and amusement, and suddenly asked, "Do you know why I came to you?" This sentence had no beginning or end, but Ji Xingha understood it immediately. Yes, he had also thought about it. He and Lin Wanwan had no connection at all, so why did this unique luck fall on him? Finally on that day he learned the truth. It turned out that he had had an unpleasant experience outside of school with the careless and narrow-minded Zhou Zian, and Zhou Zian had been holding a grudge against him. Lin Wanwan's original words were, "Doesn't he hate you the most? I just want to keep the person he hates by my side, and let his closest relatives call him dad, to disgust him to death." After learning the truth, Ji Xingha was silent for a long time. He never expected that the truth would be so absurd. Lin Wanwan laughed crazily and grabbed a water cup and threw it at Ji Xingha. "Who do you think you are? How dare you make my Yan unhappy?" The various difficulties she faced towards Ji Xingha were not only due to her own bad temper, but also largely to vent her anger on behalf of Zhou Zian. At this moment, Ji Xingha didn't want to dwell on how much suffering he had endured at the hands of Lin Wanwan in the past 6 years. He just wanted to figure out one thing: did Ji Yuanmin and Lin Wanwan secretly collude and plot against him? This speculation sounds crazy at first glance. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Maybe Ji Yuanmin is indeed the stepfather who has a stepmother and a stepfather, but no matter what, Ji Xinghe is his child. How can he go against his conscience and harm his own son for the sake of profit? Before, Ji Xinghe would never have dared to think so outrageously, but after Ji Yuanmin knew that he and Lin Wanwan were divorcing and asked him to kneel down and apologize without any reason, Ji Xinghe realized how wishful he was before and how many unrealistic fantasies he had invested in his so-called father. 2 million is nothing to rich people, but the 18-year-old Lin Wanwan easily took it out from the small treasury. For ordinary people, it is a huge sum of money that they may not be able to earn in their entire life. It is said that money is a knife that kills without blood. How many people have turned against each other, their wives and children have been separated, and rivers of blood have flowed just for the word interest? In the spring when flowers are blooming, Ji Xinghe's limbs and feet are cold. If this really was a conspiracy, then he would be the only one who got hurt. Ji Yuanmin successfully obtained 2 million yuan and lived a wealthy and happy life with his wife and children. Lin Wanwan spent 2 million yuan, treated him like a slave for 6 years, and at the same time currying favor with Bai Yueguang in disguise. Oh! The moment I opened the door, a fresh and elegant fragrance hit me in the face. I wonder what brand of air freshener it was. Ji Xinghe's extremely gloomy mood eased a little. Are you back? Ji Xinghe, who was changing shoes at the shoe cabinet at the entrance, was startled. Then he remembered that Nan Xingyu hadn't gotten up before he sent Nan Cici to school. He quickly adjusted his mood, turned around and smiled at her. Yeah. Unfortunately, no matter how well he disguised himself, he could not escape the sharp eyes of the president of Nanjing University. He is worried. Chapter 53: The Horrible Truth. You don't look well. Did you not sleep well last night? But Nan Xingyu felt that he slept well? After she called him up from the sofa, he fell asleep immediately, and it didn't seem like he was pretending. Nan Xingyu walked in front of Ji Xinghe. She was still wearing her pajamas, with the buttons buttoned from the first row to the last row, revealing her fair and graceful swan neck. She stopped in front of Ji Xinghe, reached out her hand, touched Ji Xinghe's forehead, then touched her own forehead, and said to herself, "It doesn't seem to be a fever." Ji Xinghe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean by as if? He was fine. Ji Xinghe felt a warm feeling in his heart. Look, in front of people who care about you, even the slightest thing wrong with you will be discovered. First it was 5-year-old Nan Cici, then Nan Xingyu. Isn't this what a family should be like? Even though they are not a real family, they still keep me in their hearts. Thinking about what happened before, I always feel like something is wrong. Ji Xinghe doesn't want to call Ji Yuanmin dad anymore, and he will never do that again in his life. Nan Xingyu held the millet porridge and pondered for a moment. Ji Xinghe, actually after hearing about your past that night, I have some ideas, but I don't know if you are willing to listen. Ji Xinghe vaguely guessed it. Nan Xingyu has reached a high position at a young age, so naturally he has a keen insight that others do not have. Nan Xingyu's expression was solemn. Your father just bumped into someone, and Lin Wanwan came to you to make a deal. Don't you think it's too coincidental? When Kong Rao handed the investigation materials to her, she discovered the problem and secretly asked Kong Rao to continue investigating. She did not tell Ji Xinghe at the first time because she was afraid that he would not believe it, or that he would believe it but would not be able to accept it. Now that Ji Xinghe himself had thought of this, it was natural for her to say it out loud and help him out. Nan Xingyu will not let go of anyone who has bullied Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe said that when his father got into trouble, he had to pay 2 million yuan in compensation to the victim. Can't sell the house? According to investigation, Ji Yuanmin's house has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room with an area of more than 100 square meters, and could be sold for more than 1 million yuan at that time. If he borrowed a little more from relatives and friends, he would not let his own son give up his bright future and sell himself to pay off his debts. But when Ji Yuanmin cried to Ji Xinghe, he said that the house was sold at a low price to pay for the old man's medical treatment when Ji Xinghe's grandfather fell ill and needed surgery. They all rent houses. Ji Xinghe was young and was deceived by Ji Yuanmin's helpless and desperate tears. I really believe it. But according to the clues Nan Xingyu had obtained, Ji Yuanmin's house was actually sold 6 years ago, and then he added some money and directly moved to a bigger house in a better location. Where did he get the money to change the house? Of course it was the money from Ji Xinghe selling himself. It was too much. Ji Xinghe is a man of great loyalty and righteousness. Under the influence of his father's words and deeds, he believed that it was natural for children to sacrifice for their elders, so he sacrificed his life without hesitation. Naturally, Nan Xingyu didn't dare to tell Ji Xinghe about this. To be precise, the time has not come yet, otherwise Ji Xinghe would have known that she was investigating his past. Any normal person would feel uncomfortable about such a thing, let alone the sensitive Ji Xinghe. Even if she had good intentions. Cover it up, you must cover it up tightly. Are you okay? Nan Xingyu saw that Ji Xinghe was silent for a long time, and was afraid that he might be upset, so she asked worriedly. Ji Xinghe raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter but calm smile. It's okay. I felt conflicted. You realize that the truth of that year may be something else, and you want to investigate it thoroughly to seek justice for yourself who has endured 6 years of torture. 1. Investigate quietly on your own, and one day the truth will come out. 2. Seek help from Nan Xingyu. She has a wide network of contacts and many ways to find out the truth of that year more quickly. The system's electronic sound rang in my mind. Ji Xinghe made his choice without hesitation. Nan Xingyu wanted to say, I can help you investigate the truth of that year. Before he could say anything, Ji Xinghe said, Xingyu, can I ask you for a favor? Nan Xingyu was very happy. Ji Xinghe finally took the initiative to speak. Is this a sign of not treating her as an outsider? You said, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. She had already gotten the truth. But she needed an opportunity to put it in front of Ji Xinghe with justification. That night, Nan Xingyu put the evidence in front of Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe was mentally prepared, but when he saw the black and white words on the paper, every word pointing to the fact that he was sold by his biological father, he still felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and his body and mind could not stop shaking. Nan Xingyu was very considerate. Knowing that he would lose his composure when he saw the evidence, she took Cece to DIY a kite and left Ji Xinghe alone in her study. Ji Xinghe stared at the evidence until his eyes became sore, then he looked away. Lean back and close your eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a cold chill flashed in his eyes. 6 years ago, Ji Wanwan not only moved to a new house, but also sent his stepson to study abroad. He was truly deeply in love with his future wife and son. If Ji Wanwan really relied on his own ability, there would be nothing to say, but he got all this by drinking his blood. How could Ji Xinghe not hate him? His 6 years of youth and his life were just wasted like that. Ji Wanwan, I want you to return this 2 million yuan with interest no matter how you swallowed it. When Ji Xinghe came out of the study, the sinister look in his eyes was gone, replaced by a carefree and calm look. Dad, look, my kite is ready. Nan Cece held up a colorful butterfly kite for Ji Xinghe to see. Nan Xingyu also looked over and their eyes made contact. Ji Xinghe smiled at her to show that he was fine. Nan Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Xinghe praised, it's really beautiful. Just like his life of breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. Dad, Mom said she'd take me flying a kite this weekend. Are you going too? Nan Cece looked at Ji Xinghe expectantly. Ji Xinghe hesitated for 2 seconds and nodded, okay. He had originally planned to settle accounts with Ji Wanwan tomorrow. Ji Wanwan and he lived in the same city, but they seemed to live in 2 different worlds. Except for occasionally allowing him to shamelessly borrow Lin Wanwan's relationship, they had almost no intersection. But how can Ji Wanwan compare with the little angel Cece? Of course, it is more important to accompany the little angel Cece. The monk can run away but the temple cannot. Ji Xinghe has settled this account. Oh, by the way, there is also Lin Wanwan. He couldn't miss Lin Wanwan, who was in cahoots with Ji Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was the mastermind and Ji Wanwan was the accomplice. As his biological father, Ji Wanwan conspired with an outsider to harm his own son. Of course, he was 100 times more despicable than Lin Wanwan. Every one of them is responsible for his life. Chapter 54. How could I like this kind of person? Lin Wanwan suddenly woke up from her sleep. She has been having a reverse day and night routine these past 2 days. She couldn't sleep at night and felt groggy during the day. Today, she fell asleep before 7 o'clock. I woke up suddenly while sleeping. I had a sudden palpitation for no apparent reason and couldn't fall asleep. Yang Yang is still with her parents. Her mother is soft-hearted. When she learns that Yang Yang has broken up with Josian, she is willing to chat with her about family matters as usual. However, her father still doesn't like her very much. Lin Wanwan took the initiative to act nice in front of her father twice, but after being dismissed by her father with a lukewarm attitude, she was too embarrassed to make him unhappy in front of her again. Maybe her father thought that she was just being nice for a while and couldn't really sever her ties with Josian? Then she could only wait a little longer and let her father see her determination. Zhou Ziyan hasn't contacted her since their last fight. Lin Wanwan was extremely disappointed with Zhou Ziyan. Of course, she would no longer be as shameless as before and give up her proud role as a young lady to try to please him. Zhang Yao happened to look for her. Thinking about how she had neglected her for many days, and how she only had Zhang Yao as her best friend since her breakup with Li Jia, Lin Wanwan didn't want to become a poor person abandoned by everyone, so she covered up her fatigue accumulated over the days with thick foundation and hurried to the appointment with her bag. After not seeing each other for a few days, Zhang Yao was beaming with joy and couldn't wait to show off. Wanwan, I have met my soulmate this time. Lin Wanwan, who had failed in love, found the word son of her destiny offensive. She felt a little regretful that she should not have agreed to go out with Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao's mind is always occupied with eating, drinking, having fun, and love, or she's always gossiping about the Li family and gossiping about the Zhang family. In the past, Lin Wanwan thought it was interesting to just chat with her about the Zhang and Li families to kill time, but when she felt confused and uneasy and wanted to use her to relieve her confusion, she was completely wrong. Not only was Zhang Yao unable to help others solve their problems, but she actually made other people's troubles worse. Lin Wanwan was upset thinking that for a long time, she had regarded Zhou Ziyan as her true love. However, when they overcame all difficulties and were finally together, she found that Zhou Ziyan did not seem to be the person she liked. She no longer had that heart-pounding feeling towards Zhou Ziyan. This is different from the passion of an old couple that has been worn away and transformed into family affection. When she mentioned Zhou Ziyan, she even felt uncomfortable thinking of the look on his face accusing her of being stupid and accusing her parents of not taking her seriously. How could I like someone like him? When this thought suddenly popped up, Lin Wanwan was stunned for a long time. Zhang Yao kept describing to her how warm her new boyfriend was, but she didn't hear a word she said. She drank in silence, and when she heard Zhang Yao say, he might be my destiny in this life, she couldn't help but advise, how long have you known each other? Get to know each other better before making any conclusions. Just like her and Zhou Ziyan. At the beginning, I loved him to death and thought he was an immortal who had been banished from heaven to the mortal world, the most special existence in the world, and there was no man in the world who could compare to him. After we got together, I realized that he also had to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and he would be hypocritical. When it came to matters related to his own interests, he would be like many others, calculating and arguing. After the white moonlight filter was shattered, he seemed to be nothing but a man. Zhang Yao was eager to protect her husband and yelled, "What do you mean? You are allowed to be affectionate with your Yan every day, but I am not allowed to be sweet with my boyfriend?" Lin Wanwan suddenly felt bored. "If you don't agree, there's no need to talk too much," she said in a tone that was 3 parts coaxing and 7 parts perfunctory. Okay, I was wrong. I wish you and your boyfriend a happy marriage and a baby soon. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he stood up and left without waiting for Zhang Yao to reply. The streets are full of flashing neon lights, and everything is bustling. To Lin Wanwan today, this prosperity and bustle created by money is as boring as leftover rice that has been reheated overnight. It is tasteless. "Wanwan, why are you going home so early?" Zhang Yao, who had a strong desire to talk, didn't finish her words. She was a person with no sense of tact, and sometimes she was so noisy that she was annoying without knowing it. She chased after him. "Zhou Ziyan is not a tyrant who wants to keep you by his side all day and not let you play with me, right?" Lin Wanwan didn't want to hear this name anymore. She was about to tell Zhang Yao directly that she and Zhou Ziyan were a thing of the past when she accidentally caught a glimpse of a tall and slender figure out of the corner of her eye. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she turned her head to look over. "Hey, Wanwan, my boyfriend. Hey, why does that guy look so much like Ji Xinghe?" Zhang Yao looked over curiously. Lin Wanwan pursed her lips, her heart beating wildly in her chest. She had already forgotten that her heart beat as restlessly as this when she first met Zhou Ziyan. She was 100% sure that it was Ji Xinghe. Zhang Yao curled her lips. If she wears such nice clothes, she must not be that poor bastard. "Zhang Yao!" Lin Wanwan shouted. Zhang Yao was startled. "Ah?" Lin Wanwan then realized that she had lost her composure. Zhang Yao had freedom of speech, and she didn't know why she became like this. Anyway, she felt that Zhang Yao's words were particularly unpleasant, polluting her ears and making her feel very uncomfortable. "You have your mister right now. Be careful and don't be so rude. It damages your image as a lady." "Oh yeah, I do need to pay attention." Only after the man who looked like Ji Xinghe walked away did Zhang Yao slowly come to her senses. "That's not right. Why does she feel that Lin Wanwan is defending Ji Xinghe because she said that Ji Xinghe is a poor bastard? Ha ha ha, was she drunk? Why did she think Lin Wanwan would protect Ji Xinghe? No one knew better than her how much Lin Wanwan cared about Zhou Ziyan. Except Zhou Ziyan, no other man is in Lin Wanwan's eyes. Lin Wanwan asked her without thinking, why do you hate him? Whenever Zhang Yao mentioned Ji Xinghe, she always spoke with disdain. They are completely different from Li Jiai, who often speaks for Ji Xinghe. Zhang Yao was at a loss. Are you talking about Ji Xinghe? Then she said confidently, of course it's because he's poor. At first, she simply looked down on the poor guy who couldn't even come up with 2 million. Later, she unexpectedly discovered that Ji Xinghe was quite good looking. The more she looked at him, the more attractive he became. She couldn't resist the urge to have sex with him, and she secretly flirted with him several times when Lin Wanwan was not around. However, this poor guy was unmoved. The frustrated Zhang Yao was furious and resentful that she was despised by a poor guy. Later, she would say bad things about him in front of Lin Wanwan whenever she had the chance. Over time, she almost forgot the real reason why she hated him. Lin Wanwan's face turned dark, and this time she left without even saying hello. He was heading in the direction Ji Xinghe had left. Chapter 55, Panic Lin Wanwan. Ji Xinghe left for a short while, and when he returned to the main group, he had 3 strings of candied haws in his hands. Generally, if they have time, the 3 of them will go out for a stroll and enjoy some fresh air. The first string of candied haws was naturally delivered to Nan Cici. Nan Cici said sweetly, "Thank you, Dad." The second one was handed to Nan Xingyu, who smiled and said, "Thank you, husband." He kept the last one for himself. The night was a little chilly, and they, like countless other normal families of 3, walked and stopped along the lakeside park with its beautiful night view. The spring breeze blew towards him, blowing away the anger brought by Ji Xinghe's belated awakening. Nan Xingyu had been secretly paying attention to his emotions, and when she saw that he was emotionally stable, she felt relieved a little bit. As if sensing something, he turned his head to look over. She saw someone hide behind a billboard the moment she turned her head. Nan Xingyu frowned. Lin Wanwan never thought that one day she would secretly follow others like a pervert. And the person she was following turned out to be Ji Xinghe. If you ask her why she stalked the other person, she can't even tell you. Lin Wanwan carefully poked her head out from behind the billboard. Seeing the warm and happy family of 3 walking further and further away, she felt empty and indescribably uncomfortable. What you hear is not as good as what you see. If her previous encounter could be explained as a far-fetched one, it was because Ji Xinghe resented her for kicking him out of the house for Zhou Ziyan, and deliberately spent money to find someone to perform a show for her. So what now? Ji Xinghe didn't have the ability to predict the future, so how could he know that he would meet her tonight? Lin Wanwan bit her lower lip tightly. Ji Xinghe remarried and became someone else's husband, the father of other little girls? She suddenly became filled with resentment. How long have they been divorced? But this time she didn't have the courage to go up and pester him again. She couldn't find any reason to continue. Once the divorce certificate is torn up, the 2 sides go their separate ways. Lin Wanwan returned home in despair. Looking at the empty and cold house, she thought that no matter how long she had been out in the past, Ji Xinghe would always wait for her in the living room. Even if Ji Xinghe was just following his orders, the feeling of having someone waiting for him was better than being alone facing an empty space. An emotion called regret was quietly spreading in the air. But Lin Wanwan doesn't think that she regrets it. She was just too lonely and couldn't get used to it for a while. She slowly squatted down, silently covering her face. Immersed in inexplicable depression and grief, he didn't even notice someone opening the door. As soon as Zhou Ziyan came in, he found Lin Wanwan squatting in the middle of the living room, covering her face with her shoulders and shrugging. Like a poor little stray cat that no one wants on the street. He snorted silently. He just knows it. Although she did not take the initiative to contact him and admit her mistakes as usual these 2 days, her life must have been difficult. He even felt a little regretful that he shouldn't have listened to his mother's urging and come over to find out what was going on. Maybe the next second she should take out her cell phone and call herself, crying and begging herself to come back to him. As expected, he guessed right. After Lin Wanwan cried for a while, she hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag and dialed a number. Zhou Ziyan retreated silently. Closed the door quietly. He leaned against the snow-white wall, waiting for the phone in his pocket to ring, a smug smile on his face. Cut. Mother was worried that Lin Wanwan would become difficult to control. She really thought too highly of her. Zhou Ziyan is more certain than anyone else that Lin Wanwan will never be able to live without him in this life. Maybe she would lose her temper and make him unhappy occasionally, but once he left her alone for 2 or 3 days, she would panic and lose her mind. Look, he was right. Zhou Ziyan waited calmly and waited. After waiting for several minutes, there was no response from his phone. I waited patiently for a while, but there was still no movement from the phone. In the end, Zhou Ziyan simply took the phone in his hand and waited patiently for another 10 minutes, but there was still no incoming text message or call. Zhou Ziyan frowned. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Wanwan was so panicked that she forgot his cell phone number? No, Lin Wanwan saved his cell phone number and left him the note, "My dearest Mr. Zhou." Zhou Ziyan was happy to think about it and understood what was going on. No matter how much Lin Wanwan pursued him, she was still the spoiled daughter of a rich family. She must be a little embarrassed, or she didn't know how to make him forgive her, and was thinking about the words. Inside the house, even though the microphone kept saying sorry, the number you dialed is no longer in service, Lin Wanwan still refused to admit defeat and kept entering the number and dialing over and over again, like a possessed person. The distress of not being able to contact Ji Xinghe magnified her panic. Later, Lin Wanwan thought of her former best friend Li Jiayi. Except for Zhou Ziyan, in front of everyone, Lin Wanwan is the arrogant rich girl. Even if she is wrong, she will not bow her head easily. But this time, in order to get Ji Xinghe's contact information, she called Li Jiayi, with whom she had broken off all ties, without hesitation. Li Jiayi was busy in the hot pot restaurant. After hesitating for a moment, she answered her call. In fact, she and Lin Wanwan can't really get along well together. After all, the three views are different. I was with her before because of the relationship between our two families, and now that they have broken up, she doesn't feel that her life has suffered any loss. She spoke in a natural tone, as if they had never had a breakup. What's wrong, Wanwan? Lin Wanwan cried, Jiayi, do you have Ji Xinghe's contact information? Li Jiayi became alert and said simply, I'm sorry, I don't have his contact information. Of course, this is the truth, she really doesn't have Ji Xinghe's contact information. Ever since Ji Xinghe and Lin Wanwan got their divorce certificate, he seemed to have completely withdrawn from their world. Lin Wanwan thought that Li Jiayi didn't want to give it to her. I have something to talk to him about. It's very important and it concerns Yang Yang. In a hurry, Lin Wanwan did not hesitate to use Yang Yang as an excuse. Li Jiayi rubbed her temples. She had a premonition that Lin Wanwan would regret it one day. But she didn't expect this day to come so early. What a pity! If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Not to mention that she didn't have Ji Xinghe's contact information. Even if she had Lin Wanwan, what could she do? Can you reconcile with Ji Xinghe? But the funny thing is that she and Ji Xinghe have never had a good relationship. Ji Xinghe was nothing more than his slave, allowed to be exploited and enslaved by her. No one would want to live that kind of life again unless they were masochistic. Chapter 56, Enemies. I'm sorry, I really don't have Ji Xinghe's contact information. How about you ask someone else? Li Jiayi is so busy that she has no time to take on the thankless task of being Lin Wanwan's emotional mentor. Besides, they had broken up, so she had no obligation or idea to do so. In Lin Wanwan's silence, Li Jiayi hung up the phone. Lin Wanwan places her hopes on Antwan. Antwan had met Ji Xinghe at the kindergarten gate before, and the two had a friendly chat for a while. Antwan used to be very nice to Ji Xinghe and would enthusiastically help him when Ji Xinghe was too busy. If she asked for her contact information, Ji Xinghe would not refuse her. Ji Xinghe's contact information. Oops, how could I have forgotten about this? I will definitely ask him for it the next time I see him. Antwan's answer made Lin Wanwan very depressed. She didn't know what she should say when she called Ji Xinghe, even if she really got Ji Xinghe's cell phone number. She is a willful person, and often does things based on her own will. She wanted to call Ji Xinghe at this moment and hear his voice, so she looked everywhere for his contact information like crazy, but unfortunately, after trying for a long time, she failed. Lin Wanwan did not give up and called Ji Yuanmin again. Ji Yuanmin told him that Ji Xinghe had severed ties with him, but no matter what, Ji Yuanmin was Ji Xinghe's biological father, and they were bound by blood. He would only say such words as severing ties in a fit of anger and impulse. Once he calms down and gets over his anger, he will definitely resume contact with Ji Yuanmin, although then again, Lin Wanwan also understands that Ji Yuanmin is not worthy of being a father. Just as she dialed Ji Yuanmin's number and Ji Yuanmin picked up her call and respectfully called her Miss Lin, Zhou Ziyan, who had been waiting outside for most of the day and finally lost his patience, opened the door to see what she was doing, when he suddenly heard her extremely disappointed voice coming from the direction of the living room. What? You don't have Ji Xinghe's phone number? He hasn't contacted you these days, so why don't you go find him? Is he your biological son? Listening to Lin Wanwan's increasingly excited tone, Zhou Ziyan froze in place. He couldn't believe his ears. Lin Wanwan actually made a phone call, but she didn't call him. Instead, she was asking for Ji Xinghe's contact information. Zhou Ziyan was furious, so why did she squat there and cry pitifully for a long time? Was it also because of Ji Xinghe? He felt his head was green. Then he thought of the 6 years they had been together day and night. Why was he so sure that Lin Wanwan would be devoted to him without any distractions? Because Lin Wanwan's eyes and heart are full of him? Or was she openly showing her contempt for Ji Xinghe in front of him? Lin Wanwan's mindless love for him made him develop an extremely narcissistic self-conceit, creating the illusion that he was a holy and elegant cloud in the sky, and Ji Xinghe was a dirty, smelly mud on the ground. So even though he knew that Lin Wanwan and Ji Xinghe had lived under the same roof for 6 years, he was not worried that Lin Wanwan would fall in love with someone else and fall in love with Ji Xinghe. However, reality gave him a heavy blow. Zhou Ziyan felt betrayed and was extremely angry. He strode over with a sullen face, violently pulled up Lin Wanwan, who was still squatting on the ground, his eyes spitting fire. Lin Wanwan, didn't you say that I was the only one in your heart? Then what are you doing now? You slut! Lin Wanwan has been controlling her body shape for many years and was very thin. When he pulled her so violently, she was like a fallen leaf floating in the autumn wind. The phone fell to the ground and the screen broke into a spider web. Suddenly, she screamed and tried to break free by punching and kicking, but couldn't. She just pounced on him and started biting him without thinking. Zhou Ziyan cried out in pain, let go and took 2 steps back, saying in disbelief, "Are you crazy? Open your eyes and take a good look, it's me." Lin Wanwan's hair was disheveled, she was still in shock, and her chest was heaving violently. She stared at Zhou Ziyan with an extremely unfamiliar look and said coldly, "I'm biting you." Zhou Ziyan was startled, and became even more angry when he realized what was happening. He raised his hand without thinking, and with a solid slap landed on Lin Wanwan's face. Lin Wanwan staggered and fell to the ground, unable to believe that she would be beaten by someone other than her father. And this person was Zhou Ziyan, her white moonlight, whom she had once wanted to give her heart to and offered to him with both hands with great piety. She was really blind. At this moment she was extremely sad and angry. She actually fell in love with such a vulgar and speechless thing. The feeling of regret swept over me like a raging wave. Regardless of everyone's dissuasion, in the prime of her youth, without his promise, she insisted on giving birth to his flesh and blood in order to form an inseparable bond with him, and fantasized about the chance to have children for him in the future. She is stupid, she is really stupid. Lin Wanwan was extremely angry, but she calmed down instead. She understood the principle of a man of insight becomes a wise man. Although she really wanted to tear Zhou Ziyan apart at this moment, the gap in strength between men and women was too great, and she would obviously be the one who would suffer if they went head-on. Lin Wanwan silently got up from the ground, picked up her cell phone, walked into the bedroom sobbing, and closed and locked the door. Zhou Ziyan thought she was feeling guilty, so he started banging on the bedroom door frantically. Lin Wanwan, open the door for me. Tell me clearly what's going on between you and Ji Xinghe? Have you been having an affair with him for a long time? I decided to come back and not leave this time, to start a family with you, and this is how you treat me? Can you be true to your conscience and to me by doing this? A roar came from behind the door. Although the phone screen was broken, it could still be used for calls. Lin Wanwan quickly dialed 110 to report the incident, choking with sobs. Hello, police officer? Someone is beating me up and I've locked him out. Come quickly, he's trying to kill me. After calling the police, Lin Wanwan turned on the camera and pointed it at the bedroom door that was shaking loudly, recording the shaking door in Zhou Ziyan's roar. Zhou Ziyan took pictures for a long time, but instead of waiting for Lin Wanwan to open the door and humbly admit her mistake to him, a majestic policeman came. After making sure she was safe, Lin Wanwan opened the bedroom door and ran out in tears. She hid behind the police officer trembling, pointing at Zhou Ziyan and saying hatefully, "It was him. He broke into my house and tried to do something indecent to me. I didn't agree, and he got so angry that he wanted to kill me." The police rushed forward and subdued Zhou Ziyan. Zhou Zian, a rich young man who was good at eating, drinking and having fun, was pinned to the ground without a single blow. He was confused. He didn't understand how he, the one who was cheated on, could become the abuser just based on Lin Wanwan's few words. Chapter 57, Acting on One's Own Initiative. A slap in the face completely destroyed all of Lin Wanwan's fantasies about Zhou Zian. She was determined to break up with Zhou Zian and insisted in the police station that Zhou Zian wanted to harm her. This alarmed the Lin and Zhou families. There was chaos all night long. Lin Wanwan refused to give in and refused to let Zhou Zian characterize the incident as a family conflict between an engaged couple. In addition, the evidence she provided, including the scars on her face, proved that Zhou Zian had indeed committed violence. In the end, Zhou Zian was administratively detained for 14 days. Ji Xinghan naturally knew nothing about this. Early on Saturday morning, a family of 3 sat neatly at the dining table to eat. After dinner, we set out to fly kites. There are many places to fly kites in S City. The grass on the riverbank next to Jinyuan is the best place to fly kites. Ji Xingha originally thought that Nanxing Yu would take them there and visit old lady Nan at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the car went further and further off the track and it took longer and longer. Nan Cici looked out the window in confusion. "Mom, where are we going to fly the kite?" Even she noticed that something was wrong, let alone Ji Xingha. Nanxing Yu said, "Go to a place you have never been to." "Then we can't go see Grandma today? Will she be disappointed?" "Don't worry, I've already called your great-grandmother, we can go see him tomorrow." "Oh." Ji Xingha looked at the scenery outside the window quietly. I don't know how long it took, the prosperity outside the window was gradually replaced by the urban-rural fringe, and later, Ji Xingha felt that the scenery outside was familiar. It was not until he saw the sign that said "Welcome to Z City" that he realized that Nanxing Yu had brought them back to his hometown, Z City. Flying a kite in City Z, which is 100 kilometers away, isn't that a bit too much of a fuss? Ji Xingha subconsciously looked at Nanxing Yu. It doesn't feel like this is a coincidence. Could it be that? Ji Xingha threw the speculation out of his mind. That shouldn't be the case. If Nanxing Yu wanted to vent his anger, he should take him to Ji Yuanmin's current home in S City, not his hometown where everything has changed. Don't be so conceited, it's just a coincidence. There is a mountain near Ji Xingha's hometown. The foot of the mountain has been made into a tourist scenic area. There is a large lawn by the lake, which is a good place to fly kites. There are many good places for flying kites in S City. Although Z City is not as prosperous as S City, there are also many places for flying kites. Nanxing Yu happened to bring them to this place not far from Ji Xingha's home. At this point, it was difficult for Ji Xingha to say that it was a coincidence. The wind is strong by the lake, carrying the fragrance of grass, trees, and flowers. When he was a child, Ji Xingha often rode his bicycle here to catch fish and shrimp. In summer, I would go swimming and have fun with a few good friends. It left behind many beautiful, carefree memories. Unfortunately, time passes and things and people change. Ji Xingha looked at Nanxing Yu with mixed feelings. Nanxing Yu seemed to be unaware of anything, as if all this was not something he had deliberately arranged, but was just a coincidence. Ji Xingha was also afraid that he was being too sentimental, so he put aside his confusion and happily accompanied Nan Cici to fly kites for the whole morning. Caught tadpoles and took out bird eggs. But after the novelty wore off, everything was finally returned to its original place. Tadpoles need nature, and bird eggs need mother bird. Don't forget, little Nan Cici is an angel. At noon, I was hungry. Let us find a place to eat. Ji Xingha looked at the street scenes and buildings that were becoming more and more familiar after so many years. Many places were still the same as he remembered. Ji Xingha finally couldn't help it, and was sure it wasn't a coincidence. My hometown is nearby. Nanxing Yu showed no surprise on his face. Really? What a coincidence. Ji Xingha smiled and saw through it but didn't say anything. This is a self-built area combining urban and rural areas. The self-built house, which was built more than 30 years ago, looks messy and gray. Even in the spring when there is a hint of spring, it looks a bit depressed. Ji Xingha's old house was sold as early as when Ji Yuanmin was preparing to settle down in S City. It was from that time that he and his grandfather began to live in a rented house. Ji Yuanmin said something nice when he was selling the house. "I will go to a big city to develop my career, and when I have enough money I will take you two over to enjoy a good life." It sounded nice, but in the end, the two of them never lived in his new home for even a single day. Ji Xingha was sold by him for 2 million. Ji Xinghe sneered. Ji Yuanmin deceived them all with his eloquent tongue and superb acting skills. Nan Cici looked around curiously. Dad, did you grow up here when you were a child? Ji Xinghe nodded, yes. Nan Cici said excitedly, that's great, I understand my father a little better. The family in front was decorated with lights and looked festive. A large inflatable arch was erected at the intersection with the words so and so and so and so happily married written on it. Ji Xinghe recognized that the groom was his male classmate in elementary school. He was naughty and had poor grades. In the 5th grade, he would hold hands with female classmates and fall in love early. He suddenly stopped and looked at Nanxingyu in surprise. If he remembered correctly, Ji Yuanmin and the groom's father were sworn brothers. Now that his sworn brother's son is getting married, he naturally has to come back to attend the wedding. Nanxingyu saw his doubts and curved her eyebrows. Husband, I want to do something for you, but I made the decision without your consent. You won't blame me, right? Ji Xinghe suppressed the complicated emotions surging in his heart and shook his head. Thank you. Nanxingyu's beautiful eyebrows jumped. Look at you, you are being distant with me again. The wedding ceremony and banquet were held in the hotel. Ji Xinghe pretended to be a late relative or friend and asked for the location, then rushed towards the hotel. Kong Rao gets paid a lot more than others, so he usually doesn't have any holidays. However, when going out for today, Nanxingyu did not ask him to drive, but acted as the driver himself. The car braked suddenly. She drives very steadily, just like her calm personality. Unless it is an accident, she should not have to brake suddenly. But the road was smooth and there were no unexpected pedestrians or cats or dogs ahead. Ji Xinghe was stunned and subconsciously looked around. He quickly recognized that this was the house in front of his. The original owner sold the house when he was in junior high school. He remembered that someone moved in here not long after the original owner moved out. It seemed that there were 3 people living there, 2 adults and a child, but he had never seen the child of that family. Later I heard from nosy people that the child of that family had contracted a strange disease, and they moved here from the big city specifically for recuperation. He also warned Ji Xinghe not to play with that kid. That person's reminder was unnecessary. Because since Ji Xinghe finished junior high school and went to a city to attend high school, he has never seen what the child of this family looks like. Nan Cici was attracted by new things and didn't realize that her mother was abnormal. Ji Xinghe noticed that Nanxingyu looked pale, and his eyes were fixed on the gray and lifeless old house that seemed to have been abandoned for many years. He asked worriedly, what's wrong? Chapter 58. We've known each other for more than a decade. 2 chapters combined into one. Nanxingyu's knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel. The familiar building was like a hook, leaving a trace in the box of her memories that had been sealed for many years. In a flash, she vaguely remembered something. Just as Ji Xinghe was puzzled before, there are many best places to fly kites in S City, so why should she go so far away? She deliberately chose Ji Xinghe's hometown as the location for flying the kite, naturally out of selfish motives. First, she learned that Ji Yuanmin was coming to attend her friend's son's wedding today, and helped Ji Xinghe catch him and settle the score. Secondly, she wanted to come to this unfamiliar city to take a look and confirm a certain absurd and bold guess in her mind. Originally I was holding on to a lucky attitude that it didn't matter. However, she actually discovered some clues by accident. Nanxingyu had to hold on to the steering wheel tightly to prevent himself from fainting on the spot. Xingyu? Nanxingyu finally calmed down. When he looked at the building so close to him, the fear and pain in his eyes disappeared, replaced by the indifference of Nirvana Rebirth. If someone familiar with Nanxingyu saw her eyes at this moment, they would know that someone was about to be in big trouble. Nanxingyu looked up and smiled at Ji Xinghe in the rearview mirror to show that she was fine. I have hypoglycemia. Ji Xinghe happened to have some candy in his pocket, which he used to coax little Cici. Hearing this, he quickly took out one, peeled off the wrapper, leaned forward and handed it to her mouth. Nanxingyu cooperated by opening her mouth. Her eyes were extremely gentle when she looked at him, and her soft lips accidentally touched Ji Xinghe's fingers when she held the candy in her mouth. A strange electric current ran through Ji Xinghe's body from his fingertips. He pretended nothing had happened and withdrew his arm. He secretly rubbed his hand on his leg twice, which eliminated the strange feeling of panic. But my heart still felt numb, as if I had been electrocuted. Nanxingyu drove the car to the side of the road and stopped. Let's go out and get some fresh air. Ji Xinghe felt that this was her excuse. Ji Xinghe got out of the car first, and then carried Nan Cici down. The sun was quite strong, and standing directly in it gave me a vague feeling of being scorched in midsummer. Even so, Nanqingyu still felt cold in his feet. Ji Xinghe pointed to the back of the house in front of him and said, "My house is at the back." Nanqingyu tried to look calm. "Then do you want to go over and take a look?" "No," Ji Xinghe laughed self-deprecatingly, "it's not my home anymore. It has been sold to someone else a long time ago." Nanqingyu didn't say anything else. He stood silently in front of the old house for a long time. Not long after, they got back in the car and looked for a place to eat, and across the street was the hotel where the wedding was being held. The banquet was just about to begin. Ji Xinghe and his friends chose a seat by the window and ate slowly, waiting for the opportunity to come. Ji Xinghe's eyes were very busy. Sometimes he was staring at the hotel gate, and sometimes he was glancing at Nanqingyu opposite him from time to time. He felt that Nanqingyu was worried about something. She disguised herself very well, but Ji Xinghe could feel it. The banquet was over. The guests left in twos and threes. Ji Xinghe waited patiently for a while. Hard work pays off, and he finally got what he waited for. Ji Xinghe looked at the middle-aged man with a ruddy face, high spirits, and a little bit of weight gain. For a moment, he couldn't think of how long it had been since they last saw each other. It seemed like a century had passed since they met again, so when Ji Xinghe saw him, he seemed so strange. The woman standing next to him with heavy makeup and permed hair is his current wife, Ji Xinghe's stepmother, Lin Wanwan, a woman who was good at dancing and eloquent. Ji Xinghe still remembers that when he became a child with a stepmother, many people he knew sighed that he was lucky and said that he had met a good stepmother. Unlike some children who meet a vicious stepmother and are brutally abused. Once upon a time, the simple Ji Xinghe also thought so. Now, haha. Ji Xinghe said to Nanqingyu, "Sorry, I have to go out for a while." Nanqingyu smiled, "We won't fight, will we?" Ji Xinghe also laughed, "Do you think he can be my opponent?" Sorry, having a father like Ji Yuanmin who was worse than a beast, Ji Xinghe doesn't mind being a rebellious son who doesn't recognize his relatives. That's definitely not possible. Nanqingyu changed the subject, but don't forget that he will have helpers. Ji Xinghe stood up, "Then I'm not afraid of him either." Nancy widened her eyes and asked nervously, "Mom, is Dad going to fight with someone? Then I want to go out and help Dad too." Seeing that her face was tense and she didn't look like she was joking, with her fists clenched tightly, as if she would rush over in the next second, and her cute look of being obviously scared but trying to hold on, Ji Xinghe chuckled and reached out to rub her head. Dad is a peace lover and doesn't fight. Dad saw an acquaintance and went over to say hello. How much can a 5-year-old think? Seeing that his parents were smiling, he believed it and said sweetly, "Then Dad, please come back soon." After Ji Xinghe left, Nanqingyu took Nancy, who felt sleepy afternoon, to the best hotel in nearby cities to rest. As for Ji Xinghe, she was not worried that Ji Xinghe would suffer any loss. She had made arrangements. Someone would protect Ji Xinghe in secret. Once the situation went wrong, they would immediately rush out to take control of the overall situation and ensure Ji Xinghe's personal safety. Leading Nancy out of the restaurant, Ji Xinghe turned around, as if to comfort the mother and daughter. He grinned and smiled brightly at them. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and Ji Xinghe's smiling face was the same as that of a boy in Nanqingyu's memory. Even after 12 years, his smile still had the power to heal people's hearts. During a trip to City Z, she recovered her memories that had been sealed for many years, figured out where her sense of familiarity with Ji Xinghe came from, and even understood why she was possessed and wanted to hold on to him. They knew each other more than 10 years ago. That's not right, it was Nanqingyu who got to know him unilaterally. Nanqingyu was stunned. She tried hard to suppress the urge to rush over and hug Ji Xinghe tightly. She smiled back at Ji Xinghe, carried Nancy into the car and left. Ji Xinghe walked towards the magnificent hotel opposite with a clear purpose. As I got closer, I heard Lin Wanwan say, "Hey, this kid really worries me and Lao Ji to death. Ever since he got divorced, I can't sleep for nights. If you find someone suitable, don't forget to tell me and Lao Ji." The groom's mother was a little embarrassed. "With the relationship between our two families, we can't hide anything. Look, he didn't get into college, and he's a second marriage. In today's society, which girl would be interested in him? If it was your Xiaofei, it would be different. Your Xiaofei is an international student, talented and good-looking, and he will definitely be successful. Ji Xiaofei is the son brought by Lin Wanwan. Since Lin Wanwan married Ji Yuanmin, Ji Xiaofei changed his surname. When Lin Wanwan heard people praising her son, she couldn't stop smiling. "Xiaofei of our family already has a girlfriend, so don't let his aunt worry too much. Even if Xinghe is not doing well, he is still our child, right?" If he doesn't live well, we as parents will feel bad too. His aunt, look at his conditions, they are really not up to standard, and those excellent single girls won't look down on us, right? If there are those who are not so good, who are remarried or have children, we can also consider him. The groom's mother seemed to be thinking about something. If you want to say it's a second marriage, then I do have a way. The daughter of my uncle's daughter-in-law's third uncle is 30 years old this year. Her family has always wanted to find her alive and son-in-law. They said that if it works out, they will give a dowry of 1 million. No, that girl is not good here. The groom's mother pointed to her head. Lu Lijuan said, it is indeed a bit disappointing to say so, but her poor brain means that she is simple-minded and easy to get along with. How about you help contact her and let her look after the child herself? If fate really comes, no one can stop it, right? Hearing this, Ji Xinghe laughed angrily. This is his good stepmother. A stepmother who wants to demote him to nothing, both openly and covertly, and wants to save both his reputation and appearance. Thank you for your kindness, but in my opinion, this fate should be left to your son. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked over in surprise. The groom's family didn't recognize Ji Xinghe and were confused. They hadn't seen Ji Xinghe for many years, so it was normal that they didn't recognize Ji Xinghe. However, what's funny is that Ji Yuanmin and Lu Lijuan didn't recognize Ji Xinghe at first. Ultimately, it was because they hadn't seen Ji Xinghe for a long time. LV Lijuan heard his mockery and was displeased. Who are you? He looks good, but the way he strikes up conversation is weird and quite rude. Ji Xinghe smiled meaningfully. TSK, you are old and your eyesight is blurry, but you are still rich. I am your other son who worries you so much that you can't sleep at night, and you can't recognize me? Ji Yuanmin, who was standing nearby, was stunned. Xinghe? Then he thought of the unpleasantness they had before. This bastard said a lot of things that embarrassed him and even shouted that he wanted to break off relations with him. He was so rebellious. Ji Yuanmin's face darkened, and he suddenly remembered that the rich young lady had contacted him yesterday. He didn't know what this bastard had done to make the rich young lady keep harping on him. This was really a worrying thing. I couldn't help but scold. How do you talk to your mother? Ji Xinghe said in a cold tone, my mother died a long time ago. If she wants to be my mother, please die first. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The well-behaved, sensible, humble and polite child in their impression has indeed changed. But soon someone realized that something was wrong. Just now, LV Lijuan had been complaining to them, saying that Ji Xinghe was divorced, and the couple were very worried. They were afraid that their child would be depressed because of the emotional setback, so they stayed with him for many days in a row, and she prepared 3 meals a day and delivered them to her stepson personally. In the eyes of outsiders, LV Lijuan is usually a warm, bold, and kind person. When she said this, no one suspected that she was lying. Instead, they silently felt that it was really not easy for her stepmother to achieve what she did. Since they saw each other every day, and the guy didn't disguise himself, wear a mask, or wear sunglasses, how come they suddenly didn't recognize each other? No one present is a fool. I soon realized that Lu Lijuan was lying. Lu Lijuan was confused. Of course she knew that Ji Xinghe was going to break off relations with his father. But she was the same as Ji Yuanmin, because he was in a bad mood because of his divorce, so he said such outrageous words. Lu Lijuan has been married for many years, and although she has never gotten along well with Ji Xinghe, she feels that she understands his character very well. This child is simple and honest, or to put it bluntly, stupid. As long as you treat him a little bit nicely, he will be eager to open his heart to you. But when I see him again now, he seems like a different person. The moment LV Lijuan realized what was going on, she started to act like a dramatic character and wiped away her tears. Xinghe, if you have any complaints about me, just tell me directly. I will change whatever can be changed. Don't yell at your dad. Ji Xinghe ignored her and looked directly at Ji Yuanmin. Ji Yuanmin, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. The son's behavior of calling his father directly shocked everyone present again. Ji Yuanmin was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Who are you calling me by, you disrespectful person? Have you read all those years of books and nothing has been learned? Hearing the word study, Ji Xinghe felt a pain in his heart. He studied very well, had great ambitions and was highly expected by teachers of various subjects, but in the end, he couldn't even take the college entrance examination. His eyes turned completely cold. The key is that I didn't study for many years. Isn't this all thanks to you? If it wasn't for the 2 million to clean up your mess, Would I have dropped out of school so early and missed the college entrance examination? The others were confused. What's with the wiping the ass and 2 million? Could it be that Jixing had dropped out of school not because he was expelled from school for premature love, but because of some other hidden reason? Some people thought it was unpleasant to see other people's family conflicts and were ready to leave. Some people spoke up to persuade them to reconcile because they were afraid that the quarrel would escalate. Some stopped walking and some shut up. Some secretly pricked up their ears, all paying attention. Ji Yuanmin was shocked and finally realized that he came here for the 2 million yuan. Lu Lijuan's eyes flickered, and she didn't even bother to wipe away the tears that didn't exist. She reached out to grab Ji Xinghe's arm, trying to change the subject. Oh, Xinghe. Ji Xinghe coldly shook off her arm, looked around, and a gentle and humble smile reappeared on his handsome face. Dear uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters. The wedding banquet had just ended and people were walking out of the hotel from time to time. Chinese people are born to love watching the excitement, and almost everyone who is related to someone knows each other, so a lot of people gathered soon. 6 years ago, Mr. Ji Yuanmin was driving drunk and hit someone, and the person sued him for 2 million yuan. Ji Yuanmin shouted in fear, "That's enough. Is there anything you can't say when you get home? You're making such a fuss. How can you be so disrespectful? Get out of here." Based on his understanding of Ji Xinghe, no matter how much trouble Ji Xinghe makes, he will still consider that family disgrace should not be made public. But now he has said it out loud in front of so many people. It seems like he is ready to fight to the death. The one who was originally doubtful, after hearing Ji Xinghe's next words, looked solemn and looked at Ji Xinghe with regret and sympathy. "Child, you have to think more open-mindedly. Divorce is divorce. There are many better women in the world. Just find another wife in the future. Don't talk nonsense and scare people. When did your father hit someone with his car?" Chapter 59 Selling Son. The one who was deeply worried about the current situation was none other than the groom's father, Ji Yuanmin's sworn brother, Yang Li. Yang Li is 1 year older than Ji Yuanmin, so Ji Xinghe has to call him uncle. His son, the groom, was a classmate of Ji Xinghe and copied his homework a lot back then. He also did not skip classes, fight, or fall in love prematurely. Compared with Ji Xinghe, who was studious and polite, Yang Li was full of envy. He once lamented that Ji Yuanmin was lucky. How could he give birth to a son like Ji Xinghe who was so worry-free? Unexpectedly, the university talent who was once highly regarded by everyone could not escape the fate of premature love and got married earlier than his son, which is really sad. Looking back now, Ji Xinghe is indeed a handsome man after growing up, but his temperament is completely different from when he was a child. Maybe he was really traumatized by the divorce. Not only did he call me by my name, but he also said some incoherent and unbelievable words. Alas, such a good child, how could he become like this? Yang Li was heartbroken. From the corner of his eye, he accidentally saw the sudden change in the expressions of Ji Yuanmin and Lu Lijuan. I was hesitant and uncertain. I was being realistic and it seemed like I had said nothing wrong, right? Ji Yuanmin was not too worried that the fictitious incident of hitting someone with his car would be exposed one day. After the house in his hometown was sold and his grandfather passed away, Ji Xinghe was like a duckweed without roots and had no contact with the people here. Moreover, this is not a glorious thing. Ji Xinghe is filial and naturally will not bring up the past again. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Ji Xinghe's divorce would bring up this matter again. As soon as it is mentioned, the secret will be exposed. After all, that happened 6 years ago. As long as he denied it, everyone present would definitely believe him and not Ji Xinghe. Ji Yuanmin and his wife were afraid that Ji Xinghe seemed not as easy to talk to as before. If he really knew that they treated him as a fool back then, they would not be able to handle him if he went crazy. The reaction of Ji Yuanmin and his wife also did not escape Ji Xinghe's eyes. He had resolved the angriest moment by himself, and now facing the truth of that year again, he could remain calm. Seeing that Ji Xinghe had a calm expression, Ji Yuanmin thought that Ji Xinghe didn't hear it, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Ji Xinghe didn't think about it. However, the next second, Ji Xinghe pulled the corners of his lips and smiled. "Uncle Yang, you are right. Ji Yuanmin didn't hit anyone, but I really gave him 2 million. Ji Yuanmin, you said you wanted to break off relations with me, then return the 2 million I gave you with interest. It would be more painful to ask them to spit out the money they have swallowed than to kill them. Even Ben Gary? That's even more impossible." LV Lijuan was thicker-skinned than Ji Yuanmin. She denied it flatly. "You were shocked and went insane, right? How old were you 6 years ago? Where did you get 2 million to give us?" Ji Xinghe looked at her indifferently as she was furious, and said word by word, Where did you say the money came from? Of course it was earned by you and others selling your bodies together. He deliberately emphasized the word selling oneself. Serving Lin Wanwan like a slave for 6 years is nothing more than selling yourself. After saying that, he looked at Ji Yuanmin leisurely, and sure enough, he saw that his expression was extremely ugly. What do you mean by selling my body or not? What's going on here? Why don't I understand? I didn't quite understand what you heard. It seems like there was some hidden reason why Ji Xinghe dropped out of school. Was it related to the 2 million yuan? 6 years ago, wasn't that when the couple sent Ji Xiaofei abroad and moved to a new house? Now that you mention it, I remember what I was thinking. Did old Ji win the lottery? How come he bought the house only a few years ago and took out so much money all of a sudden? He wants to change houses and support the international students. Did he really sell his son? Outside the hotel where the wedding was held, people were talking about it. The groom pondered for a long time and suddenly said something out of nowhere. I was wondering why Ji Xing has suddenly dropped out of school. It turns out it was because of this. Everyone asked questions. The groom is not good at studying, but he is very popular and has friends everywhere. He had a brother who also studied at number 1 middle school in S City. At that time, he specifically asked the brother if he knew Ji Xinghe, and also generously asked the brother to take care of his old classmate. The brother said he knew Ji Xinghe, and that he was in the class next to theirs, with very good grades. Unlike him, who was a poor student who was forced into the last place in number 1 middle school by his parents who spent money and used connections, Ji Xinghe would definitely go to a prestigious university in the future. The groom was quite proud of Ji Xinghe when he heard this, although he and Ji Xinghe were not the same kind of people, as Ji Xinghe was too quiet and they could not play together. But considering that Ji Xinghe had copied his homework so many times to help him get through the difficult times, he sincerely hoped that Ji Xinghe would get better and better. However, the good times did not last long. On the eve of the college entrance examination, he heard from his brothers that Ji Xinghe had dropped out of school, and Ji Xinghe's class teacher was almost driven crazy. Later, when I heard the adults mention Ji Xinghe with great regret, I learned that Ji Xinghe's dropping out of school was related to premature love. Who hasn't been young and reckless? This happened to Ji Xinghe, who was known to be calm and introverted. Although it was crazy, it was not so unbelievable. There are many good students who become useless while studying. There are also quite a few poor students who made a comeback after performing poorly. Destiny is the most unpredictable. I don't know whether he was really concerned about what happened back then, or just to satisfy the aunts and uncles who were forced to stop eating the melon halfway through, but the groom called that brother in front of everyone. Hey brother, do you remember an old classmate of mine named Ji Xinghe? The call ended and the scene fell into an eerie silence. Someone started to mutter, ranking in the top 10 out of nearly 2,000 students in the grade. What does that mean? I just received a call and pressed the speakerphone button. The groom's brother said that Ji Xinghe was in the top 10 in his grade before he dropped out of school. His dropping out of school caused quite a stir at the time, and many people even suspected that Ji Xinghe was dead. After all, even if you are a poor student, you will not escape at the critical moment of the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is a very important stepping stone in life for those academic elites who come from poor families. Ji Xinghe voluntarily gave up the opportunity to take the college entrance examination. The only explanation for this was that he had a terminal illness or some major family accident. The groom asked him if Ji Xinghe had a girlfriend. The brother laughed and made it clear that Ji Xinghe didn't have a girlfriend. Why did he know so much? Because his female classmate was obsessed with Ji Xinghe and paid a lot of attention to him. However, the girl was shy and was afraid of disturbing their studies. She originally planned to confess her feelings after the college entrance examination, but could it be that what Xinghe said is true? If that's true, it's too outrageous. He cheated his own son so that he couldn't get into college, and spent a lot of money to train the encumbrance brought by his second marriage. I originally thought that the child was not motivated and made old Ji sad, so he invested in his stepson. Old Ji is so confused. Chapter 60, Even the Principal and the Interest. I think he's really been traumatized and has become insane. Old Ji, I say you should quickly contact the mental hospital and lock him up. Lu Lijuan couldn't stand the thought of others looking at her with inquiring and suspicious eyes. She understood very clearly that the image of a loving mother that she had worked hard to create for many years was ruined. Now that there were no outsiders around, she simply gave up and stopped pretending, revealing her true sarcastic and mean face. Ji Xinghe took a sip of tea slowly, looked at Ji Yuanmin who was sitting opposite him with a moody expression, and sneered, "Are you sure you want her to jump up and down in front of me and continue to disgust me?" Ji Yuanmin looked into his eyes which were smiling but not responding, and avoided his gaze guiltily. The person sitting opposite him now is not the Ji Xinghe who used to respect the elderly and love the young, but a Ji Xinghe whose temperament has changed drastically and who can do anything. What's more, Ji Yuanmin was in the wrong in the first place, and he was very afraid of this son whom he never paid special attention to. To him, Ji Xinghe was like a free-range puppy. The puppy was very worry-free and could go out to find food by itself, whether it was rummaging through trash cans or stealing food. In short, he didn't have to put in any extra effort. If he suddenly remembered that he had a puppy and needed it to guard the house, he only needed to call it twice and the puppy would run back to him and wag its tail. But the puppy had not been home for too long, and when it came back, it had grown into a ferocious dog, baring its fangs and ready to pounce and kill its master at any time. How could Ji Yuanmin not be frightened? He felt at ease dividing the 2 million into two, 1 million for a new house and 1 million for his other son to study abroad, but he never thought this day would come. How did Ji Xinghe know? Could it be that Miss Lin said that? When Miss Lin found him before, she agreed with him that she would never let Ji Xinghe know about this. How could she go back on her word? She hurt him terribly, you know? No matter how angry Ji Yuanmin was, it was in vain. There was a huge gap in strength between them, and apart from cursing her behind her back to vent his anger, he couldn't really do anything to her. Ji Yuanmin was upset and yelled at Lu Lijuan, "Shut up!" Ji Yuanmin is not a good father to Ji Xinghe, but he is definitely a model husband to Lu Lijuan and a good stepfather to Ji Xiaofei. Lu Lijuan was used to his obedience to her, so when she saw his stern face, she was startled and stopped talking. "I came here today specifically to resolve this matter. Back then, you and Lin Wanwan teamed up to defraud me and got 2 million from me. I spent 6 years of my youth and my ruined future to get it. You must return the money to me with interest. Ji Xinghe earns 1 million a month. Does he need this little money? Naturally not bad. That's not a reason for him to get away with taking advantage of his scumbag father and stepmother." Ji Yuanmin and Lu Lijuan both had to be thankful that he was a rational man. If it were someone else, they might go crazy and chop people with a knife. This is a lifelong thing. LV Lijuan, who had just settled down, couldn't help but say, "You wish. 2 million is your father's living allowance for you. Not to mention the principal and interest, there is not even a penny left." Ji Xinghe seemed to have heard a huge joke. He looked at Ji Yuanmin with amusement. "Ji Yuanmin, then tell me how you raised me from childhood to adulthood?" Ji Yuanmin couldn't say anything. LV Lijuan yelled, "Without your father, where would you be? No matter how much you say, you owe him for the rest of your life. Let alone 2 million, even if it's 200 million, your father can spend it." Her yelling seemed to give Ji Yuanmin some confidence. "Yes, no matter what, I am your father." Ji Xinghe sneered and said in a loud voice, "You are worthy? From now on, I don't have a father, I will treat him as dead." Ji Yuanmin glared at him. "You." Ji Xinghe said to himself, 6 years of working like a slave, a life without going to college, and an uncertain future. I don't ask for much, 5 million. Just give me 5 million, and we'll settle our accounts. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. When you get old, find another son to take care of you, and don't come to me." LV Lijuan exclaimed, "Why don't you just rob a bank? Then can you completely blame me?" Ji Yuanmin suppressed his repression and finally exploded, "It's because you didn't study hard back then. It's a waste of time to continue studying. You only scored 20 or 30 points in the exam. If you can get into university with such a bad score, God is blind. If you had half the ability to fly less, I would have spent money to send you to study abroad, but are you that material? It is your blessing that Miss Lin appreciates you and wants to be with you. If you learn to be smart and serve her well, you will have wealth and glory. You are so stupid that you ruined such a good marriage. I think you will regret it in the future. Did you get 20 or 30 points in the exam?" Seeing that Ji Yuanmin didn't look like he was faking it, Ji Xinghe shifted his gaze to his kind stepmother in a joking manner, but the latter avoided his sight. "He knows everything. You never held a parent-teacher conference for me, and you never cared about my studies. How do you know that I got 20 or 30 points on the test?" At this point, Ji Xinghe was too lazy to say anymore. He came back this time mainly to make Ji Yuanmin's life difficult, not to discuss how many points he could get in the exam. Ji Yuanmin will not, and Ji Xinghe does not need him to, seek justice for him. Although Ji Xinghe knew clearly that Lu Lijuan had definitely instigated the incident back then, how could the subsequent events have happened without Ji Yuanmin's connivance and participation? He is the person who hurt Ji Xinghe the most. Ji Xinghe was calm and relaxed. He took out a pen and paper and wrote down a bank card number. He pushed it over. Within a week, transfer 5 million to my card. If you don't transfer the money as agreed, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Ji Xinghe stood up and passed by Ji Yuanmin. He handed the phone to him and said in a brisk tone, but it was like a devil whispering, I don't care what method you use, even if you sell your kidneys and blood, 5 million, not a cent less. Ji Yuanmin saw clearly what was on the phone screen and was shocked. Ji Xinghe achieved his goal and left calmly. Ji Yuanmin slumped in his chair with a deathly look on his face. When Ji Xinghe stepped out of the door, he heard LV Lijuan's impatient question, what did that little bastard say to you? Why are you so scared? I tell you, let alone 5 million, there is not even a penny. If you really dare to give him money secretly, I will divorce you. Ji Yuanmin was in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. LV Lijuan got anxious and hit him with her hand, did you hear me? It was unknown which words irritated Ji Yuanmin, or Ji Yuanmin was upset and couldn't stand her noise in his ear. Ji Yuanmin suddenly got angry and slapped her, you stinky bitch, be quiet for a while. Chapter 61 Time remains. Ji Xinghe came prepared. Unless I am 100% sure, I will not come here easily to alert the enemy. Ji Yuanmin believed that the incident happened 6 years ago. Even if he knew the truth, as long as they refused to admit it, they could pretend that it never happened. Anyway, they were sure that Ji Xinghe would not be able to find any evidence. Moreover, when Lin Wanwan transferred the money to them, the shrewd Ji Yuanmin and Lu Lijuan asked that it be transferred to them in a reasonable way. Even if Lin Wanwan turned against them, they were not afraid. However, Lin Wanwan was the mastermind. No matter whether she was spoiled and willful and wanted to be with Ji Xinghe, or there were some other unknown reasons, it would not do her any good if the matter was exposed. As for how Ji Xinghe knew. In fact, in order to deceive Ji Xinghe, they deliberately made the matter sound particularly tragic in order to deal with Ji Xinghe directly. If you think about it carefully, there are quite a few loopholes. For example, the maximum sentence for traffic accident crime is generally 3 years. For example, if there is a traffic accident, the insurance company is responsible for compensation. In addition, Ji Yuanmin had just bumped into someone when Lin Wanwan came to him. When he grew up and had some brains, he would think back on this incident and feel that something was wrong. However, since Ji Yuanmin and his wife dared to speak out without worrying about the day when they would be exposed, they subconsciously believed that their son was filial and sensible, cowardly and weak, and they were also eloquent and believed they could get away with it. Unfortunately, they certainly couldn't have imagined that Ji Xinghe could figure out everything that happened in the past 6 years. The products in the system mall are varied and all of them are mysterious and wonderful things that you can never buy in real life. For example, there is the saying secrets will die in the light, which is perfect for dealing with archenemies, and there is also the miraculous saying not a single cancer cell will be left. The more mysterious a product sounds and the more powerful it is, the more expensive it is. The system exists to help him make the right choices in life and to help him live a smooth life. He did not buy the secret will die in the light skill. The secret will die in the light skill can only be used against one person. However, it was not only Ji Yuanmin and Lin Wanwan who harmed him back then. Lu Lijuan must have been involved as well. After much deliberation, he chose another product: time capture photography. Time recording can make things that happened in the past reappear in front of Ji Xinghe's eyes. Of course, the prerequisite is that it must have happened, and it requires a relatively accurate time node and the people involved in the event. Although Ji Xinghe speculated that Lin Wanwan had gone to find Ji Yuanmin, he had not seen it with his own eyes, so there was a certain risk. If she contacted Ji Yuanmin by phone or entrusted someone else, sure Guang Luiying might end in failure. Sometimes being magnanimous depends on the right thing to do. That was Ji Xinghe's own life. If he couldn't seek justice for his own life and just let it go, wouldn't that mean he was despising himself? In short, he will never let this matter go. Everyone involved must pay the corresponding price. Ji Xinghe hesitated for only a moment before deciding to trust his own judgment. Fortunately, it succeeded. Lin Wanwan in the video didn't look much better than when she found him. Just as he thought at the beginning, Lin Wanwan went there alone. Being pregnant before marriage is shameful in itself, not to mention that she has ulterior motives, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. Ji Yuanmin looked at her clothes and guessed that she was from a wealthy family. He was surprised but said respectfully, "Little girl, are you looking for me?" Lin Wanwan looked unhappy, but she had the arrogance that Ji Xinghe was familiar with. "Yes, are you Ji Xinghe's father Ji Yuanmin?" Ji Yuanmin nodded. Lin Wanwan said, "I am his classmate." Hearing this, Ji Yuanmin was surprised, then he remembered something and said in panic, "Did that brat bully you?" "Don't worry, when he comes back, I will definitely teach him a lesson for you." Lin Wanwan was silent for a moment. She probably didn't expect Ji Yuanmin to conclude that it was her son's problem before the matter was clarified. She looked at Ji Yuanmin, and a flash of contempt flashed across her eyes. How could she not know that the other party saw that she was well dressed and knew that she was someone who could not be provoked, so he expressed his stance at the first time to avoid getting into trouble. If her parents convicted her based on one-sided accounts, she would be heartbroken and would not stop until she turned the whole place upside down. Lin Wanwan got straight to the point, "I want your son to drop out of school and be with me." Ji Yuanmin was stunned. Lin Wanwan was too lazy to talk nonsense. "As long as you don't ask about his affairs, I can give you 1 million. When he heard that there was money to be made, Ji Yuanmin's eyes lit up. But he still seemed to be somewhat rational at this time. But the college entrance examination is coming soon, will it affect my studies?" As soon as he finished speaking, LV Lijuan rushed in and started talking. "His poor grades are not going to matter. He only scored 20 or 30 out of 150 points. It will be embarrassing if he continues to study." Ji Yuanmin was puzzled. "No way? I remember the old man told me that Xinghe had good grades and would have no problem getting into university." LV Lijuan snorted softly. "What's wrong with Xinghe in the eyes of that old man? He thinks our Xiaofei is too outstanding and is afraid that his precious grandson will be outdone by Xiaofei, so he said that on purpose. The last time Xinghe came, I saw his test paper and he really only scored 20 or 30 points. I think it was in physics or English, I can't remember clearly. I heard from Xiaofei that with his grades, he can't even go to junior college." Ji Yuanmin looked at Lin Wanwan and said, "Classmate, is Xinghe's grades really that bad? Then there is really no need for him to continue studying." Lin Wanwan didn't say anything, which Ji Yuanmin saw as her agreement. LV Lijuan was afraid that he would still hesitate, so she put in eye drops. "Let me be frank, the old man is gone, and no one will pay for your good son's tuition. He won't be able to go to a public school in the future, and if he goes to a private school, I won't have the money to pay for his tuition." He glanced at Lin Wanwan's face and pulled Ji Yuanmin aside. "This girl is pretty and rich. It's a blessing for your son that she likes him. It's better to let him be with this girl. Xiaofei has a classmate who wants to go abroad, and he also has this idea." Ji Yuanmin was shaken without Lu Lijuan having to spend much time talking. Then Lu Lijuan came forward and raised the price to 2 million, and Lin Wanwan agreed. After Lin Wanwan left, Lu Lijuan was upset for most of the day, feeling worse than if she had lost 100 million yuan. "I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect her to really agree. If I had known earlier, I should have asked for 5 million directly." Ji Xinghe was calm as he read about how he was sold to Lin Wanwan. Chapter 62, The One Who Holds the Thigh. As long as Ji Xinghe wants, the content of time recording can appear in his mobile phone in the form of video at any time. Unfortunately, however, time records confirmed Ji Xinghe's guess and proved that Ji Yuanmin, Lin Wanwan, and Lu Lijuan were not innocent, but it could not be presented as evidence in court. Lin Wanwan went straight to Ji Yuanmin's house. There was no one else at the scene, and once it was revealed, it would arouse suspicion. He couldn't reveal the source of the video, and he certainly couldn't reveal the existence of the system. Otherwise, what they were doing would be considered fraud, involving a suspected amount of 2 million. If the evidence is conclusive, it would be enough to keep them from being convicted for 10 years. Even if the conditions make it impossible to send them in, Ji Xinghe will find other ways to get it back. Ji Xinghe originally planned to spend a huge amount of money to spend 200 system coins to buy a secret exposed to reveal Ji Yuanmin's secrets and use it to control him. Lu Lijuan is as hateful as he is. If she hadn't been jumping around in the middle of the deal might not have been reached so smoothly. Lu Lijuan is almost 50 years old and has been dependent on Ji Yuanmin for her entire life. Apart from coaxing Ji Yuanmin into a state of confusion, she has no other abilities. They are a united couple, and if they deal a severe blow to Ji Yuanmin, her life will not be easy either. But will Ji Xinghe let her go just like that? Of course not. He will not let anyone go, one by one. He would be letting himself down if he didn't let them get some skin off. Isn't it ridiculous? In other families, fathers are loving and sons are filial, but in his family, they are at war with each other. However, Ji Xinghe forgot that he not only had a golden finger, but also someone who had accidentally gotten a big shot in the arm. Nanxing Yu asked someone to investigate Ji Yuanmin's capital flow 6 years ago to prove that Ji Xinghe was tricked. By the way, he also asked someone to inadvertently find Ji Yuanmin's weakness so that he could have a firm control over Ji Yuanmin. Helped Ji Xinghe save 200 system coins. Ji Xinghe believed that Ji Yuanmin would definitely have nightmares and be unable to sleep or eat tonight. The pale face of Ji Yuanmin when he left was enough to prove this point. The 5 million he mentioned cannot be reduced by a cent, otherwise, he will use someone else's hand to send Ji Yuanmin and Lu Lijuan to hell. But the money that year was spent by Ji Yuanmin on buying a new house and training his stepson. He himself was just a small leader in a small factory, with a fixed salary every month. Lu Lijuan was a person who liked to buy famous brands to show off her appearance at the Zayazihua exhibition, so there shouldn't be much savings in her card. Even if there was, it had nothing to do with him, and it would definitely belong to Ji Xiaofei in the future. Ji Xinghe asked for 5 million. Was he asking for money? What is at stake is the lives of Ji Yuanmin and Lu Lijuan. The most valuable thing they have now is the house they live in, which has a market value of more than 3 million yuan. Even if they want to sell it, it is impossible to sell it in a week, not to mention that there is still a gap of more than 1 million yuan. I have a car, but it's not worth much as a second-hand car. This is not what Ji Xinghe should care about. What he wants is the final result. When he was Ji Yuanmin's son, he gave his life to him without any complaints. When they broke off all ties, Ji Xinghe could still show his indifference and ruthlessness to the fullest. Sorry, I learned this from them. Ji Xinghe hurried to the hotel where Nanxing Yu was staying. While dealing with his personal affairs, he did not forget that something was wrong with Nanxing Yu. Nan Cici, who had played a lot in the morning, lay quietly on the bed, her belly rising and falling like a little frog, and she was sleeping soundly. Nanxing Yu sat beside the bed, watching over her, holding her little hand in a daze. Ji Xinghe came, she stood up, walked out, closed the door, and asked softly, "How is it going?" Before Ji Xinghe could answer, Nanxing Yu said, "Don't worry, I'm here, and I'll help you get whatever you want." He didn't know if it was Ji Xinghe's illusion, but he felt that Nanxing Yu was incredibly gentle to him, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she doted on him. It was as if, as long as he was bold and thick-skinned enough, Nanxing Yu would really satisfy him no matter what request he made. Ji Xinghe looked at her carefully. Apart from being overly gentle, there was nothing else unusual about Nanxing Yu. The scene at noon seemed to be his illusion. Ji Xinghe was a little worried. "Are you okay now?" Nanxing Yu was at a loss. "I've always been fine, what happened?" "Ji Xinghe, you have low blood sugar today, and your face is a little pale." Nanxing Yu smiled. When she smiled, her eyes curved slightly, with stars twinkling in them. "It's okay, just eat some candy." "Ji Xinghe, do you often have low blood sugar?" Nanxing Yu saw his worry, and her depressed mood suddenly relaxed. In fact, when she saw Ji Xinghe just now, she was like a lost person in the darkness who saw the light, and she felt at ease all of a sudden. She shook her head. "No, it happens occasionally, it's nothing serious." Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Nanxing Yu's eyes fell on his face and he was reluctant to move away. "Do you want to lie down and rest for a while?" Ji Xinghe asked. "Are we going back tonight?" Tomorrow is Sunday, and both he and Nan Cici are fine, but he doesn't know what Nanxing Yu's situation is. According to his observations during this period, Nanxing Yu would often receive work-related calls when she was at home on weekends, and would occasionally go to the company. But to be honest, there is nothing fun in Z City. Go back and wait until Cici wakes up. She just fell asleep not long ago. Thinking of something, Nanxing Yu smiled and said, "Before going to bed, she kept asking me when you would come back, for fear that you would be snatched away by someone else." Ji Xinghe said, "How can I bear to give up such a warm and caring little cotton jacket like her? No one can take me away." Nanxing Yu thought to himself, "Besides Cici, is there anything else in this home that you are reluctant to leave? For example, I." Ji Xinghe didn't go to sleep, so Cici probably wouldn't be able to sleep for long. He sat on the sofa and talked about how he handled the matter. When Nanxing Yu heard that Ji Xinghe was asking for 5 million yuan in compensation from his biological father, he wondered in surprise, how can this be considered revenge? Ji Xinghe is still too soft-hearted. If he continues like this, he will still suffer injustice in the future. Then, she thought of Ji Yuanmin's family situation as recorded in the information, and she felt relieved. A little 5 million was nothing to her, but it was enough to make Ji Yuanmin poor and restless for the rest of his life. If things got serious, his wife and children might be separated, which was not much worse than going to jail. Evil will be punished by evil. Whether Ji Wanwan takes out 5 million or not, his life will not be easy. Nanxing Yu thought for a moment and asked tentatively, what about Lin Wanwan? She had no connection with Lin Wanwan, but that didn't stop her from feeling unhappy when she thought of the spoiled and willful eldest lady before she knew that Lin Wanwan had plotted against Ji Xinghe. No matter what, it is an indisputable fact that Ji Xinghe has devoted 6 years of his youth to Lin Wanwan. But she obviously knew Ji Xinghe before Lin Wanwan. Why couldn't she be reunited with Ji Xinghe earlier? This way he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Chapter 63, Dad and Mom are very loving. Ji Xinghe was not merciful to Ji Wanwan, let alone Lin Wanwan, who was the mastermind of all this and tortured him for 6 years. Nanxing Yu knew that Ji Xinghe hated Lin Wanwan for controlling his life, but she also thought that humans were complicated animals. After all, they had been together day and night for 6 years. What if Ji Xinghe had feelings for Lin Wanwan other than hatred? After confirming once again that Ji Xinghe had no feelings for Lin Wanwan, Nanxing Yu felt relieved. Okay, I will help you. These 5 simple words seemed to weigh as much as 1,000 pounds, making people inexplicably feel that as long as she wants, there is nothing in this world that she can't do, making people feel extremely at ease. Ji Xinghe's eyes felt hot. How worthy of him! Cici is the little angel, and Nanxing Yu is the big angel. He fell into a blessed nest. Thanks. Are you being distant with me again? Nanxing Yu pretended to be unhappy. Ji Xinghe, please remember your identity. You are Cici's father and my legal husband, Nanxing Yu. Looking at the possessiveness surging in Nanxing Yu's eyes, Ji Xinghe was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he thought he was Nanxing Yu's real husband, not a marriage mate for the sake of Nan Cici's agreement. It must be his illusion. How could he be worthy of Nanxing Yu? Perhaps because he was moved, Ji Xinghe's voice was particularly gentle. I won't sleep. Do you want to sleep for a while before Cici wakes up? She will have to drive later. Ji Xinghe has to put driving lessons on the agenda so that she won't have to work so hard when the family of 3 goes out in the future. Nanxing Yu's heart almost melted under his gentle gaze. Okay. After saying that, she kicked off her slippers and curled up her slender legs on the sofa. Ji Xinghe? He was confused. Nanxing Yu wanted to sleep on the sofa? There is a ready-made bed. Sleeping on the sofa is not as comfortable as sleeping on the bed. Nanxing Yu, do you mind if I borrow your shoulder? Ji Xinghe's mouth reacted faster than his brain. I don't mind. As soon as he finished speaking, a refreshing fragrance hit him, and Nanxing Yu gently rested her head on his shoulder. It wasn't enough to just put her head on his shoulder, she reached out and hugged Ji Xinghe's waist. Ji Xinghe's body was tense. No matter how you look at it, they are now a loving newlywed couple. He has lived for 24 years in vain. Even though he has been married twice, he is still a pure virgin with no feelings at all. All his intimate contacts with the opposite sex seemed to have been given to Nanxing Yu. Arms linked, fingers interlocked, and now, hugs. Sharing a bed does not count. Although they slept in the same bed, they slept on separate sides without any physical contact. He didn't understand, why did Nanxing Yu pretend to be affectionate now that there were no outsiders around? No, her current attachment to herself doesn't seem to be an act. Ji Xinghe felt an indescribable joy secretly welling up in his heart. Nanxing Yu likes me? If you don't like it, who would be willing to have such close contact with the opposite sex? Nanxing Yu is outstanding in all aspects. Even Ji Xinghe, who plans to live alone for the rest of his life, can't help but feel complacent that he is liked by such an outstanding girl. Ji Xinghe was not happy for long, and then he couldn't help but start thinking about another problem. They have only known each other for a short time. Is it too early to say they like each other? Perhaps, just like Nanxing Yu said when they first met, he had a kind of affinity that he himself didn't even care about, which not only attracted little Nan Cici, but also attracted Nanxing Yu unconsciously in their daily interactions? Thinking of this, Ji Xinghe calmed down. Even when Nanxing Yu seemed to have really fallen asleep leaning against him, he reached out to take the blanket provided by the hotel and gently put it on her body. As for why she refused to sleep on her perfectly good bed and insisted on curling up on the sofa, Ji Xinghe speculated that she might be afraid that she would fall into too deep a sleep if she lay down and would delay her return trip. While Ji Xinghe's shoulders were on loan, his personal freedom was greatly restricted, but he was not bothered at all. On the contrary, I kind of enjoyed it. If it was Lin Wanwan, Ji Xinghe would want to knock her over in a minute. However, comparing Nanxing Yu with Lin Wanwan is a blasphemy to Nanxing Yu, and it is a sin. After an unknown amount of time, Nan Cici woke up. She woke up without crying or making a fuss. She put on cute pink children's slippers, rubbed her eyes and walked out, mumbling, "Dad, Mom." Nan Cece stopped. She blinked. Mom and Dad were both sitting on the sofa outside. Oh, no, Mom was half lying down. Mom put her arms around Dad's waist, her head slipped into his arms, and she looked like she was sleeping soundly. Dad was afraid that Mom was feeling uncomfortable, so he gently supported her head with his hand. Nan Cece retreated behind the door and grinned. Dad and Mom seemed to have a good relationship. Little Nan Cece went to kindergarten and made several friends. She was amazed to find that the other children were very smart and knew a lot of things she didn't know. For example, she didn't have a father before, so she was a child from a single-parent family, and her mother was a single mother. Her current father is her stepfather. Nan Cece didn't understand what stepfather and former father were. She only knew that her father was Ji Xinghe and her mother was Nan Xingyu. She loved her parents the most. Look at how loving Mom and Dad are. Of course, little Nan Cece doesn't really understand what loving is, but she knows what divorce is. Divorce means that they often quarrel and don't want to live together anymore. From then on, she can only live a life with a mom but no dad again. She was happy with her mother, but it would be even better with her father. With Dad around, Mom seems happy too. Mom and Dad seem to get along very well. They probably wouldn't quarrel, let alone get divorced. Nan Cece felt relieved. Ji Xinghe saw Nan Cece. I don't know what happened to the little girl. She just came out and then shrank back. What was she doing? Why does it seem a bit sneaky? Just then, Nan Xingyu moved and woke up. She sat up straight, still in a daze, and seeing Ji Xinghe staring at her subconsciously, she suddenly woke up, wiped the corner of her lips with the back of her hand, and asked cautiously, I didn't drool while sleeping, did I? Ji Xinghe. He didn't drool, but he imagined Nan Xingyu drooling while sleeping, which must be very cute. Nan Cece ran back at this time, Mom and Dad. Ji Xinghe and Nan Xingyu sat close together. Nan Cece lay between them, with one hand on Ji Xinghe's leg and the other on Nan Xingyu. Ji Xinghe picked her up and sat her on his lap. Why don't you just come out now that you're awake? The innocent little angel was also thoughtful. Nan Cece didn't tell him everything. I saw that my mother was asleep, and I was afraid of waking her up. Nan Cece is a warm-hearted girl. She was indeed worried about waking up her mother, so she wasn't lying. Chapter 64. Poor child. Go home. On the way back, Ji Xinghe had been secretly observing Nan Xingyu and found that she had no other discomfort, but he was not relieved. In fact, it's not that he can't see that hypoglycemia is Nan Xingyu's excuse. But Nan Xingyu didn't want to say it, so he didn't dare to ask. The house in front of his house, is there something wrong? Ji Xinghe was thinking hard. He went to and from school as usual, and at first he didn't pay much attention to the house with new residents. It doesn't matter who lives there, as long as it doesn't affect his life. Normally a family of 3 consists of a couple with 1 child, but that family is not like that. It consists of 2 women. I heard from gossip that they are sisters. They came here to recuperate with their child who was sick and could not be seen by others. Ever since they learned that the child of that family was sick, someone said it was an infectious disease. At that time, Ji Xinghe's house was the closest, and the other children did not dare to come to Ji Xinghe's house. It's no wonder that everyone says that. The 2 women rarely go out all day long. They hardly talk to the locals unless it's necessary. They wear masks when they go out and when they come in. No one has seen what they look like. They are so mysterious that it's hard for everyone not to think too much. Ji Xinghe is a quiet person by nature, and without anyone to disturb him, he can study with peace of mind. Ji Xinghe, who has always been a child of other people's families, actually doesn't like studying very much. It is his grandfather who always urges him to study hard and make progress every day, so that he can buy good wine for his grandfather when he has the ability in the future. Grandpa Ji has no other hobbies, he just likes to drink a few glasses of wine. Ji Xinghe kept it in mind and has been growing up the way his grandfather wanted him to. After school, he would move the small folding wooden table to the yard before it got dark, and sit on a small bench to do his homework in the bright sunlight. After writing, he played with a little yellow dog raised by his grandfather. His family's yard is not big, so his grandfather built a small vegetable garden, so they almost don't have to buy any vegetables anymore. That day, the puppy was barking at a toad that came from nowhere in the vegetable garden. Ji Xinghe went over to investigate and found out it was a toad. He was afraid that the curious puppy would treat the toad as a toy and kill it, so he kindly picked up the toad. There was a ditch not far behind his house, and he planned to send the toad there and release it. Looking at the puppy wagging its tail non-stop, he became mischievous and suddenly put his hand with the toad in its palm right under the puppy's eyes. The puppy was frightened and fell over. Ji Xinghe laughed and said, "Why are you so timid?" while walking out of the yard. He sent the toad away and soon came back with the dog. As soon as I entered the house, I noticed a piece of paper in my vegetable garden. Grandpa is different from some sloppy old men. He loves cleanliness and sweeps the house inside and out. Ji Xinghe never litters. Maybe it was the wind blowing in from outside? Ji Xinghe didn't take it seriously. He walked over, picked up the piece of paper and was about to throw it into the trash can, but found words on it. It is normal to have words on pieces of paper. Ji Xinghe would often tear off used homework papers and fold airplanes into them, trying to teach the puppy to fetch the flying airplanes back. Look at the puppies on TV. They can not only pick up things, but also close and open doors and get keys for their owners. Ji Xinghe thought it was magical and wanted to try it himself. Unfortunately, he probably didn't have the ability to tame animals. Until he finally went to high school in a city, he had to entrust the puppy, which grew into a big yellow dog, to a trusted neighbor, and he never taught it to fetch things. But on the piece of paper he picked up, there was only one very strange sentence: "Don't you think it's dirty?" It made no sense, but Ji Xinghe immediately thought of the hand that had just held the toad. This was said to him. "Who is it?" Ji Xinghe looked around. Grandpa was out and he was the only one at home. He didn't meet anyone else when he released the toad. Could it be that he met a ghost before it got dark? Ji Xinghe is a child of the new era. He was taught by his teachers to believe in science. He was not very scared. After looking around without success, he raised his head without thinking much. There is a tall mulberry tree in his yard. Every year when the mulberries are ripe, it is the time when his family attracts the most children. There may be nothing special about the mulberry tree, but the mulberries in his house are white mulberries, which are very sweet and big. Of course, that's not the point. Ji Xinghe's imagination ran wild. He wondered if someone had sneaked into his house and was hiding on the mulberry tree, deliberately playing a prank to scare him. There was no one in the tree. When Ji Xinghe looked away in confusion, he saw the curtains on the building in front of him tremble. Looking at the window with a crack, Ji Xinghe was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that it must have been thrown by the new resident who moved into the front yard. He guessed that it was not the two adults, as adults would not be so idle. That is, the sick child? Thinking of the rumor that the child had an infectious disease, Ji Xinghe's hand holding the paper trembled. He held back when he thought that the other person might still be behind the window. It was not the child's idea to get sick. We should not be too compassionate, but we also don't have to be too indifferent. Ji Xinghe crumpled the paper into a ball as planned. Before throwing it into the trash can, he suddenly thought of something. He took out a small plastic bag, threw the paper ball in, and tied a knot. Now the virus should be unable to get out, right? Thinking this, he quickly washed his hands, and only felt relieved after applying soap several times. He was safe and sound for a few days and forgot about it. As usual, after school he would move a small table to the yard to write. Sometimes, while he was writing, he would feel like a pair of eyes were staring at him, and he would look up and stare back without any hesitation. He wasn't annoyed. In fact, if you put yourself in his shoes, if he is locked up at home every day and not allowed to go out, it may be okay for 1 or 2 days, but if it goes on for a long time, he will either go crazy or become depressed. Maybe my grandfather and I are the only people who can see each other besides our own family. When seeing him, others may envy him for having a healthy body, being able to carry a school bag to school every day and live a normal life. Alas, he is also a poor man. Anyway, he would lose some meat if he looked at it. Ji Xinghe was not a stingy person, so he just let him do it. One time when he was bored, Ji Xinghe accidentally caught a glimpse of a figure on the second-floor window. The figure was thin and small, which made him feel pity for the other person all of a sudden, and he tried to talk to the other person. It's not impossible if I can make friends. He later felt that infectious diseases and the like were probably nonsense. If he really has an infectious disease, he has to go to an infectious disease hospital. His family can afford a yard to house him for recuperation, so they must be well funded. He must be hospitalized for proper treatment. Ji Xinghe smiled and said hello to the other party. Now, he could see a thin and shadowy figure behind the light-transmitting gauze curtain. But as soon as he finished greeting, the figure disappeared, leaving only the gauze curtain swaying silently. Ji Xingha himself was not a very enthusiastic or talkative person, so he tactfully shut up when he saw this. Chapter 65, A Family of Three. Later, even though Ji Xingha could occasionally feel the gaze from the second-floor window, he would never again think of saying hello to the other party. He just does what he wants, and his life is not affected by it at all. He sometimes thought that perhaps looking at himself was one of the few pleasures a child who was always locked up in the house had. It would be his honor if he could bring a tiny bit of color to the other person's monotonous world. Again, he won't lose any weight because of this, so as long as it doesn't affect his life, it doesn't matter. Later, Ji Wanwan sold his old house and bought a new house in S City. He and his grandfather were forced to move out and rented a house for 2 months. Once the house was gone, they seemed to have no roots in their hometown. Ji Xingha had good test scores, and schools in big cities were willing to accept him, so Grandpa Ji simply took him to S City. The old man's idea is very simple. The educational environment in big cities is good, so my grandchildren have a higher chance of getting into college and their future life will be smoother. Unfortunately, sometimes man proposes, God disposes. If Grandpa Ji knew what his grandson, whom he had been hoping for the best, had encountered, he would definitely regret his original decision. But is this his fault? Of course not. This is Lin Wanwan and Ji Wanwan's fault and cannot be blamed on the old man who took so much pains. Ji Xingha thought about it all the way and finally came to the conclusion that the house seemed to have some unspeakable influence on Nanxingyu. However, Ji Xingha did not associate Nanxingyu with the child who was silently observing him on the second floor. Because he clearly remembered that the child on the second floor was a boy. The thin figure that Ji Xingha accidentally saw had a crew cut. Someone saw them when they moved in. They were small boys with short hair. He looks like he must be 8 or 9 if not 10 years old. Girls of this age all think that the longer their hair is, the better they look. Who would want to have a buzz cut? So just looking at the buzz cut, it must be a boy, at least that's what everyone thinks. I don't know what connection Nanxingyu has with that house. It should have happened after he went to City S. Intellectually, Ji Xingha felt that this matter had nothing to do with him, so he pretended not to see anything. Emotionally, he felt that he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Nanxingyu is so good to him. There is also the cute and sensible Cici. Ji Xingha has unknowingly integrated himself into the family of 3. When encountering problems, the first thing he thinks of is not whether the matter has anything to do with him or whether he should intervene, but that he must not stand idly by. Ji Xingha decided to wait until Monday. He would send Cici to kindergarten on Monday and she would be at school at noon. He would have a whole day to go back to City Z and ask the neighbors to see if Nanxingyu had any relationship with the house, otherwise he would really be worried. It was late when I got home and my aunt had already prepared dinner. After dinner, go for a walk as usual. Dad, are you tired? Not tired. Dad, are you tired? Didn't you say that Daddy is more powerful than Superman? Not to mention it's only been a short while, Daddy wouldn't be tired even if he worked all day. Considering that Nan Cici had consumed too much energy from running around today, Ji Xingha simply lifted her up and put her on his neck when he went downstairs for a walk. Nan Cici had seen other children riding on their father's necks. She stared at them for a long time and was almost dying of envy. Fortunately, she has a father now, she is so happy. She suddenly became very tall, taller than her father and mother. While she was excited, she was also worried that her father would be tired. After a while, she couldn't help but ask her father if he was tired. The health-enhancing pills are really good. Since taking the medicine to strengthen his body, Ji Xingha has been full of energy every day. His energy seems to be inexhaustible and he is full of strength. Nan Cici's small weight was simply not worth mentioning to him. When taking a walk in the past, Nan Cici would walk in the middle, holding her father's hand in one hand and her mother's hand in the other. The fixed pattern was broken, and Nanxingyu naturally walked beside Ji Xingha. The two of them were very close to each other, and from Nan Cici's perspective, she could see their bodies touching each other from time to time. The 3 members of the family are all very good-looking, attracting people's attention frequently. Ji Xingha is a person who doesn't like to be noticed by others. But I am enjoying it at this moment. I have an inexplicable urge to show off to the whole world. He is Nan Cici's father and Nanxingyu's husband. Amid the praise of the old couple not far away, look how nice this family of 3 is, Ji Xingha curled his lips and suddenly thought, it's about time. I wonder if Ji Wanwan has received the surprise he gave him? I can't live like this anymore. You beat me up for that little bastard. My life is so miserable. I want to divorce you. In the messy house, Lu Lijuan, with half of her face swollen, pinched and bit Ji Yuanmin like a madman. Ji Yuanmin was cold and ruthless towards Ji Xinghe, but he really doted on his wife. He regretted it after beating her and endured it silently for a long time. Seeing that she not only did not restrain herself but became even worse, he could no longer tolerate it and pushed her away. LV Lijuan fell on the sofa, disheveled hair and dirty face, eyes wide open. Are you really going to give that little bastard 5 million? I tell you, the money in this family is all from Xiaofei, and that little bastard won't get a penny. You promised me that you would not take care of that bitch's child in the future. If you dare to go back on your word, I will fight you to the death. Ji Yuanmin sat aside with a gloomy face and said in self-abandonment, he already knows what happened 6 years ago. What do you think I should do now? Ji Yuanmin had a very weak relationship with his first wife, and his ex-wife died early, so the little relationship they had was even less worth mentioning. As a result, he didn't care much about the children born to his ex-wife. Soon he re-established a new family, and devoted himself to the daily life with his wife and children. If Ji Xinghe hadn't been serious this time, he would never have taken Ji Xinghe seriously. Ji Yuanmin took a breath and said, let me ask you, when you said Xinghe only scored 20 or 30 points, were you lying to me? LV Lijuan denied it flatly. When did I lie to you? He just scored 20 or 30 points. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? And don't you think about it? Not to mention that he can't get into college. Even if he does get into college, what will happen? He may not be able to bring us 2 million yuan in benefits in the future. Ji Yuanmin said nothing. If we didn't have the 2 million, could we have bought a new house? Could Xiaofei have studied abroad? We didn't do anything wrong. If you want to blame someone, blame that little bastard for being so heartless and having no regard for family affection. Lu Lijuan put all the blame on Ji Xinghe, cursing and making fun of Ji Yuanmin. Look at you, you are in your 40s or 50s, but you were scared by a brat. What can he do even if he knows what happened 6 years ago? Can he find evidence? As long as we refuse to admit it, he can't do anything to us. Chapter 66, with me here, no one can bully you. Someone knocks on the door. Neither Ji Yuanmin nor Lu Lijuan had any intention of getting up and opening the door. The way they looked and the mess in the room made it unsuitable to open the door to greet people. Until a man's voice came from outside, Uncle, Aunt, are you home? Ji Yuanmin's body suddenly stiffened. Just when he was about to remind LV Lijuan not to open the door, LV Lijuan suddenly jumped up like a spring and rushed to open the door. Aunt, what's wrong with you? The man who came was a young man in his 20s, tall and thin, looking gentle and refined, with a small braid, and exuding an artistic temperament. He saw Lu Lijuan's face, which was as swollen as a steamed bun, and asked in surprise. Lu Lijuan's eyes rolled, and she immediately came up with a vicious plan to deal with Ji Xinghe. I'll tell you not to overestimate your own abilities and come back to provoke us. She held his hand and cried, it's hard to be a stepmother. I don't know what I did wrong. Xinghe just doesn't like me. The young man frowned. Xinghe? The son of uncle and his ex-wife? Lu Lijuan nodded while crying. The young man's eyes turned sinister. Aunt, don't worry, no one can bully you and uncle when I'm here. LV Lijuan sent the young man away contentedly. She had already imagined the tragic scene of Ji Xinghe being thrown on the street with his hands and feet broken. She immediately felt better and turned back, saying triumphantly, you are reluctant to discipline your son, so I will find someone to do it for you. Ji Yuanmin, what are you doing? Ji Yuanmin was like a pervert. With a forehead full of cold sweat, he hid on the balcony. After making sure that the young man had left, he quickly packed 2 pieces of clothes and rushed out with Lu Lijuan. Let's hide out for a while. His face was pale, as if there was a ghost chasing him. If he was too late, it would pounce on him and cut him into pieces. If he had been holding out for a bit of luck, the young man's arrival made it clear to him that Ji Xinghe knew everything, including the secrets he thought he had kept well hidden. But didn't Ji Xinghe agree to give him a week? The young man's arrival was clearly a warning from that little bastard. He's serious. Lu Lijuan shook off Ji Yuanmin's hand, suspecting that Ji Yuanmin had taken the wrong medicine. What the hell are you doing? Why are you hiding? I think you're hiding from your precious son. Humph, don't tell me you're heartbroken? This ignorant little bastard should be taught a lesson, otherwise he really thinks he can bully us. Ji Yuanmin couldn't explain it to her for a while. Go quickly, I'll explain it to you when I have time. LV Lijuan was still angry with him. If you want to leave, go ahead. Unlike the chaos on Ji Yuanmin's side, Ji Xinghe came back from his walk and started to enjoy his after-meal fruit time. The living room is filled with the fresh aroma of watermelon. The flesh is sweet, juicy, and delicious. Go to bed on time. After Nan Cece fell asleep, Ji Xinghe and Nan Qingyu slept on each side, and no one spoke at first. No matter how calm Ji Xinghe appears on the surface, he will still be affected to some extent. He thought about a lot of things, his own and Nan Qingyu's. Today seemed to be going smoothly, but too many things happened and he couldn't take it easy. The person on the other side turned over cautiously, which showed that she couldn't sleep either. Maybe she is also worried about something at this moment, but I don't know what she is worried about. Ji Xinghe couldn't help but said, "Xingyu." Her response was immediate, The voice is clear, without any confusion. You never worried about me? Ji Xinghe didn't ask her why she was worried about him. She was so smart, how could she not hear it? Nan Qingyu chuckled, with a hint of arrogance. If I didn't even have the ability to judge people, I would have been gnawed to pieces by others long ago. She is in charge of several companies and has to deal with all kinds of people every day. At first, some old foxes looked down on her because she was young and thought that she had got her high position by relying on her family background. But in the end, they were all subdued by her and could not get any advantage from her. But have you never suspected that you might make mistakes sometimes? Ji Xinghe exhaled softly. A bad bamboo can't produce good bamboo shoots. Even if I sever the father-son relationship with Ji Yuanmin, it still can't change the fact that he is my biological father. He is selfish and his character is worrying. Aren't you afraid of me? Ji Xinghe, stop talking, or I'll get angry. Nan Qingyu crawled out, the thin silk quilt piled up around her waist. She said coldly, "Do you doubt my judgment of people?" Ji Xinghe, "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant." Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and felt inexpressibly grateful to Nan Qingyu. It is said that people's hearts are hidden, and even the most capable people can make mistakes sometimes. Rather than being confused about why Nan Qingyu trusted him so much, he was more worried that Nan Qingyu would feel uncomfortable after knowing what kind of father he had, and wondered if he would inherit Ji Yuanmin's despicable character. For the sake of profit, Ji Yuanmin sold even his own son without hesitation, let alone others. He got to his current position as a small leader by stepping on others. That person and Ji Yuanmin were competing colleagues. If nothing unexpected happened, that person would have been promoted. However, that person was unlucky and broke his leg in an accident. He became negative and decadent, and numbed himself by living a life of drunkenness and dreams. In the end, Ji Yuanmin was promoted and got a raise. The man did not know that his situation was related to Ji Yuanmin. Instead, because Ji Yuanmin was the first one to rush to help him when he was in trouble, he regarded him as a confidant in life. This person is not scary. What is scary is that his son is a gloomy and ruthless character with a group of younger brothers under him, and they are very filial. Influenced by his father, he respected Ji Yuanmin very much. But if he knew that his father's leg was crippled by Ji Yuanmin, he would definitely chop Ji Yuanmin into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Ji Xinghe had just showed Ji Yuanmin his colleague's name on his phone, without saying a single threatening word, but he was able to scare Ji Yuanmin half to death. He used a little trick today and sent that ruthless guy to Ji Yuanmin as a little surprise. I guess Ji Yuanmin will be so happy that he can't sleep tonight. He had been tortured by Lin Wanwan for 6 years, so how could he be willing to give Ji Yuanmin a quick death? That's too cheap for Ji Yuanmin. Nan Qingyu did not slow down his tone because of Ji Xinghe's apology. She said angrily, "Ji Xinghe, I don't want to hear similar words from you again. You are you, Ji Yuanmin is Ji Yuanmin, and I am not a fool, why should I confuse you too?" Then she changed the subject, "I have someone watching the Lin family. Don't worry, no one can bully you with me here." After she finished speaking, she realized that the tone of the voice behind the sentence was so gentle that it was unlike her usual style, and her face became hot. Fortunately, it was dark, so Ji Xinghe couldn't see her burning face. Chapter 67 Nighttime Accident. Speaking of which, Ji Xinghe is no longer the poor guy who was kicked out of his home like a stray dog. He can get justice for himself without relying on anyone's power. But he found that bothering Nan Qingyu not only did not make Nan Qingyu annoyed, but seemed to make her quite happy. Maybe they felt that he had finally gotten the hang of it and was finally getting into the role of a family of 3? If only we could be family forever. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Ji Xinghe felt that he was just a toad who only wanted to eat swan flesh. How could Nan Qingyu possibly like me? Ji Xinghe has always been very self-aware. He always reminds himself not to think about things that he shouldn't have. 2 incredible and absurd marriages. In the first one, no matter how sexy and charming Lin Wanwan was in front of him, Ji Xinghe was as calm as an old monk in meditation. When it came to the second one, Nanxing Yu didn't do anything yet, but he was already addicted and didn't want to get out. It might be Nanxing Yu's gentle and heart-warming words, "As long as I'm here, no one can bully you," that made him ungrateful. Ji Xinghe quickly calmed down. The watermelon bought by the cook was particularly sweet. Ji Xinghe accidentally ate too much and was woken up in the middle of the night by the urge to urinate. On the first night he slept in Nanxing Yu's room, he thought about the problem of getting up at night. There is a bathroom in the bedroom, but he doesn't go there because he feels it is a very private place, even though he and Nanxing Yu slept in the same bed, even if it was a solitary sleep. So he decided at the beginning that if he needed to go to the bathroom, he would go to the bathroom in his original room. But he usually doesn't get up at night. It was just an accidental phenomenon because he ate too much watermelon tonight. In the silence, Ji Xinghe pricked up his ears and listened for a while, and heard the faint sound of breathing. Ji Xinghe sat up slowly, got out of bed barefoot, picked up the mobile phone on the bedside table, stepped on the soft carpet, and walked out of the bedroom carefully. Fortunately, Nanxing Yu was afraid that Nan Cici would accidentally fall, so in order to protect her he laid thick carpets at home, which made almost no sound when she walked on them. As soon as Ji Xinghe walked out of the bedroom, he straightened his back and resumed his normal walking posture. He used his mobile phone to light the way and went into the original room. After several days of intensive work, the library was completed. The bookcases on 2 walls are empty. Nanxing Yu has asked someone to deliver a batch of books suitable for children of Nan Cici's age tomorrow. Fortunately, Nan Cici has shown the qualities of a top student at a young age. She likes to read books when she has nothing to do. At her age, she doesn't know many words, so she usually reads comic books, and even guesses by guessing. She can still read with great interest. Otherwise, if we give her so many books at home and force her to read them every day, she will collapse sooner or later. There are sofas and tables on the window side, with a few pink crabapple flowers in the vase on the table. You can read, do homework, or take a nap here. Ji Xinghe walked into the bathroom as if he knew the way there, and drained the excess water that made him feel uncomfortable. He took a look at the soft sofa, which must be very comfortable to sleep on. Ji Xinghe even wanted to sleep there. This thought turned over in his mind, and Ji Xinghe walked back obediently. Forget it. Actually, he has already gotten used to the life of sleeping in the same bed. If Nanxing Yu finds him sleeping somewhere else in the morning, she will definitely blame him. This is a good result. If Nan Cici finds out, she will definitely think that mom and dad are arguing again. Ji Xinghe went back obediently. He went back and felt his way into the house by the doorframe. He remembered that Nanxing Yu seemed to have mentioned that she couldn't see the light or hear any noise when she was sleeping. Don't wake her up, she'd be grumpy when she woke up. These were all said by Nanxing Yu. Ji Xinghe had never seen them because he had never woken Nanxing Yu up. After his eyes adapted to the darkness, although he could not see things clearly, he could vaguely see a general outline. Ji Xinghe did not really become a blind man groping in the dark. According to his plan, he quietly slipped back to the room, slowly lay back on the bed, covered himself with the quilt and continued to sleep. As it turned out, man proposes, God disposes, and the accident still happened. Ji Xinghe was so focused on Nanxing Yu lying on the bed that he didn't pay attention to what was in front of him and accidentally bumped into someone who suddenly appeared in the darkness. The opponent was smaller in stature and was no match for him. He let out a low cry and leaned back. Ji Xinghe was confused and reached out to pull him reflexively. The next second, the other party rushed back into his arms under his pull. Ji Xinghe was stunned when the warm and soft beauty suddenly came into his arms. He stammered and froze in place, not knowing where to put his hands. "Are you okay?" Although they were both frightened, Nanxing Yu's voice at least sounded much calmer than his, "It's okay." Their bodies were pressed against each other, and she could clearly feel Ji Xinghe's warm body and the strong heartbeat under his chest, and her own heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Afraid that Ji Xinghe might notice something unusual, she stood up straight and took a half step back. "What about you? You weren't scared by me, were you?" This was what Ji Xinghe wanted to ask, but she said it first. Ji Xinghe was speechless for a moment and stupidly replied, "It's okay. Go to sleep quickly, or it will be dawn soon." Ji Xinghe was sleeping inside the bed, and Nanxing Yu was sleeping outside the bed. He got up and went to another room to relieve himself, and Nanxing Yu used the one in the bedroom, so by coincidence, they bumped into each other when they came back. The two of them returned to their respective positions, their hearts pounding wildly, even more so than when they accidentally bumped into each other. Nan Xingyu turned sideways, almost burying his entire face in the pillow. Why is your face so hot? If I continue like this, will I burn myself to death? Nan Xingyu also ate a lot of watermelon in the evening. Wake up earlier than Ji Xinghe. When she woke up, she didn't rush to the bathroom, but lay in bed, feeling extremely conflicted. She was wondering, how is the soundproofing in the bathroom? Although she has decided to be with Ji Xinghe in this life, after all, they are innocent and nothing has ever happened between them. There is nothing between them except the false name. She feels embarrassed. After struggling for a long time, she suddenly had an idea. How stupid. There is not only one bathroom in the house. She can just go out and do it. Just as he was about to do it, there was a slight vibration from the mattress on the other side. Ji Xinghe took the initiative. I didn't expect that he and I had the same idea. Nan Xingyu held her breath and pretended to be asleep. After Ji Xinghe left, she quickly got up and went to the bathroom while Ji Xinghe was away. She never knew how a normal nighttime wake-up could become so exciting. She didn't dare to delay the whole process, and had to return to bed before Ji Xinghe came back and pretend that she had never woken up. One was trembling with fear for waking the other, while the other was in a panic trying to get back to bed before the other came back. As it was pitch dark, everyone's eyesight was poor, and as a result, the two cars accidentally collided. I wasn't hurt, but my heartbeat couldn't be stopped and kept getting faster and faster. Chapter 68. No feelings for her? As time went by, not only Nan Xingyu's face felt hot, but her entire body felt hot. I feel like I'm about to burst into flames. Ji Xinghe's situation is not much better than hers. He is a young man full of vigor and vitality. Now my mind is filled with the thought of my soft and fragrant body, as if I am possessed by a demon and I can't get rid of it. Ji Xinghe really wanted to get up and go to the balcony to cool down, or go to the bathroom to wash his face. Oh no, it would be better to take a cold shower to cool down. Ji Xinghe was thinking about this in his mind, but his body was as hard as if it was filled with lead, and he didn't even dare to move. He was secretly ashamed, as he had boasted in front of Nan Xingyu that he was a gentleman, but in the end, he couldn't control himself after just an accidental hug. He began to fall into deep self-doubt. The more he doubted, the more ashamed he felt. The fire that was running wild in his body was extinguished little by little. Finally, Ji Xinghe thought, no, even if I can't control myself, Nan Xingyu is not at fault at all? Her body is too soft. I'm not a monk. It's normal to have emotions. A gentleman is judged by deeds, not by heart. There is no problem with my character. He finally felt relieved and fell asleep unknowingly. Listening to his gradually long and slow breathing, Nan Xingyu felt very uncomfortable. Once again, she couldn't help but doubt her own personal charm. But she is pretty and has many admirers. Why is it that when she comes to Ji Xinghe, he refuses to even look at her? We even hugged each other accidentally tonight. He is a man, doesn't he have any feelings at all? Nan Xingyu, who has the ability, good looks, and family background, is very distressed. What's the problem? Does Ji Xinghe not like her type? Or maybe... Nan Xingyu's heart was pounding. A terrible thought suddenly popped up in my mind. Could it be that Ji Xinghe doesn't like women? Nan Xingyu's fever subsided all of a sudden, and he was horrified. If Ji Xinghe likes women but is just not interested in her type, she can still try harder and secretly find out what type he likes, and move closer to that type. If she gives her some time, she should be able to get into his heart. But what if, and I mean what if, he doesn't like women, then what's the point of me? She has chosen him for her whole life. Even if he is gay, she must straighten him out. When Ji Xinghe got up, Nan Xingyu also got up. Staring at the dark circles under her eyelids, Ji Xinghe thought of the accidental encounter in the middle of the night and the restlessness of his body. He thought his heart, which had calmed down after a good night's sleep, began to beat again. I didn't have the nerve to ask her if she didn't sleep well at night. Nonsense, it's obvious that she didn't sleep well, those two panda eyes, there's no need to bother. Ji Xinghe was overwhelmed with shame. It was all his fault for not being careful enough. If he had paid more attention to other things besides the bed, he wouldn't have bumped into Nan Xingyu so unobstructed. It's so embarrassing now. Nan Xingyu must mind. If she doesn't mind, how can she not sleep? While he was secretly observing Nan Xingyu was also looking at him, pretending nothing had happened. Oh, he looked quite refreshed. Indeed, he slept well afterwards and didn't wake up until dawn. How did Nan Xingyu know that? Because she was very worried that night, and had been entangled in the issue of Ji Xinghe's sexual orientation. She was drowsy and half asleep, and her attention was focused on him. Naturally, she knew that he slept well. Nan Xingyu felt mixed emotions. Seeing that Ji Xinghe acted as if nothing had happened, I was glad that what happened that night did not cause any psychological burden to Ji Xinghe. But when I found out that he really didn't take it seriously, I felt a little disappointed. Does Ji Xinghe really have no feelings for her at all? She used to think that as long as she was capable enough, she would not bother to please any man, especially one who used her beauty to please him. But now the first thing she does when she wakes up is to run to the bathroom to look in the mirror. She cares a lot about her appearance. The girl in the mirror stared in confusion. She was quite pretty. Everyone who had seen her since childhood had praised her for her beauty. In the past, she never took these compliments on her appearance seriously. What is the point of having good looks? Can it make a living? Nan Xingyu understood a truth when he was very young: only those with real talents and abilities can stand firm in this world with dignity. She doesn't want to be a useless figure who clings to men. However, it is said that people will change, and this also applies to Nan Xingyu. She now feels that looks cannot be used to make a living, but if she happens to have a look that meets someone's aesthetic standards, her secret plan to pursue a husband will be twice as effective with half the effort. Let me emphasize that the husband must be Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe wanted to apologize to Nan Xingyu, but Nan Xingyu acted as if nothing had happened. He will pretend as if nothing happened, and so will Nan Xingyu. Taking the initiative to bring up what happened at night would only put them in an awkward situation again. Ji Xinghe hesitated until breakfast, still undecided whether to speak up or not. Nan Xingyu told him something: I plan to change Cece's kindergarten next Monday. Why? Ji Xinghe blurted out, and then looked at Nan Cece. Nan Cece was using a small spoon to scoop up the rice in the bowl. When she heard this, she raised her little face and said, Mom has discussed this with me. I agree. Can you bear to leave your teacher and your new friends? Ji Xinghe thinks a lot. Nan Cece had finally integrated into the new environment. Changing to a new kindergarten meant reintegrating all over again. This was too much of a hassle for her, and he felt sorry for her. By the way, if things really go according to the agreement, Ji Xinghe has no right to interfere in this family. Nan Xingyu telling him in advance is considered giving him face. He was becoming increasingly confused about his own position, and he unknowingly put himself into the role of Nan Cece's father. He couldn't help but put himself in Nan Cece's shoes and consider the issue from her perspective. Lin Wanwan said calmly, You don't have to come back. Ji Xinghe sighed silently and asked Nan Xingyu, Why do you want to change Cece's kindergarten so suddenly? Wasn't she doing well in the previous kindergarten? He already had a guess in his mind, but was afraid that he was being too sentimental, so he didn't ask directly. Nan Xingyu said, It's nothing. The new kindergarten I changed Cece to is ours. I feel more at ease in my own kindergarten. Ji Xinghe. Our kindergarten. It's good to be rich. She was secretly glad that she didn't rashly ask him whether he asked Nan Cece to change kindergarten because Lin Wanwan's son was also there, and she was afraid that he would cause trouble for him in the future. Otherwise, she would have been being too sentimental. In fact, he was not being too sentimental. Nan Xingyu did have this consideration.